Chapter 1835. After En Liang and Baiyu separated, Baiyu was going to class. En Liang brought Baiyu's mathematical analysis to and notebook to Anshin Investment Company. In Anshin Investment Company. En Liang met Chang Shi, teacher Chang. En Liang greeted. Chang Shi responded, "Classmate, and do you have time? Let's chat." "Certainly." En Liang responded. He took Chang Shi back to the office. "Teacher Chang, what do you want to talk about?" En Liang placed Baiyu's mathematical analysis to and his notebook on the coffee table in the reception area. "By the way, tea or so?" Chang Shi responded. "Just mineral water." En Liang brought 2 bottles of mineral water over. He found Chang Shi reading mathematical analysis 2 on the coffee table. So he took the initiative to explain, "The final exam is coming soon. I'm going to review it. If I can pass the exam by myself, I think it's pretty good." Chang Shi nodded. He knew En Liang's status in Tianfu School of Economics. Even if En Liang turned in a blank in 880, he would not have failed. "Antong, please take a look at this report first." Chang Shi handed a document to En Liang. En Liang took it and checked it. Sure enough, it was the economic report of Bao Province. En Liang quickly checked it and recorded the economic situation of Bao Province in detail in this document. Nearly 10 minutes later, En Liang put the document on the coffee table. Chang Shi said immediately, "The environment in Bao Province is already very bad. A large number of basic necessities have tripled in price. Demonstrations there have broken out one after another. The local court is in a state of distress. Our plan has affected too many ordinary people." En Liang was silent. Chang Shi continued to add, "Based on the current situation, Bao Province's economy has regressed for at least 10 years. If our plan continues to be implemented, Bao Province's economy may really regress back to 10 years ago. Or even worse." En Liang remained silent. "Classmate, and have you ever thought about it?" Just as Chang Shi opened his mouth, he was interrupted by En Liang. "Teacher Chang, have you found a problem?" En Liang looked at Chang Shi. "Whether it's on the internet or on TV, the recent news about Baoxing has disappeared." Chang Shi was stunned for a moment. If the news on TV just disappeared, it wouldn't be shocking enough. But the news about Baoxing on the internet disappeared, that would be a big problem. Because there are too many self-media people on the internet. In this situation, it's really shocking that the news can disappear even under such circumstances, right? I remember what I said before. Teacher Chang, you think too much. Whether it is you, me, or others, they are all just chess pieces." En Liang sighed. "This time I know how serious the problem is and how serious the consequences are, but what does it have to do with us?" En Liang asked back. "Continue to implement the plan. Once the final result comes out, no matter what the result is, I will give you a bonus of 10 million. En Liang added. En Liang reminded again. "Teacher Chang, I don't want you to reveal any information to the outside world. Do you understand?" Chang Shi nodded. He was once a supernova in the economic field, but due to various overly idealistic ideas, he was incompatible with the financial circle and finally chose to teach in a second-tier university. However, reality gave Chang Shi a head-on blow, and Chang Shi, although he understands the importance of money, he still chooses to bow to it for the situation of Baoxing. As En Liang said, he is a chess piece. And En Liang is also a chess piece. As a chess piece, you must have the consciousness of a chess piece. "Teacher Chang, come on." En Liang threw the report given to him by Chang Shi directly into the shredder. The shredder of Anshin Investment Company is not a traditional vertical shredder. The traditional vertical shredder may be spliced and restored, especially with the use of modern computer image scanning and recognition technology. The vertical shredders of the past have long been unsafe. The shredder used by Anshin Investment Company is a real shredder. It will first cut the document paper into vertical strips. Then he further cut the vertical paper strips into pieces like a grinder, completely avoiding the problem of document leakage. Chang Shi got up and left. He planned to continue studying the situation in Bao Province to better target the economy of Bao Province. Waiting for Chang Shi to leave after that, En Liang put Baoxing-related matters behind him, because no matter how bad the situation in Baoxing was, En Liang couldn't stop, so why should he bother him? Instead of thinking about things that couldn't be solved, it was better to concentrate on studying. Facing the upcoming final exam. After all, it is better to not fail the exam through one's own efforts. Otherwise, a big guy like An Liang can't even pass the final exam of a second college. Wouldn't that be funny? In An Liang, while studying, Qian Xiaojing released news through the circle of writers that he was going to sell 2 bottles of Dongqingzi oral liquid, and the price was as high as 6 million. Such a price is too expensive. The effect of Dongqingzi oral liquid is indeed better than the little blue pill better, but not worth the high price of 6 million. However, Qian Xiaojing is fishing with a straight hook. This kind of thing requires those who wish to take the bait. Chapter 1836 Imperial Capital. Qian Xiaojing released gossip through the circle of car friends that the price of 2 bottles of Dongqingzi oral liquid was as high as 6 million yuan. The price is definitely not worth it. Although the effect of holly seed oral liquid is better than that of the little blue pill, and there is no back pain, leg cramps, etc., it is only 2 bottles of holly seed oral liquid. Why is it worth 6 million? But most members of the Imperial Circle knew what Qian Xiaojing meant. This price is not for sale to individual users, and individual users will not spend 6 million to buy it. Only pharmaceutical companies will buy it. Because when Qian Xiaojing disclosed the sale of 2 bottles of Dongqingzi oral liquid for 6 million, he also disclosed cooperation matters about Dongqingzi, including the sale of national-level agency rights and cooperation related to the breeding of Dongqingzi. Pfizer's AI, Peng, immediately contacted Qian Xiaojing after being introduced by a friend of a friend, and the 2 parties made an appointment to meet at the Jinggang International Circuit. In the stands of Jinggang International Circuit, AI, Peng, and Lawrence were left aside. Qian Xiaojing, Li Tsunyuan, and some members of Tian by Yujing Club were running laps, and Yun Haiyang was excluded. It's not just Li Tsunyuan and Qian Xiaojing who reject Yun Haiyang. There's no one in the entire imperial capital who doesn't reject Yun Haiyang as long as there are activities related to supercars. After all, this bitch Yun Haiyang is really poisonous. As long as he has anything to do with supercars, he can always cause trouble. At the least, he will get a collision, and at the most serious, he is guaranteed to overturn. What's more important is that Yun Haiyang is always okay every time, and others can't guarantee it. Under such circumstances, who dares to play drag racing and run laps with Yun Haiyang? Do you think you have a long life? More than half an hour later, Li Tsunyuan and Qian Xiaojing entered the waiting area. When the track was cleared, Yun Haiyang finally came on stage. If he ran the lap alone, he would not get into an accident. Li Tsunyuan and Qian Xiaojing came to the stands, and they walked towards AI, Peng, and Lawrence. When they saw AI, Peng, Qian Xiaojing couldn't help laughing because AI Peng's image was really funny. With his eyes like pandas, his eyes were obviously badly beaten. AI Peng said a little embarrassedly, "Hello, Mr. Qian." Mr. Li. Qian Xiaojing curled his lips. He didn't like the name. Li Tsunyuan had no expression on his face. He took out his mobile phone to play, sent a message to An Liang. Mr. Xian, I'm sorry for your experience. We have already criticized the relevant security personnel and deducted their bonus for 3 months. Qian Xiaojing said nonsense casually. AI, Peng cursed in his mind. Criticism? Deduction of bonus? Is it really just 3 drinks as a penalty? In fact, there is not even 3 drinks as a penalty. Although his heart was full of unhappy feelings, AI Peng ignored this matter. He went directly to the topic. Young Master Qian, are you really ready to open up the breeding cooperation of Holly? Qian Xiaojing answered the question. Which school did you graduate from? AI Peng responded confidently. Bald Eagle Country, Ivy Princeton. There was a contemptuous smile on Qian Xiaojing's lips. In the eyes of ordinary people, the Ivy League is so high and mighty, but to Qian Xiaojing, it is not worth mentioning. In which year did you go abroad? Qian Xiaojing continued to ask. AI Peng still responded confidently. I went abroad in the 2nd grade of junior high school and adapted to the foreign environment in the 3rd grade of junior high school. In high school, I directly entered Petty Middle School near Princeton University, which is one of the best middle schools in Bald Eagle Country. 1. AI Peng added. Later, I entered Princeton University directly and obtained a PhD in molecular biology. Such a learning experience makes AI Peng full of confidence. In AI Peng's view, his learning experience has surpassed 99.99% of people and entered the 1/10,000th category. Qian Xiaojing responded casually. You know we domestic agency model? AI Peng was stunned for a moment. Mr. Qian, I don't quite understand what you mean. AI Peng was confused. Qian Xiaojing sneered. Sure enough, I've been abroad for so long that I have forgotten what I am like. In our case, agents have to spend money to purchase qualifications. If you want to directly obtain higher level qualifications, technology licensing, well, holly breeding should be technology licensing, but that still requires more money. Point zero AI, Peng asked. Isn't that 6 million? It seems like you, Pfizer, are not a good partner. Qian Xiaojing responded. As Qian Xiaojing finished speaking, Lu Ning came over with two people. He took the initiative to say hello, Brother Gang, Brother Yuan. Li Tsunyuan raised his head and glanced at Lu Neng. He just nodded. Qian Xiaojing responded. Why don't you go run around with Brother Haiyang for 2 laps? Why are you here? I'm talking about business. Lu Neng scratched his head. Brother Gang, I'm afraid of death. It's okay to be afraid of death. How could Lu Ning not know about Yun Haiyang's problem? Brother Gang, let me introduce to you. This one is Mr. Nakamori Sho from Neon Mitsui Chemicals, and this one is also Miss Akiyama Ami from Mitsui Chemicals. Lu Ning introduced Qian Xiaojing. Qian Xiaojing raised his eyebrows and asked straight to the point. They also want to buy Donkingzi Oral Liquid Corpse? Chapter 1837 Golden Port International Circuit Grandstand. Lu Ning introduced 2 neon people to Qian Xiaojing. Because the other party was from Mitsui Chemicals, Qian Xiaojing immediately guessed that the other party also wanted to buy Donkingzi Oral Liquid. Nakamori Xiang answered in standard Xiaohua Mandarin, Yes, Mr. Qian, we also want to buy Donkingzi Oral Liquid. Qian Xiaojing raised his eyebrows. He originally thought Ami Akiyama was Nakamori Xiang's translator. It turns out that this Nakamori Sho can actually speak Xia Mandarin, and Xia Mandarin is very standard. Li Tsunyuan interjected, Don't you Mitsui Chemicals make petrochemical products? Nakamori Sho responded, Hello, Mr. Lee, our Mitsui Chemicals was indeed mainly engaged in petrochemical for 77 products when it was founded, but in recent years we have entered the healthcare industry early. We have also heard some rumors about your company's Donkingzi Oral Liquid, so we want to buy 2 bottles of Donkingzi Oral Liquid to see the effect. Nakamori Xiang added. Nakamori Xiang continued. We want to conduct various laboratory analyses on 1 bottle of holly seed oral liquid, and the other bottle is ready for real person testing. Qian Xiaojing laughed and said, You are honest. Xiang Nakamori was indeed very frank. He directly said that they wanted to conduct laboratory analysis of Donkingzi Oral Liquid. Do you accept the price of 6 million? Qian Xiaojing asked. By the way, I'm talking about Xiagui Yuan, not Yuan. 6 million yen is only equivalent to a little over 370,000 Xiagui Yuan, which is really too little. No problem. Nakamori Xiang agreed. Okay, we've sold it to you. Qian Xiaojing responded. After agreeing, Qian Xiaojing looked at Li Tsunyuan and said, Brother Yuan, you haven't used it yet, right? Li Tsunyuan responded vigilantly. I didn't, but didn't Brother Liang promise to deliver it by express delivery? Isn't it that the courier hasn't arrived yet? I'll borrow your 2 bottles first and return them to you when Brother Liang arrives by courier. Qian Xiaojing explained. Li Tsunyuan did not agree immediately. He sent a message on his mobile phone. Li Tsunyuan, Brother Liang, we have settled the deal for Donkingzi Oral Liquid. I will pay 2 bottles in advance, and you can express the 2 bottles to me directly. Is that possible? Umbrella Li Tsunyuan. Address information. Imperial City Normal University. Li Tsunyuan receives it. And Liang. I will arrange the mail later. Li Tsunyuan. Okay. Thank you, Brother Liang. After Li Tsunyuan finished communicating with Liang, he agreed, I just discussed it with Brother Liang. I will pay in advance, and Brother Liang will send it to me directly. Qian Xiaojing complained. Brother Yuan, you don't believe me. No, we are brothers, I believe you, but after all you have 2 girlfriends, you just can't control yourself. Li Tsunyuan said jokingly. Sometimes the bug is in your head. How can you control yourself? AI Peng interrupted anxiously. Young Master Qian, we were here first. We haven't made a decision yet. You can't sell to others. Qian Xiaojing looked at AI Peng mockingly. Looks like he still deserves a beating. AI Peng was stunned for a moment. Did he know Qian Xiaojiang's identity? He contacted Qian Xiaojiang through a friend of a friend. The other party had repeatedly warned AI Peng not to provoke Qian Xiaojiang. Now faced with Qian Xiaojiang's threat, AI Peng suddenly did not dare to speak. Qian Xiaojiang switched to English and looked at Lawrence. I don't hate you, Pfizer. I just hate this guy named AI Peng. I just wanted to buy something. I kept talking and wanted to buy it for 6 million. What? Lawrence frowned. He glanced at AI Peng first before responding in English. I'm very sorry, Mr. Qian. We hope there is still a chance to cooperate. Don't worry, there are still opportunities for cooperation. When the new season of Hollies matures, you will all have the opportunity. We will finalize the cooperation plan at that time, Qian Xiaojiang explained. This postponement of cooperation made Lawrence and Nakamori Xiang more relieved, because Qian Xiaojiang's words revealed his strong confidence in Dong Qingzi. This is a good thing. Whether it's Lawrence or Nakamori Xiang, they don't mind Qian Xiaojiang's high price. As long as Dong Qingzi is effective, they can make use of Dong Qingzi. In less than 3 minutes, Nakamori Xiang reminded, Mr. Qian, 6 million Xiaogui yuan has been remitted to your designated account. Please check. Qian Xiaojiang immediately checked the account information and confirmed that 6 million had been transferred, and then transferred from Li Tsunyuan in the car. He took out 2 bottles of Dong Qingzi oral liquid and handed them to Nakamori Xiang. By the way, this product is a Sanwu product with no preservatives, so dispose of it as soon as possible after opening it. Qian Xiaojiang reminded, another point is that when storing, try not to exceed the temperature of 40 degrees. Although we have no clear research to prove that problems will occur if the temperature exceeds 40 degrees, conventional plant medicines are stored in this way. Please pay attention to it, Qian Xiaojiang added. Nakamori Xiang quickly responded politely. Okay, thank you, Mr. Qian, for reminding us. We will pay attention to it. After harvesting, Nakamori Xiang added, I hope your holly seeds will mature. We will visit Mr. Qian again in winter. Qian Xiaojiang nodded. Yeah. Lawrence also expressed a similar message, and then asked AI Peng to leave. After the two left, Qian Xiaojiang sent a message in the confidential group of Imperial Capital Friends. Qian Xiaojiang, at everyone done? 2 bottles of holly seed taken orally liquid, with a total price of 6 million. This time it was sold to Neon's Mitsui Chemicals. I think they will be fooled again in the future. Chapter 1838 Tianfu, 88th floor, International Finance Center, Chunxi Road. In Anshin Investment Company, An Liang responded to messages in his office. And Liang, I thought Pfizer was going to be involved. Qian Xiaojiang. The guy you beat up before, AI Peng, is stupid. When we were chatting, we found out that he was a banana man, so we didn't want to sell to him. Qian Xiaojiang. Pfizer will definitely fall into the trap anyway. Li Tsunyun. It's 2020, and there are still banana people. It's really incomprehensible. Yun Haiyang. Let me tell you some bad news. And Liang? Li Tsunyuan? Qian Xiaojiang. I suddenly had a bad premonition. Yun Haiyang. Picture no Yun Haiyang. Sorry, Brother Gongzi, when I just parked the car, I accidentally scratched your car. Qian Xiaojiang, oh my. Qian Xiaojiang. I just bought the Huracan Evo. Li Tsunyuan. Heaving a sigh of relief. And Liang. As expected of you, Brother Haiyang, I suspect you did it on purpose. Yun Haiyang. I really didn't mean it. It was mainly because Brother Gongzi was a little too close to the line when he stopped, and I didn't pay attention, so the accident happened. Qian Xiaojiang, no. Qian Xiaojiang. I parked a little behind the line, but we have a private parking lot. There are so many parking spaces. Why did you park next to me? Yun Haiyang. We are brothers, so of course we have to stop next to brothers. Qian Xiaojiang. Qian Xiaojiang. It's so hard to be a brother with you. Li Tsunyu, my car has been damaged by him many times, and I have already calmed down. Yun Haiyang. That would be great. Yun Haiyang. Picture no Yun Haiyang. Brother Yuan, I actually hit your car too. I originally wanted to stop next to you, but I accidentally hit it. I thought about running away first, but I hit Brother Gongzi's car again. Li Tsunyuan. Li Tsunyuan? I ride a horse. Li Tsunyuan. I'm going to vomit. Qian Xiaojiang. Ha, I laughed so hard. Yelyang. I laughed to death too. Li Tsunyuan. I propose to deduct Brother Haiyang's share from the account this time as our car repair expenses and mental loss expenses. Qian Xiaojing. Seconded. And Liang? I abstain. Yin Haiyang. I object. Li Tsunyuan. Objection is invalid. Qian Xiaojing. A total of 6 million. Excluding Brother Haiyang's quota, we each have 2 million. And Liang saw that he was also involved, so he sent the message again. And Liang. Great, I have one too. Yun Haiyang. It's so difficult for me. Yun Haiyang. It seems that I can only buy a Lamborghini Urus. Brother Liang. How do you feel about driving this car? And Liang. It needs to be comfortable, and it needs to be fast, but there are also problems. And Liang. The 2021 new model will be released soon, and even the new model only has a V8 engine, not a V10, let alone a V12, which should be considered a pity. And Liang. However, the power of the old model and the new model has not been upgraded. It still has 650 horsepower, and the 0-100 time is 3.6 seconds. If you change it, it can easily kill a lot of supercars. Yun Haiyang. Then I'll buy this. Qian Xiaojing. Buy. If I buy, I want to play. Li Tsunyuan. I want to play too. Yun Haiyang. My brothers, I bought it for you to play with as you please. Yun Haiyang. How about I buy a second-hand one? Li Tsunyuan. I think it will work. Qian Xiaojing. It must be done. Yun Haiyang. Are you going to pick up the car right away? Li Tsunyuan. Let's go. Qian Xiaojing. Let's go. And Liang smiled as he watched the three of them chatting. As expected, birds of a feather flocked together. Although they also made a lot of money, their mentality was not overflowing. For example, when it comes to buying a secondhand car, they can talk about it openly and accept it calmly. They don't feel that they have made money and must have all kinds of luxuries. As for having to secretly change the concept and why other secondhand items have problems, and Liang can only say that this little clever guy is very capable of secretly changing the concept. When the three of them set out to buy a Lamborghini Urus, and Liang also began to think about what car to buy for Xiao Rui and Xia Hexin. Xiao Rui and Xia Hexin initially proposed the BMW and Mercedes-Benz, and Liang thought they could buy them, but it was really not necessary. And Liang thought about it for a while and decided to let them decide for themselves after taking them to a car dealership later. When it comes to buying a car, you must not be a keyboard car god. For the keyboard car god, this car is not good, and that car is not good. For a model with the same platform, why not choose Touareg instead of Lamborghini Urus? It is true that people are stupid and money is cloudy. And Liang doesn't like to be a keyboard car god. He prefers to see the car in person. Whether he likes the appearance of the vehicle or the driving experience of the vehicle, he needs to go there in person to know whether it is suitable for him. Or should we study the parameters? Just after 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Xiao Rui and Xia Hexin arrived at Anshin Investment Company. They were regular customers of Anshin Investment Company. From the front desk to the trading operators, everyone knew about the two Xia sisters and their relationship with the big boss. Shallow. When Xiao Rui and Xia Hexin came to Liang's office, and Liang was still reading the notes of mathematical analysis too, and they sat next to Liang, one on the left and the other on the right. Xiao Rui threw the 2 car keys on the coffee table and asked jokingly, "Are you worried about the final exam?" Chapter 1839 Safe Investment on Liang's office. Facing Xiao Rui's inquiry, and Liang stretched out his arms to hug her, and then gave her a tickle. Ha ha. Xiao Rui burst into laughter immediately. She was afraid of this move. Xia Hexin was also afraid of this move. The two sisters were in sync with each other at this point, and Liang scratched the itch twice and then let Xiao Rui go. He hummed, "What final exam am I worried about?" Xiao Rui hummed, looking at mathematical analysis too. "Well, just a refresher." And Liang responded. He changed the topic. "Let's go. I'll take you to see the car." "Uh-huh." Xiao Rui responded. "Okay." Xia Hexin also responded. And Liang tidied up first, put mathematical analysis too, and notes in a Louis Vuitton's messenger bag, and threw the car keys returned by Xiao Rui into the office drawer before holding the two people left the office. The employees of Anshin Investment Company saw An Liang holding Xiao Rui and Xia Hexin, and they had already become accustomed to it. This is An Liang's routine operation? Okay. Yizi Xuan at the front desk watched An Liang lead the two Xia sisters into the elevator. She sighed secretly in her heart. She is a veteran employee of Anshin Investment Company. When Anshin Investment Company was founded, Yizi Xuan joined An Liang Investment Company. At the beginning, she had secretly made a secret promise to An Liang, who was young and wealthy and handsome, but she fell in love and was ruthless. The underground parking garage on the second floor. Xia Rui and Xia Hexin naturally chose the back seat. They are completely different from the Imperial City Big Cat and Bingshan Girl. The Imperial City Big Cat and Bingshan Girl are orderly and distinct in size. The Imperial City Big Cat, she is the older one, and Bingshan Girl can safely be regarded as the younger one. Xia Rui and Xia Hexin are different. They have always been equal choices. And Liang drove a Lamborghini Urus to the Lamborghini sales in the high-tech zone first. Center. When An Liang came over, Li Xiaofei had already greeted him enthusiastically. Good afternoon, mister, and welcome. Li Xiaofei greeted him respectfully, because An Liang bought his Lamborghini Urus here, and later asked Li Xiaozong to help purchase the Land Cruiser. And Liang nodded slightly. Xiaofei, take us to see the stock. This way, please. Li Xiaofei grata. The three of them walked around the Lamborghini sales center for a while. Do you like Lamborghini? Xia Hexin shook his head. I don't like it. It looks too fierce. Xia Rui also responded negatively. We have test-driven your Lamborghini and that Ferrari before, but we all felt they were average and not very comfortable to drive, especially the Ferrari. Its seats were too hard. We neither likes it. In fact, all performance cars that tend to be sporty have such problems. Even the Porsche 911, which is said to be very comfortable among sports cars, also has such problems. That is, the road feel is too clear, the suspension support is too hard, and it lacks comfort. In view of the summer, neither Rui nor Xia Hexin liked it, so they gave up Lamborghini directly. And Liang took the two of them to the Porsche sales center. He personally preferred the Porsche brand because Porsche has a contradictory attribute, which is both high-profile and low-key. At the Porsche sales center, the salesperson in charge of reception is Lu Ying. Welcome. Lu Ying greeted politely, and Liang nodded. Let's take a casual look first. Okay, sir. What would you like to drink? We have mineral water, coffee, juice, and tea. Lu Ying asked. Her eyes were very vicious. And Liang brought a pair of beautiful twin sisters over to look at the car. The possibility of just looking at it was very low. I want mineral water. What about you? And Liang asked Xia Rui and Xia Hexin. Xia Hexin asked, What juice do you have? Lu Ying responded, Hello, madam. We all have bottled juices, including orange juice, apple juice, kiwi juice, and strawberry juice. That I want kiwi juice. Xia Hexin made a choice. Xia Rui seconded, I also want kiwi juice. After Lu Ying left, Xia Rui whispered, Porsche is so considerate. And Liang actually knows Lu Ying's tricks, because the three of them seem to be potential target customers. After all, the three of them are handsome men and beautiful women. Such a combination. All right, this is nonsense. The key is that all An Liang and the three of them are wearing high-end luxury brand clothing. Summer high-end luxury clothing is definitely a choice that wealthy people will buy, because for t-shirts of the same quality, high-end luxury brands really only sell brand added value. In addition, Xia Hexin and Xia Rui wore Van Cleef and Arpels 6-flower bracelets, a black 4-leaf clover-shaped pendant worth nearly 100,000, and the Patek Philippe watch on in Li Liang's hand. These are all this shows that they have enough financial strength to buy a Porsche. For ordinary people, they may not know the price of high-end luxury brand clothing, Van Cleef and Arpels jewelry, watches, etc. But for Porsche sales staff, it is definitely need to know to buy. Because Porsche sales staff needs such observation and judgment to judge whether the customer has the ability to buy a Porsche. It was also because Lu Ying judged that An Liang had the financial strength to buy a Porsche, so she asked them what they wanted to drink and offered juice options. Otherwise, customers who generally watch and play, although he won't be sarcastic, at least he won't be courteous. Underscore. Chapter 1840 inside the Porsche sales center in Tianfu High-Tech Zone. And Liang took the two Xia sisters to check out the cars on display. Xia Rui and Xia Hexin skipped Porsche's legendary 911 model and also skipped the smaller 718 model because both of them had too clear road feel and simply said they lacked comfort. And Liang introduced other Porsche models to Xia Rui and Xia Hexin. The comfort of Panamera and Cayenne is good, and they don't have the fierce appearance of Lamborghini. Porsche's design direction tends to be rounded, which is consistent with Lamborghini is completely different. Lamborghini's various tribute fighter jets, from appearance to interior, all have a fighter style. Porsche is more of a luxury style and does not have the combat feel of Lamborghini. Luing came over with a bottle of mineral water and 2 bottles of kiwi juice. Xia Rui and Xia Hexin were surprised to find that the kiwi juice provided by Porsche was actually produced by Starbucks. It was genuine kiwi juice, and the price at 537 Starbucks reached a high of 23 yuan. Even the mineral water is from the Fiji Islands, and the price of 330 milliliters is more than 10 yuan. After Luing handed the mineral water and kiwi juice to Liang and the Xia sisters, she took the initiative to ask, "Sir, what car model do you want to know about?" And Liang waved her hand. "Just take a look." "Okay." Luing immediately took a few steps back and kept following, but at a certain distance so that she would not disturb Liang and the others, and could come over immediately when Liang greeted her. "What do you think of Paramila?" And Liang motioned to Xia Rui and Xia Hexin to take a look at the Panamera. The Panamera is a very successful model of Porsche. Both business elites and young women are very fond of the Panamera. Xia Rui and Xia Hexin looked at Paramila together, and they quickly rejected Paramila. "Why does it only have 4 seats?" Xia Rui asked. "The Panamera is a standard 4-seater model. The raised part in the middle of the beggar seats directly separates the left and right seats, eliminating the middle position. Although you can also force yourself to sit in the middle, it is quite uncomfortable, and it is illegal." And Liang responded with a smile. "The standard version of the Panamera does have 4 seats, but the sports hunting version has 5 seats, and I have one at home." At this point, he looked at Luing and asked, "Does your Panamera have a Sport Turismo version?" Luing immediately responded, "Yes, but only the old models. The new models have not been officially launched yet. They are expected to be launched in 2 months. We have a quota for existing cars. You can get the existing cars when they are launched. Is there any information on new models?" And Liang asked, "Of course, please wait a moment." Luing quickly brought over the information about the 2021 sports hunting suit version of Paramila. He looked at it and handed the information to Xia Rui and Xia Hexin. "Do you like it?" And Liang then asked, "The pictures look pretty good." Xia Rui responded. Xia Hexin seconded, "It's really good from the picture. Let's take a look at it then. How about taking a look at the Cayenne today?" And Liang pointed at Cayenne. "I think it's quite suitable for you." Under Liang's recommendation, Xia Hexin finally chose the Cayenne, while Xia Rui had to wait for the sports hunting version of the Panamera. Although Porsche also has various options for booking, Porsche has high-end models, each of which a lot of options have been added first. This kind of ready-made car is specially prepared for rich people because the price is very expensive. The ready-made Cayenne at the Porsche Center in Tianfu High-Tech Zone is a 4.0T model with an official guide price of 1.84 million. There is no discount at all, and an additional 260,000 yuan of options is installed. In this case, the price of the car directly reaches 2.1 million. The key is that the Porsche Center also installed an additional invisible car cover and commercial insurance. Purchase tax, luxury car tax, and a lot of other expenses. The final settlement was close to 2.6 million. Liang paid the full amount directly. When paying, the Life Winner system issued a prompt. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting the specific reward package. Congratulations to the host for getting the designation. The license plate is Rong AHX 520. This reward is obtained by Yun Haiyang. Please inform the host that Yun Haiyang has purchased this car. Yun Haiyang will help process the reward." The Yun family has great influence in Chongqing and Sichuan. And Liang is here. Basically, everything here is left to Yun Haiyang for help. "TXIN, you go through the formalities first, and I'll find a license plate for you." And Liang explained. Luing answered on the side, "Mr. In, we provide license plate photography services, and we will try our best to get you a good license plate." Unnecessary. And Liang responded. After responding, and Liang directly sent a message to the friends group of the Imperial City. And Liang at Yunha, I bought a car for Xiaoxin in Tianfu. Can you help me get a license plate? And Liang, vehicle frame number information and Liang. Insurance information is not available Yun Haiyang at Anli. Okay, I will contact you immediately. Qian Xiaojiang. Brother Liang overturned the car? And Liang? Underscore. Chapter 1841 Brother Liang overturned? Non-existent. Do you know the winner system in life? Have a look at the interpersonal scanning system. Do you understand the ability to foresee danger? Brother Liang is not Brother Chung. There is an essential difference between the two. Qian Xiaojiang. Since the car didn't overturn, then why not just buy a car? And Liang. Xiao Rui wants the new sports hunting version of Panamera, which will only be available in August. Aaron Liang. I have made a reservation here. Brother Haiyang can help us find the license plate. Yun Haiyang. Okay. Nearly half an hour later, Luing completed the relevant procedures, and then Liang also received a response from Yun Haiyang. Yun Haiyang. Brother Liang, I found the license plate number of Rong HX 520 for you. And Liang. Well done. Yun Haiyang. This winter, when the holly seeds are mature, Brother Liang, you know. And Liang. And Liang. Why do you have to worry about being single? Li Tsun Yuan. I saw Brother He Yang getting angry just after class and I couldn't stand it. Qian Xiaojiang. The sorrow of being single. And Liang. I'll deal with the car purchase first. Yun Haiyang. Brother Liang, I will send you a business card. You can add your friends and you can list it after a while. And Liang. Okay. Yun Haiyang. Business card. Jun. And Liang immediately added the other party, and the other party also added it instantly, and then sent a message to An Liang. Jun. Hello, Mr. Nice to meet you. An Liang. Hello. Jun. Location information. High-Tech Zone Vehicle Management Office. Jun. Mr. You can come over in half an hour, and we will register your new car for you. And Liang? Okay. After An Liang finished chatting with Jun, he put away his phone. He looked at Xiaohi and said to himself, I just picked out a license plate. Rong HX 520 for you. I will go to the High-Tech Zone Vehicle Management Office to get the license plate in a while. Luing heard from the side. When An Liang mentioned the license plate number and how she could go to the Vehicle Management Office to process the license plate after a while, she knew that An Liang was not an ordinary person. Ordinary people couldn't do this step. Specify the license plate? Handle the new car registration business near off-duty time. How do ordinary people do this? At nearly 6 o'clock in the afternoon, An Liang drove a Lamborghini Urus, Xia Hexin drove a Porsche Cayenne, and Xia Rui followed Xia Hexin. The two cars arrived at the High-Tech Zone Vehicle Management Office together. Jun had been waiting for a long time. Outside, after An Liang got off the car, Jun quickly came up to him and greeted him politely. Hello, Mr. And I am Jun. And Liang nodded slightly. Well, are everything ready? It's ready and can be done in 10 minutes. Jun responded, that's good. And Liang responded. Just as Jun said, the whole process, including vehicle registration, license plate application, etc., was very fast. After applying for the license plate, and Liang did not have further contact with Jun and took Xia Rui directly with him. Xia Hexin left. What benefits can Jun get? That is what Yun Haiyang needs to deal with. And Liang believes that Yun Haiyang can handle it well. Besides, this is a reward provided by the winner system of life. How can there be a problem? On the way at that time, and Liang contacted Xia Rui on the phone. This guy was with Xia Hexin again. Xia Hexin was driving a newly licensed Porsche Cayenne behind An Liang. Rui, ask Xin where we will eat tonight. And Liang asked, okay, let me ask. After Xia Rui responded, she turned on the loudspeaker. Sister, my brother-in-law asked you, where will you eat tonight? Xia Rui asked on behalf of An Liang. Xia Hexin responded, how about we go to the private restaurant? Oh, and Liang responded. There was a traffic jam again at around 6 o'clock. At this time, An Liang wanted to fly a motorcycle because the experience of the traffic jam was really bad. It was obviously more than half an hour away, but he drove for more than an hour. While parking on the side of the road, Xia Rui pointed to an Audi Q7 on the side of the road. It seems to be Dad's car? Xia Hexin took a look at the license plate number, Rome A70X00. It was indeed Xia Xiaodong's car. She parked behind this Audi Q7. Please give me flowers. Xia Hexin's driving skills are good. At least there is no problem with side parking. She easily parked in the temporary parking space on the side of the road. And Liang parked farther away, leaving the better spot closer to Xia Rui and Xia Hexin. The two Xia sisters had just gotten out of the car. Then he saw Xia Xiaodong walking out of the Rui private restaurant. Xia Xiaodong obviously saw Xia Rui and Xia Hexin. He was stunned for a moment and then looked at the Porsche Cayenne. He was very familiar with cars. Although he couldn't afford a Porsche Cayenne, he was interested in it. The Porsche Cayenne is very concerned. If the Audi Q7 is Xia Xiaodong's dream car, then the Porsche Cayenne is the car that Xia Xiaodong dares not buy in his dreams. He glanced at the letters on the tail of this Porsche Cayenne and knew the price of this car may exceed 2 million. Zero. Then Xia Xiaodong saw the license plate number again. He was a Chinese teacher, so naturally he understood the meaning of the license plate number immediately. Xin, didn't Liang buy you a new car? Xia Xiaodong asked. Xia Hexin responded, well, I just bought it. Dad, are you coming over for dinner? Xia Rui added on the side. Didn't you have a drink? I drove here without drinking anything. Xia Xiaodong responded. By the way, where's Liang? If he comes over too, I can have a few drinks with him. And Liang's voice came from behind Xia Xiaodong. Okay, uncle, let's drink some more. The corner of Xia Xiaodong's mouth twitched. He suddenly felt that he was being so mean. Originally, when he saw Xia Rui and Xia Hexin driving over by themselves, he thought Liang hadn't come over. So he insisted that he wanted to drink with Liang. But in the end, who knew that Liang was here too? What should I do now? As the father-in-law, I shouldn't give up easily, right? Chapter 1842 at the entrance of Rui private restaurant. Faced with Liang's invitation, Xia Xiaodong finally did not give in. He responded, okay, let's drink some. Xia Hexin and Xia Rui both held back their smiles. They felt that Xia Xiaodong was completely asking for trouble. When did Xia Xiaodong win a drinking contest with Liang? In the end, it wasn't Xia Xiaodong who was so drunk. Good evening, Mr. and Mr. Xiaoxia. Han Xin greeted with greetings. Are there any private rooms? And Liang asked. Box 3 is still empty. Han Xin responded. And Liang waved his hand to indicate that Han Xin was not required to lead the way. They went to box 3 by themselves. In box 3, Xia Xiaodong sat on the left of Liang, and Xia Rui and Xia Hexin sat on the right of Liang at 5:30. Uncle, do you want some more? And Liang asked. Xia Xiaodong denied. I just ate it. I want a plate of salt-baked peanuts to drink with it. Okay, and Liang responded. And Liang also ordered a braised food platter to go with his wine. To drink with his father-in-law, he naturally chose the noble Feitian Mao liquor. The rest of the ordering matters were left to Xia Rui and Xia Hexin. Uncle, is Granny Ding at home? And Liang pulled Jia Chang. Xia Xiaodong shook his head. I'm not at home and it's hard for me to cook alone, so I came here to eat. Xia Xiaodong added. I signed up a sunset tour group for her to travel to Xingyao Bay. Xingyao Bay is not bad. And Liang responded. While the two were making homely meals, the salt-baked peanuts and braised meat platter were served first. And Liang opened the Feitian Mao liquor. He poured a glass for Xia Xiaodong and another for himself. Uncle, we haven't seen each other for a long time. We have deep feelings and a feeling of boredom. And Liang raised his glass and clinked it with Xia Xiaodong. The corner of Xia Xiaodong's mouth twitched again. One sip? That's 2 Liang. Feitian Mao liquor is as high as 53 degrees. If you drink 2 Liang of it in one sip, it's simply poisonous. Xia Xiaodong closed his eyes and swollen. Anyway, if the relationship is deep, that's it. The worst is to get drunk again. He is already used to being drunk. If he can't drink on Liang, he will accept his fate. On Liang poured another glass for Xia Xiaodong. Xia Xiaodong quickly took 2 mouthfuls of braised beef and pressed it down. He said quickly, take this cup slowly, take your time, let's eat vegetables and eat vegetables. Even if he started eating slowly, he still had to finish the drink. After drinking the second cup, Xia Xiaodong started talking more. He asked, On Liang, I just saw he Xine's Porsche. Isn't that car cheap? Fortunately, not bad, it's not too expensive. The final price was 2.59 million. Nye On Liang responded, isn't this expensive? Xia Xiaodong marveled. And Liang pretended to be a little drunk. I earned over 2 million from my previous job in the imperial capital, so I just used it to buy a car. Uncle, let's have another drink. And Liang raised his glass again. Xia Xiaodong was a little drunk, so he raised his glass bravely. After drinking this glass, Xia Xiaodong began to feel angry. He and Liang put their arms around each other and said, Brother, you have nothing to say to my daughter. This is it. Xia Xiaodong gave a thumbs up. Xia Hexin and Xia Rui both began to roll their eyes. This Xia Xiaodong drank too much and began to call and Liang brothers. And Liang responded, Xin is my girlfriend, and it is right to be nice to her. Xia Xiaodong answered, Did you only buy one car, or Rui? Before and Liang answered, Xia Xiaodong continued, Brother, you can't be partial. Let me tell you, they must be fair since they were young. If you have a heart, you must have a wish. And if you have a wish, you must also have a heart. Brother, you can't be partial. Xia Xiaodong really drank too much, and he started the part about sending his daughter off again. Xia Hexin and Xia Rui's faces turned a little red. And Liang pretended to be drunk and responded, I also bought the Rui one, but I have to reserve it for 2 months. To arrive, that's good. That's good, brother, let's drink some more. Xia Xiaodong took the initiative to challenge. After the two of them finished the 2 bottles of Feiqian Maojiu, Xia Xiaodong lay directly on the table, and then Liang pretended to be too drunk and leaned on the chair. Kai Yushan walked into box 3. She first glanced at Xia Xiaodong, who was lying on the table, then at Liang, who was leaning on the chair, and then looked at Xia Rui and Xia Hexin. Are they two drinking together again? Kai Yushan asked. Xia Rui responded casually, Yes, there are 2 bottles. We were both drunk together. Dad was tricking us again, just now. Kai Yushan glanced at Xia Rui and asked proactively, I heard that Liang bought a car for Xin? Xia Rui responded proactively, I have one too, but the one I want is not yet on the market. It will be available in 2 months. I have reserved it now. Kai Yushan's eyes were a little complicated. She pretended that nothing happened. You two taken Liang back to school. I'll take Lao Xia off later. Xia Rui responded. Xia Hexin walked to Liang and lifted Liang up. And Liang, let's go back to school. And Liang's drinking capacity is quite good. A bottle of Feiqian Mao liquor cannot knock Liang down at all. But he knocked down his father-in-law, so it was better to pretend to be drunk and let Xia Hexin carry him away. 0.7 Xia Hexin arrived carrying Liang on the roadside. She handed the keys to the Porsche Cayenne to Xia Rui. You drive this car, and I'll drive on Liang's car. Let's go to his school first. Xia Rui responded, Okay. When they were in the car, and Liang had already sobered up, he said jokingly, Your father's drinking capacity is relatively poor. Xia Hexin snorted. Then you have a drinking contest with him every time? Every time he got drunk, he said he would leave you all to me. And Liang smiled mischievously. You big bastard, Xia Hexin hummed. Chapter 184337 Dormitory. And Liang came back with 4 bottles of Feijai happy water. He greeted, Sons, Dad brought you happy water. The 3 people who were studying raised their heads and called Daddy together without restraint. When Liang finished distributing Fat House happy water, the 3 of them suffered from collective amnesia and forgot about what they had just called Daddy. Brother Liang, have you been drinking? Shun Shizhong asked. Well, I just drank a little. And Liang responded casually, and then asked teasingly, Why are you studying hard again? Lu and Shan responded on behalf of Shun Shizhong. It's been exposed that he has 2 boats. Now it's a turning point. In the School of Health, the reputation of gentlemen is ruined, right? And Liang raised his eyebrows. What happened on Nurse's Day before? Ma Long answered, Yes, the car's still overturned. 19-inch, I remember I told you the solution, but you still fell over? And Liang gave Shin Shizhong an idea at that time. Shin Shizhong complained, I'm so unlucky, really, Brother Liang. I'm so unlucky. What's the situation? And Liang asked curiously. As you said, I made an appointment with 1 person at noon and 1 person in the evening. Everything was fine originally. But when I made an appointment with someone in the evening, I actually met the one I had made an appointment with at noon. It turned out that it was the Shura field at that time. Shen Shizhong complained, "Can we meet together?" And Liang was speechless. "What bad luck?" Shen Shizhong responded, "I'm still waiting for the next class of junior high school girls. Next year I will also go to the normal college opposite to squat for a while. There should be a lot of junior high school girls at the normal college. I think it works." And Liang responded with a smile. "Brother Liang, don't you look forward to the school girl?" Shen Shizhong asked back. And Liang stared at Shen Shizhong with death. "Am I the kind of scumbag who has two legs?" "You are," Shen Shizhong responded directly. "Who doesn't know about you and those two sisters?" Ma Long seconded. Yes, yes, Brother Liang. Both our school and the school opposite know that you are no longer discussed in the Piyun Wall, and everyone has lost the sense of freshness." Lu Wenshan sighed. "I'm so surprised. You three little sons, hurry up and study. Be careful not to fail." And Liang complained, and then took out Bai Yu's mathematical analysis too, and notebooks from the messenger bag to study. Neon. After the first group members of the Intelligence Investigation Bureau, Overseas Affairs Department, and 4th Investigation Division were repatriated to Neon, they immediately reported the situation in Xia Country. The head of the 4th Investigation Section is Tamura Sakura. He called the members of the first team to the office to inquire about the situation. Tamura Sakura did not make a fuss about separating the members of the first group for interrogation and investigation, because he knew that if there were problems with the members of the first group, they had already jointly confessed before they came back. So how could such a flaw be left? In Tamura Sakura's office, he looked at Asakura Kaido. "Kaido-kun, tell me about the situation. Why did the other party let you go?" Tamura Sakura had already read Asakura Kaido's report. According to the report, they were caught by Anliang's security personnel, handed over to Xia State's National Security Investigation Bureau, and finally sent back. Neon's Intelligence and Investigation Bureau did receive a notice from Xia State's National Security Investigation Bureau, stating that it would send back 4 members of the Neon Intelligence and Investigation Bureau. It is precisely because of this that Asakura Kaido could not deny the fact that they were sent back, so he naturally reported the situation truthfully. Section Chief Tamura, our information about the target is completely wrong. The target controls a huge amount of energy in Xia Country. Asakura Kaido explained. Asakura Kaido continued to add, according to our analysis, there are security personnel around the target 24 hours a day, and the other party's security personnel hold certificates from the Xiaowa National Security Investigation Bureau. It is okay. Use the identity of a patrol officer. Tamura Sankong hesitated. Is the other party from the Xia Kingdom's court? According to our investigation, the other party is not, but the other party's partner is very deeply involved with the Xia court. Asakura Kaido added, so, is the matter of the second group related to the goal? Tamura Sakura asked. Asakura Kaido hesitated. Based on the current investigation, we cannot be sure. Tamura Sakura asked, I want to know your judgment. Do you think the affairs of the second group are related to the other party? This question is difficult to answer. If it is related, 543, should we continue the investigation? When Liang was investigated for the first time, they had already been caught by Liang. The other party sent them back mercilessly, which was to deliberately let them go. If we continue to investigate the other party, who knows if the other party will let them go again? As for it doesn't matter. If there is a connection later in the investigation, wouldn't it be cool? In view of this situation, Asakura Kaido was in a dilemma. Tamura Sakura was obviously aware of Asakura Kaido's predicament. He added, you only express your own opinion. No matter what your opinion is, it will not affect your evaluation or the investigation of the case. Asakura Kaido breathed a sigh of relief. He thought for a moment before responding, I don't think the target has anything to do with the car accident of the first group. Asakura Kaido added, through the reverse analysis of our situation, the other party, it is not difficult to deal with us. And the other party is not that strong in our country, right? Unless, Asakura Kaido hesitated. Chapter 1844 Neon, Intelligence Investigation Bureau. In the office of the chief of the 4th Investigation Section of the Department of Overseas Affairs, faced with Asakura Kaido's hesitation, Tamura Sakura could understand. because he had already guessed what Tamura Sizora meant. The previous car accident in the first group of the fourth investigation section was too coincidental. If Liang was really behind the scenes, the other party must have an accurate grasp of the first group's movement trajectory. To put it simply, the other party has a mole in Neon's Intelligence and Investigation Bureau. Asakura Kaido did not dare to express such suspicions. Tamura Sakura didn't say anything. Both of them tacitly understood that this possibility was not completely impossible. Jun Egawa understood the confusion between Kaido Asakura and Kaido Tamura. He couldn't help but interjected, Section Chief Tamura, Team Leader Asakura, I have an idea. Soka Tamura and Kaido Asakura looked at each other. Jiang Chuanjun, do you have any idea? Tamura Sakura asked. Why are we investigating the target this time? Shun Egawa asked. Tamura Sakura and Asakura Kaido looked at each other first, and then showed a thoughtful look. Why did they investigate Yasuo? Because the guys from the Ministry of Economic Affairs Investigation Division threw away the investigation work, saying that they were investigating by the Ministry of Economic Affairs. The class was unable to complete this task. Asakura Kaido looked at Tamura Sakura. Section Chief, is there a problem over there? Tamura Sakura shook his head. We can't be sure, but we can hand the case back and let the other party investigate, and then we'll see what the other party's choice is. After the Neon Intelligence Investigation Bureau made a decision, it quickly transferred the case back to the Ministry of Economic Affairs, saying that it was an economic case and should be handled by the investigation section of the Ministry of Economic Affairs. When Naoto Sangwon received the news, he felt like he was vomiting blood. The feeling of going round and round has come back. What the hell is this? Xia Kingdom, Tianfu. And Liang doesn't know the situation over there in Neon. He is reading mathematical analysis too, and the notes taken by Baiyu. Through self-study, and Liang quickly mastering relevant knowledge. The study time passed by in a hurry, and it was already Friday time. And Liang returned the mathematical analysis to textbook and notebook to Baiyu. In just 1 week, and Liang had mastered the content of this book. This is probably the special talent brought by the winter system in life. At noon, and Liang and Baiyu finished lunch in the cafeteria, and he received a message from Qin Tianxiang. Qin Tianxiang, Mr. and from the investigation section of the Neon Economic Ministry Section Chief, Sangguan Naorin sent an email to Anshin Investment Company, hoping to talk to you. And Liang looked at the message sent by Qin Tianxiang, and he secretly wondered in his heart. This Sangguan Naorin had been to Tianfu before and was almost harmed by Yun Haiyang. I can't go back. Why do you still have the guts to come here now? Didn't you restrict the other party's entry in the first place? Could it be that the other party used an official identity to apply for entry? And Liang, the other party is already in Tianfu? Qin Tianxiang. Yes, we have mastered the other party's whereabouts accurately. Generally speaking, the other party did not hide his whereabouts, nor did he investigate Anshin Investment privately. After the other party sent the email, he just went to Tianfu to eat, drink, and have fun. Eat, drink, and have fun? It's interesting. And Liang, you informed the other party and arranged to meet in the afternoon. By the way, the other party is now where? Qin Tianxiang, in the long and short alleys. And Liang, is it the long and short alleys? Let the other party wait at the Jinxiu tea house. Qin Tianxiang. Okay, received. Sangguan Jiren, who was wandering in the long and short alleys, was suddenly stopped by someone. Sangguan Jiren was alert. Looking at the other party, he asked in Xia Guoyu, Hello, are you okay? Our boss has agreed to what you want to discuss and is waiting at the Jinxiu tea house in front. Zhu Kuan from Rini Security Company said quickly. Sangguan Naoto was stunned for a moment and then quickly responded, Okay. Zhu Kuan didn't respond and left directly. He was only responsible for informing Naoto in charge. When Zhu Kuan left, Hiroga Kozaburo asked, Section Chief, do we really want to go? That's certainly. Sangguan Naoto responded. This is the safest way. After Sangguan Naoto responded to Hiroga Kozaburo, he began to ask for directions to find the Jinxiu tea house. It was close to 3 o'clock in the afternoon. In the Jinxiu tea house, Sangguan Naoto ordered a cup of tea and spent time in the tea house like an ordinary tourist. He had already, after waiting for more than an hour. Sangguan Naoto was not anxious at all. After waiting for another hour, An Liang finally appeared. He went directly to Sangwon Naoto's table. Sangwon Naoto and Haga Kozaburo both stood up and greeted, and sang, "Good afternoon." And Liang waved his hand. "I don't like the way you neon people are. Just call me Liang. Please sit down, Mr. In. What would you like to drink?" Sangwon Naoto changed his name. Through one title, he judged that Liang did have Li Zhao, ill intentions towards Neon. An Liang naturally understood Sangwon Naoto's temptation, and he had no intention of hiding it. Okay? No. It should be an XIN investment companies have shown their malice towards Neon all the time. So what need is there to hide it? And Liang greeted Dr. T and ordered a cup of Longjing tea. Then he asked straight to the point, "What do you want from me? I remember I just sent your colleagues home last week. Do you want free tickets too?" Facing in Liang's ridicule, Sangwon Naoto responded slightly awkwardly. "Mr. In, we just want to talk." "What's there to talk about?" And Liang is deliberately making things difficult. If he really doesn't want to talk, and Liang won't come over at all. Now that he's over, he can talk, and now it's nothing more than making things difficult. Underscore. Chapter 1845 Jinshio Tea House. And Liang deliberately made things difficult for Sangwon Naoren, making Sangwon Naoren quite embarrassed. Naturally, Naoto Sangwon knew that Liang was just deliberately making things difficult. He took out a document from his briefcase and handed it to Liang. "Mr. In, take a look at this document first." And Liang took the document. This document was a color-printed document. This is the situation at the car accident scene of Team 2 of the 4th Investigation Section of the Overseas Affairs Division of the Neon Intelligence Investigation Bureau. The file records the circumstances of this car accident in detail, including information that all 4 members of the second team died on the spot, as well as the content of their missions. After Liang finished reading the document, he folded the document and placed it on the coffee table. Dr. T just happened to bring Longjing tea, and Liang placed the teacup on top of the document. "Do you doubt me?" An Liang asked. Before Sangwon Naoto could answer, An Liang continued, "They just set out to investigate me, and then they encountered a car accident, and all of them died on the spot. It's normal for you to doubt me." "But," An Liang reminded him, "did you overlook a detail?" The third officer hesitated. "What details?" These 4 investigators had just set off, and a car accident occurred within a few minutes of each other. "Don't you think there is a problem?" An Liang asked back. Sangwon Naoto fell into silence. An Liang continued to analyze. "Let's make an assumption first. If this matter is indeed arranged by me, then you can analyze, how can I realize this matter?" The third manager Naoto continued to analyze according to Liang's logic. If it is really arranged by Mr. In, then Mr. In must know the news in advance and know the time when the first team left the Intelligence Investigation Bureau, especially the previous condition. That is necessary prerequisites. If you don't even know the news, you naturally can't arrange this attack, because if you arrange an attack, you must first know the corresponding information, and you also know that they want to investigate your information. Only then can you arrange the attack. Sangwon Naoto continues his analysis. As for the departure time of the first group, anti-C can be obtained through various channels, which is only a minor condition. Naoto Sangwon continued his analysis. Knowing the departure time of the first group, whether it is through the parking lot security monitoring system of the Neon Intelligence Investigation Bureau or by sending people to monitor the entrance and exit of the parking lot, the corresponding purpose can be achieved. And Liang nodded in agreement. "Yes, your analysis is very accurate." So a new question arises. The new problem is that Mr. In, you have placed an insider in our Neon Intelligence and Investigation Bureau or other departments that have access to the Intelligence and Investigation Bureau, and this insider has access to relevant intelligence from the Intelligence and Investigation Bureau, thus revealing the intelligence to you. You plan your car crash attack in advance. Sangwon Naoto then analyzed. In fact, the investigation against you this time should be a matter of the investigation section of our Ministry of Economic Affairs. But we had some unpleasantness in Xia State, so we transferred the case to the Intelligence Investigation Bureau. Sangwon Naoto explained. Cases in the Intelligence and Investigation Bureau have always been arranged in a single line. The Deputy Director of the Intelligence and Investigation Bureau assigns tasks. If you are an overseas personnel, you will be handed over directly to the relevant person in charge of the Overseas Affairs Department. who will then assign it to the corresponding investigation section. Finally, the investigation section the leaders are assigned to the corresponding groups, and the entire task is a single-line operation. Naoto Sangwon introduced the situation. This is the basic operation mode of the intelligence agency. It is not classified as confidential information, so it can be said naturally. Because it is a single-line operation, the probability of problems occurring at the Intelligence and Investigation Bureau is very low. After all, whether it is the Deputy Director of the Intelligence and Investigation Bureau, the head of the Overseas Affairs Department, or the head of the corresponding investigation section, they all have a single line of contact. Once something goes wrong, it is very easy to be investigated. Sangwon Naoto continued. This kind of analysis was close to what An Liang wanted to express. So An Liang looked at Sangwon Naoto with a half-smile. Sangwon Naoto's face was a little ugly. Now the Intelligence Investigation Bureau will investigate Mr. An's case. The case was transferred back to the Investigation Division of the Ministry of Economic Affairs, and we were asked to investigate this case personally. This means that the Intelligence and Investigation Bureau is testing us, which means that the Intelligence and Investigation Bureau is suspecting that we are moles. Sangwon Naoto originally thought that the Intelligence Bureau really didn't want to investigate such an economic case. They were just too lazy to work as thugs for the Ministry of Economy. But now, after analysis, it seems that they clearly suspected that Sangwon Naoto was a mole. So the clown, it turned out to be Naoto Sangwon himself? Naoto Sangwon took a deep breath, reorganized his thoughts, and analyzed the whole thing from beginning to end. If it was An Liang who targeted the Neon Intelligence Investigation Bureau, according to logical reasoning, then Naoto Sangwon really, it is An Liang's accomplice who provided information for An Liang. Otherwise, from what channel did An Liang obtain the information? In addition, Sangwon Naoto had investigated An Liang and came to Tianfu to investigate An Liang in person. In this situation, Sangwon Naoto was possibility of being bribed by An Liang. In view of the above analysis, and because Naoto number 3 refused to participate in the investigation of An Liang, Naoto number 3's suspicion level skyrocketed. Yes, Your Excellency, Section Chief Naoto number 3, you are the mole. An Liang looked at Naoto Sangwon with a smile. Looking at the smiling An Liang, Naoto Sangwon felt chills all over his body, because if An Liang revealed that he was An Liang's insider, Naoto Sangwon would be dead. Chapter 1846. Sangwon Naoto is 100% sure that he is not a mole. Don't you know if you are a mole? It is simple that Naoto Sangwon refused to participate in the investigation of An Liang's case, because Naoto Sangwon knew that An Liang was very powerful, and he was worried that if he continued to investigate An Liang might take special measures to solve it. That's why the third-in-command officer refused to participate in the investigation of An Liang's case. However, after an analysis, Naoto Sangwon found that he had become An Liang's insider. Isn't this too impressive? What's even more frightening is that Sangwon Naoto made a fatal mistake. Naoto Sangwon actually accepted An Liang's invitation and chose to meet at the Jinxiu Tea House. This situation was more like a casual meeting. After thinking of this, Naoto Sangwon immediately carefully looked at the situation of Jinxiu Tea House. An Liang smiled and said, "You don't need to worry. Jinxiu Tea House is an old tea house in Tianfu and has been passed down for decades. They don't have a security monitoring system." Naoto Sangwon took a deep breath. He was not worried about having a security monitoring system. He is just worried that there is no security monitoring system. Because Jinxiu Tea House does not have a security monitoring system, his meeting with An Liang is even more suspicious. An Liang added, "Are you thinking that this Jinxiu Tea House was a place I deliberately chose?" Naoto Sangwon was silent. An Liang asked and answered himself, "Yes, your idea is not wrong. Jinxiu Tea House is indeed a place I deliberately chose, a place that can cause misunderstandings. Why do you do this?" Naoto Sangwon asked back. Kozaburo Hiroga stared at An Liang from the side. He knew that if Naoto Sangwon fell, he would not be able to get away with it. Isn't the answer very obvious? And Liang asked back, "You are my insider. You provided me with all the intelligence information." "I'm not." Sangwon Naoto responded affirmatively. But from the current situation, it seems that you are indeed, and the Intelligence and Investigation Bureau is suspicious. And Liang responded with a smile. By the way, if I'm not wrong, I'm afraid your life will be very difficult if you return these things this time. The third officer Naoto was silent. And Liang was right. If he didn't find out something definite this time, he would be very sad when he got to Neon, especially since Liang also made a show of meeting at the Jinshio tea house. It was simply putting Naoto Sangwon into dire straits. Naoto Sangwon took a deep breath and said, Mr. In, what exactly do you want to do? I think it would be more appropriate for me to ask the question. And Liang asked, what exactly are you going to do with Neon? Before Sangwon Naoto answered, Liang continued, I didn't do anything, but you guys kept chasing me with all kinds of investigations. Do you think I'm easy to bully? Sangwon Naoto was silent for a moment before responding. You violated our Neon's relevant economic laws. Is it really illegal? And Liang asked back. When I first targeted Senior Hall, wasn't it the famous MWR Company's usual method? MWR Company is known as Muddy Waters Company in Xia State, a company that specializes in shorting stocks. Their usual method is to first look for bad news about the target company. As long as the news is found, they will short the corresponding target stock in advance, and then use the bad news till it was released, thereby causing the stock price to fall and benefiting from it. Liang's operation against Shishatang was just one more step. He first touted Shishatang and made the stock price of Shishatang rise, and then released bad news. Sangwon Naoto responded affirmatively. This way operation is controversial. Please give me flowers. The existence of short-selling companies does have advantages and disadvantages, but generally speaking, the advantages outweigh the disadvantages, so short-selling companies can exist. Normal business practices are said to be illegal operations by you. What else can I say? And Liang spread his hands and said, Third Section Chief, there is a saying in our Xia Kingdom, people with different paths should not work together. After saying that, Liang stood up and prepared to leave. Naoto Sangwon quickly asked to stay. Wait a minute. And Liang looked at Naoto Sangwon. Naoto Sangwon's expression was changing. He had fallen into the trap created by Liang. As long as Liang released a little information, he would lose his crotch and be directly assumed to be Liang's insider. 0. Under such circumstances, how can we leave him away to survive? Mr. In, since I am your insider and the insider is about to be exposed, is there any way you can save the insider? Naoto Sangwon asked, and Liang showed a smile. Naoto Sangwon finally understood what Liang meant. What Liang meant was to make a fake show. Since Naoto Sangwon is suspected to be Liang's insider, it's better to become Liang's for real insider. Otherwise, wouldn't he be wronged in vain? Who is this one? Liang sat down again, and he knowingly looked at the assistant of the third officer Naoto Haga Kozaburo. The third officer Naoto understood what Liang meant. Liang was talking about whether Haga Kozaburo was willing to become an insider. Haga Kozaburo also understood what Liang meant and knew as a result, if you agree to Liang, there is still a glimmer of hope. If you don't agree to Liang, neither Liang nor the Neon Intelligence Investigation Bureau, nor even the third in charge Naoto, will let him go. So do you still need to ask for the answer? The current affairs person is Junjia Ding. Chapter 1847 Liang did not give Naoto Sangwon and Kozaburo Hiroga any choice. When Liang set the meeting place at the Jinshio tea house, Naoto Sangwon and Kozaburo Hiroga had already entered the urn. They completely lost the initiative, and their fate was completely controlled by Liang. If Naoto Sangwon and Kozaburo Hiroga don't want to die, their only choice is to fake it and really become Liang's insiders. Faced with a life-and-death crisis, both Naoto Sangwon and Kozaburo Hakaga made the right choice. Mr. In, what should we do now? Naoto Sangwon asked. Kozaburo Hiroga was also concerned about this issue. You have to disappear first. I've already arranged this. We will see you in 2 hours. And Liang explained. This person's name is Qin Tianxiang, and he will help you disappear. Liang added. After saying that, Liang stood up and left. Naoto Sangwan and Kozaburo Hiroga only verbally agreed to An Liang becoming an insider. In fact, it was not safe, so An Liang had to arrange for them to disappear and wait for them in a secret safe house. Only by shooting a video of An Liang volunteering to become an insider can An Liang feel completely at ease. Because after shooting the video, if Naoto Sangwan and Kozaburo Hiroga have other ideas, An Liang can easily use the video to kill someone with a knife. The Neon Intelligence Investigation Bureau should be very do you like things like clearing out moles? It was 5:30 in the evening. The two sisters and Liang and the Xia family had a simple dinner in the school cafeteria. Then they took Xia Rui and Xia Hashin and said, I will have work to deal with later. Go back and study on your own. Xia Rui nodded obediently. Xia Hashin also nodded, come on. And Liang sent Xia Rui and Xia Hashin downstairs to the dormitory. The dormitory aunt who wore the title of her boyfriend's biggest enemy was still looking at An Liang eagerly. An Liang and the dormitory aunt waved and left. He still had things to deal with. In an independent 3-story building on the edge of the northern city of Tianfu, Naoto Sangwan and Kozaburo Hiroga were brought here. Because the security personnel of Rini Security Company had a very generous attitude, the two of them were not worried. If you want to kill people and silence them, Yasuo doesn't need to talk nonsense with them. It's close to 7 o'clock in the evening, and Yasuo is late. But what else can Naoto and Hiroga Kozaburo have to say? Sorry, I was a little late because I had dinner with my girlfriend. And Liang explained. Have the third section chief and assistant Bo eaten? And Liang asked additionally. The two of them nodded. Their dinner was neon cuisine prepared by Rini Security Company, and the treatment was quite good. Now that we have eaten, let's get straight to the point. I need the two of you to shoot a video showing that you have become an insider member of Rini Security Company, lurking in the Neon Economic Provincial Investigation section, thereby helping Rini Security Company obtain internal intelligence of the Neon Imperial Court. Material? And Liang said while looking at the two of them. Naoto Sangwan nodded. No problem. Kozaburo Hiroga naturally agreed. After waiting for the video recording to end, An Liang took the initiative to speak. First of all, let me tell you a piece of news. Our meeting today has completely blocked the news. From the current situation, it seems that there should be no leaks. This is really good news. Both Naoto Sangwan and Kozaburo Hiroga breathed a long sigh of relief. The second good news is that we are not terrorists. We do not need you to provide any confidential information. We only need you to provide information related to us, and the channel for providing information is very safe. Rini Security Company will teach you how to deliver it in the future. Information. And Liang added, there is also good news. Regarding insider matters, you can take the initiative to report our previous analysis directly because with this kind of analysis, you are the primary suspect. If you are really an insider, then a car accident will be after exposing you. Why don't we choose to let the other party enter Xia Kingdom and then deal with them? And Liang explained. Sangwan Naoto suddenly realized. So there is such an explanation? If he had thought of such an explanation earlier, he might have given it a try instead of giving in and truly become An Liang's insider. You investigators from the Neon Intelligence Bureau were caught by us when they entered Xia Kingdom to investigate my situation, but we only repatriated them. And Liang's additional supplement, taking all the above into account, I think you can pass the test smoothly. An Liang said. The third officer Naoto nodded in agreement. If they can't pass smoothly under such circumstances, An Liang won't bother to care about their life and death, because An Liang doesn't need such an idiot. An Liang is afraid that such an idiot will be contagious. What should the security personnel of Rini Security Company do if they are infected? Mr. N, I have something to tell you. Sangwan 5.3 Naoto immediately entered the role. Regarding a plan of the Neon Intelligence Investigation Bureau, as far as I know, they are conducting an activity against you. What activity? And Liang asked back. After asking, and Liang thought to himself, it seems that this insider operation is good. Did he just instigate the other party to rebel and get an internal confidential information? Chapter 1848 Tianfu, the northern edge of the city, the safe house of Rini Security Company. The third supervisor began to hand in the declaration. In addition to sending agents into the Xia Kingdom for direct investigation, the Neon Intelligence Investigation Bureau is also working on a plan to plant a mole. And Liang raised his eyebrows. How does the other party implant a mole? Plant a mole in Onshin Investment Company. Sangguan Naoto responded. This plan is divided into two. In addition to directly trying to implant moles in Onshin Investment Company, they will also choose marginal implantation methods. According to the information I know, many of the employees at Onshin Investment Company are single men. The Neon Intelligence Bureau plans to use these single male employees as a breakthrough point, including but not limited to meeting in a bar, becoming boyfriend and girlfriend, etc., to obtain intelligence information about your Onshin Investment Company. Sangguan Naoto explained. Sangguan Naoto added, for example, implanting a virus in the mobile phone of your single male employee, and then eavesdropping on the internal intelligence of 19 Onshin Investment Company through the other person's mobile phone, and using cameras to obtain information, etc. Through this information, we can target the normal operations of your safe investment company and crack down on your investment activities. Naoto Sangguan explained. There is something about this Neon Intelligence and Investigation Bureau. Is the system there? Why didn't the danger premonition ability alert? The life winner system ignored in Liang as always. This situation made in Liang wonder, could it be someone from the Neon Intelligence and Investigation Bureau? Did the mole's plan fail? Otherwise, why didn't the danger premonition ability warn? In view of the reminder from the three supervisors, Rini Security Company conducted a secret investigation on the personnel of Onshin Investment. After all-night investigation and analysis, with the cooperation of number 4 TNG Divine Calculation, and finally determined that there was no problem with everyone at Onshin Investment Company. And Liang also determined through the interpersonal relationship scanning system that there was also no problem with the employee loyalty of Onshin Investment Company. So where is the Neon Intelligence and Investigation Bureau playing with snakes? The next day, Saturday, and Liang and San Guan now Rin communicated through the confidential communication software of Rini Security Company. After some communication, San Guan now Run was ready to return to Neon. The reason for this was that he could not investigate in Liang because there were too many security forces around in Liang and the security terms of in Liang Investment Company. He was also very strict, and he did not dare to alert the enemy. Although Naoto Sangguan did not investigate anything, but with what An Liang had said before, Naoto Sangguan felt that he would not be in too much trouble. The most he could do was to be reprimanded. Saturday afternoon, and Liang was checking the relevant financial statements at Onshin Investment Company. The performance of Onshin Investment Company was as stable as ever. Although there were uncertain profits and losses in different investment projects, the overall trend was profitable. And Liang, who was checking the financial statements, received the Dream Future Graphene Technology Group Wu Chunxing's phone call. He put on a wireless headset to answer the call. "What's up?" And Liang asked, "The Titan project incident broke out, and Apple officially sued us, Dream Future Graphene, in Bald Eagle Country and Xia Country, asking us to compensate a total of $8.7 billion in patent infringement fees." Wu Chunxing explained, "Our negotiations with Apple broke down?" And Liang asked back, "Yes." Wu Chunxing responded affirmatively. What was the point of contention that led to the breakdown of the negotiations? And Liang asked, Dream Future Graphene Technology Group has indeed taken advantage of Apple. It has taken over Apple's Titan project almost intact, thus continuing the Titan project. How can Apple suffer such a boring loss? Faced with this, Dream Future Graphene Technology Group acted like a hooligan, and Apple directly took up legal weapons to defend its rights. Before the rights protection began, Apple also thought about peace talks and only asked Dream Future Graphene Technology Group to compensate $1 billion. However, now it actually has its soared to $8.7 billion. Apple fully agrees to our request. They are willing to unconditionally license all Project Titan patents to us, 690, and put the patents into the patent pool for sharing. Wu Chunxing explained, "Such conditions are too generous. The corresponding conditions required by Apple must be excessive, right? Otherwise, how could it grant such broad conditions?" Apple asked us to sign an exclusive agreement to only provide graphene batteries for their mobile phones, tablets, laptops, headphones, and other electronic products. Wu Chunxing explained. The so-called exclusive agreement, simply put, as long as Apple makes electronic products, Dream Future Graphene Technology Group cannot supply to others. Taking mobile phones as an example, currently Dream Future Graphene Technology Group is the only their partner is Huaban Company. If Dream Future Graphene Technology Group signs an exclusive agreement with Apple, then Huaban Company will cry blindly because they will no longer be able to obtain graphene batteries. And Liang asked, what Apple means is to let Apple are we supplying them with graphene batteries globally. Chapter 1849, regarding the sales of graphene batteries. An Liang has made restrictions from the beginning, prohibiting large-scale overseas sales. The fundamental reason for this restriction is not to prevent graphene batteries from being reversely researched, but more of a regional discrimination strategy. Although Dream Future Graphene Technology Group has never explicitly stated that it has a regional discrimination policy, this is actually what it shows. Including Huaban mobile phones, they have been restricted by the Dream Future Graphene Technology Group. The Huaban B40 Pro Plus mobile phone, equipped with a graphene battery, is prohibited from being sold directly overseas. If you want to buy the Huab 40 Pro Plus wristband equipped with a graphene battery, you are welcome to come to Xiaowa to buy it, or you can also purchase it from Xiaowa. Apple requires Dream Future Graphene Technology Group to provide them with graphene batteries and market them globally. This is the bottom line of provoking An Liang. Yeah, so I said no to Apple. Wu Chunxing is a talent reward given by the winner system of life. He is 100% loyal to An Liang, so he directly rejected Apple's proposal. Well done. And Liang responded, regarding the technology patents of Project Titan, should we still buy them from Apple? Wu Chunxing asked, continue to negotiate. My bottom line is that we can provide graphene batteries to Apple within the Xia Kingdom, and they can only be sold publicly within the Xia Kingdom. Private purchases are not prohibited from leaving the country, but large-scale purchases of graphene batteries are restricted. Version of Apple mobile phone departure. An Liang explained his bottom line. Apple is asking for a high price. An Anshin investment company can completely counteroffer. Understand? No. Wu Chunxing responded. And Liang added, we should have graphene batteries for other mobile phones, right? We have made experimental graphene batteries for all current mainstream brands of mobile phones, including modifying the corresponding power management chips, thus breaking the original charging restrictions. Wu Chunxing responded, Apple's mobile phones have also been modified, right? And Liang asked, certainly. Wu Chunxing answered affirmatively. Immediately shoot a video of the graphene battery modification solution for Apple mobile phones, including replacing the power management chip, replacing the battery, fast charging, battery life testing, etc., and send it to me after you finish it. And Liang ordered Liang to add, try to finish it in 2 days on the weekend, and give it to me during the day on Monday. Apple wants to work with An Liang? Isn't that the result of being bullied by An Liang? Before, An Liang bragged to his friends in the Imperial Circle, saying that he would help them earn a fortune in customizing private jets. And now Apple is taking the initiative to do it. And Liang thought he could grab a handful of Apple. Apple is currently the company with the highest market capitalization, and its trading volume is very large. The trading volume can easily exceed 10 billion US dollars in a day, and it is not a problem to trade 20 to 30 billion US dollars in a single day. And more importantly, it has 17 billion shares in circulation, so there is a lot of room for manipulation. At present, Apple's total market value is close to 1.3 trillion US dollars, and the price per share is hovering at 75 US dollars. This situation means that 1 or 200 with 100 million US dollars entering the market, there won't be much of a splash at all. And Liang thought about it silently and started planning to target Apple. This time, the Life Winner system did not reward the stock's future trend information card, but An Liang could already do it on his own. Control the stock trend. Because An Liang has now occupied the right time, place, and people. An Liang sent a message in the confidential group of Imperial Capital friends. Because he wants to target Apple, An Liang feels it is better to be cautious. An Liang at everyone. Brothers, are you online? Li Tsunyuan, yes. Yun Haiyang. Thank you for the invitation. People in the imperial capital, surfing the internet every day, must be online. Qin Xiaojing. Every time I use the confidential group, I always feel very exciting. And Liang. This time it is really exciting. And Liang. Can you still come up with 10 billion in cash now? An Liang made a lot of money with Li Tsunyuan before, but An Liang is not sure whether they will invest the money further. Li Tsunyuan, our family can come up with it. We have nearly 1 billion in cash. 15 billion in cash. Qian Xiaojing. I could do it too. I have more cash reserves. Our family status is a little different from that of Brother Yuan and his family. We don't have a share in some fixed investments, so we have more cash reserves. Yun Haiyang. I am the same as Brother Gongzi. And Liang. You transfer the money to Anshin Investment Company. Li Tsunyu. Okay. Qin Xiaojing. Do you want to take action? Yun Haiyang. My wallet has been thirsty for a long time, and I want to make money again. And Liang. Prepare the money first. The specific actions will depend on the situation. I am digging a hole to see if the other party will jump. If they jump, we can make money. If not, forget it, Li Diheo. Li Tsunyuan. Okay, yes, I'll go transfer the money first. Yun Haiyang. I've also started making arrangements here. Qian Xiaojing. The money will arrive at noon tomorrow at the latest. Good air. I'll first send a confidential communication software to the people in the Bai Yujing Club in the sky. Let's create another confidential group for the Bai Yujing Club in the sky. And Liang lacks trust in Apple. He is worried that there will be problems with Apple's mobile phones. Even if Apple says there is privacy protection, who knows about this kind of thing? Especially in Xia Kingdom. Apple Company, because the data was handed over to Guizhou on the cloud, and Liang was even more worried about problems. Sometimes he is more ruthless, okay? In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, using confidential communication software is the best way. Chapter 1850 Tianshang, Bai Yujing Club WeChat Group. An Liang. Android Anshin Communication Software .apk An Liang. Apple Anshin Communication Software .ip An Liang at everyone. Everyone should install this software. Please call each other to inform each other and download it first. I will give it to you later. Account. And Liang. From now on, the WeChat group will be used for chatting, and all important things will be sent in Liang's communication. Hu Xiaoyu okay. Lin Eli. Downloading. There were many responses in the Tian Bai Yujing Club WeChat group. And Liang sent a message to Zhao Wanxi again, asking Zhao Wanxi to also download Anshin Communication. While everyone was downloading, Tianji Divine Calculation number 4 had already completed adding everyone's accounts. Anshin Communication is an invitation-only software and does not have an open registration function. Even the iOS system of Apple mobile phones uses Apple's super signature function that bypasses the App Store review mechanism. The so-called Apple super signature function is actually an Apple developer account. The annual fee is $99, and it can only be bound to the UDD of 580 Apple mobile phones. If there are more than 100 users, you need to pay a new $99. Such costs are simply negligible for any security company. The original intention of Apple's super signature function is to facilitate developers to do program testing. But Liang seriously suspected that Apple deliberately left loopholes and launched some strange applications through this function. As for those weird apps, if you use iPhone, you should know more or less. Anyway, they bypassed the App Store download and various trust links. In particular, some cool videos and live broadcasts use this method to bypass Apple's review mechanism. And Liang Kai doesn't believe that Apple doesn't know these things. Therefore, An Liang's trust in Apple is very limited. Now that he wants to target Apple, An Liang naturally has to use the confidential communication software Anshin Communication of any security company. Zhao Wanxi. I installed it, but I can't find the registration place. And Liang. The account number is the full spelling of your name, which is Zhao Wanxi, and the password is the last 6 digits of your ID card. You log in, change the password first, and I will add you as a friend. Zhao Wanxi okay. In less than a minute, Zhao Wanxi logged into An Liang Communication, and An Liang took the initiative to add Zhao Wanxi's account. Zhu. We may have an investment action recently, and we are currently working on a trap. Li Yuan and the other three have each invested 10 billion. Do you want to invest? Zhao Wanshi. What is the goal? And Liang. Keep it secret for now. Zhao Wanshi. What about the investment limit? And Liang. 10 billion for each family. Zhao Wanshi. The four of us and the four of you have a quota of 80 billion. There's a large group of people in Bai Yujing in the sky. If we calculate it based on 1/10 of ours, plus Hu Xiaoyu's preferential treatment, it is estimated to be 40 billion. About. Zhao Wanshi. With such a huge size, the scope of the target has been reduced a lot. Zhao Wanshi. Dream Future Graphene Technology Group has recently had friction with Apple. It happens that graphene batteries can affect Apple. So your target is Apple? Aaron Liang. I really don't like smart women. Well, women always rely on clues to analyze things clearly. Zhao Wanshi. I already know everything about you, including the women you have, so why do you care so much? Zhao Wanshi. Should Anshin Investment Company come on board? And Liang. It should go around in a circle, passing through the tax haven Lion City, and then passing through several offshore islands to avoid tracking the funds. And Liang. But when the funds finally come back, we will take the initiative to help you declare taxes. Aaron Liang. Tax evasion is not advisable. Zhao Wanshi. What about reasonable tax avoidance? And Liang. This investment does not support reasonable tax avoidance. Zhao Wanshi. You are becoming more sophisticated and calm. And Liang. I love this country. Zhao Wanshi. Okay, I will send you 40 billion later. Are you sure you don't want more investment? And Liang. Basically, it is already 20 billion US dollars in principal. If it is more, the size will be too large and there will be uncertain risks. And Liang. This time it's just a private jet. And Liang. Contentment always brings happiness. Zhao Wanshi. Then it's up to you. I'll wait to collect the money. And Liang. Okay. And Liang sent another message to Bai Yujing Club in the sky. And Liang at everyone. Your account number in Anshin Communication is the full spelling of your name. Fortunately, there are no duplicate names. The password is the last 6 digits of your ID card. After logging in, you will be reminded to change your password. And Liang. After everyone logs in, search for Heavenly Bai Yujing Club, and you can apply to join. And Liang. Please inform other friends that I will announce an important thing there. Hu Xiaoyu. Got it. Lineally, done, waiting for approval. Yi Xiangyu. Plus 10,010 Zhou Rongwa Come Yuan. Brother Yuan. Hurry up and pass. The members of the Tian Bai Yujing Club were operating one after another. They were not fools. They more or less guessed that in Liang had some confidential information to disclose. Everyone was looking forward to it, and naturally eagerly downloaded and logged into Anshin Communication. Underscore. Chapter 1851 inches the Tianshang Bai Yujing Club Confidential Group in Anshin Communication. An Liang has set Li Tsunyuan and Zhao Wanshi as administrators, and then approved Hu Xiaoyu's application and added Hu Xiaoyu also set as administrator. The day-to-day management of the Tian Bai Yujing Club Group is actually handled by Hu Xiaoyu, or is it Li Tsunyuan, Yin Haiyang, or Qian Xiaojiang? These three people are drunk and dreaming every day, so how can they deal with such small things? Zhao Wanshi is even busier. She is involved in the daily affairs of Dream Future Graphene Technology Group Company, Limited, so it is naturally impossible for her to deal with the trivial matters of the Bai Yujing Club in the sky. However, the confidential group of Tian Bai Yujing Club has just been established. A large number of applications for joining the group were processed by Liang and all the administrators, and then everyone entered the confidential group one after another. And Liang at everyone. Look, is there anyone who hasn't come in yet? And Liang also checked the list of members who had joined the group. He only needed to see if Wu Zhengfeng had come in. Wu Zhengfeng was the only non-imperial member of the Bai Yujing Club in the sky. Except for Wu Zhengfeng, the Soul Miao Miao and Shengqing, the Tian Bai Yujing Club has not yet allowed people from other areas to enter. Wu Zhengfeng is taking advantage of it. He and the family are family friends. After everyone's confirmation, all members of the Tianshang Bai Yujing Club WeChat group joined the confidential group, and then Liang began to send messages. And Liang at everyone. Here's the thing. We are currently working on a plan, but the specific plan needs to be kept secret because it is still in the preparatory stage, so you should not go out and say it. Air on Liang. This plan will probably make a certain amount of profit, but the details cannot be determined. The only thing that can be guaranteed is that it will definitely be enough for everyone to eat, drink, and have fun during the summer vacation. And Liang. Currently, we have a total of 40 official members, including the newly joined brother Ili and brother Xiangyu, and each member's basic investment amount is 1 billion. And Liang at Hu Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu is responsible for making statistics to see if anyone is unwilling to participate. Who's Xiaoyu? Absolutely not. We all believe in brother Liang. And Liang. That's fine, I'll take the money and run away. Air. Just 40 billion to run away? To be honest, if Liang really ran away, the members of the Bai Yujing Club in the sky would laugh like crazy, because the value of the Dream Graphene Technology Group in the future far exceeds 40 billion. And Dark Core Technology is still developing silently. And Liang wants to run away? The members of Tian by Yujing Club pooled their money to buy in Liang a private jet, so that Liang could travel more conveniently and comfortably. And Liang. In order to thank Hu Xiaoyu for his contribution to the Tian by Yujing Club, we decided to provide an additional investment quota of 1 billion to Xiaoyu. And Liang. In order to thank Lin Yili and Ye Shengyu for their contributions to the Tesla plan, we also provided an additional 1 billion investment quota to brother Ili and brother Xiangyu. Air on Liang. In order to celebrate the upcoming start of construction of the Tian by Yujing Club headquarters building and to thank every club member for their contribution, we have provided an additional investment quota of 7 billion, which will be obtained by 7 lucky people. And Liang. I will send 7 red envelopes to the WeChat group, and the Lucky King will get 1 billion investment quota. If the same person wins the Lucky King multiple times, it will be divided equally among the 1 or more people with the worst luck. And Liang. For example, brother Manhwa has won the first round of luck. If he is still the lucky one in the second round, the person with the worst luck will get the investment amount in the second round. And Liang. If brother Mingfei and brother Fat are both the unluckiest, then they will share the 1 billion quota equally. If brother Jean is also the unluckiest, then the 3 of them will share it equally. Asking for flowers, choosing the one with the best luck and the one with the worst luck is actually the normal choice, because everyone cares about the best and the worst, who cares about the average. Just like in school, teachers care about those with good academic performance and those with poor academic performance. Who cares about the average students? And Liang. Do you understand this rule? Lin Ili. We have obtained additional quota. Can we still participate? And Liang. Of course. And Liang. Brother Ili, the extra quota you receive is to thank you for your previous contributions. Now, it is a lucky prize. Everyone has a chance. I guess I will win. 0. Lin Ili. It must be me. Hu Xiaoyu. My luck has always been very good. Air Zhao Wanxi. I think I am very lucky. Zhou Ronghua. One more question. Can my sister participate? In the Tian by Yujing Club, there are not only representatives from each family, but also sisters from each family, such as Zhou Ronghua's sister Zhou Lin, Su Zhikai's sister Su Siwen, and Pang Jingfeng's sister Pang Xiaoxia. And Liang at everyone. In order to ensure fairness, only one person from each family can draw the lottery. Please mind your own hands. Zhou Lin. Got it? Su Siwen. I'll just take a look at Zizikai, come on. Pang Zhengfeng at Ping Xiaoxia. Don't do it. I'll do it, my hands are red. And Liang at Renren. Don't talk about this matter in the WeChat group. Everyone should also keep it confidential, lest the news becomes known and our income will be greatly reduced. Everyone responded and expressed that they had received it. And Liang then transferred to the WeChat group and prepared to start drawing the lucky ones. Underscore. Chapter 1852, the WeChat group of Tianshang by Yujing Club. And Liang sent a red envelope of 45 copies with a total amount of 45 yuan, so as to make it easier to see the lucky king. This red envelope included himself, Li Tsinyuan, Zhao Wanxi's share, and 40 members of the Heavenly by Yujing Club, so it was 45 shares. Everyone received the red envelopes one after another, and Liang also clicked on them. As a result, Liang received 0.8 8 yuan. This number was auspicious, but this amount directly declared death, because in the case of 1 yuan per capita, drawing 0.88 yuan meant that he was in the middle position. The first round of receiving red envelopes ended without any unexpected situations. Everyone was very conscious, and there was no random 550 hand. The luckiest person in this round was Lu Nung, Qin Xiaojiang's younger brother. He sent with a flower emoticon, no more messages were sent, and no one else sent any messages either. And Liang sent out a second round of red envelopes. Pang Zhengfeng clicked quickly. Pang Xiaoxia stared at Pang Jingfeng's mobile phone screen. When she saw 0.01 displayed on the screen, Pang Xiaoxia couldn't help but laugh. "Brother, you are too bad," Pang Xiaoxia complained. Pang Zhengfeng handed the phone to Pang Xiaoxia. "Are you coming to the next round?" Pang Xiaoxia took the phone and said, I'll do it. The King of Luck appeared in the second round. The King of Luck in this round was actually Hu Xiaoyu. In the imperial capital, Hu Xiaoyu saw that she was the King of Luck. She cheered happily. One of her best friends took a look at Hu Xiaoyu's face. She looked at her cell phone and saw that Hu Xiaoyu had grabbed a red envelope of 3.99 yuan. She looked at Hu Xiaoyu in confusion. It was only less than 4 yuan. Why was this Hu Xiaoyu happy? Sister Xiaoyu, what makes you happy? Hu Xiaoyu's best friend Wen Jingshu asked. Hu Xiaoyu responded casually, it's good to get a red envelope. You are lucky. Wen Jingshu didn't ask any more questions. She knew it couldn't be that simple, but Hu Xiaoyu didn't want to say it, so she naturally didn't ask any more questions. After a while, the 7 rounds of red envelopes ended. No one won the title of Luck King again. The 7 Luck Kings are 7. The lucky ones are Lu Nung, Hu Xiaoyu, Zhou Ronghua, Li Mingfei, Su Zhikai, Luo Jin, and Sun Yin. Sun Yin is older. He is 31 years old, and he usually talks less, but the Sun family is a household. The background of Bushangshu is also at the upper middle level in the Tianshang Baiyujing Club. And Liang at everyone. Let's talk about the rest over there. In the confidential group of Tianshang Baiyujing Club, An Liang continued to send messages. An Liang, please at everyone, remit the corresponding funds to Anshin Investment Company, and they will arrive before 12 noon on Monday at the latest. Hu Xiaoyu, got it? Hu Xiaoyu, I will apply for funds immediately. When will Brother Liang come to the imperial capital? And Liang, at the end of the month, our Chen Siyu is going to participate in the international piano competition. Hu Xiaoyu, I know I'm going to just in time to take a private jet trip. And Liang, okay. Zhoulin, I'm going too. And Liang, okay, you're welcome to join us. Et An Liang, et Iveriona. Please don't disclose our affairs to the outside world. Our actions are still in the preparation stage and have not been officially determined. Everyone in air agreed that it is naturally impossible for them to say anything about this kind of thing that involves making money for themselves. Go out. The weekend flies by in the company of the 2 Xia sisters, and the interpersonal relationship scanning system still cannot determine the identities of Xia Rui and Xia Hexin. For this situation, and Liang can only feel pain and happiness. Monday, evening at 9:30 a.m., and Liang personally took charge of Anshin Investment Company, and investment director Li Gang led the traders. When the U.S. stock market opened, Anshin Investment Company began a large-scale sweep to buy Apple shares. The opening price of Apple stock was $75.23. Because Apple has 17 billion shares in circulation, Anshin Investment Company's large-scale sweeps into Apple stock did not cause much fluctuation. Apple stock is a stock that is daily operated by various financial institutions. 1. It is the company with the highest market capitalization in the world, and investing $1 to $2 billion will not make much of a difference. On May 16th, at midnight, Apple's stock price rose to $75.89, which was a slight increase. The price rises because Anshin Investment Company has made a desperate move and invested all its funds. Anshin Investment Company has previously gathered 130 billion Xia Guiyuan funds. According to the exchange rate of 6.5398, that is a capital scale of close to $20 billion. In order to maintain confidentiality, Anshin Investment Company prepared more than 100 shell companies for operation and purchased a total of 263.218 million shares of Apple stock. The average price of these shares was $75.52, almost exhausting all the funds. However, close to 200 the investment of $100 million in funds did not raise Apple's stock price too much. I have to say that Apple's financial position of 5.6 is too big. The total amount exceeds 1.3 trillion US dollars, and a mere 20 billion US dollars has indeed increased. You can't afford too much trouble. Unless there is good news about Apple, it will be very difficult for the stock to rise sharply. As for the good news, coming soon, because An Liang is about to have a hard time. Chapter 1853, whether it is the US stock market or the world's largest leak field, supervision is actually very loose, so that the leak owners are deceived time and time again. The stock market is a zero-sum game. The rules of a zero-sum game mean that it does not create value. When someone makes money, someone must lose money. Take Apple stock as an example. The current price of Apple stock is around 75 US dollars, and its total market value is around 1.3 trillion US dollars. If you had purchased Apple stock at 20 US dollars, it would seem that you had made more than double your profit. But that's just a numbers game. Only when these stocks are sold and taken over by others at a price of $75 can this part of the profit be obtained. Only when someone pays the order can you make money 19, rather than the stock market conjuring money out of thin air. How do you get other people to pay for it? That's so easy. Just make other people believe that the price of the stock will rise, and other people will choose to pay. As for how to convince others that the stock price will rise, it's a little simpler. Wouldn't it be better to just make up some good news? Take the world's largest leak market as an example. In 2018, a pharmaceutical company released a favorable market report. In order to protect the privacy of the pharmaceutical company, An Liang decided to call it Company Y. A market report released by Company Y stated that 150 million adult men in Xia have symptoms of wither. The Xia kingdom has a population of 1.4 billion. Roughly divided equally between men and women, the number of men is 700 million. Excluding men under 20 and over 60, there are approximately 500 million men aged 20 to 59, which is equivalent to 1 in 3 men suffering from withering. This represents a huge market for drugs to treat blight. It's a coincidence. Company Y is a pharmaceutical company that produces treatments for blight symptoms. Isn't this a coincidence? With such a huge market, will Company Y's future prospects just take off? At least that's the case in the stock market. When Company Y released such a positive market report, Company Y's stock price took off immediately. So Company Y's executives frantically sold their stocks to cash out, successfully harvesting 80 million in cash. After Company Y's senior executives cashed out and harvested 80 million yuan, the regulatory authorities of the world's largest leak market determined that Company Y had violated regulations and initiated an investigation. In the end, this investigation took 2 years, and the results were finally obtained this year, that is, in 2020. The regulatory authorities of the world's largest leak field determined that Company Y had illegal operations, and each of the 3 people involved was punished. 600,000, 300,000, and 300,000 fines. The 3 executives of Company Y jointly harvested 80 million. After 2 years of delay, they were finally fined 1.2 million, and nothing else happened. This is the largest leak field in the world, and this is why listed companies are harvesting leaks like crazy. After all, when harvesting leaks, even if there are some problems, in the end it's not just 3 drinks as a penalty, and the grudges can be forgotten with a smile. As for the feelings of those leaks, who remembers the harvested leaks? The leaks will grow back anyway. The leaks themselves will forget the harvest, let alone the harvesters. The US stock market is almost the same as the world's largest leak field. It's just that the US stock market is more open. Take Muddy Waters as an example. This company is a standard short-selling company. They like to secretly collect the dark history of target-listed companies, then short-sell secretly, and finally announce the dark history to make profits. When An Liang wanted to operate Apple, he was actually doing the opposite. Muddy Waters is collecting dark history, while An Liang is preparing to release good news and wait for Apple's stock price to rise in order to make a profit. Summertime, June 16th, 8 o'clock in the morning. Bald Eagle time, June 15th, 8 o'clock in the evening. And Liang did not go to class. He logged into the Dream Future Graphene official blog account in his dormitory, and then used the official blog account to send messages. Dreaming of graphene in the future. Do you know what is the biggest shortcoming of Apple mobile phones? I believe the answer for many people is expensive. However, in the eyes of 613, we dream of future graphene. The biggest problem with Apple mobile phones is poor battery life. Apple mobile phones are always ridiculed for their ancestral 5 blessings and 1 safety. And the battery capacity of Apple mobile phones is indeed not as good as that of Android flagship phones, and the battery life is indeed not as good as Android flagship phones. Take the latest iPhone LL Pro Max as an example. Although the official website provides a battery life of 20 hours, the actual screen-on battery life is only about 8 hours. Even with the 18W fast charging function, it takes a full 117 minutes to charge from 0 to 100%. This is indeed fast charging. Is there anything wrong with it? So is there any way for Apple mobile phones to solve this problem? Doghead Factory. And Liang directly used the Dream Future Graphene official blog account to wildly suggest that graphene batteries are the best solution to solve the battery life and charging problems of Apple mobile phones. Chapter 1854 and Liang used the official blog account of Dream Future Graphene on Weibo to wildly hint at the battery life problem of Apple mobile phones. Any human with a normal IQ will associate it with Dream Future Graphene Technology Group, and Apple the company generates cooperation. For example, Dong Dayu from Pedal Company is a human being with a normal IQ. Even though Dong Dayu likes to be exaggerated, his IQ is absolutely normal. Dong Dayu, horrified at dreaming about future graphene. Dad, what have we done wrong? Please don't abandon us. Our flower petals need graphene batteries too. Please, Dad, please help us. Dong Dayu naturally paid attention to the official blog of Dream Future Graphene and paid special attention to it. Once Dream Future Graphene released information, Dong Dayu would check it immediately to avoid missing anything important. Now that Dong Dayu saw the information released by An Liang revealing his intention to cooperate with Apple, Dong Dayu was naturally very anxious. Pedal mobile phone with Dream Future Stone with the cooperation of Graphene Technology Group. They became the first mobile phone company in the world to commercialize graphene batteries, thus achieving good results worldwide. If Apple joins in, it would be a huge threat to Pedal. In addition to Dong Dayu following the official blog of Dream Future Graphene, other netizens on Weibo also left comments. I want to charge Pikachu. Shock. Dream Future Graphene Technology Group is actually preparing to cooperate with Apple. Pedal mobile phone may become the biggest loser. This comment went straight to the top of the list of popular comments, and quite a few people were gloating about the misfortune because the monkey-playing behavior of Huaban Mobile made many people unhappy, and naturally it became a fan of Huaban Mobile on the internet. But no one is wiser. If Apple partners with Dream Future Graphene, I will definitely buy the graphene version of the iPhone. I know that such remarks will arouse ridicule from some people, including comments such as being unpatriotic. But I hope you have some sense. If you buy an Apple phone, it is unpatriotic. Why doesn't the country ban the sale of Apple phones? There are many Apple supply chain merchants in our country, and most Apple mobile phones are produced in our country. Apple sells mobile phones here, and it also makes tax contributions to the country. Purchasing an Apple mobile phone will make the same tax contribution to the country as purchasing other mobile phones. So please stop showing off your lower IQ limit. The country has not banned Apple mobile phones. This reply is the second most popular comment. As this comment says, there are always some anti-intellectual remarks, and they always like to show off their poor knowledge. Wealth Life. Am I the only one who thinks Apple's stock price is about to take off? If Apple really reaches a cooperation agreement with Dream Future Graphene Technology Group, Apple's stock price will take off directly. After the US stock market opens tomorrow, before foreigners find out, I'm going to make some money. However, there are a large number of foreign messages under this comment. I'm Jack. At Wealth Life, friends from the Xia Kingdom, you think too much. Our face people from the Bald Eagle Kingdom are specifically watching at Dream Future Graphene. As long as they send a message, it will be reposted to Face. Picture. Face is shown in the picture. Do you see it? Regarding the topic of dreaming about the future cooperation between Graphene Technology Group and Apple, the popularity in our Bald Eagle country is much higher than yours, and everyone is rubbing their hands together. By the way, a friendly reminder, our U.S. stock market has after-hours trading and pre-market trading. We in Bald Eagle country have the upper hand. When the market opens tomorrow, Apple stock should jump short and open higher. Our experts there have predicted that Apple's highest stock price today is $75.89, and tomorrow's opening price is very likely to jump directly to $80 or even $90. This feast of Apple stock is destined to belong to our country of bald eagles, and you have no chance to participate. This comment from a netizen from the Bald Eagle Kingdom obviously aroused public outrage, and the popularity rose very quickly. Netizens from the Xia Kingdom started to criticize, and all kinds of lemon spirits spewed acid like crazy. But is this really a gluttonous feast? Anyway, when Liang looked at this comment, he almost laughed out loud. Onshin Investment Company, Li Nuoz, almost does not operate in the world's largest leak field. Probably because On Liang pities those hardworking leaks, right? Besides, what's the point of being in a den? And Liang had no interest at all in people like Company Y. There are many ways to make money. Why choose the worst one? Since its establishment, Onshin Investment Company has always chosen to harvest in the U.S. stock market or otherwise harvest in the international spot gold market and the international foreign exchange investment market. Therefore, Onshin Investment Company can become a resource that everyone yearns for in the imperial capital circle. What if we harvest the leak field in a shares? Does the imperial capital still need Onshin Investment Company to do it for us? What a joke. Chapter 1855 and Liang read the comments on Weibo for a while, and then continued to make trouble. He posted a new Weibo and performed sexy actions. Dreaming of graphene of the future. What are the drawbacks of traditional lithium batteries? Still using the iPhone LL Pro Max as an example, it uses a traditional lithium battery, and fast charging can only last in the first half of the charging range. During the charging process from 0 to 100%, data is recorded at intervals of 15 minutes. The charging data is from 0 to 24% in 15 minutes, from 0 to 47% in 30 minutes, and the battery is increased by 23% in the second 15 minutes. It can be charged to 70% in 45 minutes, and the battery is also increased in the third 15 minutes 23% of the battery. Only 82% of the battery is charged in 60 minutes, and only 12% of the battery is increased in the fourth 15 minutes. The battery reaches 90% in 75 minutes, and the charging interval is 15 minutes. The speed dropped to 8%. The charging level was 95% in 90 minutes, and it finally took 117 minutes to charge to 100%. It can be seen from this charging data that there is a huge problem with the traditional lithium batteries used in Apple mobile phones. That is, the charging speed in the second half is too slow, which is almost unacceptable. This problem not only exists with Apple phones, but also exists with a large number of Android phones, because this is an inherent property of traditional lithium batteries and is not a problem of the mobile phone brand. As for why some mobile phones can quickly reach 100% charge in the second half, we dare not say this question. After all, we are also afraid of being beaten. Below is a video of the graphene version of Apple's phone charging. Charging details of the graphene version iPhone LL Pro Max. According to Apple's official data, the iPhone LL Pro Max uses an L-shaped battery. It is made up of two batteries spliced together, with a total capacity of 3,969 mAh. We Dream Future Graphene has produced an integrated special-shaped graphene battery for one iPhone LL Pro Max. Its total capacity is 6,200 mAh, which is more than 50% higher than the original battery. The charging time from 0 to 100% is about 7 minutes. Because of the balanced characteristics of the graphene battery, the charging speed is very fast even at the end. As for the lifespan of graphene batteries, it goes without saying, right? If anyone is unclear about the lifespan of a graphene battery, welcome to read our previous introduction. If you think our introduction is too profound, welcome to read the introduction on the pedal phone. Their introduction is very simple and clear. Regarding more test videos of the graphene version iPhone LL Pro Max, you know where you can see it. Our name has not changed. And Liang also played a little trick on Weibo. He put all the test videos produced by Wu Chunxing on the Douyin and Kuaidao short video platforms. Short video platforms are also a good place for publicity, and for technology companies, whether it is Douyin or Kuaidao, the publicity effect is better than Weibo. Today's Weibo has changed its flavor. Weibo is becoming more and more niche, and it feels a bit like a boxing ring. There are boxing matches every day, and they are anti-intellectual boxing matches. Who among the serious men participates in boxing matches on Weibo? Take guys like Li Yuan as an example. They basically don't read Weibo. After all, it's because the wine doesn't taste good or the girls in the atmosphere group are not gentle. Why should they go to a boxing match? This is also the reason why Liang chose Douyin and Kuaidao short videos. Because the traffic of the two short videos has now begun to surpass Weibo, and Liang naturally has to make changes in line with the trend. On the Douyin and Kuaidao short video platforms, the name of Dream Future Graphene has not changed. When Liang uploaded the iPhone LL Pro Max related test video, his attention count quickly exceeded 1 million for both Douyin and Kuaidao. And it is still improving rapidly. These short videos were forwarded everywhere by netizens and even posted on Weibo, further increasing Liang's fan base and revealing that the Dream Future Graphene Technology Group had already produced graphene batteries for Apple mobile phones. These test videos are combined with the information in the previous Weibo post. Isn't that a signal that Dream Graphene Technology Group will cooperate with Apple in the future? And Liang took a look at Face's account for reposting Dream Future Graphene. Sure enough, all the short videos he posted on Douyin and Kuaidao were forwarded by this account. A large number of melon-eating people in Bald Eagle country have expressed the hope that Apple will withdraw from the graphene battery version of mobile phones as soon as possible. After all, the current charging speed of Apple mobile phones is really amazing. Bald Eagle country, Apple. Apple's executives also discovered that the Dream Future Graphene Technology Group suddenly linked up with them. Not only did they proactively say that Apple's battery life and charging speed were shortcomings, they even directly made graphene batteries suitable for Apple mobile phones. Apple's chef CEO looked at the test video related to the iPhone LL Pro Max released by Dream Future Graphene Technology Group, which was forwarded by Face. Not to mention ordinary users. Even the chef CEO himself was excited. Okay? But Chef CEO suddenly felt that this seemed to be a routine. Chapter 1856. Although the mobile phones produced by Apple have mixed reviews, it cannot be denied that Apple's mobile phones are very successful around the world. Although Apple's mobile phone sales are not too many, the profits earned by Apple's mobile phones have long exceeded those of other mobile phone brands combined. Taking the public data in 2019 as an example, Apple obtained more than 65% of the profits in the mobile phone market. Korea's Samsung mobile phones obtained about 17% of the profits, and other mobile phone brands shared the remaining 17% of profits. If such data is published on Weibo, I'm afraid there will be another group of people clamoring that Apple is unethical and must never pay Apple an IQ tax again. However, when you encounter a problem, you must look beyond the phenomenon to see the essence. If Apple's profit margins are so high, why do consumers still pay? The camera of Apple's mobile phone takes 2 real photos. The battery capacity is small, the battery life is weak, the screen does not have a high refresh rate, and the notch design is unflattering, etc. Apple phones have all kinds of flaws. Logically speaking, no one should buy such an unscrupulous Apple phone, right? However, it is not. Taking photos that are too real is to try to restore what you see is what you get, allowing users to witness the most realistic scenes. If the user is willing to beautify the face, then the user can use third-party software to beautify the face, thus giving the user the right to choose. The battery capacity is small and the battery life is long. The weak side is not, because Apple cannot design the phone 2 millimeters thick to increase the battery capacity of 1000 mAh. but because it has to maintain the grip of the phone. Modern mobile phones often weigh close to half a kilogram. Is there really a problem with the heavy feel? Regarding the issue of high screen refresh, some people always say that after using 120 Hz, it is impossible to return to 60 Hz, but a large number of users have already voted with their wallets, and they have voted at a very expensive price. Doesn't that explain the problem? The real flaw of Apple mobile phones is probably the battery capacity. If the battery capacity of mobile phones can be increased without increasing the weight and thickness, then it will be a real evolution for Apple mobile phones. This is a good dream that Graphene Technology Group can help Jingwu achieve in the future. In a conference room at Apple's headquarters, CEO Chef played all the videos released on the short video platform by dreaming of graphene in the future. The short videos released by OnLiang natively add Chinese and English subtitles so that they can be viewed by users outside the country. Chef CEO greeted, "Okay, everyone has watched the video released by Dream Future Graphene. Do you have any thoughts?" Design director AI Ruyan was the first to speak. "We should cooperate with Dream Future Graphene Technology Group. The other party hopes to obtain patents related to our Titan project. We have now terminated the Titan project. Those related patents are actually of no use to us. Worthless." Arian continued to add, "I think it is very worthwhile to use patents that are of no use to us to get the opportunity to cooperate with Dream Future Graphene Technology Group." Sales director Daphne also agreed. "If our iPhones are replaced with graphene batteries, sales will definitely rise again, especially for users of older models who will have a strong motivation to upgrade." Because Apple mobile phones are expensive, most Apple mobile phone users do not replace their iPhones every year. As for saying that Apple mobile phones do not freeze or something, these are secondary reasons. The most important reason is that they are expensive. Chef CEO looked at Asila, the head of the public relations department. "What is the situation at Dream Future Graphene Technology Group? Have you followed up to find out?" Asking for flowers, Asila responded, "In fact, we have ended contact with Dream Future Graphene Technology Group because Dream Future Graphene directly rejected our request." "On which item do we disagree?" Chef CEO asked Core Project. Izira responded, "Our request is for Dream Future Graphene Technology Group to provide graphene batteries for all our electronic products globally." Izira continued, "But Dream Future Graphene Technology Group directly rejected us." 0/0 the reason? Tim asked. Tim vaguely remembered that the graphene battery production capacity of Dream Future Graphene Technology Group was limited. Could it be that it could not meet Apple's needs? Isila explained the reason. The other party refused to sell products equipped with graphene batteries globally. Sales within the scope, Mr. Tim. I think Dream Future Graphene Technology Group is a company full of prejudice and arrogance, and they have stubborn regional discrimination. Tim frowned. Is it regional discrimination? This kind of problem is really difficult to solve. For Xiagua, in the case of Neon, after a certain car with less than 300,000 Xiagua yuan in Neon entered Xiagua, it directly became valuable millions, and it can be used in various ways to show that it is a status symbol. Even An Liang said that this is the first time he has seen the reason for regional discrimination stated in such a high-level manner. Regarding the regional discrimination in Dream Future Graphene Technology Group, do you have any solutions? Tim asked. If the regional discrimination of the Dream Future Graphene Technology Group is solved, then their Apple products will take off directly, okay. Chapter 1857. Faced with the question raised by Chef CEO, Isila responded, Dream Future Graphene Technology Group's regional discrimination may be difficult to resolve. Isra responded. Isra continued, because the other party proposed a compromise solution. They can provide graphene batteries for the products we sell in Xia Kingdom, but they need all the patent rights of our Titan project and get a free license for at least 5 years. Izira added, although Dream Future Graphene Technology Group has not banned electronic products equipped with graphene batteries from flowing into other markets from Xia, they have explicitly banned large-scale departures from the country. Taking our iPhone as an example, 583, the Dream Future Graphene Technology Group has put forward strict restrictions. When an iPhone equipped with a graphene battery is sold in Xia, it must be activated in Xia. If in the event of a violation, They have the right to impose penalties not exceeding $1 million on us. Isila added. The corners of Tim's mouth were twitching. Only Apple has ever fined merchants for activating mobile phones in advance. How can any other company fine Apple? Can we get around their terms by purchasing as a group? Sales Director Daphne asked. Isra denied. No, I will send the specific terms to the business group. Dream Future Graphene Technology Group has made very strict restrictions. When Isra sent the specific terms to the business group, after everyone read it quickly, Chef CEO first explained, Siagwa is one of the most important markets for our company. Even if the Dream Graphene Technology Group only provides us with graphene batteries in the greater Siagwa region, it can still provide us with graphene batteries. Brings huge benefits. Tim continued, we must first cooperate with Dream Future Graphene Technology Group. After both parties become partners, we can deepen our relationship and strive for global cooperation in the future. Isra, you will go to Xia Kingdom in person tomorrow to negotiate with the Dream Future Graphene Technology Group. We can directly transfer all the patents in the Titan project to the Dream Future Graphene Technology Group. Talk on this condition and see if the other party can willing to give us global cooperation. The Chef CEO explained. Tim continued to add, have you ever heard of an old saying from the Xia Kingdom? Before anyone could answer, Tim continued to add, the meaning of this old saying from the Xia Kingdom is that before something is done, you may experience 3 twists and turns. Everyone's eyes lit up. After all, everyone is an executive of Apple. Everyone is an elite among the elites. Some things don't need to be explained clearly, so they understand what the Chef CEO means. Twists and turns? That means huge benefits. In view of this, the close relationship between Dream Future Graphene Technology Group and Onshin Investment Company in the actions against Tesla, coupled with Apple's performance in the stock market, and the reminder from Chef CEO, everyone present guest answer. Harvesting leaks does not only exist in the Xia Kingdom. Guys from the Bald Eagle Kingdom are more ruthless in harvesting leaks. They don't care whether they are harvesting their own people from the Bald Eagle Kingdom. As long as there are leaks, they are willing to go in and harvest them. To put it more bluntly, Apple Chef CEO has already guessed the routine of the Dream Future Graphene Technology Group, but Apple is willing to accompany the Dream Future Graphene Technology Group to perform this routine. After all, everyone can do it if they understand it tacitly. Make money together. Why not make money together? In the stock market, selling high and buying low is a routine operation. Let's use Apple as an example. If Apple's stock price reaches a high of $100, Apple's executives can sell stocks. Although the U.S. stock market has a placard system, who stipulates that they only have one account. They must have accounts held by others, which may seem unrelated, but in fact they are the manipulators behind the scenes, thereby circumventing the laws and regulations of the U.S. stock market. For example, if Chef CEO sells Apple stock at a high level, it will definitely attract attention. But what if it is done through other people? Tim can completely use other people to buy Apple stock when the price is low, sell it when the price is high, and then buy it when the price is low, thereby achieving repeated profits. Such an operation would be difficult for other people, but it would be too easy for Tim. Okay? Because he can know the inside story of Apple. Tim has hinted at the current twists and turns, and everyone understands that even if Tim guesses that the Dream Future Graphene Technology Group is playing tricks, Tim is willing to play tricks with the Dream Future Graphene Technology Group. Make money, don't be shabby. 5.4 Let's cut leaks quietly together. Isn't that the best thing? The key is that neither party broke the law. They just started negotiations. As for the follow-up situation, who knows? Regarding Apple's reaction, and Liang actually guessed that Onshin Investment Company was already well known in the financial circle, and it was already impossible to conduct a sneak attack secretly. That's why Liang deliberately created a routine and waited for Apple's response. Chapter 1858 and Liang's tricks can be guessed by the cook, and Liang can also count on the chef's response. As the saying goes, there are no permanent friends and no permanent enemies, only permanent interests. The first round of contact between Dream Future Graphene Technology Group and Apple on graphene-based batteries did end on bad terms. But this situation did not prevent the two parties from joining forces to harvest leaks. At 10:30 p.m. Bald Eagle Country time, Apple issued an announcement stating that it would send the head of its public relations department to Xia Country to hold talks with the Dream Future Graphene Technology Group to explore the possibility of cooperation between the two parties based on graphene battery technology. After this announcement came out, the internet in Bald Eagle Country exploded. The main stock of private funds in the Bald Eagle Country is in the stock market. Just like the real estate market in Xia Country, it has absorbed a large amount of funds. The people of the Bald Eagle Country like to invest in the U.S. stock market, and the minimum purchase amount in the U.S. stock market is not one lot, but you can just buy one share. Apple's announcement has aroused the enthusiasm of people in Bald Eagle Country to buy Apple shares. As long as the stock market opens tomorrow, Apple shares will predictably jump higher. The time here in Xia Country was 10:30 in the morning, and the announcement issued by Apple was immediately forwarded to the internet in Xia Country and spread in various ways on the internet. On the famous story gathering site bihu.com, there's been a lot of discussion about the cooperation between Dream Future Graphene Technology Group and Apple. What do you think of the cooperation between Dream Future Graphene Technology Group and Apple? Where will Petal Company go from here? Anonymous Netizen, thank you for the invitation. I am in Bald Eagle and have just gotten off the plane. In view of the huge power of the two companies, I can only answer anonymously. First, let's analyze the situation of Huaban Company. I will only give an example of data. After Petal Company cooperated with Dream Future Graphene Technology Group, their sales increased by 27% month-on-month and 34% year-on-year. In terms of sales volume alone, Huaban has made a lot of money, not to mention the brand influence gained through graphene batteries. If there is anyone who does not hope that Dream Graphene Technology Group will reach a cooperation agreement with Apple in the future, it must be Petal Company. As for the cooperation between Dream Future Graphene Technology Group and Apple, for ordinary people, they are probably looking forward to the cooperation products between the two parties, especially Apple mobile phone users, who will usher in a brand new Apple mobile phone experience. As for buying Apple stocks mentioned on the internet, it is simply impossible for ordinary people. Will the Bald Eagle leave such a good opportunity to you? It's different for me. I personally came to the Bald Eagle Country. The air here is sweet. I have prepared a large amount of funds and will soon participate in Apple stock trading before the market opens and try to make a lot of money. This reply from an anonymous netizen is of some reference, but Liang wanted to remind the other party that if the air is sweet, it may be toxic gases. For example, nitrous oxide is a standard sweet toxin gas. On Weibo, under the official blog account of Dream Future Graphene, a large number of melon eaters left messages asking whether Dream Future Graphene would cooperate with Apple. And Liang looked at the messages from these melon eaters. He thought about it before sending a new Weibo post using the official blog account of Dreaming Future Graphene. Dreaming about future graphene. Welcome at Apple Shagwa to come to our company to discuss the possibility of cooperation. Our company is fully prepared and will provide corresponding products as soon as possible once the cooperation is reached. Repost this Weibo post, and we will draw 10 lucky people and give away 10 graphene version iPhone LL Pro Max mobile phones that have been modified by us. Please note that we are giving away the 512 gigabytes version, and the color will be given randomly. The Weibo posted by Liang using the Dream Future Graphene official blog account was reposted by the melon eaters as soon as it was posted. After all, it is a Weibo that can be forwarded for the lottery, so reposting it is not too much, right? Especially the prize this time is the graphene version of the iPhone 11600 Pro Max. Refer to the graphene version of the Petal B40 Pro Plus mobile phone. If you resell it as a second-hand dealer, you may be able to sell it for tens of thousands of dollars. Apple's official blog account in Xiagua also forwarded it, expressing support for the Dream Future Graphene official blog account. All such linkages reveal a signal. That's the good news for Apple. Dream Future Graphene Technology Group has revealed that they have done a good job in adapting graphene batteries for Apple's most important product, the iPhone. Under such circumstances, the probability of cooperation between the two parties is quite high. So Apple has great news. Now that Apple has great news, is Apple's stock price about to take off? This is the way to make stock prices rise. First, give good news to the corresponding listed company. It's just that simple. Of course, For the mastermind behind the scenes, it's really very simple. As for leaks, just wait to be cut, and that's it. Underscore. Chapter 1859 Imperial Capital. Zhao Wanqi was in the office of Dream Future Graphene Technology Group. She was checking the products developed by Dream Future Graphene Technology Group. Zhao Wanqi, who was browsing the information, received a call from Zhao Dongliang. She put on the Bluetooth headset first, then swiped the screen to answer the call. "What's the matter?" Zhao Dongliang asked. "Where are you?" "Dream Future Graphene Technology Group." Zhao Wanqi responded, "That's just right." Zhao Dongliang responded, "Do you really want to cooperate with Apple? Did you buy stocks?" Zhao Wanqi asked back. Before Zhao Dongliang responded, Zhao Wanqi continued, "Our family participated in Onliang's plan with a total investment of 10 billion. Don't mess around." Zhao Dongliang responded with a wry smile. "Of course I know, but you dream about the Future Graphene Technology Group and Apple Incorporated, and you are not fools." Zhao Wanqi responded, "What happens to other people, that is other people's business. Brother, don't get involved and don't help inquire about the news. The most important thing for our Tian by Eugene Club is unity. In addition to the initial individual actions, all of us are now aware of one problem. That is unity and unity." Zhao Dongliang responded seriously, "Okay, I won't ask anymore, and I didn't participate." "Oh, that's good," Zhao Wanqi responded. After the exchange between the two parties, Zhao Wanqi immediately called Zhao Xinghua. She was a little worried about Zhao Dongliang. After waiting for the connection, Zhao Wanqi spoke first. "Dad, my brother can't use our funds, right?" Zhao Wanqi asked. Zhao Xinghua responded, "Yes, your brother can't use the funds. He has no investment talent. He lost a lot in the past. Now only you can use the funds." "That's good." Zhao Wanqi breathed a sigh of relief. "What's going on?" Zhao Xinghua asked back. Zhao Wanqi quickly explained the situation and finally added, "Although An Liang doesn't mind other people secretly doing little things, we can't do small things. You care about him." Zhao Xinghua's tone was fierce, and there was no doubt, but a direct affirmation. Zhao Wanqi did not hide his response. "He is indeed excellent and has a good personality. More importantly, he is different from people like Li Tsunyuan. Although he also has small problems, but if I am busy trying to change these minor problems, I won't care." "Dad, you don't like him?" Zhao Wanqi asked back. Zhao Xinghua responded with a smile. "It doesn't matter whether I like it or not. As long as you like it, I respect your choice." Zhao Wanqi smiled and said, "Thank you, Dad. By the way, your brother's visit to you today probably isn't really about dreaming about the future cooperation between Graphene Technology Group and Apple." Zhao Xinghua added. Zhao Wanqi was stunned for a moment. Zhao Xinghua continued, "I still have something to do here, so hang up first." Waiting for Zhao Xinghua to end the call, Zhao Wanqi was still hesitating. She thought about it for a moment before calling her sister-in-law Jiang Weiniang. Jiang Weiniang's voice came to her first. "Wanqi, good afternoon." "Sister-in-law, let me ask you something. My eldest brother just called me. He rambled about dreaming about the future cooperation between Graphene Technology Group and Apple, but I think there is something in his words. You know he is what's going on?" Zhao Wanqi asked. Jiang Weiniang hesitated for a moment before responding. "I recently heard Pan Mingson say that there is some kind of oral liquid in your circle, which seems to be good for strengthening bones. Your brother also knows about it. Pan Mingson is Pang Jingfeng's girlfriend, and he happens to know the effect of Donkingzi oral liquid." Zhao Wanqi understood the meaning. It turned out that she wanted Donkingzi oral liquid, but after going in such a big circle, she really took it. "Regarding the oral liquid, sister-in-law, you got the news a little late, and there were only a few bottles." Zhao Wanqi responded, "That would be a shame." Jiang Weiniang responded. Zhao Wanqi and Jiang Weiniang chatted for a while before sending a message to Zhao Dongliang. "Zhao Wanqi, brother, you are poisonous. When did you learn to beat around the bush like this?" Zhao Dongliang. Awkward hall, awkward elbow, 20 Zhao Wanqi. "If you had told me earlier, I could get some for you, but Liang is gone now, and I can't even ask for it. You can ask Uncle Huang. I heard Liang said that Uncle Huang took some away from him." Zhao Dongliang. "I'm going to go ahead." Zhao Wanqi. The 3 footballs in the football hall represent the meaning of gun rolling, which is not cute. Huang Guixiang didn't know that disaster was coming from the sky. He was reading the information about Baoxing and received a call from Zhao Dongliang. After Zhao Dongliang finished speaking, Huang Guixiang did not hesitate to throw the blame. Dongliang, as for your matter, as an elder, I should not hesitate to help Li Qian, but I did take some away, but your father took some away, so you understand already? Huang Guixiang and Liang have become accustomed to blaming each other. It is impossible for him to take the blame himself. Especially in Zhao Dongliang's situation, wouldn't it be better for the other party to go to his father? And Liang didn't know that Zhao Wanqi helped him block the blame once. Anyway, Liang doesn't have any holly seed oral liquid. Not a drop is gone, and he didn't lie this time. Want holly seed oral liquid? Then wait for winter. Holly seed will only mature in winter, but now Liang is more concerned about Apple. The stock price, because Liang feels that this time can really turn around, and it seems that he can make more. After all, Apple is cooperating. Chapter 1860 at 9:30 p.m. on Tuesday, corresponding to 9:30 a.m. in Bald Eagle Country, the U.S. stock market opened. As predicted on the internet, Apple stock jumped directly to a high of $88.98 from yesterday's $75.89. This opening price did not affect the continued rise of Apple's stock price. Just 1 hour after the opening, Apple stock price broke through $95 and continues to rise. And Liang is personally in charge of Onshin Investment Company. Although he does not have the foresight of the stock information trend card, and Liang has no intention of selling immediately. He feels that it can rise a little further. He didn't think it was too much to go up to $100. As time passed, Apple's stock price slowly rose. Although the increase was relatively slow, at 11:50 in the night, it finally broke through the price mark of $100 and successfully reached $100.02. On Liang 580 asked Li Gang, Lao Li, if we want to sell the stocks in our hands, how long will it take? Li Gang immediately inquired about the status of buy orders. Currently, buy orders are relatively conservative. If you want to sell them quickly, I'm afraid it will be difficult to sell off, and you have to worry about causing an avalanche of stock prices. And Liang laughed. It seems that the leaks have learned the lesson. Li Gang responded at the side. It seems to be true. In fact, Onshin Investment Company has a prominent reputation. The relationship between Dream Future Graphene Technology Group and Onshin Investment has been exposed before. The leaks in Bald Eagle Country are also worried that Dream Future Graphene Technology Group will release false news to harvest leaks. There are also some financial experts in Bald Eagle Country who are reminding Apple of the stock price risks, saying that if Dream Future Graphene Technology Group and Apple do not reach a partnership, Apple's stock price will fluctuate and fall. It is precisely because Onshin Investment Company has a criminal record and the warnings from financial experts that the leaks are also cautious. In response to this situation, Liang responded casually, let's just let Apple's stock price fly for a while and make a decision tomorrow after Apple representatives go to Dream Future Graphene Technology Group. The next day, Wednesday, it's 9 o'clock. Apple's public relations director, Isra, arrived at Dream Future Graphene Technology Group. Zhao Wanqi met with Isra on behalf of Dream Future Graphene Technology Group. When Isra entered Dream Future Graphene, when the Graphene Technology Group was announced, Onshin-related news media immediately began to advocate, saying that it was very possible to dream of a future cooperation between Graphene Technology Group and Apple. At present, there are more and more Onshin-related news media, and these news media are the ability to build momentum on the internet is also getting stronger and stronger. With the reports of Onshin news media, coupled with the mindless forwarding by self-media people, the cooperation between Dream Graphene Technology Group and Apple seems to be a certainty. News from Onshin the media are all built through the VE Variable Interest Entity Framework. Liang is not worried about the problems caused by such praise. Onshin News Media is touting the cooperation between Apple and Dream Future Graphene Technology Group in Xiagua. Apple is in the U.S. stock market. For listed companies, the legal relationship between the two parties is relatively weak. It is impossible for guys from the Bald Eagle Country to cross the sea and enter the Xia Country to impose legal sanctions on Onshin News Media. In the Dream Future Graphene Technology Group, Isra is in Zhao Wanxi's under the guidance of the leader. Zhao Wanxi first visited the Dream Future Graphene Technology Group. Except for some confidential information, Zhao Wanxi took Isila to visit almost the entire Dream Future Graphene Technology Group headquarters, including the second phase under construction. Base. This visit lasted for 2 hours, and the end of the visit was lunchtime. In the afternoon, it became the test session of the graphene battery version iPhone LL Pro Max, which was tested by Isra and Apple technicians. The graphene battery version iPhone LL Pro Max, the performance is so good, with ultra-fast charging speed, more durable battery life, no heat during charging, no heat during high power consumption, etc. It is simply magical. When the conventional lithium battery version of iPhone LL Pro Max is charged at 18W, the phone is so hot that the graphene version of the battery does not heat up when charging. Isn't this magical? It took more than 5 hours to test the graphene battery version iPhone LL Pro Max. When it was approaching 6 o'clock, Zhao, on behalf of the Dream Future Graphene Technology Group, Wanxi gave 2 graphene battery versions of the iPhone LL Pro Max to Isra so that she could further test them in the evening. Originally, Zhao Wanxi wanted to invite Isila to have a dinner together in the evening, but was declined by Isra because Isra wanted to report what she saw and the results of the graphene battery version iPhone LL Pro Max that she personally tested to Apple chef CEO. Isra and Zhao Wanxi were talking and laughing. The departure of the headquarters of Dream Future Graphene Technology Group was once again exposed by the on-Shein-related news media. The on-Shein-related news media used adjectives such as elated, happy, smiling, etc. to highlight the relationship between Dream Future Graphene Technology Group and Apple, the illusion that the company has reached a unanimous cooperation agreement. These reports were also forwarded to the Bald Eagle country by number 4 Tianji Divine Calculation, thereby fully building momentum. Chapter 1861. It's 7 o'clock sharp in the evening. In the National Hotel in the Imperial Capital, Isra started a video conference with Apple executives. Although it was only 7 o'clock in the morning in Bald Eagle country, Apple's executives were already waiting for Isra. "How's it going?" Tim asked first. The chef CEO was particularly concerned about this matter. "After all, there are interests involved, right?" Isra reported, "There was no real progress today. The other party only took me to visit the headquarters of the Dream Future Graphene Technology Group. The development speed is too fast. According to my estimation, their output may have reached the level of 5 million kilowatt-hour. Kilowatt-hour means kilowatt-hour, which is generally called a degree in daily life in Xia Kingdom. 5 million kilowatt-hour is equivalent to 5-00 million kilowatt-hours of electricity. In battery companies, the output of a battery is usually measured by how much it can store. The unit of electrical energy per kilowatt-hour, Isra, means Dream Future Graphene Technology Group's annual output has reached a level that can store 5 million kilowatt-hours. If we take the iPhone LL Pro Max as an example, its battery capacity is 3,969 milliamp hours, and the working voltage is 3.7 V. Means that this battery can store 14.685 Wh of electricity. According to the conversion of 1 kilowatt-hour equals 1,000 Wh, the annual output of graphene batteries from Dream Graphene Technology Group can supply at least 340 million iPhone LL Pro Max Apple simply cannot sell. Such is it better to have more iPhone LL Pro Max? This means that the graphene production capacity of Dream Graphene Technology Group can supply more Apple products in the future. The cooperation between the two parties will not conflict at all due to production capacity issues. In fact, the 500 kilowatt-hour production capacity just looks like a lot. This kind of production capacity is okay in the field of consumer electronics. But if it is placed in the electric vehicle industry, it is simply not worth mentioning. Take LG Chem as an example. They have invested in and built a lithium battery factory in Poland, Europa, with an annual output of 65 GWh. According to the calculation of 1 GWh equals 1 million kilowatt-hour, that would not kill the output of Dream Future Graphene Yinshu Group to the point where it was gone. Tim ordered, "Isra, wait for someone to reveal Dream Future Graphene on social media." The annual output of the technology group gives investors a little more confidence. Isila added. Then I would like to talk about the annual production capacity of the second phase of the Dream Graphene Technology Group's production base in the future. What is the annual production capacity of their second phase production base? Tim asked curiously. According to Dream Future Graphene Technology Group, their first phase production base is only experimental in nature to verify the production of graphene batteries, so the annual output is relatively small. Isra added. Isra continued. Their second phase production capacity jumped directly to the height of 120 GWh. Tim was silent, indicating that he needed to prepare some criticism. Jumping from 5 GWh annual output to 120 GWh annual output, a 24-fold jump? Isra added. While eating here at noon today, I accidentally heard an employee of the Dream Future Graphene Technology Group reveal a message that they also have plans for a third phase production base. Isra continued, he said, the annual output of the third phase of the production base is expected to be directly around 1 TWh. So much. Tim was shocked. Isra responded, they have defeated Tesla and have taken away most of the engineers from our Titan project. New energy vehicles are expected to be launched next year at the latest. Tim's silence. If new energy vehicles are launched, then the annual output of 1 TWh seems to be no problem, right? As for flowers, according to the analysis, 1 TWh is equal to 1,000 GWh. 1 GWh is equal to 1 million kilowatt-hour. If the battery capacity of each new energy vehicle is 80 kilowatt-hour calculation, 120 GWh is equivalent to the battery demand of 1.5 million new energy vehicles. The battery production of 1,000 GWh is approximately equivalent to 12.5 million new energy vehicles. In 2019, global car sales were about 90 million vehicles. Dream Future Graphene Technology Group, you can definitely join this huge marketing thing. More importantly, the Dream Future Graphene Technology Group not only has the development route of electric vehicles, but also has a higher loading rate of graphene batteries on a single vehicle. Take Tesla Mode 13 as an example. The battery capacity of the ordinary version of Tesla Mode 13 is 76.8 kilowatt-hours, and the battery capacity of the graphene version is 182.6 kilowatt-hours. Even if all calculations are based on this battery capacity, a battery output of 1 TWh can assemble an electric vehicle instantly, drop to more than 5 million vehicles. If a larger SUV model is designed, the battery capacity will be further increased, and the corresponding installed capacity will be further reduced. Taken together, the annual output of 1 TWh graphene batteries is not only not too much, it may not even be enough. Send all this production information to your social networks to show the power of Dream Future Graphene Technology Group. Tim made his decision. Isra responded, got it. By the way, the company's stock price has been fluctuating recently, so please keep an eye on it. Tim reminded. Such a reminder is normal. Even if it is exposed, there will be no problem. But everyone participating in the meeting understood what Tim meant. The stock price fluctuations indicate that they are ready to sell. Chapter 1862 Bald Eagle Country's Face. Isra uses a personal account to post information. Isra. Dream Future Graphene Technology Group is really a shocking super technology company. I visited the headquarters of Dream Future Graphene Technology Group today and got the following information. The current graphene battery output of Dream Future Graphene Technology Group is 5 million kilowatt-hour. This annual output is about 340 million LPR, OMAX installed capacity. According to the introduction of Dream Future Graphene Technology Group, their annual production in the second step will be increased to 120 million kilowatt-hour, and there is also a plan to produce 1 billion kilowatt-hour graphene batteries annually in the third step. Looking forward to cooperating with the 583 group that dreams of future graphene technology. Isila's personal account was found on Face and subsequently attracted a lot of attention. When the stock market opened at 9:30 a.m. Bald Eagle Country time, Apple's stock price rose again. This time the price rose much faster, from just over $100 to nearly $105, and the number of buy orders was very large. An on-chain investment company, An Liang had already ordered Li Gang to quietly sell the goods. Although Apple stock price is still rising, An Liang believes that there is not much room for growth unless Dream Graphene Technology Group and Apple announce a cooperation in the future. And Liang does not pursue extreme data. Even if he has a stock information trend card to control the overall situation, he does not pursue extreme data, let alone there is no stock information trend card now. With the intervention of Onshin Investment Company, a total of 263.218.000 shares of Apple stock were put into the market in batches by Onshin Investment Company. For Apple, which has 17 billion shares in circulation, there is no problem with the operation of Onshin Investment Company. Besides, it is not a one-time investment. It is only for buy orders. After spending nearly 3 hours, Li Gang led the team to complete this wave of operations. The average selling price of all stocks was $103.60 per share. Apple stock price, which originally reached a high of $104.97, has now fallen to $103.44, which is obviously affected by the departure of Onshin Investment Company. Li Gang reported, "Mr. N, we found that other people are also selling Apple shares. It is estimated that close to 20 million shares have been sold. I guess they are Apple's executives." And Liang smiled. "It must be them." Onshin Investment Company has set up a stage by hiding behind the Dream Future Graphene Technology Group, and Apple is willing to act with it just to get benefits. Based on 20 million shares of Apple, even if the sale price is $100 per share, which is also a cash out of $2 billion. When Apple's stock price drops to $75 later, if you buy 20 million shares back, wouldn't that be equivalent to making $500 million in vain? If there were no such benefits, Apple would why do the senior executives of the Graphene Technology Group dream of the future and live in vain? At present, Onshin Investment Company has become well known in the global financial circle. It is increasingly difficult for An Liang to make money in the stock market. Similar situation this time. Regarding Apple's situation, the two sides completely cooperated with each other. In the end, only the leaks of the bald eagle countries suffered. Continue shorting Apple's stock price. And Liang added, Li Gang started the operation without any nonsense. After the operation, he asked, "Mr. N, how many shares do we short?" "No more than 200 million shares. No problem." And Liang added, "You can decide on the price. It's no problem if it exceeds $90. Okay." Li Gang started to operate. And Liang silently calculated the profit of the first step of operation. In the first step of operation, the average purchase price was $75.52 per share of Apple stock, and the average selling price was $103.60 per share. The profit margin equivalent to 37.18%. Oh. Calculated based on the total amount of funds of 130 billion Xiaogui yuan. Ignoring profits below 100 million yuan, the total profit margin is 48.3 billion Xiaogui yuan. This profit directly exceeded 99% of Xiaogui's listed companies. So why do current investors like the financial industry and dislike traditional manufacturing? The answer is obvious, right? Xiaogui Yuan's total investment of 130 billion yuan made 48.3 billion yuan in a few days. If it is invested in traditional industries, whether it can make 1 billion yuan a year is still a big question. What's more, what's the high probability of losing money? Take the Hongshin project in Jitanku as an example. It is also a project worth hundreds of billions, but it ultimately came to an end. Isn't that a big tragedy? It is actually very difficult to make big money with a very large amount of funds. And Liang had made so much money easily now. It was entirely due to the right time, place, people, and the cooperation of his enemies that he was able to complete the harvest. Of course, the enemy also harvested a lot of leaks. "Mr. N, we have discovered a situation. Many people are shorting Apple stock, and the market is in chaos." Li Gang reported to An Liang. "How much are we short?" And Liang asked. Li Gang smiled bitterly. "We don't have a chance to take action." 0.2 inch so cruel? And Liang raised his eyebrows. Li Gang responded, "Fortunately, we ran early." "No." Li Gang said it wrong. It's not because Onshin Investment Company ran away early, but because Onshin Investment Company ran away, other people followed suit. Because other people guessed that Onshin Investment Company didn't want to play anymore, so this happened. Case, Mr. N, what should we do next? Li Gang asked. Chapter 1863, the current situation in the U.S. stock market is treacherous, with stock prices fluctuating. Many financial institutions have followed suit after short selling by Onshin Investment Company, and the lowest price has reached $100. Apple stock price reached $99.25 at 1:40 in the morning, and the price fell due to short selling orders, which further suppressed Apple's stock price. Looking at this situation, and Liang was a little speechless. It seems that Onshin Investment Company has really become the target of public criticism. As long as there is a little bit of movement in Onshin Investment Company, it will be speculated and analyzed by others, resulting in various amplified interpretations. In fact, this is indeed the case. Onshin Investment Company used to be like a black hand hidden behind the scenes. Although it had strong strength, no one paid attention to Onshin Investment Company, or they did not take Onshin Investment Company seriously. Things are different now. Onshin Investment Company has won many battles. Even when Great Britain withdrew from the European Union, it was still taking advantage of the fire in the international spot gold market. Under such circumstances, others will naturally no longer underestimate Onshin Investment Company. After all, such an investment company looks very powerful indeed. And Liang took a deep breath before responding to Li Gang's inquiry. Cancel all short selling orders, and then use a small amount of short selling orders to lower the price. The following behavior of these financial institutions really disrupted En Liang's plan. According to En Liang's original plan, that is a situation of twists and turns. First, we use the market's predictions to harvest some, and then it is reported that the negotiations have broken down, and the cooperation between the two parties will most likely end in vain, thus harvesting another wave of short orders. After the short selling orders are harvested, they will then buy Apple stock at a low price, and finally reach a cooperation with Apple in the Xiaowa area, further increasing Apple stock. With such a twists and turns in the script arrangement, even if the investment cannot be doubled, it is no problem to earn 80%, right? And Liang's script is very well written, and Apple is also prepared to cooperate with the twists and turns of the script. Both parties can harvest leaks silently, but they both ignore the power of other financial institutions. Other financial institutions have naturally analyzed the script of Onshin Investment Company. However, there are only so many leaks. If too many people start harvesting the leaks, it means that no one can harvest the leaks. Under such circumstances, it is natural to strike first to gain advantage, and to strike later will suffer disaster. As a result, the harvesters had internal strife, turning the originally orderly short-selling process into a disorderly state. In order to harvest leaks faster, financial institutions increased their short-selling efforts one after another. Mr. N, Apple stock prices dropped to $83. Do we still want to continue to suppress it? Li Gang asked, and Liang asked casually, how much have we shorted? Less than $100 million. Li Gang replied, and then added, other financial institutions are too fierce. We can't rob them at all. These people must be sick. And Liang ordered, fill in all our short orders. Li Gang responded hesitantly. If we fill in the short selling order now, Mr. N, we will have a net loss of more than $15 million, which is equivalent to giving away money for free. Well, I filled out all the short orders. And Liang insisted on his opinion. Li Gang responded. In less than a minute, Li Gang led the traders to complete the closing of short positions. Li Gang reported the situation. Mr. N, we lost $16.22 million. And Liang nodded nonchalantly. He looked at the trend of Apple's stock price in the U.S. stock market and had to lament the power of those financial institutions, which actually lowered Apple's stock price to $80.55. Apple and Dream Future Graphene, before the news of the cooperation between technology groups, Apple's stock price reached more than $75. As a result, Apple and Dream Future Graphene Technology Group negotiated cooperation, coupled with the announcement of Dream Future Graphene Technology by Apple executives with the group's strong strength. How could Apple's stock be suppressed to such a level? and Liang even admired the strong strength of these financial institutions. "Mister, and look at this." Fan Ping spoke next to him. As he spoke, he handed a tablet to En Liang, and Liang took it and checked it. An English post was displayed on the tablet. "Beware of Apple and on-chain investment. 127 scams. Apple cooperates with Dream Future Graphene Technology Group. This is a shocking scam. Regarding Dream Future Graphene Technology Group, we first need to know one thing. What is the background of this company? According to what is currently known, the relationship between Dream Future Graphene Technology Group and on-chain investment company is very good. Let us once again popularize the relevant information about on-chain investment company. On-chain Investment Company is a financial investment company that emerged this year and has invaded the world. This company has no record of losing more than 100 million US dollars so far and has achieved brilliant results many times. Once upon a time, Tesla was targeted by on-chain investment company's remote Dream Future Graphene Technology Group and was completely defeated. It has been unable to recover to this day. Now, Dream Future Graphene Technology Group has taken the initiative to cooperate with Apple. Is this plot too coincidental? Is it possible that on-chain investment company is manipulating all this behind the scenes? Chapter 1864 and Liang watched Beware of Apple and Safe Investment. A scam. After analyzing the post, he couldn't help but sigh. The leaks in Bald Eagle Country have become a little smarter again. No wonder Apple's stock price has been significantly suppressed. It turns out that someone brought on-chain investment company from behind the scenes to the spotlight. And Liang immediately ordered number 4 to check the status of the person who posted the message in the confidential communication software of Rennie Security Company. After an investigation by number 4 Tianji Shinswan, the person who posted the message turned out to be an old acquaintance. This post comes from Berkshire Hathaway. And Liang guessed that Berkshire Hathaway did not get any benefits and simply chose to flip the table. They did not harvest leaks, and others should not want to harvest leaks. In fact, there are many such situations in the stock market. No. Not just in the stock market, but in all aspects of life. Are there too many situations like this that harm others and benefit oneself? Anyway, and Liang doesn't like harming others and not benefiting himself. Harm others without benefiting oneself, what's the point? What is meaningful is benefiting oneself at the expense of others. That is at least an egoist, but it is really meaningless to benefit oneself at the expense of others. Apple headquarters. Chef CEO also discovered anomalies in the stock market and saw Beware of Apple and Safe Investment, a scam. He couldn't help but smile. This situation is not bad. Anyway, they have already made money. It is just a matter of making more or less. The current price has fallen even lower, which means they can make more, and they're not afraid of the stock price falling. The only problem is that the shareholders' meeting is not easy to explain. But the problem is not big. Chef CEO guesses that on-chain investment company must make another move. As long as they keep up with on-chain investment company's actions, they can not only make another profit, but also give an account to the shareholders' meeting. Chef CEO held another video conference, and Asila also participated in the video conference. Regarding the recent decline in stocks, we must pay close attention to it. Tim first set the tone. This tone is to remind others to care about the stock market. Everyone is a smart person, so they naturally understand what Tim means. Asila, try your best to reach a cooperation agreement with Dream Future Shi Technology Group. Our stocks are definitely more than this price. Tim continued to hint. Okay, Mr. Tim, I'll try my best. Asila responded. Once again, everyone understood what Tim meant. Since the stock price will continue to rise, and the current stock price is relatively low, plus there are a large number of short-selling institutions in the stock market, can we do the opposite? Follow the truth? If En Liang knew Tim's thoughts, he would definitely give him a thumbs up. Isn't this Tim too smart? After all, he's the CEO of Apple. If he is not smart, how can he lead Apple to create new innovations many times? New highs? Apple has almost inherited the name of a bankrupt company, because all kinds of people always think that Apple is going bankrupt, but Apple's stock price has repeatedly climbed to peaks. How could Tim be a fool? Safe Investment Company. And Liang checked the trading situation of Apple's stock in the US stock market, and he made a decision in his heart. Since there can't be twists and turns, let's have a smooth one. Don't these financial institutions suspect that Onshin Investment Company is manipulating the Dream Future Graphene Technology Group behind the scenes? Yes, they guessed right. Onshin Investment Company was behind the scenes to control the Dream Future Graphene Technology Group. According to the original script, Dream Future Graphene Technology Group should have broken down negotiations with Apple, causing Apple's stock price to fall. However, now that most financial institutions have helped On Liang do this, then of course On Liang no longer needs to do this, right? Laoli, we are buying Apple stock again. And Liang ordered. In less than an hour, under In Liang's command, Li Gang and traders from Onshin Investment Company repurchased a large number of Apple shares. The final number of purchases was 331.825 million shares, with an average purchase price of each share. The purchase price was $82.18. Onshin Investment Company purchased more than 330 million shares of Apple stock at one time, but it did not raise Apple's stock price too much. This shows how many financial institutions are shorting Apple stock. This On Liang is not afraid that those financial institutions will join forces to target Onshin Investment Company, because On Liang Investment Company is going long this time, and those financial institutions are short-selling. On Liang Investment Company's long position means that it can make profits if Apple's stock price rises. But for financial institutions, it is a money-losing business, and more importantly, they have to pay the corresponding interest to the securities companies. Under such circumstances, once Apple's stock price rises, On Liang will have the absolute initiative, and other financial institutions will, Wang does, try to buy Apple stock to close the short position. As for whether to sell Apple stock, that is On Liang's business. On Liang can choose to sell or not to sell. Just like On Liang's short selling in the past, he was worried about being surrounded by other financial companies, and now his worries were completely reversed. What did he have to worry about? The only thing he worried about was that Apple refused to cooperate? That's nonsense. The chef is indeed the CEO of Apple, but there is also a shareholders meeting above the chef. If the chef refuses to cooperate with Dream Future Graphene Technology Group, I'm afraid the chef will be in trouble, right? Based on the appeal situation, to put it simply, Onshin Investment Company has the absolute initiative, and Mr. N wins again one game. Chapter 1865. The next day, Thursday, summertime, 9 a.m., Isila once again arrived at the Dream Future Graphene Technology Group on behalf of Apple. It was Zhao Wanshi who still negotiated with the other party, but In Liang and Zhao Wanshi had already discussed countermeasures in advance. In the conference room of the Dream Future Graphene Technology Group, Isela asked straight to the point, Ms. Zhao, we at Apple are willing to cooperate with your company. Are you willing to cooperate? Certainly. Zhao Wanshi responded affirmatively. Isra was stunned for a moment. Yesterday, Tim privately told her that the Dream Future Graphene Technology Group should confirm the cooperation today. Isra didn't quite believe it. After all, it was such an important cooperation. The discussion should take longer, right? Zhao Wanshi added. But our cooperation has corresponding conditions. The specific conditions are listed below. 1. Dream Future Graphene Technology Group will only provide graphene batteries to Apple in 550 countries and regions in Greater China. 2. Dream Future Graphene Technology Group will supply 1 million pieces of graphite suitable for Apple mobile phones in the first phase. In batteries. 3. It is prohibited to batch transfer the graphene battery version of Apple mobile phones out of the mainland of Dacia. If the investigation finds that, each unit will be fined $1 million. 4. Apple has any suspicion of Xiagua and Dream Future Graphene Technology Group in the event of slander. Dream Future Graphene Technology Group has the conditions to unilaterally terminate cooperation without compensation. 5. Dream Future Graphene Technology Group currently only supplies graphene batteries for Apple mobile phones, and other products require further discussion. One condition after another was stated by Zhao Wanshi. There were as many as 22 restrictions in total, which restricted all aspects of Apple and refused exclusive supply. Dream Future Graphene Technology Group is just cooperating with Apple according to Liang's instructions to make a quick buck in the US stock market. Is the cooperation serious? Impossible. Faced with the harsh conditions proposed by the Dream Future Graphene Technology Group, Iselligen did not hesitate. She also understood what the chef CEO meant, and she even participated in the plan to cut leaks. Cooperate? How much money can you make through cooperation? Harvesting leaks is the best way to make money. We accept such a cooperation plan. What is the price of each graphene battery? Isra asked. When Zhao Wanqi heard Asila agreeing to all her requests without any conditions, she knew that An Liang had won again, because An Liang had told Zhao Wanqi in advance that Apple's top management would definitely have a tacit understanding. Cooperation, both parties tacitly cut leaks in terms of price. We give you the best price. The price of each iPhone LL Pro Max battery is 900 yuan, and the price of iPhone LL Pro is 700 yuan. For lower-level mobile phones, you should have no plans to make graphene batteries, right? Zhao Wanqi asked back. This price is very cheap and expensive. This statement is not contradictory because cheap and expensive are relative issues, just like the theory of relativity. It is said that the price is expensive because the Dream Future Graphene Technology Group sells the graphene battery capacity of Huaban Company is 7,000 milliamp hours, and the price is 200 yuan. Apple's iPhone LL Pro Max graphene battery has a capacity of 6,200 milliamp hours, but the price offered by Dream Future Graphene Technology Group is 900 yuan. Isn't it expensive? Is it? In fact, the cost of a 7,000 milliamp hours battery is only about 40 yuan. It was still an initial experimental production cost. Now, after scaling up, it has dropped to about 30 yuan, which is equivalent to the cost of 1 WH battery capacity equal to 1.16 yuan. If after the second phase of the 120 GWH production base is put into use, the production cost will drop to about 1 yuan 1 WH. Waiting for the completion of the third phase of the 1 TWH production base, the production cost will drop by 10%. iPhone L Pro M. Axe Graphite, the graphene battery capacity is 6,200 milliamp hours, which is converted to 22.94 WH. The equivalent cost of a battery is 26.57 yuan. Comprehensive comparison. Whether it is compared with the purchase price of Pedal Company or the production cost, Apple's purchase price of graphene batteries is it's so expensive. After all, the sales price is a little more than 33 times the production cost. Even white noodles don't have such terrifying profits, okay? As for the price being cheap, that's compared to Apple itself. The data displayed on Apple's official website. Replace one piece, the battery price of iPhone LL Pro Max is 519 yuan. A mere ordinary battery can cost 519 yuan. Now the graphene battery provided by Dream Future Graphene Technology Group not only has a longer life, but also has a 5% increase in capacity. More than 10. The more important thing is that the charging speed is greatly improved and the heat is low and other excellent features. Even for ordinary batteries with the same capacity, Apple has to lower the replacement price by 800 yuan, right? So Liang is guiding the sales of 900 yuan behind the scenes. The price is actually not expensive. Faced with the price proposed by Zhao Wanqi, Isila still did not refuse, because Apple has already studied the graphene battery version of the Huapao B40 Pro Plus mobile phone, and they know the power of graphene batteries. Powerful. Besides, isn't this price included in the selling price? Chapter 1866. Apple has long studied the graphene battery version of the Pedal B40 Pro Plus mobile phone. Even the proud Apple has to admit the excellent performance of graphene batteries. So faced with the high price proposed by Zhao Wanqi, Isra directly agreed, no problem. Isra added and asked, when can your company deliver the corresponding batteries? If possible, we hope to buy the ones designed by your company. Charging solution, sure, but the price is $100 million. Zhao Wanqi responded, we want patent rights. Isra responded, we can license it to you permanently and cannot transfer the patent rights to you. Zhao Wanqi rejected the other party. This result was not beyond Isra's expectation. It is normal for the other party to refuse. If the other party agreed, Isra would feel that something was wrong. Permanent licensing is no problem. Izura agreed. Zhao Wanshi pushed a document to Izura and then added, "We have another request. We need the following patent authorization from your Titan project." This condition was expected by Apple. Izura looked at the list of documents handed over by Zhao Wanshi. She did not answer immediately. Instead, she took a photo and sent it to the chef CEO. It was delayed by nearly half a month. Hours later, the two parties finally reached a final agreement. The new agreement only changed the information on supply volume and supply scope. Apple is willing to license the relevant patents of Project Titan to the Dream Future Graphene Technology Group for 5 years for free. In the 5 years, every year, Dream Future Graphene Technology Group provides Apple with at least 5 million graphene batteries suitable for iPhones, 1 million graphene batteries suitable for Mac, and 2 million graphene batteries suitable for iPads. There are also 2 million graphene batteries suitable for Apple Watch and 5 million sets of graphene batteries suitable for AirPods Pro. Apple obviously wants to create a graphene battery for the whole family. After discussing with An Liang, she did not refuse such a request, but restricted all new adaptation equipment to sales in Xia. Don't think that restricting sales in Xia's country will allow Apple to steal the wool of Xia's consumers. Such an idea is too heavenly. According to data provided by Huabei Company, only 9.4% of the graphene version B40 Pro Plus mobile phones sold by Huabei Company in Xiaohua are used in Xiaohua, and more than 90% of the graphene version B40 Pro Plus mobile phones are used outside Xiaohua. To put it simply, most of the lucky people who bought the graphene version of the B40 Pro Plus phone resold the phone, and then scalpers took the opportunity to steal the wool of overseas consumers. This regional discrimination strategy makes overseas consumers curse and tearfully dig into their pockets. And Liang estimates that Apple mobile phones will most likely be the same, right? Unless Apple is prepared to become scalpers themselves? According to the restrictions of the Dream Future Graphene Technology Group, the graphene version of the iPhone must be activated in China, and batch and large-scale takeout is not allowed. Border inspections will definitely be strict and can only be purchased by transit personnel one by one. It is too difficult to bring them out in bulk, and smuggling them in bulk is too difficult. Therefore, the biggest problem with Apple's graphene battery version of iPhone is probably that it is expensive. Let Apple make money first. As for what the buyer wants to do, that is the buyer's own business. Requesting flowers, whether for personal use or reselling, Apple will be out of sight and out of mind. Near noon, Zhao Wanshi represented the Dream Future Graphene Technology Group, and Izura represented Apple. The two parties signed a cooperation agreement at the Dream Future Graphene Technology Group. Happy cooperation! Zhao Wanshi took the initiative to extend her hand. Isila shook hands with Zhao Wanshi and said with a pun, "Happy cooperation." The two companies have tacitly joined forces to harvest leaks. Wouldn't it be a happy cooperation? 0/0. By the way, Ms. Zhao, our Apple company is preparing to cooperate with external publicity. Can you cooperate? Isila asked. It is now the closing time for the U.S. stock market, but it does not affect the announcement of good news first. After the market opens, Apple's stock price will jump short and open high. No problem at all. Zhao Wanshi responded. We have arranged a press conference. At 8 o'clock today at the Imperial City Performing Arts Center, we will jointly release your Apple products. Zhao Wanshi added, by the way, your Apple company's production, whether it is iPhone, Mac, Apple Watch, iPad, AirPods Pro, etc., we have adapted graphene batteries. Isila secretly exclaimed. It seems that Onshin Investment Company has been fully prepared. Thank you so much for your thoughtfulness. We will relaunch these products today and give them a new lease of life. Izura responded, what about us announcing the conference together on social media? Zhao Wanshi suggested, good idea. Izura answered in the affirmative. Chapter 186712 noon. And Liang used Dream Future Graphene official blog to post a Weibo. Dreaming about future graphene. At Apple Xiaohua. 8 o'clock in the evening, Imperial City Performing Arts Center. Are you ready? By forwarding this Weibo post, we will randomly select 88 people and give away tickets to the Imperial City Performing Arts Center at 8 p.m. today. Friendly reminder, There may be a lucky winner at the Imperial City Performing Arts Center at 8 o'clock tonight. Just after In Liang sent a Weibo, the official blog account of Apple Xiaoguo liked In Liang's Weibo and simultaneously sent a Weibo. Apple Summer Kingdom, at Dreaming About Future Graphene. At 8 o'clock in the evening, at the Imperial City Performing Arts Center, I am ready for 597. By forwarding this Weibo post, we will randomly select 88 people and also give away tickets to the Imperial City Performing Arts Center at 8 p.m. today. Our reminder is more clear. Everyone who comes to the event will receive a benefit, and we will draw an additional 18 lucky people to receive special rewards. The linkage between Dream Future Graphene Technology Group and Apple Xiaoguo on Weibo naturally made Dong Dayu anxious, because Dong Dayu thought with his toes, and he also thought about Dream Future Graphene Technology Group, and Apple the company reached a cooperation agreement. Dong Dayu immediately sent a message to In Liang's WeChat. Dong Dayu, good afternoon, Mr. In. And Liang looked at Dong Dayu's greeting message. He also thought with his toes and knew what Dong Dayu meant. And Liang, don't worry, our production capacity has increased. Although we have cooperated with Apple, your supply will not decrease. Dong Dayu, thank you, Mr. In. And Liang, you should really thank me, because we sell Apple's 6,200 milliamp hours battery for 900 yuan. Dong Dayu, thank you, Mr. In. And Liang, please pay attention to keeping the price confidential. Dong Dayu, absolutely no problem. Dong Dayu, by the way, Mr. In, do I need to cooperate with your promotion on Weibo? And Liang, whatever you want. After the exchange between Dong Dayu and In Liang ended, he decided to cooperate on Weibo. Dong Da at Apple Xiaoguo. Are you there? Why the sneak attack? Why are you taking advantage of our exclusive supplier? At dreaming of a graphene future, love will disappear, right? Reposting this Weibo, we cannot provide tickets for the Imperial Performing Arts Center at 8 o'clock today, but we can provide a graphene battery version of the B40 Pro Plus mobile phone. I beg you all the wise netizens to comfort the heart of an injured old comrade. However, Dong Dayu's Weibo message is of a different style. Shinshio. Ha! Dong Dayu overturned? Dreaming about the future graphene technology group, a branch of red apricot came out of the wall. The Apple dog thief has been waiting for a long time. The whole world congratulates Dong Dalong for his overturn online. This reply was listed as the most popular comment. Dong Dayu's usual exaggerated publicity and his tendency to brag have earned him a lot of negative fans on Weibo. Dong Dayu's Weibo post asking for comfort, instead of providing comfort, caused a lot of schadenfreude. Apple Xiaoguo's official blog account even naughtily gave Dong Dayu a like and forwarded Dong Dayu's Weibo. Apple Summer Country. Looking for a prize? If you win, we will use the winning mobile phone to post official blogs in the future. Forward. Dong Dayu. The saucy operation of the Apple Xiaoguo official blog account has aroused unanimous praise from the melon eaters. The melon eaters like this kind of shady operation and like the Apple Xiaoguo official blog account one by one. 8 o'clock in the evening, Imperial City Performing Arts Center. Apple's branch in Xiaoguo grandly launched a series of graphene battery products at the Imperial City Performing Arts Center, including almost all of Apple's major electronic consumer products. After the release of the new graphene battery product, Apple did not immediately put it on sale. They said they were studying the sales rules so as to sell the product to users who really need it as much as possible instead of being sold directly by scalpers. At the same time, Apple has selected 18 lucky people who will receive an iPhone LL Pro Max for free in the 512GB version. Isn't it a huge hemorrhage? In fact, it is the graphene version of the iPhone and other products, all with the highest configuration. The press conference lasted for nearly an hour and a half. When the press conference ended, the US stock market opened, and Apple's stock price soared wildly. Those financial institutions that had shorted Apple had already vomited 3 liters of blood during the press conference. Did you say that Dream Future Graphene Technology Group will not cooperate with Apple? Did they agree that Xiaoguo officials would block the Dream Future Graphene Technology Group from contacting Apple? Did you agree that the leader of the Dream Future Graphene Technology Group is a serious regionalist and a Xia supremacist? These rumors that have been widely circulated in financial circles have now been dispelled because of Apple's press conference. And Leong also did an even more disgusting thing in 2.2. He deliberately arranged the press conference at 8 o'clock, thus leaving the pre-market trading in the Bald Eagle Country's stock market in a semi-waste state, because all sellers were waiting for news about the press conference and were not willing to conduct pre-market trading at all. Without pre-market trading, those short-selling financial institutions had no way to stop their losses. After the market opened, Apple's stock price quickly broke through $100 again. Such a situation makes financial institutions immediately panic because they suffered miserably. Chapter 1868 this time, and Leong used the Dream Future Graphene Technology Group to plan against Apple. He had already written the script, how to deal with twists and turns, how to cooperate with Apple tacitly, and how to harvest leaks smoothly. These things had long been planned in Liang's script, but Liang's script was disrupted by the financial institutions of the Bald Eagle Country, and those financial institutions forcibly intervened in Liang's script. However, those financial institutions ignored one thing. Although they disrupted Liang's script, they also entered into Liang's plan. And Leong chose to take advantage of the situation and directly modified the script on the spot, allowing the plot to skip twists and turns. The smooth script put financial institutions in Bald Eagle Country into a state of blood loss. They originally thought it was safe to follow Onshin Investment Company to short Apple stock. In the end, who knew that Leong had revised the script? At 9:30 p.m. on Thursday, after the U.S. stock market opened, Apple's stock price jumped directly to a high price of $1,998.95, and the price directly exceeded $100 3 minutes after the opening. $100 isn't the top of the price spectrum, either. At 11:55 in the evening, Apple's stock price reached a height of $115. The increase began to slow down, but the demand for buy orders was strong. Because financial institutions in Bald Eagle Country had shorted too many Apple shares before, every time Apple's stock price rose, their losses would further expand, and they would also have to pay brokerage dividends. If there is a suitable price, these financial institutions are willing to purchase Apple shares from the market on a large scale to close short positions and force stop losses to avoid greater losses. Safe investment company. And Leong watched Apple's stock rise, and he felt very at ease, because the Dream Future Graphene Technology Group and Apple announced a cooperation, and Apple's stock price would inevitably rise. At midnight, and Liang's cell phone rang with an incoming call. The caller ID showed the country of Bald Eagle, but the specific caller number was not in Liang's address book. And Leong put on a wireless headset to answer the call. A voice in Mandarin came from the wireless headset. "Hello, Mr. In. I am Andy Meyer, Senior Vice President of Investment at Merrill Lynch." And Leong responded in English. "What do you want, Mr. Meyer?" Andy Meyer switched to English. His Mandarin skills in Xiagua were too poor, and communication was too difficult. "We want to acquire the Apple stock held by Mr. In." Meyer said straight to the point. "How do you know I own Apple stock?" And Leong asked back. "My guess." Meyer responded, "According to our company's estimates, Mr. In should have 300 million to 350 million shares of Apple stock in his hands, right?" "You guessed it wrong. I don't own Apple stock." An Leong responded. Meyer responded straightforwardly. "Please rest assured, Mr. In, even if you own 350 million shares of Apple, you have not reached the quotation line and have not violated the regulations of our U.S. stock market. Mr. In, we at Merrill Lynch are willing to buy your Apple shares at a premium above the current stock price." Meyer added, "Why?" And Leong asked back. "Apple's graphene battery products have not yet been launched. We are betting that when Apple's graphene products are launched, its stock price will rise. You can cash out in advance and leave safely." Meyer explained, "The money in the stock market is not money. Only after withdrawing from the stock market can you calculate your gains and losses. Otherwise, it is just a bunch of numbers." The corners of An Leong's mouth curled up. After Apple's graphene products were launched, the stock price did indeed rise. It will still rise, but the outside world does not know that the amount of graphene provided by Dream Future Graphene Technology Group to Apple is limited. Given the limited quantity, how high does Apple's stock want to rise? How much premium are you prepared to pay? An Leong asked. If the premium ratio is appropriate, An Liang doesn't mind over-the-counter transactions. Can Mr. N reveal how much Apple stock you own? Meyer asked back. A look of ridicule flashed in Liang's eyes. There is something wrong with 603 Andy Meyer. Will he take the initiative to offer a premium to lower his wariness, and then ask key questions? It is naturally impossible for An Liang to disclose such key questions. He also asked, how much Apple stock does Merrill Lynch need? When asking, An Liang made a gesture to Li Gang and asked Li Gang to analyze the transaction data. Li Gang immediately analyzed the previous transaction data and analyzed the scale of short selling to roughly judge the scale of Merrill Lynch's short selling. If Merrill Lynch the scale of short selling is huge, which means that the premium that Merrill Lynch can accept is higher, and An Liang can obtain more benefits. Naturally, Andy Meyer cannot answer An Liang's question. This kind of proactive disclosure of trump cards, who is willing to say it? Both sides are just trying to trick each other. Chapter 1869. An Liang and Andy Meyer explored each other's cards, but neither side had any intention of showing off. Li Gang inquired about the transaction data, and after analyzing it, he gestured to An Liang. Li Gang picked up his phone and entered the information, and then showed the phone to An Liang for review. On Li Gang's mobile phone, a text message of 300 million to 400 million was displayed, which could not be determined because the data was too fuzzy. An Liang nodded slightly, and then continued to negotiate with Andy Meyer. He got straight to the point. Mr. Meyer, you have shorted Apple stock. Now you want to forcefully close your position and stop the loss? Your short-selling scale should be relatively large. And Liang D. Meyer was silent. He did not doubt that Anshin Investment Company could analyze the answer, but he did not expect that Anshin Investment Company could analyze the answer so quickly. The current share price of Apple is $115.96. We give you $118 per share. What do you think? Direct quote from Andy Meyer. There is no sincerity in such an offer. And Liang mocked. A mere 1.7% premium, Mr. Meyer. You are indeed lacking in sincerity. After saying that, An Liang hung up the phone. Andy Meyer was a little dazed. Didn't An Liang bargain? Originally, Andy Meyer just quoted a very low price to facilitate bargaining, but An Liang hung up the phone directly. Okay. Faced with this situation, Andy Meyer could only bite the bullet and continue to call. What kind of face do people in finance want? Making money comes first. And Liang looked at Andy Meyer and called again. He didn't have any surprise at all, because he knew the other party would call. Mr. Meyer, if you continue to talk about the price of $118 or $120, we have no need to negotiate at all. And Liang responded, what price does Mr. N think is reasonable? Andy Meyer tested An Liang's trump card. At least $150. Yeah, An Liang responded, that's impossible. Andy Meyer responded, Dream Future Graphene Technology Group has a criminal record. Mr. N, you should know that the graphene version of Pedal's mobile phone will not be sold overseas, right? Before An Liang answered, Andy Meyer continued, according to our analysis, Apple's graphene products will not be sold in markets outside of Asia. Mr. N, this conclusion is not just the analysis of Merrill Lynch, but the analysis of everyone on Wall Street. Even on the internet, a large number of consumers also have such worries. Andy Meyer said with certainty. So unless Dream Graphene Technology Group allows Apple to sell graphene-based electronic products globally, Apple's stock price is unlikely to reach $150. Added for Andy Meyer. And Liang did not struggle with this issue. This issue was too obvious and there was no point in quibbling. Such a strategy may be a dream to limit the production capacity of Graphene Technology Group in the future. An Liang responded jokingly. Andy Meyer didn't believe it. Apple's executive Isila publicly dreamed about the future output of Graphene Technology Group on the internet. Is it good? Mr. N, how about $125? Andy Meyer continued to quote. And Liang responded, the current stock price is $116.45, which has increased by nearly 50 cents. I am really optimistic about the future of Apple. Before Andy Meyer responded, An Liang continued. According to the current stock price, it will increase by 20%. Andy Meyer did a quick calculation and still gave the answer of rejection. It's too high. We can only accept a price of 127 US dollars at most. If you can't accept it, we can only buy it in the market. Maybe we can buy it cheaper in the market, Andy Meyer added. And Liang said sarcastically, theoretically speaking, it is indeed cheaper for you to buy from the market, but theory is theory. We are all insiders. Why do you think you can fool us? According to our estimates, you have to acquire at least 300 million shares of Apple stock to close your short position. However, as long as you purchase Apple shares on a large scale in the market, Apple stock will inevitably rise further. And Liang added, there is a worst-case scenario. If you make the acquisition public, won't other financial companies follow suit? And Liang teased with a smile. How can other financial companies let you go? Financial institutions have never been of the same mind. If Merrill Lynch acquires Apple stock and closes its short position, Li Hao, it will inevitably lead to an increase in the stock price. What about other financial institutions that are shorting Apple? What to do? Should we take over the order at a higher price? That is impossible. In order to prevent ourselves from taking over the order at a higher price, as long as Merrill Lynch dares to take action, other financial institutions will definitely take action. Now it is just a matter of everyone maintaining a balance. Because everyone knows that if the balance is broken, the stock price will skyrocket when many parties compete for the opportunity to close short positions. So everyone is subtle and does not take action. Andy Meyer fell silent, and then Liang was right. Everyone is an expert who can fool whom. But Meyer discovered that Liang was probably wrong about one thing. Chapter 1870 Mr. N. Please give me a sincere price. Andy Meyer said a little tiredly, and Liang thought about it for a moment before responding, 130 US dollars, the final offer. If you accept it, we will directly trade outside the market. If you don't accept it, we will no longer accept your offer. Quote, please wait a moment, Mr. And I need to discuss it with the company. Andy Meyer responded, okay. An Liang responded. Andy Meyer hung up the phone, and he immediately discussed An Liang's quotation with the top management of Merrill Lynch. An Liang's quotation was very accurate. The price of 130 US dollars was not high or low. Anyway, from now on look, it will be difficult for Apple's stock price to rise to 130 US dollars unless they boost the stock price through off-market trading. As for how far it can rise after listing, that will only be known after Apple's graphene battery products are launched, but many financial institutions have analyzed that even if Apple's graphene battery products are restricted to sales in China, it will drive up Apple's stock price. After all, the graphene version of the pedal phone is only restricted to sales in China, but 613 does not restrict sales. I personally took Xiaoguo out. Nearly half an hour later, Merrill Lynch finally made a decision. What made them make the decision was not some analysis, but Apple's stock price rising to 118.62 US dollars in half an hour. According to this, Merrill Lynch was worried that An Liang would increase its price again, so it decided to take advantage first. After all, Anshin Investment Company's analysis of Merrill Lynch was wrong. Merrill Lynch did not short 300 million to 400 million shares. They only shorted close to 100 million shares. If they bought all the Apple stocks held by Anshin Investment Company, they might make a profit. So Merrill Lynch actively contacted Anshin Investment Company. This is called it's too late if there's no profit. Andy Meyer dialed An Liang's number again. After waiting for the call to be connected, he first responded, Mr. N, after my efforts, our company accepted your offer. An Liang automatically filtered out Andy Meyer's claims of claiming credit. All of them are nonsense because of his efforts. For these financial institutions, profit is the only thing. Andy Meyer's efforts? Mr. N, how many shares of Apple do you have? Andy Meyer continued to ask. An Liang has a character that does not let the hawk see the rabbit. Although Andy Meyer said that Merrill Lynch has agreed to the cooperation plan, it has not yet cooperated. Why should he reveal his trump card? How much do you want? An Liang asked back. We want as much as you have. Andy Meyer's tone was loud. An Liang responded with a smile. How about we trade 100 million shares first? Good. Andy Meyer also knew what An Liang was thinking. The two parties agreed on an off-market transaction at a price of 130 US dollars per share. 100 million shares is 13 billion US dollars. This transaction took almost half an hour to complete. Mr. N, do you believe us now? Andy Meyer asked again. Then trade another 100 million shares? And Liang responded, no problem. Andy Meyer still agreed. After this transaction, An Liang took the initiative to speak. We still have 131.825 million shares. Do you still want them? Certainly. Andy Meyer responded without hesitation. Near 3 o'clock in the morning, the transaction between Anshin Investment Company and Merrill Lynch was completed. After the completion of the transaction, Apple's stock price directly increased to a height of 131.86 US dollars. During the over-the-counter trading, Merrill Lynch washed away the sell orders of other Apple companies and successfully raised the stock price. This situation made other financial institutions understand that someone was conducting over-the-counter trading. However, there was nothing that could be done about someone who was trading outside the market. And there are no regulations prohibiting over-the-counter trading. Thank you, Mr. N, for your cooperation. We at Merrill Lynch hope to continue to cooperate with Mr. N if there is an opportunity in the future. Andy Meyer said politely. He felt that Anshin Investment Company seemed to have divine help because Anshin Investment Company had never failed in large-scale investments. There are opportunities for cooperation, and Liang did not respond with rejection. Having one more friend in a financial institution in Bald Eagle country may not be a bad thing. After the two parties ended the call, and Liang immediately checked the comprehensive profits for Apple this time. In the second round of investment, the financial company helped An Liang a lot, causing Apple's stock price to fall severely. The average price of the more than 300 million Apple shares purchased by An Liang Investment Company was only 82 US dollars and 18 cents per share. These more than 300 million Apple shares are now, if sold at a price of 130 US dollars. The profit per share would be close to 50 US dollars. Calculated based on more than 300 million shares, isn't that a crazy profit? In fact, it is also a crazy profit. If the twists and turns of the script are followed, and Liang's conservative estimate, there should be 80% profit. However, after the financial institutions of the Bald Eagle country disrupted An Liang's script, because the financial institutions of the Bald Eagle country are not monolithic, this time Anshin Investment Company's actions actually gained higher the profit. According to the statistics of Anshin Investment Company, the final profit rate this time exceeded 100%. Chapter 1871 Tianfu. Although it was already past 3 in the morning, the atmosphere at Anshin Investment Company was still lively. Because Anshin Investment Company's investment plan for Apple was successful, it invested a total of 130 billion Xiaogui yuan and finally recovered 282.16 billion yuan. This amount of funds has excluded necessary expenses, such as exchange rate conversion and handling fees of nearly 30 million Xiaogua, as well as losses of more than 100 million Xiaogua from the previous forced closing of short positions. Even if there is a certain loss, the total profit has reached a height of 152.1 to 6 billion Xiaogui yuan. And Liang was thinking about how to divide the accounts and make the accounts public. After careful consideration, Liang decided to divide 152.16 billion Xiaogui yuan into two parts. The first tranche is 143 billion Xiaogui yuan, and the second tranche is 9.16 billion Xiaogui yuan. Among them, 9.16 billion Xiaogui yuan was retained in Anshin Investment Company as an agency commission for Anshin Investment Company. Although this agency commission seems relatively expensive, it is actually only 6%. This ratio is very, very low, as long as you understand a little bit about financial investment. The other 143 billion Xiaogui yuan will be divided into 130 shares. Based on the return of 1.1 billion for every 1 billion investment, the return rate has reached a terrifying 110%. In this investment plan for Apple, the basic investment of the Tian by Eugene Club is 1 billion. So calculating the benefits based on the 1 billion quota is very simple and clear. However, members of the Tian by Eugene Club cannot get the 1.1 billion net profit because Anshin Investment Company will actively declare taxes for them. As he grew up, and Liang's vision became higher and higher. Xiagua gave an Exine investment company many preferential policies, including the privilege of building high-rise buildings within the second road of the imperial capital. Naturally, and Liang would not avoid taxes reasonably, but instead took the initiative to declare taxes. After Liang Liangzhong finished the profit distribution, he looked at Li Gang. How many people participated in this operation? Li Gang quickly responded, in addition to us, there are 50 people in the U.S. stock business group, 5 people in the risk control team, and 5 people in the logistics team. There are 5 people in the team. The so-called logistics team is to provide logistics services to the traders of the U.S. stock business group, probably ordering takeout, handling office supplies, tidying up the office area, and various other chores. And Liang thought about it for a moment before explaining. Old Li Lao Fan, come to the office. Fan Ping and Li Gang followed and Liang into the office a little excitedly. They made a lot of money from this operation, and they should be able to get the wrong money. Bonus. In Liang's office, and Liang looked at the 2 people and said, you have worked hard this time. Each of you will receive a bonus of 20 million. As for how to distribute it, you will operate in the stock market yourself, but you must do it beautifully. Do you understand? What Liang means is to allow 2 people to reasonably avoid taxes. Clear. Fan Ping and Li Gang responded together. How do you think the bonuses for traders, risk control teams, and logistics teams should be distributed? And Liang asked, it all depends on Mr. Security's arrangements. Fan Ping responded. Li Gang seconded. Even if Liang asked them to talk about this kind of bonus arrangement, they would not be able to talk about it. Only those with low emotional intelligence would interfere in the boss's work. The corners of Liang's mouth turned up. The traders are alone. The bonus of 2 million yuan is 1 million for each person in the risk control team and 100,000 for each person in the logistics team. All of them are paid with salary, and tax is deducted by the agency. Only the golden collar workers are qualified to avoid taxes reasonably. What can ordinary employees do to avoid taxes reasonably? By the way, for other people in the company, this month's bonus will be 1 month's salary. The level of this bonus is confidential. Please explain it to others. And Liang ordered, okay, Mr. In, I will give you the instructions later. Fan Ping responded, and Liang nodded and waved. Go and announce the bonus to them. Please give me flowers. Fan Ping reminded, shall Mr. In go in person? And Liang thought for a moment before nodding, and then returned to the trading floor of the U.S. Stock Business Group. Ahem! And Liang clapped his hands and coughed deliberately. The traders in the U.S. Stock Business Group all looked over, secretly excited in their hearts. This time, things were done well. Each person's bonus is 2 million. Please consult Mr. Fan for the specific situation. And Liang announced the size of the bonus. Wow! Long live Mr. In. Ha! Thank you, Mr. In. Developed. Quiet. You all keep a low profile, understand? And Liang reminded. Everyone kept a low profile. Among Anshin Investment Company, the U.S. Stock Business Group gives out the most bonuses, and the bonuses of other business groups are lower than those of the U.S. Stock Business Group. If it arouses the jealousy of other business groups, what if it happens with other business groups? What should I do if my colleagues are transferred to other positions? In fact, the work of each business group is similar. Those who do foreign exchange, the international spot gold market, and the U.S. stock market can also do it. There is no difficulty at all. So after Liang greeted quiet, everyone became quiet. Lao Fan, I will leave the rest of the matter to you, and the risk control team and logistics team will also leave it to you to make announcements. And Liang patted Fan Ping's arm. After Liang left, Fan Ping said to Li Gang, Old Li, I'm going to inform the risk control team. Can you tell the U.S. Stock Business Group about the tax status of bonuses? Uko, Li Gang responded, and Liang returned to the office. He looked at the time. It was almost 4 o'clock in the morning. The U.S. stock market was about to close. Apple's stock price reached a high price of $132.11 US. Faced with such a price, and Liang, I feel that I have made a profit, and Merrill Lynch also feels that I have made a profit, so no one loses money, right? Chapter 1872. Before the U.S. stock market closed on Thursday, Apple's stock price reached a high price of $132.11. It's a win-win situation. On-chain investment companies sold more than 300 million shares of Apple at a price of $130 per share, avoiding all risks at once, and naturally made a lot of money. If On Liang is allowed to sell Apple shares in the U.S. stock market, more than 330 million Apple shares will enter the market for sale, which is very likely to lower Apple's stock price. Just as financial institutions in bald eagle country want to close short positions, if they force short positions, it may cause the stock price to rise. Now that On Liang has sold out all its stocks at a relatively high stock price, it is natural that it will make a profit. Although Merrill Lynch purchased Apple shares from on-chain investment company at a price of $130 per share at a one-time price of $5.93, which seemed to make a small loss, according to Apple's current stock price, that's no problem at all. Apple and Dream Future Graphene Technology Group have reached a cooperation agreement. Apple's products will soon use graphene batteries. This kind of super good news will drive up the stock price. What's the problem? That's why On Liang felt that he had made a profit, and Merrill Lynch also felt that he had made a profit. There was no illusion that anyone was losing money. And Liang took a look at the situation in the U.S. stock market and withdrew from the U.S. stock market. On-chain investment company's plan for Apple was over, and he retired with more than 100% of the profits. Xia Guiyuan made more than $150 billion in this operation. What does it have to do with selling some graphene batteries to Apple? Selling batteries is secondary. Making money in the U.S. stock market is the first priority. With a profit of more than 150 billion Xia Guiyuan, if you want to make so much money selling batteries, how long will it take to sell them? In the cooperation between Dream Future Graphene Technology Group and Apple, it provides Apple with 5 million iPhone batteries every year. Even if all are calculated at 900 yuan apiece, the price is only 4.5 billion Xia Guiyuan. Ignore costs, ignore taxes, ignore everything. Isn't it just 4.5 billion yuan? Coupled with Apple's other orders, the total profit in a year may not be 15 billion. Without expanding supply, it will not be able to earn 150 billion Xia Guiyuan in 10 years. This is why more and more people are working in finance, because it is too easy to make quick money in the financial industry. 4:05 a.m. And Liang sent a message to the Tianshang by Yujing Club WeChat group. And Liang at everyone. Is anyone still awake? Li Yuan. I just looked at perfect stocks and didn't sleep. Qian Xiaojing me too. Yun Hoyang? Add me. Who see you? I'm sleepy. Lin Eli. I stay up late at night and fish at work. Yi Xiangyu. I can't sleep. I'm watching the situation of U.S. stocks. Zhou Ronghua. I didn't sleep either. Li Mingfei, secretly bubbling. Sun Yin, as I get older, I sleep less. Sujikai, video Sujikai. I played drums for a while and my next door neighbor almost came to my door. Did I do something wrong? And Liang. Li Yuan? Who Xiaoyu? Everyone sent questions. Playing drums in the early hours of the morning? Sujikai has a problem. Luneng. Picture Luneng. I am running the mountain trail here in Zhoushan. Guys, the road here is good. You're welcome to come and run a few laps. Qian Xiaojiang at Luneng. Send the address in private chat. Air Zhao Wanshi at Anlan. Is the operation over? Air Anliang. Why didn't you sleep? Zhao Wanshi. I am also concerned about the U.S. stock market. Were all the previous over-the-counter transactions done by you? This Zhao Wanshi is so smart. The key is that Zhao Wanshi can always analyze correctly. No wonder she is so confident. On Liang, yes. Zhao Wanshi. Then we made a lot of money this time, right? And Liang. Well, I've made a lot of money. I've taken the initiative to file tax returns for you, and preferably provide detailed transaction record reports, so that each of you can be easily investigated by relevant agencies. And Liang. First of all, the total profit is 152.16 billion Xia Guiyuan. The agency commission of our on-chain investment company is 9.16 billion yuan. The other 143 billion Xia Guiyuan will be used to distribute profits according to the investment. Zhao Wanshi. I can get 110. And Liang? And Liang. Didn't I just say that I filed tax returns for you? And Liang. You can only get 8.8 billion, 20% of the tax. Our on-chain investment company has paid it for all of you, so don't worry too much. Yun Haiyang, Hayat Brokin, Qian Xiaojiang. I feel heartbroken too. Li Tsuing Yuan. Is there no tax avoidance channel? And Liang. No. Our Anshin investment company will take the initiative to declare taxes. Li Tsuing Yuan. Tax deduction is so heartbreaking. Lin Li. I feel so heartbroken too. Hu Xiaoyu. Brother Liang, can I get 2.64 billion in profit? Hu Xiaoyu had an investment share in the Tian Tian by Eugene Club, and then Liang gave him an additional investment share. In addition, Hu Xiaoyu was lucky enough to win another investment share, resulting in a total investment of 3 billion. And Liang at Hu Xiaoyu. Yes, the principal is 3 billion and the profit is 2.64 billion. We expect to call you before 6 p.m. on Sunday. And Liang. Because there is a corresponding investment report, it is impossible for you to hide your private money this time. For point 3, Hu Xiaoyu. I won't hide it. My family told me to give me the change. 40 million is just a change. Everyone was calculating their profits, and they were surprised to find that Anshin Investment Company was worthy of being a myth in the Imperial Capital Circle, because this investment had earned profits that many of them had never dared to imagine in their lives. There was a lively discussion in the Bai Eugene Club in the sky, and Liang received a private message from Zhao Wanqi. He frowned after reading it. This Zhao Wanqi wants to take the initiative to cause trouble? Chapter 1873 in Liang had just announced the profit status of his investment plan for Apple in the Tianshang Bai Eugene Club WeChat group when he received a private message from Zhao Wanqi. Zhao Wanqi, the price of iron ore in Dao has increased again. What do you think? And Liang, Dao is targeting us? Zhao Wanqi, yes, Australia is our most important iron or import source. And Liang, wait a moment, I'll check the situation. Zhao Wanqi, okay. And Liang ordered Rini Security Company's number 4 Tianji Divine calculator to collect relevant information while he searched for news on the internet. After a while, and Liang found information on the internet. It was probably that Dao wanted to make more money, so he used its status as the largest raw material supplier to forcefully increase the price of iron ore. This has happened before. When the Xia Kingdom and Dao country were negotiating for iron ore, due to the Xia country team's misunderstandings, Xia 19 country ultimately spent an extra 700 billion Xia country dollars to purchase Dao country's iron ore. Yes, a total of 700 billion Xia Gui Yuan. Dao, which had tasted the benefits before, is now preparing to cause trouble against Xia. After Liang finished reading the news, he sent a message to Zhao Wanqi. And Liang, what you mean is that the price of steel in the commodity futures market is going to rise. Can we go long in the futures market? Zhao Wanqi. Rolling eyes, rolling eyes, rolling eyes. 20 Zhao Wanqi rolled her eyes. Although the scale of the steel futures market is not small, the possibility of making hundreds of billions from the steel futures market is very small. Zhao Wanqi. Looking at the problem from another angle, what do you think about targeting the country of Australia? And Liang vaguely understood what Zhao Wanqi meant. And Liang, is there any benefit? Zhao Wanqi. No Zhao Wanqi. You understand it yourself. Of course, and Liang understands the benefits. Although it seems that there are no benefits on the surface, there are some benefits that need to be thought about by oneself, just like the cooperation between Liang and Huang Guoxiang. And Liang, it's quite difficult. And Liang, Taiyao has natural advantages. The Xia Kingdom really needs the iron ore from the Great Ao country. The Xia Kingdom is a major importer of ores, and the Great Ao country is very precise on this point. And Liang, if we have to teach the Ao a lesson, there should be considerable losses. Zhao Wanqi, what are your plans? And Liang, I'll make some plans first. Zhao Wanqi, okay, it's getting late, you should go to bed early. And Liang, you should also go to bed early. After Liang finished the exchange with Zhao Wanqi, he did not think further about how to deal with Dao. He yawned and chose to rest at the Nina Hotel next door. After all, it's not appropriate to go back to the school dormitory at this point. The next day, Friday, and Liang woke up just before noon. He had a light lunch at Nina Hotel while checking the information sent by a number 4 Tianji Divine calculation. Xia's main channel for importing iron ore is Dao, which is also the world's largest iron ore supplier. In 2019, Xia's country imported 665 million tons of iron ore from DAO, with an average price of nearly 120 US dollars per ton. The annual market size is close to 80 billion US dollars, equivalent to more than 520 billion Xiaohui yuan, accounting for 67% of Xiaohui's iron ore import share in 2019. Under such circumstances, if DAO wants to increase the price of iron ore, it is actually just deliberately trying to make more money. In the data collected by the number 4 Tianji divine calculation, and Liang checked the distribution of global iron ore reserves and found that Xia State was also a country with large iron ore reserves. The 4 largest countries in terms of global iron ore reserves are as follows. Xia's iron ore reserves are 21 billion tons. Beixi's iron ore reserves are 23 billion tons. Beixiong's iron ore reserves have reached 25 billion tons. And finally, the ferocious country of Australia has the largest iron ore reserves in the world, reaching 50 billion tons. This data was only from 3 years ago. The bald eagle country only has a pitiful 2.9 billion tons, which is indeed a bit rare. Although Xia is one of the 4 countries with the largest iron ore reserves in terms of iron ore reserves, the iron ore also has an iron content in grade. The grade of iron ore in Xia Kingdom is about 34%, and the grade of iron ore in Dao country is as high as 48%, 563. For the same weight of iron ore, the iron ore of Dao country contains more iron. The grade of Baki iron ore is even higher, reaching a level of 52%. Even higher is the iron ore in Beixiong country, with a grade of 56%. However, in addition to the grade of iron ore, there is also the issue of mining difficulty. Among the 4 countries with the largest iron ore reserves, iron ore mining in the Northern Bear country is the most difficult because the winter in the Northern Bear country is icy and snowy, which is very unfriendly to mining. After all, in the freezing winter, the ground is extremely hard due to cold and ice. Under such circumstances, the iron ore reserves in the Northern Bear country are obviously relatively large, and the grade is very high, but they cannot expand the scale. Next is the Xia Kingdom. The iron ore in the Xia Kingdom is not only relatively difficult to mine, but also of relatively low grade. It is tasteless, and it is a pity to discard it. If domestic iron ore is forcibly mined, the cost of mining and smelting combined will even exceed the cost of imported iron ore from overseas. So Xia State is more willing to import iron ore. It is precisely for this reason that DAO Gua has taken good care of Xiagua in the Iron Ore Procurement Cooperation Project. Underscore. Chapter 1874 DAO country's iron ore mining is convenient, high grade, rich in reserves, coupled with convenient shipping and other advantages, allowing DAO country to unscrupulously harvest Xia country like leeks. After Liang read the information collected by the number 4 Tianji divine calculator, he sighed silently in his heart. This great Australian country is a bit arrogant. It is true that Xiagua is highly dependent on DAO for the iron ore project, but DAO is also highly dependent on Xiagua for the iron ore project. If Xiagua withdraws the order, who is DAO going to sell the iron ore to? The only downstream industry of iron ore is steelmaking. What else can be done besides steelmaking? In recent years, Xiagua has been building infrastructure, and the demand for steel is indeed very large. Isn't DAO afraid that Xiagua will find other alternative suppliers? In fact, Xia State has been flirting with Baki because Baki can, to a certain extent, replace DAO in iron ore supply. The iron ore reserves in Baki are abundant. The iron ore in Baki is of higher grade, and the mining difficulty of iron ore in Baki is also very low. The only problem is the route. The voyage between Dao and Xia is about 4,500 kilometers, and the voyage between Beixi and Xia is more than 18,000 kilometers. The gap between the two sides is more than 4 times. A longer voyage means more expensive freight and more time to wait. Costs and uncertain safety risks. Due to the voyage, Dao defeated Baki and became Xia's largest iron ore supplier. The cooperation between Xiagua and Beixi made Baki just a spare player due to the voyage. Its existence was to put pressure on Dao and prevent Dao from raising prices arbitrarily. After all, if Dao country continues to increase prices, Xiagua still has a spare option. and Liang set his sights on the northern Bear country. Compared with the distant Baki and the Dao country, which was always trying to trick the Xia kingdom, the northern Bear country had its own advantages. It was very close to the Xia kingdom and bordered on land. There is a direct railway. With direct rail access, transportation costs are even cheaper than ocean freight. The only problem is the iron or mining problem in North Bear country. But are these problems a problem for the economically disadvantaged Northern Bear country? We are already in the era of 2020. Mining in winter only increases the cost, and the pressure exists to say that mining is impossible. The winter in Cilia is indeed cold, but that can't stop your enthusiasm for making money, right? After Wu Conscience made up his mind, he sent a message to Afrola Maomei and Liang. Aurora, are you still in the imperial capital? Avora. Location information. Taito International University de Naflora. Avora. If Mr. N wants to ask about oil imports, I can only express my deep regret. My father worked hard, but our country rejected your proposal. And Liang? And Liang is full of question marks. In order to sell oil in the Europa market, the Northern Bear country did not hesitate to start a war, but in the end it was unwilling to sell to Liang. And Liang, why? Avora. Sorry, Mr. N. I don't know the reason either. And Liang thought to himself, what on earth is the North Bear country doing? Exporting oil is the daily national policy of the North Bear country. Do the bosses of the North Bear country think he is deceiving them? Fine. If the North Bear country doesn't sell oil, then it won't sell oil. And Liang is not asking about oil-related matters this time. Anyway, the previous task has been completed, and the support of the North Bear country has become dispensable. And Liang, do you sell your iron ore? Avora. Definitely not for sale. And Liang. What I mean is you mine it yourself, and we buy the iron ore. And Liang. Recently, Australia has started to boom again. You should have seen the news, so we need to develop diversified procurement channels. Avora looked at Liang's reply and sighed silently, because Liang's words showed that he had a close relationship with the Xia Kingdom's court. That come on? Aflora sighed secretly. Afrola, if you're just buying iron ore, I can help you inquire, but as you know, our iron ore is more expensive. And Liang, you asked first, the price things are easy to discuss. The iron ore in the Northern Bear country is of higher grade. The iron content in the Grade AO country is 48%. The iron ore in the Northern Bear country has an iron content of 56%, which is equivalent to the iron content in the Grade AO country. The amount of iron has basically increased by 16.67%. This means that the price increase within 16.67% is within a reasonable range. For example, 100 kilograms of iron ore from Australia, without calculating any loss money, it can smelt 48 kilograms of steel, and the iron ore in the Northern Bear country can smelt 56 kilograms of steel. Isn't it right that the latter is more expensive? Higher quality, more expensive price. There is actually no problem at all. And Liang thought it's impossible for the North Bear country to reject him this time, right? After all, the Xia country and the North Bear country have a long history of iron ore trading. As early as 2003, the Dao country began to cause trouble against the Xia country. At that time, the Xia kingdom contacted the North Bear country. Later, the Dao country wisely kept a low profile and did not continue to have trouble with the Xia country. However, times have changed, and the production of the North Bear country cannot keep up with the development speed of the times. Everything has changed. It is the scapegoat for the changing times. Chapter 1875 Xia's demand for iron ore is too great. Taking 2019 as an example, Xia's iron ore imports for the whole year almost reached 1 billion tons. About 67% is from Australia, 19% is from Basi, 3% is from South Africa, 2% is from Malaysia and Milu, and iron ore from other large and small producing areas is combined. 7%. The Northern Bear country is among the other 7% sources, with nearly 20 million tons per year, accounting for almost only 0.2%, making it a very small supplier. However, the North Bear country is clearly one of the 4 countries with the largest iron ore reserves in the world. At nearly 2 o'clock in the afternoon, On Liang finally received a reply message from Avrola. Avora, how much iron or do you want? Avora, and what's the price? And Liang, as many as you want. And Liang, as for the price issue, we can discuss it in detail. For example, it will be determined based on supply and iron or grade. Avora, how many do you want? And Liang, your annual output is very small. In the past nearly 20 years of 613, your annual output has barely increased, right? Avora did not refute. She had gained a lot of knowledge about iron ore and naturally knew the situation in their northern bear country. Avora, what about the supply period? And Liang, do you have any suggestions or ideas? Avora, do you know the situation of the minerals here? Faced with Avora's rhetorical question, An Liang responded affirmatively. And Liang, well, your iron ore mines are mainly in Silesia and the Urals. Anyway, both places are very cold, making mining very inconvenient. The downtime is relatively long every year, right? Avora, yes. Aflarola, due to geographical and climatic reasons, our mining volume is relatively small. And Liang, because of the low production volume and poor income, it is impossible to purchase new equipment. In addition, your investment environment is relatively poor, and it is difficult for you to cooperate with foreign investors in mining, so you have entered an endless cycle. Avora, that's right, so even if we both cooperate, it's actually very difficult to get on the right track. And fell silent as he looked at the message sent back by Aurora. The situation in the northern bear country seems to have entered an endless loop. No wonder iron or mining has not increased for more than 10 years. And Liang, what if I lend you money first to expand? Avora? Avora, that would cost a lot of money. Avora, the initial investment could be in the billions. Avora, from a geographical point of view, we should choose Silesia. However, the cold weather in Siberia is too extreme. The investment of billions is a conservative estimate, and it is possible that the final investment will exceed tens of billions. Afrola, the risks involved with these investments are huge, and I think you should understand that. And Liang, I understand. And Liang, but I am willing to give it a try. And Liang, this is an opportunity for win-win cooperation. Can you help promote it? And Liang, we invested 10 billion Xia Guiyuan and took 49% of the shares, of which 5% will be given to you and the other 51% will be given to your Northern Bear Kingdom court. We will work together to mine iron ore. And Liang, waiting for the iron ore to be mined, I will be responsible for the sales of the iron ore and the price will be absolutely fair. Avora hesitated, and Liang directly invested 10 billion Xia Guiyuan, only holding 49% of the shares, and was willing to give her 5% of the shares. Is that equivalent to her getting shares worth 1 billion Xia Guiyuan in vain? Avora, what do I have to pay? And Liang, to promote this cooperation and ensure the smooth progress of this cooperation, especially the daily operations of the iron ore, you need your help in handling these matters. And Liang has already found out about Avora's background. Her father, Vasilievich Nekov-Kobel, is the Minister of Natural Resources and Ecology of the Northern Bear Country. If you want to cooperate in mining in the Northern Bear Country, you will definitely need Avora. The father approved. When he first investigated Afrola's background, and Liang was thinking about how to use this relationship, and now it seems that this line has finally been used. Avora, I can guarantee the smooth progress of the cooperation, but for daily operations, I think you can contact Alec and ask Alec to help handle it. Avora, their family is good at solving such things. Avora, another point, if you want the income from iron ore, I guess your investment is not enough. Do you understand? And Liang, I understand. And Liang also investigated the situation at Alec's family. Alec's family has a military background in the Northern Bear Country. It would be really good to have Alec's family help maintain daily operations. And Liang, I will contact Alec. You can test the situation of cooperation first and see how we can cooperate. Then we will discuss the specific method of cooperation. Avora, okay, let me ask about the tone first. And Liang, contact us immediately if you have any questions. Avora, I'll ask about the situation first, and then I'll contact you after I understand it clearly. And Liang, okay. And Liang had just finished communicating with Aurora when he received an unexpected message. Why did this person come to Tianfu? Underscore. Chapter 1876 and Liang had just finished discussing the national destiny with Afrola when he received a message from Yao Qi. Yao Qi. Location information. Tianfu International Airport. Yao Qi. You are in Tianfu, right? Yao Qi. I heard Xian say that you told her that you were in Tianfu. And Liang. Why are you in Tianfu? What is this Yao Qi doing here? And Liang kept a distance from Yao Qi because he analyzed that Yao Qi had a stronger character. When Yao Qi's family fell into decline, Yao Qi managed to participate in antique clothing exhibitions to make money instead of giving up on herself, which illustrates the perseverance part of her character. According to Yao Qi's family situation and Yao Qi's personality, even if Yao Qi's appearance reached 96 points and her favorability reached 89 points, and Liang would not dare to move. If this happens, Yao Qi will probably get into trouble with Li Xian, right? Yao Qi. Exhibition of Orchid Ancient Style in Tianfu Empty Valley Dash. Yao Qi. Starting tomorrow, I'll come over the day before. Yao Qi. Can you accompany me? And Liang, no. This Yao Qi is indeed trouble. It just so happened that An Liang was afraid of trouble. And Liang prefers the current situation, and he is willing to protect Li Xian, a silly girl. Why does he have to cause trouble for himself? Yao Qi. I won't tell Xian. And Liang. Haha. And Liang doesn't believe it. A woman's mouth is a cannibal. Yao Qi. I'm serious. I won't tell Xian. I just asked you to accompany me to see the ancient style exhibition. And Liang. I have to review on Saturdays and weekends. And Liang. We will start the final exam next Monday, which will be the 3 days from the 22nd to the 24th. I just happen to have a temporary surprise on Saturday and weekend. Yao Qi. You're so cautious. I won't take screenshots and give them to Xian. Damn it. And Liang was shocked. There is such a cool operation. Send the screenshot to Li Xian. Fortunately, and Liang didn't say anything inappropriate. Yao Qi. Are you at school? Yao Qi. I have already got into a taxi and am heading to Tianfu Economic Research Institute. Xiang Liang. Why are you going to my school? Yao Qi me. Yao Qi. I finally came to your city. I want to go to the place where you went to school, walk the road you walked, see the scenery you have seen, and the air that is familiar with you. Maybe they still have your flavor. Breath. And Liang. This artistic young woman. And Liang. Something is wrong with you. And Liang. What other tricks are there? Yao Qi. There is really no routine. I just feel envious when I see Xian happy and full of happiness every day. Yao Qi. Obviously, you are not with Xian every day, but she is very happy. I'm really envious. Yao Qi. You know, if you hadn't suddenly broken into my world would have been dark, right? And Liang. Go, go, go. After your company and all the booked ships are sold, although it is impossible to get rich, it is much better than ordinary people. And you are still in darkness? And Liang. I really want to learn. Yao Qi. Are you studying in the library? I'll come over and study with you. Yao Qi. If there is anything you don't understand, I should be able to help you learn. And Liang. Is this Yao Qi playing with him? If Yao Qi comes to school, I'm afraid you will receive a call from Xia Rui or Xia Hexin the next moment, right? And Liang. What on earth do you want to do? Yao Qi. As I said at the beginning, I am here to participate in the Konggu Orchid Ancient Style exhibition, and I just want you to go shopping with me. Asking for flowers in Liang. Nothing else? Yao Qi, yeah. And Liang. Do you think I believe it or not? Yao Qi. I guess you believe it. And Liang. Okay. I'm convinced. I'm an Anshin investment company. And Liang. Location information. Building 1, International Financial Center, Chuanxi Road, Tianfu and Liang. Have you booked the hotel? Yao Qi. Not yet. I don't know where to choose. And Liang. Let me arrange it for you. And Liang naturally chose Nina Hotel because Nina Hotel is right next to Anshin Investment Company, and Liang has enough contingency plans. Yao Qi, okay. And Liang. Come here first, and we'll talk after we meet. I'll wait for you in the lobby of Nina Hotel. Yao Qi. It will be about an hour later. There's a little traffic jam. And Liang. Okay. Give me a call when it's time. After the exchange between the two parties ended, and Liang rubbed his temples. This Yao Qi is trouble. And Liang thought for a while, and with the help of his danger premonition ability, and Liang made the best choice and sent a message to Li Xian. And Liang, baby, what are you doing? Li Xian, pictured in Li Xian, I am doing news interview copywriting. Li Xian, you have an exam next week, right? Aaron Liang, yes, I will start next Monday. After the exam, I will come to you. Li Xian, why are you here again? I also have a final exam. And Liang, of course I miss my baby. And Liang, I remember that your final term is in the middle of next month, right? Li Xian, yes, the final exam will be from July 15th to 17th. And Liang, your school is a bit cruel. And Liang, by the way, Yao Qi just sent me a message. She came to Tianfu. What is going on? CUN_. Chapter 1877 On Liang chose to take the initiative to confess. According to the information fed back by the danger premonition ability, there was no problem with this move. Li Xian, has Chi contacted you? Li Xian, there is an ancient style exhibition in Tianfu this weekend. Chi likes ancient style, and she wants to go and have a look. Li Xian, I told her before that I asked her to contact you, but she originally refused. Li Xian, and Liang, Chi, it's not easy for a girl in a foreign country. Remember to take care of her. Does Li Xian trust him so much? And Liang, okay. And Liang, by the way, I'll be here on the 24th. Li Xian, I know. Li Xian, how long will you stay here? Li Xian, I have an exam next month. I can't fail the exam at 590. I'm the academic committee, so it would be very miserable if I failed. And Liang, I will leave at the end of the month. There is still work to be done in the imperial capital. Li Xian, doesn't it take a week? Li Xian, it's been too long. Li Xian, I don't have enough time, otherwise it will be a 3-day holiday for the Dragon Boat Festival. You come over on the 24th, and we will celebrate the Dragon Boat Festival together. You will go to the imperial capital on the 27th, and you will be able to handle work on the 28th. Li Xian, I have checked. Although the 28th is a Sunday, we will work normally on the 28th. And Liang, okay, I listen to you. This Li Xian is indeed a top scholar. Li Xian, yes, Chi-Chi's personality is sometimes stronger, so please be more modest. Aaron Liang, I don't care about her. If she has a bad temper, I will turn around and leave. Li Xian, hug Li Xian, don't be like this, Chi-Chi is actually a very nice person. And Liang, okay, I'll take her to taste Tianfu's delicacies later, okay? Li Xian, she probably can't eat spicy food. And Liang, I think she can do it. There is nothing in Tianfu that is not spicy. And Liang and Li Xian chatted for almost a quarter of an hour. Li Xian said that he wanted to study, and the two ended their chat. At nearly 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and Liang received a call from Yao Qi. He answered the phone and asked first, "Are you here?" "It will be there soon about 10 o'clock," Yao Qi responded, and then complained, "There is too much traffic here. It's not even the peak of the evening, but there is such a traffic jam. Even in this city, there is no such traffic jam." And Liang responded jokingly, "I suspect you are firing a map cannon." Yao Qi hummed, a bit coquettishly, "It's already a traffic jam," and Liang didn't answer, so he changed the topic. "I'll wait for you in the lobby of Nina Hotel first." Okay, Yao Qi responded. The two ended the call, and Liang asked Anshin Investment Company to arrange a car. He was not going to drive out with Yao Qi by himself. The Lamborghini Urus smelled of Xia Rui and Xia Hexin. If Yao Qi found out, it would be terrible. Incident. As for the Ferrari 488 Pista, it is not suitable. Although Xia Rui and Xia Hexin have almost never used the Ferrari 488 Pista, it is a bit too high profile and easily attracts attention. This Ferrari 488 Pista will easily become the focus wherever it goes, and Liang does not want he became the center of attention. So he still used the Audi A8L of Anshin Investment Company and let the driver of Anshin Investment Company drive the car. Even if he was recognized by others, or even took a photo and posted it on the campus wall, An Liang could calmly shirk away from work. Just in time, Yao Qi's family is in the shipping business, and Liang can discuss the business of transporting iron, or tabaki, through Yao Qi's family. Isn't this just bringing things back? Huh? Wait, it seems like this excuse can become true. The Xia Kingdom imports nearly 190 million tons of iron, ore from Baki, every year. These iron ores are shipped back through shipping channels. Since DAO wants to increase prices, it is better to add the price increase budget to the shipping costs. And Liang thought for a while and secretly decided to discuss the feasibility of this matter when he met Yao Qi later. 10 minutes later, and Liang saw Yao Qi in the lobby of Nina Hotel. She was wearing a minstrel shirt. The long white dress is as tall and slim as ever, with a gentle and graceful temperament. Haven't seen you for a long time. And Liang took the initiative to speak, and Yao Qi responded eloquently, long time no see. Yao Qi took the route of a professional host in radio and television, and her broadcasting voice was a bit likable. And Liang glanced at the two large suitcases and said jokingly, "Ha, as expected of a woman, with so much luggage. There are actually only 2 sets of clothes. Can you believe it?" Yaki respondit. And Liang was stunned for a moment. Yao Qi handed the 2 suitcases to Liang. And Liang took them and pushed and pulled them. He found that they were very light and obviously did not contain much. Yao Qi continued, "I brought 2 sets of ancient clothes. Come to the exhibition. 2 suitcases are to protect them. It's really troublesome for you to play with the ancient style." And Liang complained it's really troublesome. Yao Qi nodded affirmatively. The high-quality antique clothes are expensive, and the entry-level ones are of poor quality. Therefore, there are many kind-hearted people who make the final payment. After all, there are many good people in this world. I'll take you to check-in first. And Liang greeted. He was just about to help Yao Qi carry the suitcase, but Yao Qi refused. "I will do it myself." Yao Qi is not being polite. She is worried that if Liang moves carelessly, the headgear in the suitcase may have problems. And Liang did not care. The 2 suitcases are very light, and Yao Qi has no problem handling them by herself. 4.3 is less than 5 minutes later, and Liang checked Yao Qi into room 16 on the 66th floor. The 2 came to room 6616 together. Yao Qi first took out 2 sets of ancient costumes from the suitcase. One of them was a Fengwan xiape, bright red. The big shirt, the sapphire blue xiape, is tied with a pure gold pendant and a fishing hoop made of pure gold. Together with the 12 dragons and 9 phoenix crowns with flower inlay technology, gold silk phoenix hairpins, and pure gold hairpins, it looks like very noble, with a feeling of being a phoenix in the world. Isn't this set of Fengwangxia? Chapter 1878 inches the ancient times of Xia Kingdom. Phoenix crowns and harems had specific grades. Taking the 12 dragon and 9 phoenix crowns brought by Yao Qi as an example, in ancient times, there must be only Fengyi Tianxia. Only queens can wear it. That's why Liang said that this set of Fengwangxia P was arrogant. Yao Qi rolled her eyes at Liang. "Sir, it's 2020 now. The last time you were in the Magic City, you even tried on the royal robe." Yao Qi continued, and Liang thought secretly, is this Yao Qi hinting again? When he was in the Magic City, and Liang did try on the imperial robe, and the phoenix crown and the imperial robe were a natural match. And Liang said, when the topic changed, he asked casually, "Isn't this set of clothes expensive?" "You guess?" Yao Qi asked back, and Liang shook his head. "I don't know the situation in your ancient style circle, so I can't guess the price. These ancient costumes may look very cheap, but in fact they are so expensive that their scalp is numb." And Liang had already experienced this the last time he was at the ancient costume exhibition in the Magic City. Yao Qi introduced in Liang this phoenix crown. The price is 2.4 million. And Liang said he was shocked. Although Liang had just made a fortune of 8.8 billion Xiagui yuan through Apple, and Liang still felt that the price of 2.4 million for a phoenix crown was a bit too much. So expensive? And Liang was confused. It is indeed a bit expensive, but its craftsmanship is very complicated. Currently, there are only 2 craftsmen in the country who can make it. The corresponding production technology still maintains the pattern of being passed down from father to son, and from son to grandson. Yao Qi explained. Yao Qi continued to add, the ancestors of the 2 master craftsmen are rumored to have made crowns for the royal family, so the price is a bit expensive, but it is still within the acceptable range. Phoenix hairpin is slightly cheaper, only 200,000 yuan. Gold hairpin is even cheaper, only 30,000 yuan. Yao Qi explained, and Liang looked carefully at the bright red shirt. The color of this shirt was very bright and vivid, without a dull feeling. This means that the dye used is very high-end, and the fabric is also very high-end. If the fabric is bad and the dye is poor, the corresponding color will also be bad. Especially red, the requirements for fabrics and dyes are very high. If any one of them is slightly worse, it will be visually unpleasant. But Yao Qi, the bright red shirt I brought here, didn't have such a feeling. It was very bright and vivid, as if it had its own beauty and filter. Isn't this big shirt cheap? And Liang asked casually, well, it's not cheap either. The Jiangning Weaving House, opened by the descendants of the master craftsmen of the ancient Jiangning Weaving Bureau, uses similar specifications to the ancient royal family, but lowers some standards. Even so, its price is still 150,000. Yao Qi explained, this price is very expensive in modern society. Of course, in ancient times, these clothes were not something ordinary people could wear. Even some small nobles could not afford them. Where is Xiaopei? And Liang looked at the sapphire blue Xiaopei. It didn't look cheap. It is made by Jiangning Weaving House. It is made of silk leno. The price is a little more expensive than the big shirt. With the pure gold pendant and pure gold fishing hoop, the total price is 250,000. Yao Qi explained, and Liang silently calculated. So the total price of this set of Fenghuan Xiaopei is 3.03 million? Are these guys in the ancient style circle too rich? Want to see another set? Yao Qi took the initiative to ask, and Liang asked casually, is the other set also the Fenghuan Xiaopei? Yao Qi shook her head in the negative. No, I'll open it and show it to you. After a moment, Yao Qi opened another suitcase. This set is in the style of Dunhuang Feiqian in the Tang Dynasty. The design is inspired by Dunhuang's murals. Currently, in the ancient style circle, the Feiqian style of Dunhuang in the Tang Dynasty is very popular. You've worn similar styles before and made short videos, right? And Liang asked. Yao Qi asked, don't you like it? And Liang neither admitted nor denied, wait for me a while. Yao Qi pulled the suitcase containing Fenghuan Xiaoli into the bedroom, and Liang waited in the living room. He guessed that Yao Qi wanted to change her clothes and show him. Originally, and Liang wanted to refuse. Looking at his girlfriend's girlfriend, what does secret mean? But that set of Fenghuan Xiaopei is too expensive. And Liang wants to see what the upper body of that sky-high price Fenghuan Xiaopei looks like. He has no other meaning. On Liang 597 is not that kind of person. As we all know, On Liang is a good person. Man, this should not be refuted, right? In the bedroom of the executive suite, Yao Qi was changing her clothes. She smiled while changing her phoenix crown and harem. She did like goofing Zhan, but if Liang was not in Tianfu, she would not do it in person. Come here. After all, there are several ancient-style exhibitions in Magic City every year, so she doesn't have to go to such trouble. Her mother said that you have to strive for happiness by yourself, and don't give up easily when you find the right one. Yao Qi cheered for herself silently. She felt that On Liang was very good. It's appropriate. It's not just because Liang is rich or because Liang helped her family out of trouble. It's because of Liang's attitude towards her. Yao Qi knew she was beautiful, but when her family was in trouble, someone expressed it openly or covertly. As long as Yao Qi is willing, she can help her family, but Yao Qi refuses all these help. After Liang helped her family, not only did she not put forward any conditions, but actively alienated her, which made Yao Qi very interested. So she wants to fight for it. Even if the hope is slim, Yao Qi does not want to give up. Chapter 1879 Nina Hotel, Executive Suite number 6616. In the bedroom, it was difficult for Yao Qi to put on the Fenghuan Xiaopei alone. It took her more than 20 minutes to complete the entire set of Fenghuan Xiaopei. She opened the curtains and looked at herself through the floor-to-ceiling windows, showing a satisfied look. Come on! Yao Qi cheered for herself. In the living room, Liang was checking the WeChat group information of Tianshang by Eugene Club. Anshin Investment Company had transferred all the funds to every investor's account. These guys in the imperial capital are discussing the purchase of private jets. Members of the Tianshang by Yujing Club in the Imperial Capital Circle were all stimulated by En Liang. The private jet converted from a Boeing 787 was so luxurious that everyone felt guilty. When Yao Qi came out, En Liang put down his mobile phone. Yao Qi was wearing a bright red shirt and a phoenix crown. En Liang felt astonished. Yao Qi walked toward En Liang. Her gait was very steady, just like a lady in ancient times. She also noticed a look of absence in Liang's eyes, and a smile flashed in her heart. Yao Qi didn't ask En Liang whether she looked good in a phoenix crown and harem. Is this kind of question necessary? I saw Yao Qi walking up to En Liang dignifiedly and speaking in a broadcasting voice. I pay my respects to your majesty. En Liang raised his eyebrows. This Yao Qi is causing trouble again. Does your majesty have any doubts? Yao Qi asked back. En Liang sighed and said, this set of phoenix crown and harem suits you very well. Does your majesty like it? Yao Qi asked boldly. En Liang changed the topic non-committally. What kind of ancient style exhibition is Tianfu? Are you coming to participate in the performance? The ancient style exhibition of Orchid in the Empty Valley. Yao Qi first explained the name of Gufeng Zhan, and then continued, I just came here to take a look. Yao Qi continued, do you want to see another set? Before En Liang answered, Yao Qi continued, wait a moment. After saying that, Yao Qi walked into the bedroom again. Looking at Yao Qi's back, En Liang felt a little unfinished. The bright red shirt, paired with the phoenix crown and harem, made Yao Qi's charm rise to a new level. To put it simply, if Yao Qi did not wear ancient clothes, En Liang felt that he could easily weigh the pros and cons and avoid trouble. But when Yao Qi put on ancient clothes, En Liang began to doubt his self-control ability. Is she that strong? While waiting for Yao Qi to change into Tang Dynasty Emperor Feiqian-style clothes, En Liang received a WeChat message from Li Xian. Li Xian, have you met Chi-Chi? En Liang. Tu En Liang. Mentality exploded, it's over. En Liang. Does it take you women an hour to change clothes? En Liang. I've been waiting for half an hour, and I'm about to lose my temper. Li Xian. I'm not, you know. En Liang. En Liang. You're not? En Liang, huh? Woman. Li Xian. When did I make you wait for a long time? En Liang. You should say, when was it not me who personally came to arrest someone? Li Xian. Humph. Li Xian. You just wait a little longer. Li Xian. Chi-Chi is my friend. Please be patient. Li Xian. Let's not talk about it for now. Yu Qing and I are still discussing the interview script. En Liang. Okay. En Liang and Li Xian after the exchange. He carefully felt the danger premonition ability and found nothing wrong through the danger premonition ability. It seems that Li Xian, a silly Beitian, has never thought about the relationship between En Liang and Yao Qi. Magic City, Fudan University. Gui Yuqing was joking with Li Xian. Xian, I heard that Chi-Chi went to Tianfu. Li Xian responded casually. June, I asked En Liang to take care of Chi-Chi before. He was still complaining that Chi-Chi took too much time to change clothes. Gui Yuqing was silent for a moment, then asked curiously, aren't you worried? Li Xian was confused. What am I worried about? Chi-Chi is quite beautiful, just in case. Gui Yuqing didn't finish speaking. Li Xian responded, I believe in En Liang. At this point, Li Xian continued, even if something happens, it won't be the loss for En Liang of our family. Isn't it okay if En Liang doesn't suffer a loss? Gui Yuqing said that she was shocked. There was something wrong with this Li Xian. She had a completely strategic level of understanding. Okay, Yuqing, don't worry so much. Let's write the interview script first. We will go to interview tomorrow, Wang Haohao. We can't bully classmate Ma Yingjun again this time, right? Li Xian explained. Gui Yuqing coughed dryly. She found Ma Yingjun not far behind Li Xian, with a helpless expression. He had obviously heard Li Xian's statement. Li Xian also noticed something unusual. She turned around and glanced at Ma Yingjun. Classmate Ma Yingjun, I'm helping you. Ma Yingjun is helpless. He has to thank Li Xian. Does he need Li Xian's help? No. Ma Yingjun is willing to be Gui Yuqing's licking dog. Why should Li Xian help him? Mine Jun has already made a decision secretly. You have to lick until Guiyuqing is moved. What happened to licking the dog? Licking the dog, everything. Underscore. Chapter 1880 naturally. And Liang didn't know Li Xiyin's strategic understanding, because Yao Qi changed into Tang Dynasty Emperor Faqian-style clothes and came out. If Yao Qi, who is wearing a bright red shirt and a phoenix crown and harem, is the splendor of Fengyi in the world, now Yao Qi, who is surrounded by a silk scarf, has lotuses growing on her bare feet, and has arms as white as jade, is like a fairy in a painting. This Yao Qi, it really suits the ancient style. Looking at Yao Qi, who looked like a fairy in a painting, and Liang felt a thrill in his heart. Yao Qi caught a glimpse of Liang's gaze, and she was secretly satisfied. It turned out that Liang was not indifferent. This time Yao Qi still didn't ask whether Liang looked good. She walked directly in front of Liang and started dancing. Although Yao Qi is majoring in radio and television at Fudan University in Shanghai, she also has a talent for dancing. Her dancing is very beautiful and full of Western style. A few minutes later, Yao Qi stopped dancing and looked at Liang. And Liang also looked at Yao Qi. Yao Qi finally asked, "Does it look good?" And Liang nodded. "It looks good. Like it?" Yao Qi asked boldly. 593 and Liang also responded straightforwardly, "I like it, but it's not suitable." Yao Qi frowned slightly, and Liang continued, "Xiyin and I have a very good relationship." Yao Qi was silent. "What's the price of this suit of clothes?" And Liang changed the topic. Yao Qi responded a little absent-mindedly. "This set is much cheaper, only 120,000. The main reason is that the Tang Dynasty Dunhuang Faqian-style ancient costumes do not have expensive accessories, so the price has dropped significantly, but such prices are still not acceptable to ordinary people." "Do you like Fengwan Xiaopei or this one?" And Liang asked, "I like all of them." Yao Qi responded, "They are different styles. I like the style of Fengwan Xiaopei, and I also like the style of Tang Dynasty Dunhuang Faqian." "Me too." And Liang responded, "Fish? What I want. Bear's paw? Also what I want." Yao Qi and Li Xiyin are two different styles, and Liang likes both styles. Li Xiyin's stupidity in love suite, that kind of blindness when falling in love, allows An Liang to enjoy the simplicity of first love. Yao Qi's character of daring to love, hate, fight for, and refuse to admit defeat is also what An Liang likes. Faced with An Liang's answer, Yao Qi understood the meaning, and Liang expressed his attitude with two sets of ancient costumes of different styles. "By the way, what do you want to eat tonight?" And Liang asked. Yao Qi remained silent. "Want to try Tianfu's spicy style?" And Liang continued to ask. Yao Qi looked at Liang silently, and she finally nodded in response. "Do you have any recommendations?" Before Liang recommended it, Yao Qi continued to add, "I don't want to eat hot pot. When we were in Shanghai, Xian took us to eat hot pot many times. I don't want to eat spicy hot pot either." Yao Qi snorted, and Liang smiled and said, "There is almost no malatang in Tianfu. It's called Maokai here." "Then I want to eat Maokai," Yao Qi said with a pun, and Liang understood what Yao Qi meant. "Then I'll take you to eat grilled fish." "This is acceptable." Yao Qi responded, "Quickly change your clothes. You can't go there wearing this, right?" And Liang reminded, "What if Yao Qi went to eat grilled fish wearing ancient costumes in the style of Tang Dynasty Emperor Faqian? I'm afraid all kinds of self-media news will be arranged that day." The self-media in this era is simply pervasive. Even if there are security personnel from Rini Security Company when dealing with privacy issues, and Liang was unwilling to take risks. Yao Qi did not refute. She returned to the bedroom and changed back into the moon-white dress. When Yao Qi came out in the moon-white dress, she didn't know is it influenced by the previous ancient costumes. And Liang thinks Yao Qi's modern moon-white dress is also quite good. "Is this the case of Iwujuwu? Let's go." Yao Qi greeted Liang. And Liang responded, and he took Yao Qi to the underground garage. On the way, Liang had already sent a message on his mobile phone instructing the driver of Anshin Investment Company to wait in the underground parking garage of Nina Hotel. And Liang and Yao Qi arrived at that time. A black Audi A8L was already waiting. And Liang opened the door of the back seat gentlemanly and motioned for Yao Qi to get in the car first. After getting in the car, Yao Qi moved inside to make it easier for Liang to get in. And Liang was originally planning to go around. He had to go to the other side to get on the bus, but Yao Qi had already considered this and moved his position after getting on the bus. Naturally, and Liang got on the bus directly without being polite. Go to the grilled fish restaurant by the river. While Liang was giving instructions, he discovered that the driver had actually been changed to Qin Tianxiang. Qin Tianxiang didn't say anything and just drove off. Yao Qi asked casually, "Is the name of the store next to the river?" And Liang nodded affirmatively. "Well, that's the name of the shop by the river. They have many kinds of grilled fish, from freshwater fish to sea fish. You will know after a while. Their food tastes very good, and it has a spicy taste. Thanks." Yao Qi responded with thanks. She doesn't like spicy food. In addition to her eating habits, she also wants to protect her vocal cords. "You're welcome." And Liang responded, Chapter 1881, it was close to 9 o'clock in the evening. And Liang and Yao Qi walked out of the barbecue restaurant by the river. The food in this restaurant was quite good, but it was not recognized by the winner system in life. And Liang did not receive a food reward. "Where shall we go later?" Yao Qi asked. Before Liang answered, Yao Qi continued to ask, "I heard that the night view of Tianfu is very beautiful. Can you take me there to see it? Where do you want to go?" Liang asked. Yao Qi snorted. "How did I know?" "Then let's go to Sichuan TV Broadcasting Tower." And Liang responded, "It is the same as the pearl of your magic city. From it, you can overlook the night view of the entire Tianfu." "Okay," Yao Qi agreed. In fact, there is another place overlooking the night view of Tianfu, which is Longquan Mountain, but Longquan Mountain is almost an hour's drive from Tianfu. It is already close to 9 o'clock in the evening, which is not suitable in terms of time. It is close. Half an hour later, and Liang took Yao Qi to the Sichuan TV Broadcasting Tower. And Liang bought tickets and took Yao Qi to the high-altitude observation deck at a height of 300 meters. As Liang said, on the Sichuan TV Broadcasting Tower, you can overlooking the night view of Tianfu. Yao Qi watched the night view of Tianfu from the 360-degree high-altitude observation deck. She sighed and said, "I think the night view of Tianfu is even more beautiful than the magic city." And Liang responded negatively. Spring orchids and autumn chrysanthemums each have their own characteristics. On the surface, the two of them seemed to be discussing the night scene, but in fact they both knew very well that Yao Qi was referring to the earth as a metaphor for people. She was in Tianfu, and Li Xiyin was in the devil's capital. And Liang also made a double entendre and insisted, "It means having your cake and eat it too." As a winner in life, what's wrong with Liang to live up to Tathagata and live up to Qing? Yao Qi sighed secretly. She understood what Liang meant. She didn't blame Liang, but felt that it was because that's why she would choose Liang. If Liang gives up on Li Xiyin easily now, will he give up on her easily in the future? It's getting late. Yao Qi said, "Well, I'll take you back." And Liang responded. Qin Tianxiang was responsible for driving, and Liang sent Yao Qi back to Nina Hotel. At the door of the executive suite number 6616 of Nina Hotel, Yao Qi asked, "Are you going to Kunfengzhen tomorrow?" And Liang raised his eyebrows. After all kinds of tit-for-tat exchanges between Yao Qi and Yao Qi through code words, Yao Qi was still willing to invite him to the ancient style exhibition, which means that Yao Qi gave in. "Then go check it out." And Liang responded, "What's the specific time? How about we meet at the hotel at 9 o'clock tomorrow and then go to the ancient style exhibition together?" Yao Qi asked good. And Liang nodded. "See you tomorrow." Yao Qi waved her hand, "See you tomorrow." And Liang turned and left. In the elevator, and Liang called Li Xiyin to report the itinerary. Although Li Xiyin did not ask Liang to report the itinerary, and Liang wanted to give Li Xiyin reassurance. In the elevator, Li Xiyin answered the phone call. And Liang spoke first. "Baby, I have sent Yao Qi back to the hotel. You owe me a huge favor. I went to the Magic City in a few days. Do you understand?" Li Xian hummed in response. Why do I owe you such a huge favor? I took your friend to dinner today and took her to enjoy the night view of Tianfu. I also promised to send her to the ancient style exhibition tomorrow. Isn't this a huge favor? And Liang explained. And Liang continued to add, I'm a big boss who can make hundreds of thousands a minute, so it's just a huge favor, okay? Nonsense. Li Xian still hummed. I'm reviewing the news interview draft. Please help take care of Chi-Chi. Then after I come here, do you understand? And Liang made it clear again. Li Xian's face turned red. She seemed to have thought of something, and then she responded, You are the big bad guy. As for Flower Zero, of course I'm the big bad guy. It's not like you don't know that. And Liang is very thick-skinned. As a financial person, how can you do it if you don't have a thick-skinned person? I'll hang up now. I'm really reviewing the news interview draft. This time, Yuqing and I are the main force in the group work. Li Xian explained. While Li Xian was on the phone with Liang, Gui Yuqing was sending messages to Yao Qi. Gui Yuqing, who is gone? Yao Qi. Gui Yuqing, didn't you say? Yao Qi, he is indeed gone. Gui Yuqing, ha, you also have a day of failure? Yao Qi, shut up. Yao Qi, I failed before, what's the problem if I fail again now? Gui Yuqing, to be honest, I am relieved. Although we are best friends, Xian and I have a very good relationship. This result makes me relieved. I was afraid of losing Xian as a friend. Yao Qi looked at the message Gui Yuqing replied and silently deleted the entered message. She originally wanted to tell Gui Yuqing that she was sure of success, because Liang had clearly shown signs of being moved when she was changing clothes. Yao Qi, I also like Xian very much. Although it is not appropriate to say this, you have to strive for happiness by yourself. Yao Qi, okay. Yuqing, I'm going to take a shower and rest first. I have to attend the ancient style exhibition tomorrow. Gui Yuqing, okay. Gui Yuqing ended her communication with Yao Qi. She pretended not to know anything and asked casually, Did your boyfriend call you? Ah, Li Xian nodded. Oh, they are so strict, Gui Yuqing said jokingly. Li Xian snorted. I didn't care about him. I said before, it's not him who suffers if he suffers, so I don't bother to care about him. All right. Gui Yuqing said that she was defeated, and Li Xian's understanding ability was simply unrivaled. Chapter 1882 Saturday, June 20th. And Liang arrived at Nina Hotel on time and waited for Yao Qi to answer the phone. And Liang spoke first. Have you packed up? Yao Qi responded affirmatively. Of course. Are you here? Well, I'm in the lobby. I'll take the elevator up right away. And Liang responded, and then added, Wait for me at the elevator door. Ok, Yao Qi responded. The two ended the call, and Liang took the elevator upstairs and met Yao Qi at the elevator door. Yao Qi was wearing a set of sportswear today and looked full of youthful vitality. And Liang glanced at Yao Qi, looking at the two suitcases Yao Qi was pulling. Go directly to the Ancient Style exhibition? Well, the Ancient Style exhibition is at Tianfu International Expo Center. Yao Qi replied. The two took the elevator to the underground garage on the second floor. Qin Tianxiang was still driving the Audi A8L of Onshin Investment Company. On Route 19, Yao Qi kept sending messages, and then Liang glanced at it, but did not ask. Meaning, but Yao Qi said it herself. I contacted the exhibitors, and they had already arrived in advance and were asking me when I would arrive. And Liang responded, about half an hour. After responding, Liang asked curiously, Why are you contacting the exhibitor? There are phoenix crowns and harems on display, as well as Tang Dynasty Dunhuang Fakian costumes. I plan to set up a clothing studio to try to make these two styles of ancient costumes and sell them through online channels. Yao Qi explained. This Yao Qi really has an ulterior motive. Whether it is Fengguan Xiaopei or Dunhuang Fakian suit, their prices are not affordable for ordinary people, right? And Liang reminded Yao Qi. The total price of a set of Fengguan Xiaopei is as high as 3.03 million, and the Dunhuang Fakian suit is also 120,000. Who will buy it at this price? The main consumer group of ancient-style clothing is young people, and the age distribution of users is more the situation of people under the age of 20 means that the consumption power of users is relatively low. And Liang wondered how many people, except Yao Qi, would buy a set of 3.03 million from Yuan Xiaopei. I am afraid that there are not many people in the entire Xia Kingdom. Yao Qi responded, yes, you are right. But they are just exhibits, mainly used to show the strength of our clothing studio. Yao Qi continued, our clothing studio mainly adopts the boutique model, and the price is slightly higher. For example, for the Dunhuang Feiqian suit, we sell about 12,000 sets to external parties, and the quality is close to the exhibition models. About 80/80. The exhibition style, Dunhuang Feiqian suit costs 120,000 yuan. If the price is 12,000 yuan and the quality is restored to about 80%, and Liang thought that someone would be interested. Can you get 80% of the effect at just 10% of the price? And Liang asked curiously. Yao Qi responded affirmatively. There is no problem at all. We can think about it in another way. If the quality of the 12,000 yuan version of Dunhuang Feiqian server is set to 100%, then further improvement on 100% quality will be a case of excellence, which will naturally cost more. Yao Qi explained, and Liang nodded in understanding. Just like the 0-100 acceleration time of a car, when the 0-100 acceleration time enters within 3 seconds, it is very difficult to increase it by 0.1 seconds every time. After reaching the tip, if you want to reach a higher level, you really have to pay more. This is how difficult it is to strive for excellence. Yao Qi continued. The situation is the same for Feng Guan Xiaopei. Our exhibition model uses 12 dragons and 9 phoenix crowns, and it is made of pure gold and uses a gold wire seamless weaving process. Both the material and the craftsmanship are of the highest quality. For the officially sold version, we can freely customize the options from the top-level 12 dragons and 9 phoenix crowns to the entry-level double phoenix crowns. And even the materials are open to customization, from entry-level brass to gold plating to 10,000 pure gold customizations. All choices are left to consumers themselves. Yao Qi added chalet can also be shrunk. The chalet on display is made of silk gauze, but the official version can be completely replaced by artificial silk. The pendant can also be customized from pure gold to ordinary materials. Yao Qi added, according to our plan, the cheapest from Yuan Xiaopei can be reduced to 30,000 yuan with a big shirt, which is only 1% of the original price. In addition to the difference in metal material, other textiles, basically 277, has about 70% quality. Yao Qi concluded, if you follow Yao Qi's plan, it seems that the problem will not be big, right? Yao Qi added, our clothing studio will adopt the pre-order model, pre-sale at 30% of the full price, and we will start production only after you have paid the pre-order deposit to ensure that you will not lose money. And Liang said jokingly, what if someone paid a 30% deposit in advance and then ran away? Then we laughed to death. Yao Qi said happily, our profit on a piece of clothing is basically only 20%. According to our rules, once the deposit is placed, it will not be refunded. We are equivalent to making 30% in vain. But you made the product. And Liang pointed out the problem. Yao Qi nodded. We did produce the product, but the product can still be sold. All the products we produce will be sealed and stored with nitrogen. Under normal conditions, there will be no problems for 3 years, so we have plenty of time to sell again. Lost money? That's impossible. Can you buy with the spirit of selling? Chapter 1883 Tianfu International Expo Center. Booth A018. This is a golden booth. 4 meters times 4 meters in size, with a total area of 16 square meters. 3 female staff have arranged the booth, just waiting for Yao Qi to arrive. And Liang and Yao Qi arrived at booth A018 after the security personnel of Rini Security Company opened the way. And Liang took a look. The booth had a store sign of Chunshan Weaving House, which was obviously the name of Yao Qi's clothing studio. Chunshan Weaving House? After thinking about it for a moment, Koan finally figured out the origin of this name. The Huangpu River in Shanghai is also called Chunshan River, which is derived from Chunshan as Chunshan. It means that the vegetation will be lush in spring, thus blessing your career with success. Ms. Yao, you are finally here. A woman in her 30s took the initiative to say hello. Yao Qi nodded slightly, then looked at the other two female staff members. Manager Chun, are they today's models? Chun Jing responded affirmatively. Yes, Ms. Yao, they were all found according to your requirements. They are all 1.72 meters tall and weigh between 100 and 105 kilograms. That's good. Yao Qi responded affirmatively, then turned to look at Liang. I'll go change the clothes of the model first, and you can go shopping by yourself? Okay. And Liang nodded. Yao Qi carried two suitcases and walked into booth A018, while Liang went to other booths alone to check. At booth A022 not far away, Liang found that there were many people watching, so he also walked over to take a look at the excitement. This booth mainly sells new hanfu, which is a kind of hanfu that integrates modern design. And Liang quickly observed the crowd of onlookers. Sure enough, there were more younger customers. I am afraid that most of the customers are around 20 years old. I looked at the prices of the new hanfu at booth A022. Most of them are priced at 2 to 300 yuan, which is an entry-level new hanfu. It is indeed a low-end product, but low-end products are low-end products. The other party's red new hanfu is red. It looks lifeless, it doesn't look bright, it feels like it has been washed and faded, and it is quite faded. There is also a problem with the texture of the fabric. Anyway, Liang can tell at a glance that it is made of chemical fiber, so the texture is terrible, but if it comes into direct contact with the skin, it can also cause skin acclimation. And Liang left booth No. A022 and walked around the ancient style exhibition. Most of the prices of ancient style clothing were in the entry-level range. There was only one shop with a price of tens of thousands. And Liang felt that the other party was in your lying to a fool, because the price is tens of thousands. Not only does the texture look wrong, but the dye also looks wrong. According to the other store, it's a sense of history. And Liang can't complain. The word sense of history has been tainted. When Liang walked around and returned to booth A018, he found that booth A018 was surrounded by a sea of people, and a large number of photographers were taking pictures of the situation on platform A018. And Liang was stunned and did not squeeze in. If the security personnel of any security company are used to forcibly open the way, and Liang can definitely go in, but there is no need. And Liang asked a passerby casually, "Brother, what are you doing here?" The passerby who was asked by Liang responded, "I heard that this store has 3 million phoenix crowns on display. The entire phoenix crown is made of pure gold. Everyone came to watch the excitement." Another passerby next to him answered, "I heard that it is the two model girls are particularly beautiful." Those two models? And Liang had checked their information through the interpersonal relationship scanning system before. Both of them had reached 78 points in appearance, which was the one with the higher score among the best. In addition, they were both 1.72 meters tall, which was indeed true. She is actually a goddess in the eyes of ordinary people. Booth No. A018. The two models were wearing Feng Xiapi and Dunwang Feiqian suits respectively. They greeted the photos with smiles on their faces, and photographers around them took photos one after another. This situation makes the two models extremely happy, because being photographed will increase their fame. If they become popular on the internet, wouldn't they become internet celebrities? Internet celebrities make a lot more money than little models. That it is indeed a Fengguan Xiape worth more than 3 million. This detail is simply invincible. A man holding a telephoto camera took a photo. He sighed while checking the finished photo. A fellow photographer responded affirmatively. Yes, the details are so good. You will know after taking a photo of Xiape. Yes, the sapphire blue pigment is very even and has a sapphire feel. Another photographer asked, "Don't you take pictures of phoenix crowns?" That is a crown of 12 dragons and 9 phoenixes. I am afraid that this is the only phoenix crown in the country. I had already filmed it a long time ago, and it was so shocking. Wang and Li. I originally thought that this time the ancient style exhibition would only be able to take pictures of young ladies. Who would have thought that there would be such a highlight? The photographer using the telephoto camera sighed. In addition to the photographer sighing, the onlookers looked at the two models with envy and jealousy, because the prices of 2 sets of ancient costumes were announced at booth A018. According to the two sets, the prices of antique clothes are so expensive that the onlookers can't afford them in their lifetime, and it's unlikely that any kind-hearted person will help pay the balance. The cheaper one is only 1 or 2,000 yuan, and the more expensive one is only 3 or 4,000 yuan. How can you help by this level of ancient clothing? This level of ancient clothing can only be purchased if you have money or if your family has money. Underscore. Chapter 1884. 3 million yuan of antique clothing can only be purchased if you have money yourself or if your family has money. Take Yao Qi, for example, because her family is rich. If Li Xian likes Fengguan Xiaopei, and Liang will buy for Li Xian, but how many men are like in Liang? The answer is almost none. It's not that rich people are reluctant to part with 3 million, but there is a question of whether it's worth it. Taking Li Tsunyuan as an example, Li Tsunyuan can easily spend 3 million, but if Li Tsunyuan is asked to buy 3 million clothes for a girl, I'm afraid Li Tsunyuan will have to think carefully. Because Li Tsunyuan will think about whether it is worth buying for the other party, what benefits he can get from buying it, whether the corresponding benefits can be replaced, etc. After all, 3 million for a set of clothes and 3 million for a car are completely different concepts. If it is a car worth 3 million, Li Tsunyuan can lend it to many young ladies for use, which can fully satisfy the young lady's vanity and can be taken back naturally when they break up. If you don't like it anymore, you can still sell it and recover the residual value of more than 1 million yuan. A set of 3 million Fengguan Xiaopei is different. Not to mention the narrow scope of application of Fengguan Xiaopei. The key point is that it can only be given to one person. According to Li Tsunyuan's situation, he must not be happy. It's approaching 12 noon. There were still a lot of onlookers at good booth A018, and In Liang sent a message to Yao Qi. In Liang, do you have a break at noon? Yao Qi, rest for an hour, let the model relax and eat. In Liang, whatever you want to eat, I will pack it for you. Yao Qi, are you leaving? In Liang, there were too many people, so I went back to the company. In Liang, do you want to eat Nian cuisine? Dawi, no Nian cuisine. If the model has a stomachache, there will be an accident during the afternoon exhibition. Lai Yin, I'll order the fast food myself, so I won't bother you. In Liang, you are such a black-hearted villain. Yao Qi, humph. Yao Qi, by the way, I sold a set of Tang Dynasty Emperor Feiqian suit, the original one, in the morning. Air on Liang. Are there people buying 120,000 yuan? Yao Qi, yeah. Yao Qi, an ordinary-looking girl paid a 30% deposit directly. And Liang, congratulations. Yao Qi, what are you congratulating? Congratulations. Jiangning Weaving House is selling for 120,000 yuan, which means I don't make a penny. And Liang, I don't believe it. Yao Qi, the profit can be several thousand yuan at most. The original Dunhuang Feiqian suit was made by Jiangning Weaving House. I also purchase it from there. The other party can give me a profit concession of 2 to 3,000 yuan at most. And Liang knew that Yao Qi was not lying. The original Dunhuang Feiqian suit was indeed not something Yao Qi could produce, and it was normal for the profits to be smaller. And Liang, by the way, I won't be coming over in the afternoon. I'm going to take care of the company's affairs. Yao Qi, okay. Yao Qi felt a little disappointed. She originally wanted to get closer to In Liang, but In Liang's ideas conflicted with hers. Now In Liang refuses to give in. This greedy guy. Yao Qi sighed. After an hour's rest, Yao Qi's exhibition at booth A018 of the Tianfu International Expo Center resumed. The two models exchanged ancient-style clothes in the afternoon, thus presenting slightly different content from the morning. At nearly 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and Liang received a call from Xia Rui, brother-in-law. Are you at the company? Xia Rui asked. Yes. What's the matter? And Liang asked calmly. Xia Rui responded. We are having snow tea downstairs. Do you want some orange juice? Okay, bring me a drink. And Liang responded. Nearly 20 minutes later, Xia Rui and Xia Hexin came to In Liang's office. Xia Rui sent orange juice to In Liang's side. She glanced at the computer screen and found that it seemed to be stock-related information. Shouldn't the stock market be closed on Saturday? Xia Rui asked casually. And Liang pulled Xia Rui over, let her sit on his lap, and wrapped his left hand around Xia Rui's waist. This is the international spot gold market. There is no concept of market closure 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. And Liang explained. In fact, the international spot gold market has the concept of closing, but it is only closed for regional markets. For example, during the National Day in Xiaohua, the Asian market will be closed, but other countries and regions will still operate, so it is equivalent to the whole year. The concept of 365 days and 24 hours of nonstop market. Xiao Rui leaned against An Liang and responded with a vague understanding. Oh, why are you here? An Liang asked casually. An Liang had told Xiao Rui and Xia Hexin in advance that they would be working on Saturday and weekend. Logically speaking, they should not come over. Xiao Rui responded, "We just came back from the ancient style exhibition, so we stopped by. Take a look, remind you to remember to eat later, lest you forget to eat while working, antique exhibition." And Liang pretended to be confused. The two sisters went to the antique exhibition. Could it be that they also like ancient costumes? Chapter 1885 Onshin Investment Company. In Liang's office, Xiao Rui was held in Liang's arms. She responded to Liang's, "There is an ancient-style exhibition at the International Expo Center. There are many ancient-style costumes on display. Among them is the price of a set of Fengguan Xiaopei. Can you guess how much it is?" Xiao Rui asked Liang. And Liang naturally pretended not to know. 10,000 yuan. Those items with antique designs, if they are made a little more refined, the prices will go up, which is simply a scam. And Liang complained. Xiao Rui squirmed in Liang's arms, trying to find a more comfortable sitting position. She responded negatively. "It's not that cheap." "Is it still cheap for tens of thousands of yuan?" And Liang deliberately complained. "These ancient fans are really making money." Xiao Rui responded in agreement. "Yes, I think many people are buying it. In addition, the price of that set of Fengguan Xiaomei is 3.03 million inch so expensive?" And Liang hesitated. Xia Hexin answered from the reception area. "It's really so expensive. At this price, no one should buy a dash," and Liang responded. "It is understandable that someone would buy the Dunhuang Feitian server worth 120,000 yuan. After all, although 120,000 yuan is very expensive, it is still within the acceptable range." In addition, Yao Qi told Liang that someone had reserved the Dunhuang Feitian server. Xiao Rui smiled sweetly in Liang's arms. "Someone really bought it. Is there anyone buying it at the price of 3.03 million? And Liang was confused. Xiao Rui responded affirmatively, "But the store still doesn't sell it." "Oh." And Liang was confused. "My sister and I were at the scene at the time. The buyer seemed to be the person in charge of props for a film and television company. They happened to need a set of Fengguang Xiaopi for filming a movie, so they wanted to buy it. However, the store said it was a treasure for the store and was only used for exhibitions and was not for sale." The meaning of Xiao Rui responded. After the two parties communicated, they finally rented the property for 2 months at a price of 1 million. Xiao Rui added, "Is this still possible?" And Liang sighed. "Yes, if you rent it for 1 million once, you will get your money back 3 times. Xiao Rui agreed. He hugged Xiao Rui's left hand tightly and said, "You Miss Kume. This kind of rental opportunity is rare, especially after quitting film and television. Will other movies and TV series still require the same type of furniture?" Xiao Rui nodded. "It seems that there is indeed a problem with sexual intercourse." Okay, you go play by yourself first. I still have some work to do." And Liang let go of Xiao Rui and motioned for her to go to the reception area. Xiao Rui stood up obediently and then walked to the reception area. And Liang opened WeChat on the desktop and sent a message to Yao Qi. "And Liang, how was the situation in the afternoon?" "Yao Qi, it's better than ever." "Yao Qi, let me tell you some good news. Fengguan Xiaopei was also chosen by others, but I didn't sell it. I chose to rent it to the other party." And Liang knowingly sent a question mark. Yao Qi explained in detail. "Yao Qi, the other party who rented our Fengguan Xiaopi will give special thanks at the end of the film, which is equivalent to giving us free advertising. The value of this set of Fengguan Xiaopi will increase in the future. After all, it has participated in the filming of the movie." And Liang, "You are really a profiteer. Isn't this Yao Qi very good at doing business?" "Yao Qi, In addition to the price increase of Fengwan Xiaola, I also thought of a good idea. Our Chunshan weaving house, we can just use this opportunity to specialize in high-quality film and television clothing rentals. Please give us flowers. Yao Qi. For example, we can customize costumes for the male number 1 and the female number 1. And Liang. What about the female number 2 and male number 2? Yao Qi. That depends. The scale of the show, as well as the other party celebrity position. After all, the price of a set of customized clothes is very expensive. Yao Qi. By the way, I'm going to have dinner with a big star tonight, a big beauty. Do you want to come over and join us? And Liang. International screenshot of spot gold market trends in Liang. Excuse me, I don't have time. The company lost a big deal here and was trapped in it. I'll take a look at the situation first. 0 Yao Qi. Okay, you can work on your own and I'll send you photos later. Yao Qi. You will definitely regret it. The other party is really a beautiful woman. And Liang. Ha! And Liang. I don't believe it. And Liang. Actually, there are not many people who are more beautiful than our Xiyan. Looking at the message sent by An Liang, Yao Qi responded erratically. Yao Qi. What about me? Faced with Yao Qi's rhetorical question, An Liang responded to the message very calmly. And Liang. As I said before, you like Fengwan Xiaopei, and you also like Dunhuang Feiqian. Both are beautiful, but they have different beauties, so you chose Fengwan Xiaopei and Dunhuang Feiqian. Yao Qi. Thumbs up Yao Qi. As expected of you. Yao Qi. Not only is there a lot of rhetoric, but there are also a lot of fallacies. And Liang. Just tell the truth. Yao Qi. I'm busy now. I'll contact you when I get back to the hotel in the evening. And Liang, okay. At about 5 o'clock in the evening, and Liang shut down the computer. He stood up and said, Hexan Rui, what do you want to eat tonight? Chapter 1886. Inside An Liang's office, he walked towards the reception area. Xia Rui and Xia Hexin moved their seats tacitly so that An Liang could sit in the middle. And Liang sat between them without any courtesy and hugged them both on the left and right. Xia Hexin's face turned a little red, but she had no intention of pushing An Liang away. Xia Rui responded, Shall we have hot pot? It seems that I haven't had hot pot for a while. I just want to tell you something while eating hot pot. Oh, and Liang asked, What happened? Xia Hexin answered, I'll tell you later when we're having hot pot. Since we are having hot pot, how about Xinhai downstairs? And Liang suggested, The new 590 high hot pot is the representative of seafood hot pot. The two sisters and Liang and Xia have gone there before. I like to eat their little green dragon. Xia Rui responded. Xia Hexin seconded. I also think Xiao Qing Long is good. Let's go then. And Liang took Xia Hexin and Xia Rui and stood up. When passing by the front desk, Yi Zixuan greeted politely, Goodbye, Mr. and goodbye, Ms. Xia. And Liang nodded. Xia Rui and Xia Hexin also waved to Yi Zixuan. They were very satisfied with Yi Zixuan's attitude. The three of them took the elevator to the 4th floor. In the Xinhai Hot Pot restaurant, An Liang and the other three quickly ordered the dishes. An Liang took the initiative to ask, What did you just say? Our school won't have a holiday until the 10th next month, you know? Xia Rui asked. Xia Rui and Xia Hexin told An Liang about the holiday time before, and An Liang naturally remembered it. After all, it was his girlfriend's holiday time. How could he forget it? Well, I complained before. Your school's holiday is a little late. We start the exam on Monday, we have a holiday on Wednesday, and I happen to go home on Thursday for the Dragon Boat Festival. And Liang explained, Going home? That's impossible. Even if An Liang goes back, he will probably be talked about by Sun Xia again, and An Liang will have a headache. Our school also has substitute teaching practice activities during the summer vacation. Xia Rui explained, Wait a minute. And Liang looked at Xia Rui. Aren't there any substitute teaching practice activities during the summer vacation? Aren't they just a waste of time? I don't study well, so don't coax me. And Liang said with a hum. Xia Hexin responded, We are not coaxing you. There are really substitute teaching activities during the summer vacation. We all want to apply. Could it be XJKLU number 3 primary school again? And Liang asked back. If it was XJKLU number 3 primary school, and Liang would silently report the summer vacation tutoring. There should be no such thing as tutoring in the childhood of primary school students. After all, Liang was once a primary school student, and he hated tutoring deeply. Xia Hexin denied it. Not XJDPU number 3 primary school. XJDLU number 3 primary school does not have classes during the summer vacation. We plan to go to Daliang Mountain for a 45-day substitute teaching practice. Xiao Rui agreed. Yes, my sister and I are going. Although I am not a teacher major, I think you are a support teacher, not a substitute teacher, right? And Liang raised a question. Xiao Rui responded, whether it is volunteer teaching or substitute teaching practice, it is almost the same. We must actively respond to the country's call and provide teachers for remote mountainous areas, thereby making certain contributions to education in remote mountainous areas. And Liang frowned subconsciously. The two sisters from the Xia family are going to teach in Daliang Mountain? What a coincidence! And Liang has been to Daliang Mountain before. He knows the difficult conditions there, and he is not willing to let the two sisters go there. Are there any other location options? And Liang asked. For example, a place like XJELU number 3 primary school is around Tianfu and has convenient transportation. Xia Hexin denied. No. This time, the substitute teaching practice activity is mainly aimed at remote mountainous areas. Xiao Rui added, if it were not a remote mountainous area, there is actually no need to do such a thing during the summer vacation. This is the tradition of our school. Using summer practice makes certain educational contributions to remote mountainous areas. Can I not participate? And Liang asked, yes, the school does not have any mandatory arrangements, but we want to go. Xiao Rui responded. Xia Hexin agreed. Yes, on Liang, we want to go to Daliang Mountain to support teaching. When will it end? And Liang asked. Xia Hexin responded. It ends on August 21st. We should be back on the 22nd. Then basically the whole summer vacation is gone. And Liang sighed. Xiao Rui consoled her. Okay. We can accompany you after school starts. ____. It is meaningful for them to support education. They 1.3 can provide certain educational resources for remote mountainous areas. In remote mountainous areas, educational resources are very scarce, especially in this information age. Educational resources in remote mountainous areas are becoming increasingly scarce. It is becoming more and more difficult for students from disadvantaged backgrounds to enter top universities. And Liang thought for nearly a minute before responding. I can agree, but I also have requirements. Xiao Rui asked back. Xia Hexin's face turned a little red. She wondered if Liang would make some excessive demands. Chapter 1887 inches the window box of the Xinhai Hot Pot restaurant. Liang said that he could agree to teach the two sisters of the Xia family, but there were corresponding conditions. What are the conditions for brother-in-law? Xiao Rui asked. And Liang glanced at Xia Hexin. There was something wrong with this person. Why was she blushing? Could it be that she was thinking wrongly? And Liang did not tell the conditions immediately. He continued to ask, if you apply to go to Daliang Mountain to teach, the specific location where? The area of Daliang Mountain is very large, and Liang needs to inquire about the specific situation. Xia Hexin responded, the substitute teaching practice location in Daliang Mountain is in Anil Township in Daliang Mountain, a relatively backward place. Let me check first. And Liang used the map on his mobile phone to search. After some inquiries, Anil Township turned out to be right next to Baiyu's hometown. Baiyu's hometown is Liahua Township, and Anil Township is adjacent to Liahua Township. One is to the south, and the other is to the north. Anil Township is like Liahua Township. Both are standard towns in impoverished mountainous areas, with a total population of about 7,000. The straight-line distance between Anil Township and Changsha International Airport is only more than 80 kilometers, but the rugged and winding mountain roads in the Daliang Mountains extend the distance twice as long. And due to the difficult mountain roads, it takes 5 hours of driving time to travel more than 160 kilometers of mountain roads. And Liang told all this information. The conditions are so difficult. Do you want to go? Xia Rui nodded firmly. We want to go. Besides us, there were 2 other classmates who went there together. And Liang immediately asked, male classmate or female classmate? Snort. Xia Rui hummed. Xia Hexin responded. You have met our roommates Su Nuo and Kang Yujia. That's good. And Liang nodded. If they were male classmates, Xia Rui and Xia Hexin would not be allowed to go there anyway. After all, the probability of an accident in that situation was too high. And Liang believed in Xia Rui and Xia Hexin, but Liang did not believe that they were accompanying them. Male classmate, have you all made an appointment? And Liang asked. Aha! Xia Hexin nodded. And Liang continued to ask, are you teaching at a primary school in Anil Township? Yes. Xia Hexin affirmed again. I'll send someone over there to investigate first and see what's going on there before making a decision. And Liang still did not agree directly. We will discuss the terms after I send someone to investigate. Xia Rui rolled her eyes at Liang charmingly. Domineering. I'm just so domineering. And Liang responded forcefully. At nearly 9 o'clock in the evening, Xia Rui and Xia Hexin drove back to school by themselves. They said they wanted to go back and discuss with their roommates about supporting education. And Liang suddenly felt that there seemed to be a small problem in letting them learn to drive. At least in Liang, there was no more fun in sending them back to school. And Liang also returned to dormitory 307. When Shun Shizhong saw Liang coming back, he spoke first. Brother Liang, something is wrong with you. You obviously have 2 girlfriends, but you actually went back to the dormitory on Saturday? Gun. We are familiar with each other, but you can't frame me. And Liang responded. Lu Wenshan answered on the side. To be honest, Brother Liang's serious nonsense. I think it is a talent. I can't do it anyway. Ma Long seconded. I can't do it either. I advise you to revise well to avoid failing the exam on Monday and then being left to make up the exam. And Liang reminded him. Shun Shizhong responded. I'm almost there anyway. I feel like it's okay to skip it at low altitude. Lu Wenshan seconded. I don't have any problem either. I have a slight problem, Ma Long said distressfully. Accounting is really poisonous. I don't think I can learn it. And Liang responded. There should be no problem with accounting, right? Ma Long was still distressed. I think something is wrong. So, why don't you sharpen your weapons before the battle? And Liang joked. It's not fun to sharpen your weapon in battle. What if you get an extra point because of review, and you just pass the test after adding this point? It seems to make sense. Manon responded. When Ma Long was reviewing accounting, Lu Wenshan suddenly asked, Brother Liang, what do you think about the barbaric growth of those giant companies? Are giant companies growing wildly? And Liang was confused. Well, now these giant companies are like 600 cancer cells, expanding without restrictions and invading every field they want to enter. Lu Wenshan explained, take community group buying as an example. There's been a lot of commotion on the internet recently. Netizens have ridiculed giant companies, saying that overseas giant companies are studying how to immigrate to Mars, how to make recyclable rockets, and various high-end technologies. Lu Wenshan continued to explain, but look at our domestic giants. They are competing for the living space with small traders and hawkers one by one, and seizing the living space of ordinary people on trivial matters. Do you think these giant companies are cancer? Lu Wenshan asked. Shin Shizhong answered on the side. Recently, the recent news about giants entering community group buying has been very hot on the internet, and the vast majority of netizens are criticizing giant companies. And Liang did not answer Lu Wenshan's question immediately. He first said analytically, Wenshan, you asked 2 questions instead of 1. Lu Wenshan is confused, _ Chapter 1888 inches dormitory number 307, Building 7, Boys Dormitory, Tianfu School of Economics, and Liang is discussing with his roommates the community group buying of giant companies. The research direction of our country's giant companies and overseas giant companies is one problem, and the entry of our country's giant companies into community group buying is another problem. On Liang's response to the spin-off, I don't think there is any problem with giant companies entering community group buying. And Liang first explained his point of view. Lu Wenshan responded, No, Brother Liang, this is a big problem, isn't it? What's the big problem? And Liang asked back. Lu Wenshan organized the argument. Although community group buying seems to be very cheap at the moment, cheaper than the prices sold by small businesses and hawkers, what about the follow-up situation? What happens next? And Liang was confused. What will happen next? Before Lu Wenshan answered, and Liang continued, Giant companies have a natural advantage in entering the community group buying market. Because they are giant companies, they have enough resources. Whether it is upstream resources, downstream user portrait data, or the trends of the times, they all tend towards giant companies. Taking the most upstream resources as an example, giant companies can directly contact the origins of vegetables and fruits to obtain large-scale purchase channels at the best prices. Coupled with the resource allocation capabilities of giant companies, they can optimize transportation as much as possible in the downstream user terminal link. Giant companies use network channels to bypass site costs and personnel costs, further reducing costs. And Liang added, more importantly, the times are supporting giant companies. Whether we are the two generations of young people born in the 1980s or 1990s, or the generation that has grown up after 2000s, we are all accustomed to using online channels and are accustomed to online shopping. Just click on your mobile phone and someone will have vegetables and fruits delivered to your door. And Liang added, with support from top to bottom for giant companies, isn't it natural for giant companies to enter community group buying? And Liang asked back. Lu Wenshan nodded. Brother Liang is right. But the problem is, after the giant companies kill the small traders, these current discounts and the cost of the giant companies' early losses will all be recovered from the users later. Who came up with this theory? And Liang was stunned for a moment. This theory is all over the internet, and everyone agrees with it. Giant companies also want to make money. They lost money in the early stage. After they monopolize the market, won't they recover the early losses? Lu Wenshan asked back. Lu Wenshan continued. This should be the basic rule in the economic market, right? Yes, this is the basic rule in the economic market. And Liang affirmed Lu Wenshan's statement. But this is a statement that only knows one, but not the other. Wenshan, the theory you mentioned is actually valid when it comes to online car hailing. Online car hailing also has giants entering the market, offering overwhelming discounts, and then suppressing the taxi industry until it is breathless. When the discounts are at their highest, the same for the distance, a taxi costs 20 yuan, and an online car-hailing service may only cost 2 yuan. And Liang gave an example. But what about now? And Liang asked back, taxi is still not dead, and online ride-hailing has not completely occupied the market. Lu Wenshan fell into thinking. We jump back to community group buying again. The giants have entered the market and issued discounts. The giants have various cost advantages and will eventually completely wipe out all kinds of small merchants and hawkers. Then what's the next step? And Liang asked back. And Liang answered on behalf of Lu Wenshan. The giant has monopolized the community group buying market. Will the price increase next? Of course it's negative, An Liang responded. With various cost advantages, community group buying has already achieved harvesting wool. Why do we need to increase prices? Let's give an example. And Liang gave an example. Take watermelon as an example. Currently, the Xiaoning watermelon sold by small merchants and hawkers is about 2.5 yuan to 3 yuan per caddy. The price of community group buying may drop to 1.8 to 2 yuan per caddy. If small businessmen and hawkers are now selling it disappeared, could it be that the Xiaoning watermelon purchased in the community group purchase increased to 4 yuan per caddy, or even 5 yuan per caddy? Lu Wenshan fell into thinking. Xin Shizhong responded negatively. I don't think it is possible. If the price really rises to 4 or 5 yuan per caddy, small traders will reappear and sell 2.5 yuan to 3 yuan per caddy. Sold at a pound price. Xin Shizhong continued. Small merchants and hawkers could make money in the past at 2.5 yuan to 3 yuan, and now they can naturally make money in this price range. So when the price of community group buying increases, small merchants and hawkers will definitely make a comeback. And Liang definitely agreed. Yes, gentleman is right. Perhaps after community group buying strangles small traders, giant companies should increase prices. But this price increase will definitely not exceed small traders, because if it exceeds small traders, why can't we choose small traders? The entry cost of small businessmen and hawkers is too low. Let's take Xiaoning watermelon as an example. Many small businessmen, Li Nuo, specialize in selling watermelons in the summer and do other things at other times. In this case, the community, if the group buying price exceeds that of small traders, the small traders will in turn educate them. And Liang added, even if the price of community group buying is the same as that of small traders, consumers will choose small traders because when buying from small traders, real people can participate and they can choose freely, thus getting a feeling of taking advantage. And Liang added, the fixed delivery system of community group buying leaves consumers with no choice. Especially when faced with fruits and vegetables of poor quality, resentment will arise. This is a problem that online channels cannot solve. In Liang's in-depth explanation, therefore, when giants enter community group buying, there is no such thing as harvesting wool. And Liang concluded, underscore. Chapter 1889, as in Liang said, the problem of community group buying is really not what is said on the internet. The giant companies must first defeat the small traders and then harvest them back. Such remarks reveal their ignorance. Smell. To analyze things, we must see through the phenomena to see the essence. Lu and Shan took a deep breath and nodded silently. When Shan, do you still want to know the answer to the second question? And Liang asked, think. Lu and Shan responded, I want to hear Brother Liang's different understanding. To be honest, I have only now deeply realized my limitations. And Liang scolded with a smile. Speak properly and don't be arrogant. I mean it, Lu and Shan said seriously. Before Brother Liang analyzed it, I really had the same idea as other people on the internet, thinking that giant companies just want to harvest. For ordinary people, we are the ones who enjoy the benefits. Whether it is a large amount of subsidies now or the convenience of shopping in the future, they are all benefits that ordinary people enjoy. An Liang responded, okay, let's continue to analyze the differences between overseas technology companies and our Xiaowa technology companies. And Liang brought back the topic. You just said that overseas technology companies are studying immigration to Mars. You should not pay attention to this company, because this company has been defeated by our country's dream future graphene technology group, and their development future is bleak. And Liang explained, secondly, the boss of this company is the best in the world. How long has he been talking about autonomous driving technology? And Liang said remindingly, as for their rocket development, do you really think they're a simple private enterprise? And Liang said teasingly. Lu and Shan was stunned for a moment. Isn't it? Of course not. And Liang responded affirmatively. Behind the X-series rockets stands the bald eagle NASA. They provide a large number of technologies, experts, and scientific researchers. Otherwise, why would we develop rockets? Lu and Shan thought silently. The aerospace technology of the bald eagle country is very advanced. They successfully landed on the moon 50 years ago and have landed on the moon 6 times in a row. These technologies have been continued in the development of the X-series rockets. And Liang added, at this point, and Liang said jokingly, there's also a very funny joke on the internet. Some people actually question whether the bald eagle country really landed on the moon or whether the bald eagle country faked it. This topic has been widely circulated, and some people have actually discussed the authenticity of the bald eagle country's moon landing, including analyzing the fake moon landing from the perspective of the flying flag of the bald eagle country. And Liang complained, anyone who doubts this matter actually knows nothing, because the bald eagle country not only planted a flag on the moon, nor just left a footprint, they also installed a moon seismometer and laser reflectors. And Liang added, especially the laser reflector. Through the laser reflector, humans have achieved accurate measurement of the distance between the Earth and the moon. There is such a laser reflector on the moon, and some people even suspect that the moon landing was fake. Isn't that something wrong with their brains? And Liang mocked, therefore, you must think carefully about the information on the internet, find more information by yourself, and independently analyze the essence of the matter. And Liang explained. Lu and Shan nodded. The essence of moon landing plan fraud and community group buying and harvesting wool are still the same. That is, the rumor makers did not see the essence through the phenomenon. The difference between our country's technology companies and overseas technology companies is actually a matter of seeing the essence through phenomena. We still use the moon landing plan as an example. The entire plan cost 25.5 billion US dollars, which is equivalent to about 200 billion US dollars today. And Liang explained, with such a huge amount of money, how can we support it if there are no giant companies making money from community group buying and other similar projects? And Liang asked back, Scientific research, experiments, and development all require financial support, which cannot be achieved by shouting slogans. Besides, our country also has a moon landing plan. It is precisely because giant companies provide the country with a large amount of tax funds that the country has enough. What is the actual difference in terms of scientific research funding? And Leon put forward his own point of view. Lu Winshan nodded. I see. Okay, let's not talk about these big principles. Let's talk about a small principle. We use the method of looking at the essence through the phenomenon to analyze. If you fail the exam, how miserable you are. And Liang said jokingly. Ma Long responded quickly. Stop talking. I'll review accounting right away. Shin Shizhong sighed. As expected of brother Liang. Go ahead and try your best not to fail the exam. And Liang responded. Lu Winshan nodded. Try hard not to fail. Looking at the three idiot roommates who were studying hard, and Liang was silently pleased. Such a result did not waste his saliva. While the three idiot roommates were studying, and Liang began to edit the email to Lenore. He and this one, the princess of the Western Peninsula, still maintains the habit of sending emails every week, and Lenore will even take photos and send them to him now. And Liang doesn't know if Lenore sends them secretly, or does the queen allow it? Underscore. Chapter 1890 near 11 o'clock in the evening, and Liang received Yao Qi's message. And Liang was not worried about Yao Qi being in danger, because Liang also arranged security personnel from Rini Security Company for Yao Qi. Yao Qi. Group photo Yao Qi. Do you regret it? And Liang? And Liang what? Yao Qi. This is Chun Ming. Do you not recognize her? And Liang. Who is that? Yao Qi. Yao Qi. You don't even know the big stars? And Liang. Do I need to know him? And Liang. Let me tell you, she is not as good looking as you. Also, I think her nose is unnatural, you know? Yao Qi. Your requirements are really high. And Liang. So have you finally reached an agreement? Yao Qi. Well, everything goes well. Our Chunshin Weaving House will be the costume provider for the movie 1,000 Years of Dreams, providing costumes for the male and female leads. And Liang. Number 2 gave up? Yao Qi. There is no second male lead or second female lead. This Millennium Dream is a bit like a time travel drama. It is probably about the heroine played by Chun Ming, who always dreams about herself in her previous life. It is almost a boring movie like this. And Liang. And Liang. Fortunately, the other director didn't know what you were thinking. Otherwise, he would be so angry. Yao Qi. I'm just telling you. Yao Qi. I'm going to take a shower first. I'm too tired today. I want to go to bed early. I have to go to the exhibition tomorrow. And Liang. You really work hard. The next day, 9 o'clock in the morning. And Liang sent Yao Qi to the exhibition site again, but he still did not stay at the site. Instead, he returned to Anshin Investment Company, where he found Chang Shi. And Liang took Chang Shi back to the office. In the office, and Liang asked, Teacher Chang, what would you like to drink? Chang Shi responded, mineral water will do. This choice was the same as last time. And Liang brought the mineral water to Chang Shi, and he took the initiative to speak. Teacher Chang, I would like to ask if we want to take matters against Baoxing and Dao, how should we deal with it? Targeting Australia? Zhangshi hesitatis. And Liang nodded. If we target the country of Dao, our success rate is relatively low. The situation of Dao is much better than that of Baoxing, and their resources are very rich. Chang Shi responded, and Liang added, we don't need to target the entire country of Australia. We only need to find the microeconomic system in the macroeconomics to target a certain economic weakness of the other party. Okay, let me first review the situation in Australia. Chang Shi responded, well, yes, Teacher Chang, I'll leave this matter to you, but don't stop with Baoxing's affairs. And Liang added, Chang Shi said with a sigh, things in Bao province can't be stopped even if they want to. The environment there has further deteriorated. It's not just us who are targeting them, but also the surrounding Neon Kingdom, Korea, and Southern Dynasty. The country, as well as Southeast Asia, have all united to target Bao province. And Liang was confused. Why are these people joining in the fun? They're not helping, they're trying to cause chaos. Chang Shi explained. After thinking about it for a moment, and Liang understood what these people meant. They not only wanted to beat up the drowned dog, but also wanted to cause trouble for Xiagua. If they want to make trouble, they can make trouble. Someone will tell the truth. We have nothing to do with Baoxing's affairs. And Liang explained. Chang Shi sighed silently. By the way, Teacher Chang, if you have any ideas about Dao, please contact me immediately. And Liang added, okay, Chang Shi responded. Chang Shi's current thoughts are very simple. Once he enters the mortal world, he will be a cruel person, be it Bao province or Dao country. If it is time to be ruthless, then be ruthless. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and Liang received Leno and Lenore's reply. There were photos of Lenore's life as always. She took photos of Liang at the beach and said that she gave Liang a bottle of wine as a gift so that Liang could have time to go to the western half of the imperial capital. Pick it up at the embassy. Let's talk about a little trivia. The Spanish wine production is almost close to that of France, but France is not the country with the largest wine production, but the country with the best attitude. And Liang looked at the email in which Lenore was standing on the beach, and he showed with a smile, this little princess is still as pure as before. Zero and Liang did not continue to reply to Lenore's emails, because even if Liang replied to emails, Lenore would not reply to emails again. Lenore had said before that her mother only allowed her to send one email a week. It was approaching 5 p.m., and Liang received a call from Yao Qi. And Liang, are you free now? And Liang was confused. What's going on? The exhibition here is over, and I'm going to go back to the Magic City directly. Yao Qi responded, don't you want to stay and take a look? And Liang asked back, no, don't you have a test tomorrow? Yao Qi seemed to be asking a rhetorical question, but this was not a rhetorical question. And Liang sighed. Did you buy the ticket? Well, I've already booked a flight at 7:30 in the evening, so I'm going to rush there now. You? Yao Qi hesitated. And Liang answered, I'll come over and take you there now. Thanks. Yao Qi responded. In fact, Yao Qi didn't want Liang to send him away. She just wanted to see Liang again. Even if she knew Liang was a bastard, she couldn't help but want to see Liang. Chapter 1891 Tianfu, International Expo Center. And Liang met Yao Qi again. There was some fatigue in the other person's eyes. It seemed that the exhibition for 2 consecutive days was tiring. In the back seat of the Audi A8L, and Liang took the initiative to ask, are you tired these 2 days? Yao Qi nodded. It is indeed a bit tiring, but it is worth it. We have currently established 4 WeChat groups, and now 3 have been filled. There are more than 400 people in this group, and the 4th group also has more than 400 people. These people are all our potential customers. When I go back and lay out the samples, I can get things started at the Harufan weaving house. Yao Qi explained, and Liang said jokingly, so you learned to be a host in radio and television, and finally 563, want to start your own business? Is it not okay? Yao Qi rolled her eyes at Liang. Yes, of course. I wish you all the best. And Liang responded, thanks. Yao Qi responded. Nearly an hour later, at the VIP security check entrance of Tianfu International Airport, Yao Qi pushed 2 suitcases and walked over. Naturally, she purchased the first-class cabin. Before the security check entrance, Yao Qi suddenly stopped, turning to look at Liang, and Liang waved, have a good trip. Yao Qi jogged and came to Liang. She hugged Liang hard, and Liang froze. This Yao Qi was troublesome, and Liang didn't want to cause trouble. Yao Qi felt Liang's stiffness, and she leaned into Liang's ear. He said softly, don't worry, I won't tell Xiyin. Sometimes I really envy her. You protect her so well. And Liang remained silent and didn't speak. Sometimes silence is golden, such as now. Because no matter what he says now, it's wrong, he just doesn't speak. Yao Qi hugged Liang for nearly a minute before letting go. She didn't look back this time, entering the security entrance, and Liang remained silent as he watched Yao Qi disappear. This Yao Qi was indeed trouble. Unless Yao Qi changed his mind first, and Liang would not cause trouble. And Liang was very satisfied now, and he was unwilling to take the initiative to cause trouble for himself. The problem of fire in the backyard is particularly serious. Even if Liang can solve the problem of fire in the backyard, and Liang does not want to have such a problem. Any normal person does not want to face troubles, right? Of course, some tadpoles have a few fistfuls on their brains, except people. It was almost 12 o'clock late at night, and Liang unexpectedly received a message from Yao Wei. Yao Wei, Mr. and thank you for taking care of Chi-Chi. And Liang, Uncle Yao is polite, as you should. The two of you surrounded Yao Chi after chatting for a while. Yao Wei continued to send messages. Yao Wei, there's one more thing that Mr. N needs to make a decision. The current blockade of Bao province is becoming increasingly serious. Shall we continue? And Liang, of course we will continue. And Liang, by the way, Yao Uncle, I would like to know if there is much communication between Nanyang Port and Shanghai and Dao. Yao Wei, of course. Yao Wei, Dao is our country's main foreign trade partner, and Dao has a large amount of supplies shipped to our country, especially iron ore, is constantly being transported to the Shanghai iron and steel plant. On Liang, is there any way to increase the price of routes to the Great AO country? Yao Wei, President in plans to attack the Great AO country? Heir, Uncle Yao hasn't read the recent news? Yao Wei, I've been paying attention to the situation in Bao province recently, and the situation there seems to be more serious. Heir on Liang. Then you can pay attention to the news about Dao, which is an iron, or the price increase above targeted the Xia kingdom. Yao Wei understood instantly, but Yao Wei also had difficulties because the size of Dao country and Bao province were different. If it targeted Dao country, their transportation losses would be relatively large. Ziyuan Shipping is simply unable to promote such a big plan. Yao Wei, Mr. N, I understand what you mean, but Dao is very difficult to deal with. There's a lot of shipping business between the two parties. And Liang, I need a piece of transportation information about iron ore. Can Uncle Yao get it? Yao Wei, no problem. I will collect it as soon as possible. And Liang, well, thank you, Uncle Yao. I will contact you as soon as you have any news. Yao Wei, okay. And Liang, it's getting late. Uncle Yao should go to bed early. Yao Wei, you too. After the exchange between the two parties ended, and Liang considered suppressing the Great AO country. If there were no unexpected circumstances, he would use the shipping power of Yao Wei and others to first target the steel transportation business of the Great AO country. Although the distance to transport iron ore from Baki is longer and the transportation cost is more expensive, this loss is not borne by Anliang alone. Huang Guixiang should also bear some, right? Besides, suppressing Australia is not without profit. 5.8 is actually a profitable state. Anliang can target the stocks of the BHP company in the Great Australian country in the Bald Eagle country, thereby achieving corresponding profits. The only problem is that the three major iron ore companies in the world are in the same boat. They prefer to have a tacit and silent alliance with each other to relatively monopolize iron ore, thus firmly controlling the pricing power of iron ore. It is very difficult for Anliang to break the three alliances, but you have to do difficult things. If you don't do them if they are difficult, how can you achieve development? Chapter 1892 Tianfu School of Economics, Dormitory 307, wherein Liang lives. Before going to sleep, Lu Wenshan suddenly said, Brother Liang, have you slept? And Liang responded, Not yet, I am getting sleepy. Let me review, by the way. Knowledge points, try to pass the test smoothly tomorrow. Is there anything you can do? Regarding community group buying, I posted your views online. Some netizens disagreed and even ridiculed you. What do you think? Lu Wenshan asked, and Liang asked casually, Do you like Miss Gowan? Lu Wenshan denied, I don't like it. Ma Long answered, I like it very much. Shen Shizhong seconded, I like it too. Lu Wenshan continued, I actually prefer Miss Tang Euro. And Liang complained, Heresy. Wait, Brother Liang, I'm asking you about community group buying. Your ability to change the subject is a bit excessive. Lu Wenshan tried to change the topic. People's perceptions are different. 19. Everyone has a different view of everything. I like Miss Gao Gao, and you like Miss Tang Euro. This is the difference in our perceptions of beauty. And Liang first talks about the tone. How did these people respond? And Liang asked, one of the netizens said that if the upstream supply chain is controlled by giants, how will other small traders obtain supply? When small traders and hawkers are completely wiped out and the upstream supply chain is controlled, doesn't it mean that the giant companies have the final say? Lu Wenshan relayed the reasons for his rebuttal. Raising this question shows that this netizen has started to think about it, but has not thought about it more deeply. And Liang responded, let's think further according to this netizen's idea. The giants have monopolized all the current supply chains, so that all current supply chain sources are handed over to the giants, and small merchants and hawkers cannot obtain the supply sources. This situation is extreme enough. Bar. And Liang began to give examples. Let's still use watermelon as an example. After the giant monopolized your supply chain, it forcibly increased the price of watermelon, which originally cost 2 yuan to 2.5 yuan per pound to 5 yuan. This means that the giant is about to harvest, right? And Liang listed the specific situation. However, the transaction is a commercial act recognized by both parties. We assume that the seller has the right to set the watermelon price at 5 yuan per caddy, but we also have the right to refuse to buy it. And Liang explained, take pork from the end of last year to the beginning of this year as an example. At that time, the price of pork rose rapidly, and jokes about the price of pork were endless. The price of pork was often close to 40 yuan per pound. What next? And Liang proposed a new situation. Is the price of pork rising endlessly? The answer is not. The price of pork has now dropped to more than 20 yuan per pound, a drop of about 40%. And Liang explained the situation. In the pork industry, the degree of monopoly far exceeds the previous example. Because in the pork industry, various very large pork breeding companies almost monopolize more than 90% of the supply, and they also serve as referees and as players. They raise their own pigs and sell the pork themselves. Isn't this level of monopoly even more monopolistic than the community group buying model? And Liang added, take Yuanmu shares as an example. Because they are both referees and players, their boss is ranked in the top 10 by Forbes, okay? And Liang said jokingly, however, under such circumstances, why do the prices of pork not continue to rise? And Liang asked back. Lu Wenshan hesitated. Why? Because the market is dynamically balanced. If there is demand, the supply will increase, and if there is a higher supply, the price will be lowered. Supply and demand are always in dynamic balance. And Liang explained, let's go back to the issue of community group buying. Let's take watermelon as an example. Internet giants monopolized all supply chains, took all watermelon production in their hands, and raised the price to 5 yuan per pound. Under the premise of free trade, the giants, how can we guarantee that consumers will accept it? And Liang raised a new question. Watermelon is a product with a short-term warranty. If it cannot be sold in the short term, it will deteriorate and lose value. More importantly, this year the giants have monopolized the entire supply chain. If there is demand and profit, the supply side will increase more production next year. Will the giants continue to monopolize? And Liang asked, and then repeat this process over and over again? Are giants really fools? Does 613 provide unlimited protection to the supply chain? And Liang analyzed with a smile. What's more important is that giants cannot monopolize the supply chain at all. Large supermarkets can also get support from the supply chain. In long-term cooperation, supermarkets are the most stable supply and demand chain. New community group buying has no qualifications to compete with supermarkets, not to mention the large number of farmers markets. Some people like community group buying, and some people don't like community group buying. Just like some people like online car hailing, but some people don't like online car hailing. People have different ideas. Some people like to shop in the real world. Community group buying can only satisfy some consumers, rather than wipe out all the original small traders. On Liang analysis, more importantly, all our analyses are based on the premise that there is no regulation by the court. But if community group buying really monopolizes various supplies and sales, won't the court regulate it? And Liang raised the most critical matter. In this field of people's livelihood protection, how can the court not regulate it? This is the final guarantee. Whoever dares to completely monopolize will seek death. Chapter 1893. Lu Wenshan raised a new question again. So how innocent are the small traders and hawkers eliminated by community group buying? Is it a netizen problem again? And Liang asked back, Lu Wenshan responded, "This is a problem of not eating due to choking. Is it because some small traders and hawkers have been cracked down that the promotion of community group buying is prohibited?" And Liang asked back, "Contemporary young people are very busy at work. Some people go out at 8 o'clock in the morning and may not come back at 8 o'clock in the evening. Their time is very precious. At this time, do they still have to spend half an hour or even an hour buying groceries?" And Liang listed the common situations of contemporary social animals. As we just said, some people can go to physical stores in the real world to make purchases, and some people cannot go at all. And Liang sighed. The rest time for social animals is too precious. In addition, do netizens really know the income of small businessmen and hawkers? And Liang joked, taking the small traders in the farmer's market as an example, and taking Tianfu or Shangqing as the location coordinates. A farmer's market stall may cost about 100,000 yuan a year, which means that it is almost impossible to make a profit of more than 200,000 yuan a year. Rent such a stall? And Liang revealed the secret. Why do you think small traders have no money? And Liang continued to joke. Small businessmen and hawkers are really not poor households. Poor households can't even pay for operating costs. The real poor households are the ones who grow their own vegetables and take the excess vegetables to set up a stall outside the farmer's market. However, if you want to buy, most of the customers of this category of dishes are elderly people, and elderly people rarely use community group buying. This is a problem of consumer classification. The reason why community group buying exists is that its existence is reasonable. If it is not reasonable, the market will eliminate it. Just like the vigorous street stalls before, it seems that all the people have entered the street stall economy overnight, and the result seems to disappear overnight. And Liang explained, "Brother Liang, I actually couldn't figure it out before, because your Onshin investment company used to control the supply chain to bring down the entire country of Neon. This method should be very powerful, right?" Lu Wenshan expressed his doubts. "That's because you don't know that we at Onshin Investment Company have prepared for the worst-case scenario of footing the bill ourselves. Our purpose is to suppress Neon, not to make money." And Liang explained, "After determining the purpose, we have our own plan. It doesn't matter whether we make money or not. Even if we lose hundreds of millions, we can afford it. Our purpose is to teach Neon a lesson." And Liang explained, "In fact, Neon has survived the first year. In the second year, the supply chain may relax unless we eat all the peppers that meet Neon standards, and then there will be the third and fourth years. In countless years, unless we continuously acquire chili peppers to satisfy our Neon needs and don't mind losing money." And Liang explained, "But that is impossible. We cannot suffer endless losses, and Neon cannot harm the entire pepper consumption industry chain just to fight with us. Neon is a power of the court, and they are more interested in profits than so-called face. What is face in the face of interests?" And Liang sighed. "In this world, interests are the most important thing after all." "Understood," Lu Wenshan responded. Through community group buying, Lu Wenshan feels that he has learned a lot, such as seeing the essence through phenomena. When facing problems in the future, he should think more deeply, thereby clearing the fog and seeing the true knowledge. "Go to sleep. Don't blame me if you fail the class tomorrow." And Liang replied. Shun Shizhong replied, "I turned off the light. The lights went out. Darkness surrounded us, and sleepiness came over us." The next day, Monday, 7 o'clock in the morning. For people in dormitory 307 ate together in the second cafeteria. Baiyu and her roommates were also in the second cafeteria. Baiyu took the initiative to ask with concern and Liang, "Student, are you sure about this exam?" And Liang smiled and nodded, relaxed and happy. Wei Liyue looked at Shun Shizhong. "How prepared is Mr. Shin?" "Ahem." Lu Wenshan couldn't help coughing. He actually wanted to laugh, because Wei Liyue also had thoughts about Shun Shizhong. Even though Ding Kaiyun and Miao Huiying, who were in the same dormitory, had failed with Shun Shizhong before, Wei Liyue still had some thoughts. Wei Liyue's the idea came from Baiyu. She thought that Baiyu could silently look forward to Liang. Why couldn't she silently look forward to Shun Shizhong? However, Wei Liyue is a bit fat and her appearance is probably that of an ordinary person. So Lu, Wang Liaohao, Wenshan almost laughed. Shin Shizhong responded calmly. Like Brother Liang, I have no problem at all. Everyone finished their breakfast while chatting, and then went to the examination room. This morning was the Mathematical Analysis 2 exam, and in Liang passed it easily. In the afternoon, it was accounting, and in Liang barely passed. He should have passed it barely. Are you ready? The next day is programming and application and macroeconomics, and the results will be announced in the morning of the third day. Tianfu Economics College is very efficient. If you pass the exam, you will have a holiday. If you fail, you will stay to make up the exam. After all, it is the School of Economics, which fully embodies the value of efficiency. Should it be said that it is worthy of the Harbin School of Economics? Chapter 1894 2 days of exams passed by in a hurry. June 24th, 11 a.m. Tianfu School of Economics has announced the results on the campus website. You can check your results by logging in to the campus website. And Liang logged into the campus network and checked his grades. And Liang, Class 3, Department of Finance, Class 2019, Mathematical Analysis 2, 92 points, Programming and Application, 61 points, Accounting, 85 points, Macroeconomics, 99 points. Passed all 4 subjects. However, and Liang thinks that the school should give a thumbs up to the Programming and Application exam because Liang didn't study this course at all. He just looked at the general content and then purely relied on his feelings during the exam. The course Programming and Application is of no significance to An Liang. It is an employment course, and it is more about helping with work. However, does An Liang need a job? Feel sorry. And Liang is self-employed. Dog boys, have you passed the exam? And Liang asked in dormitory 307. Lu 630 Winshan responded had passed the exam and packed up his things to go home. Goodbye, sons. No, Winshan. Are you just leaving? Shin Shizhong complained. Lu Winshan responded affirmatively. Well, what are you going to do if you don't go home after passing the exam? I'm going back to my hometown. I forgot to tell you that my blind date has already checked the results. With a score of 578, he should be able to enter Sichuan School of Finance and Economics. I vomited. Shin Shizhong complained. Ma Long complained. I vomited too. Are you too beastly to step on the horse? Sorry, my blind date is an adult, and we have made an appointment to travel during the summer vacation. Sons, don't envy your dad. I'll take the first step. Lu Winshan quickly packed up his things and ran away impatiently. And Liang shook his head speechlessly. There's a saying, the most beastly guy in our dormitory is definitely this bitch in Shangshan. Shin Shizhong seconded. Our team thinks Lu Winshan is the scumbag. Ma Long sighed. I think Winshan is pretty good. And Liang and Shin Shizhong looked at Ma Long together. Ma Long said seriously, Brother Winshan has always been pretty good. I'm going to go play with Brother Winshan during the holidays. That's it. And Liang and Shin Shizhong both looked at Ma Long with contempt. Shin Shizhong even joked, Brother Champion, you have failed before, and now you're going to hit the wall? Ma Long responded, I think I can still try harder. Brother Winshan's girlfriend should have other close friends. No. I told you I'll give Brother Winshan a call. Ma Long immediately called Lu Winshan and explained what he was going to do there. However, after a moment, Ma Long put down the phone and started to complain, Lu Winshan is a piece of shit. He is simply not a human being. I will drink him to death after I start school. Killing me. Such a true attitude in the world made both in Liang and Shin Shizhong laugh. They knew without asking that it was Lu Winshan who rejected Ma Long. Lu Winshan was really a bitch who forgot his friends after seeing sex. Brother Liang, Brother Champion, I'm leaving too. I still have to go back during the summer vacation. Alas, it's so difficult for me. Shin Shizhong sighed. By the way, if you come to Jinling, remember to call me. I am not Lu Winshan. And Liang couldn't help but responded with a smile. I beg you to be a human being and give Winshan a knife. It's not easy for Winshan. During the summer vacation, I was worried that Winshan, who was already thin, would lose another 20 pounds after returning home. Shin Shizhong looked at Liang speechlessly. You are still more ruthless. Brother Champion, when will you go back? And Liang asked. I will leave today and fly back today during the Dragon Boat Festival tomorrow, which is just right. Ma Long explained, and then asked, where is Brother Liang? Continue to stay in Tianfu with your two girlfriends? No, I'm going home. The company at home has things to deal with. And Liang said simply. Ma Long didn't ask any more questions. Okay, then I'm going to leave too. I'll bring you jujubes and peanuts when school starts. Those are the specialties over there. The members of Dormitory 307 disbanded on the spot. And Liang did not go to Tianfu International Airport immediately. He made an appointment with Bai Yu first, and the two of them walked under the shade of the trees. Classmate Bai Yu, when will you go home? And Liang asked. Bai Yu thought about it for a moment before shaking her head. I want to stay and deal with the Animal Star Rescue Foundation first. In addition, during the summer vacation, I will promote the Animal Star Rescue Foundation to go out of the campus and take root in the entire Tianfu. And Liang shook his head. You should have a good rest during the holidays. Why don't you go back and see your mother? Let me tell Manager Feng that the next time you go to Yunpa Village to purchase goods, they will take you back with them. Your village has changed now. The mobile phone signal there is very good. Do you know? And Liang asked. Bai Yu nodded. She often has video calls with her mother. How could she not know the changes in the village? It is precisely because of the changes in the village that Bai Yu is more determined to stay and manage the animal rescue for Liang Foundation affairs, so as to live up to Liang's efforts. Classmate, and I really want to stay and deal with the affairs of the Animal Star Rescue Foundation. Bai Yu said seriously, and Liang responded with a smile, but I don't allow it. Underscore. Chapter 1895. After communicating with Bai Yu, and Liang went to Tianfu Normal University. In the cafeteria of Tianfu Normal University, two sisters, and Liang and Xia, were eating lunch. Yexai and Rui, I will go home in the afternoon. I will come back before you go to teach. Xia Rui and Xia Hexin together nod. And Liang added, let's talk about the conditions mentioned before. And Liang had told Xia Rui and Xia Hexin before that although they were allowed to teach, and Liang had his own conditions. Xia Rui looked at Liang doubtfully. What conditions? Xia Hexin asked. And Liang asked, you're going to Anil Township Primary School to teach, right? Yes. Xia Rui nodded. And Liang spoke in detail. I have investigated the situation in Anil Township. It is indeed a poor mountainous area with a lack of educational resources, but the conditions are extremely difficult. Even the electricity cannot be guaranteed. Xia Rui was stunned for a moment. Xia was also a little dazed. Even the power cannot be guaranteed stably? It seems a bit difficult. By the way, where should your previous accommodation be arranged? And Liang asked again. Xia Rui asked quickly, what else did you investigate? If it was arranged there, I guess it would be an old-fashioned house without even a separate bathroom. Do you understand? And Liang said jokingly. Whether it was Xia Rui or Xia Hexin, their expressions changed a little. Not to mention air conditioning, which is something that is definitely not available. Although the temperature on the mountain is relatively low and it should not be too hot in summer, I am definitely not used to it without air conditioning. And Liang explained. The mobile phone signal is not very good either. And Liang asked another important question. Xiaoyi rolled his eyes at Liang. Just scare us. Even if there are these difficulties, we still want to overcome these difficulties. We have applied for substitute teaching practice, and we have to go and make our own achievements. Contribution. Xiao Rui agreed. We still have to go there. Okay. And Liang responded, I have made corresponding arrangements there. If you go there, it should be fine. Xiao Rui was confused. What did you do? I bought a piece of land in Anil Township, 5 minutes away from Anil Township Primary School. It's still more than half a month before you go. During this period, I will build a 3-story building there and use it. It is quickly decorated with environmentally friendly materials to provide a separate bathroom and a stable power supply to ensure that you will not be wrong there. And Liang explained. Xiao Rui and Xia Hexin both looked moved. Thanks, Xia Hexin said softly. Xiao Rui also responded with emotion. You are a bad guy who knows how to trick our tears. Liang continued. My first condition is that you come back after the 45 days of teaching and don't stay there, okay? Xiao Rui and Xia Hexin nodded affirmatively. They were just there to teach. The second condition is that I will send someone to follow you, mainly because I am worried about your safety. After all, I will be worried about you in the mountains, and I hope you understand. And Liang explained. Xia Rui and Xia Hexin went to a remote mountainous area to support teaching. How could Liang not arrange for personnel from Rini Security Company to go with them? And Liang was indeed worried about safety issues. He knows everything about this kind of thing, and there is no need to explain too much. Minimum good, Xia Rui responded. Xia Hexin nodded affirmatively. No problem. And Liang continued. Only these two conditions, nothing else. When will you set off? Xia Hexin responded. We will have a holiday on July 10th, and we will set off on July 11th at the latest. We will have a day off on July 12th, and classes will officially start on Sunday, July 13th. That's no problem. I'll arrange the itinerary for you, and I'll accompany you there then. And Liang explained. Xia Rui and Xia Hexin nodded together. After lunch, and Liang rushed to Tianfu International Airport. He was going to Shanghai. This time, he not only had to accompany Li Xiyin, but also had two things to deal with. Among them, one thing is naturally a shipping-related adjustment. If Liang wants to target DAO, he must get the support of the shipping company. This thing is a long-term plan, and Liang needs to discuss it with the shipping company first. The second thing is this time the first priority when going to Magic City. At nearly 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Liang arrived at Magic City International Airport. The security personnel of Rini Security Company had already driven in Liang's BMW X5 over in Magic City on Zero, and Liang personally drove a BMW X5 to Fudan University. While on the road, Liang used the car phone to contact Li Xiyin and waited for the call to be connected. And Liang spoke first. Baby, guess where I am? Have you come over yet? Li Xiyin responded, certainly. And Liang answered affirmatively. I'm on my way. I expect to be at school in half an hour. So fast? Li Xiyin responded, it's not fast anymore, mainly because the traffic is a bit bad. And Liang responded, by the way, what do you want to eat tonight? Let's take Yuqing and Chi-Chi with us for dinner. Li Xiyin took the initiative to suggest. And Liang raised his eyebrows. Why? We finally meet. Why are we bringing 2 light bulbs? Chi-Chi said she was going to treat her today. Thank you for taking care of her in Tianfu. I will stay with you for the next 3 days. Okay, Li Xiyin said coquettishly. Okay, I'll come to school first and see you later. And Liang responded. Li Xiyin agreed repeatedly. Okay, I'll do my homework first and see you later. Waiting for Li Xiyin to hang up the phone, and Liang drove while thinking about Yao Qi's intention to invite him to dinner. This guy is indeed a troublemaker. _ Chapter 1896. On the way from Modu International Airport to Fudan University, and Liang thought about what Yao Qi meant. While Liang was thinking, Yao Qi took the initiative to call, and Liang answered on the car phone. Have you come to Magic City? Yao Qi asked first. Xiyin told you? And Liang asked back. Yes. Yao Qi didn't hide anything. I'll treat you to dinner. Thank you for taking care of me in Tianfu. What are you going to do? And Liang asked back. Simply thank you for taking care of me in Tianfu. Yao Qi repeated. And Liang complained. You are poisonous, which I do not have. Yao Qi responded. I really just treat you to dinner. And Liang chuckled and said, 60-70 okay. Since this Yao Qi wants to play, and Liang will fight with her. With the dual assistance of the interpersonal scanning system and the danger premonition ability, and Liang is really not afraid of fighting with the little goblin. If the little goblin wants to fight with him, he will have to kill him. If one dies, 2 will kill a pair. Why didn't Liang refuse to take the initiative to kill someone? Will you come to school to pick us up first? Yao Qi asked, okay, and Liang agreed. More than half an hour later, and Liang drove to Fudan University. Li Xiyin, Yao Qi, and Gui Yuqing were already waiting at the door. When the 3 of them got in the car, and Liang saw Ma Yingjun on campus, he peeked furtively at the door, and Liang said casually, I saw Ma Yingjun. Do you want to call me over? Li Xiyin was naturally in the passenger seat, and she responded, where is he? Behind the gate. He was there just now, but he should be hiding behind it now. Do you want to give him a call? And Liang asked. Gui Yuqing responded from the back seat. Classmate, I beg you to stop being an on my OG. Let's leave quickly. I have a headache recently. Ma Yingjun est question? And Liang started the engine and then added, where should we go to eat? Yao Qi responded, Bun Yuan, I chose a Wagyu barbecue restaurant. And Liang nodded, send me the address and I'll guide you. Yao Qi shared the address with Liang. And Liang set up the navigation before setting off, and then brought up the old things again. Vexiagua, what happened to you and Ma Yingjun? And Liang knew that Ma Yingjun liked Gui Yuqing, but Liang was not optimistic about this story. After all, Gui Yuqing has the best appearance level in 1,000. Ma Yingjun's name is Yingjun, but he is not handsome, and other conditions are not common. Ordinary. How can this develop? It won't work at all. Although Liang is not optimistic about the story between Ma Yingjun and Gui Yuqing, it does not prevent Liang from teasing him. Gui Yuqing responded helplessly, do you understand the feeling of not liking someone? Could it be that Ma Yingjun confessed his love? And Liang continued to tease, no. If he confesses his love directly, I will refuse directly, but he always takes a roundabout way. Although he doesn't say it clearly, he also shows his feelings. I can't refuse him directly, so as not to hurt his face. Gui Yuqing sighed. I think Ma Yingjun is pretty good, honest, and upright. Why shouldn't I like Vexiagua? And Liang teased again. Gui Yuqing said helplessly, I'm afraid of you. You are really an on my OG. Xian, why don't you just ignore your boyfriend? He's such a bully. I'm really worried about you. Li Xian responded calmly. He doesn't bully me. And Liang seconded, I don't bully our baby. Gui Yuqing is helpless. Having a best friend with a boyfriend is really amazing. Yao Qi smiled on the side. She did not participate in the discussion because she could not defeat Liang if she did. Nearly an hour later, everyone arrived at the Bund. The city is also a traffic jam-hit area. The traffic situation during rush hour is really bad. In the Snow Tan barbecue restaurant in the Bund, Liang and the other four were looking at the menu. This barbecue restaurant has a very high-end positioning, and the menu is naturally prepared for every customer. Yao Qi introduced the situation while flipping through the menu. All their Wagyu beef comes from Qingdao. They are raised on self-built pastures. Their quality is not inferior to that of Neon and Dao. The Wagyu beef promoted by Neon is not exported. What is the legal provision? Although there is indeed such a provision, it is nothing more than feelings and raising the status of Neon and cattle. But in fact, Wagyu beef has long been spread. It is owned by Dao State, Xiagua, and Europa, and it is really doing very well in terms of quality. Someone once did a blind test, where Neon, Taiyo, and Xiagua Wagyu were competed on the same stage, and 7 gourmets were asked to conduct a blind test evaluation. As a result, only one of the 7 was correct. Even if the person is correct, I don't know whether he tasted the difference or just made a random guess. This store is a bit ruthless. The filet costs 2,888 yuan per pound. And Liang said teasingly, classmate Yao Qi, are you sure this store isn't a scammer like Kongshan next door? Yao Qi responded helplessly, don't worry, I've already tried this store, and there's absolutely no problem. Okay, 3.5. Then Fei Li will look at it more carefully. And by the way, he will also get some sirloin that costs 2,288 yuan per pound, and the same price with the same price. And Liang explained, baby, what do you want to eat? And Liang asked. Li Xian closed the menu and said, I can do anything. I'll eat with you. Gui Yuqing seconded the idea. Yao Qi added some fruit salad to relieve her tiredness, and then added, would you like some wine? Red wine. And Liang asked back. This time when he came to the Magic City, the problem Liang wanted to solve was the problem of red wine. Chapter 1897 Bun Source, Snow Carbon Barbecue Restaurant. And Liang brought up the matter of drinking red wine, and Li Xian asked stupidly, I haven't gotten my driver's license yet. Li Xian meant that Liang drank, and she couldn't drive the car back. And Liang looked helplessly at Li Xian. Some people learned to drive smoothly, while others were afraid of the instructor. It was obviously their first time learning to drive. Why were some people so good? Yao Qi and Gui Yuqing couldn't help but laugh. Obviously, they also knew about Li Xian's learning to drive. It was simply a sad story. Baby, are you still stuck in Section 3? And Liang asked. Li Xian responded sheepishly. Well, it's still Subject 3. When I was practicing driving. Speaking of this, Li Xian stopped And Liang asked. 19-inch Yu Qing. What do you want to say? Li Xian looked at Gui Yuqing a little embarrassed. And Liang also looked at Gui Yuqing. Guinuxia, what is going on? Gui Yuqing couldn't help laughing. Your Xian hit someone, and she hasn't learned to drive recently. Hit someone? And Liang asked with concern. What's going on? Are the injured serious? How was it handled? And Liang didn't ask about Li Xian's situation, because Li Xian was sitting next to him well. So what else could be wrong? Gui Yuqing continued. Don't worry, Master. And Liang looked at Gui Yuqing speechlessly. What the hell is your name? You are Master Yang. I call you Master. Is it not a big problem? Gui Yuqing responded. And Liang shook his head helplessly. Is he an Onmyoji? Of course not. And Liang just likes to tell the truth. Is this wrong? When Xian was practicing driving, she accidentally hit a person, but that person rushed onto the road by himself and was a thief being hunted by the police. So Xian had no responsibility at all. Gui Yuqing explained. Li Xian added on the side, Yes. I was driving properly, and he suddenly rushed up. I didn't step on the brake for a while, so I accidentally hit him. And Liang was shocked. How can it be like this? Should he say that Li Xian is lucky, or that Li Xian is unlucky? It seems that the plan to buy a Rolls-Royce for Li Xian is going to be shelved again. Everyone starts from Li Xian Xuecha returned to the matter of choosing red wine. In the Xia Kingdom, the most famous red wine is the red wine from France, especially the red wine from the Bordeaux region. It seems that the red wine named after Bordeaux has a special magic. For example, speaking of the famous Lafite, a bottle of 1982 Lafite has almost become synonymous with red wine in Xiaohua and has also become a symbol of high-end red wine. In the field of red wine, France is indeed ranked first in Xiaohua's import volume rankings position. The import volume in 2019 exceeded 120 million liters, and the total price exceeded 4 billion Xiaohui yuan. I am going to choose the 2015 Chateau Margaux red wine. What do you think? Yao Qi looked at Liang. France's 1855 first-class winery is still the best 2015 vintage. I think it's okay. And Liang responded. Yao Qi's eyes lit up. You also have research on wine? There is no research. And Liang responded, I just treated it as a piece of knowledge and learned some content forcibly. For me personally, I have no particular preference for red wine or white wine. Yao Qi looked at Liang helplessly. Isn't this person too real? Li Xian showed a happy smile on the side. You bullied Qi again. Where do I have it? And Liang said innocently. Gui Yuqing answered at the side. Master, do you have anything to say about the 2015 Chateau Margaux wine? And Liang responded casually. Actually, there is no explanation. In the wine field, the quality of a wine is not only related to the storage period, but also to the year of production, including the amount of sunshine and rainfall in that year, etc. The relationship between wine and age is not particularly great. Many people think that the older the wine, the better, probably because of the 1982 Lafite. But in fact, it is because 82 was a good vintage and it just happened to be right. If we take Chateau Margaux red wine as an example, the 1999 vintage only costs about 6,000 yuan, which is far less expensive than the 2015 new wine. Liang 767 continued. In order to give the wine a specific grade, so wine rating scores were born, including the RP score and JS score, which are relatively highly recognized in our country. These two scores are not equal parts character score and profiteer score. They are the abbreviations of the names of two tasters. If you're interested, check them out. Take the 2015 Chateau Margaux red wine selected by Yao Qi as an example. It participated in 3 wine ratings, namely JS, WE, and JL. They all received a perfect score of 100, so its price is as high as 29.800 yuan. And Liang explained. Then he lowered his voice and said, This price is a bit tricky. If you buy it directly from Chateau Margaux, the price should not exceed 20,000. Gui Yuqing said casually. As expected of a profiteer, Yao Qi responded slightly awkwardly. This store belongs to our family. And Liang and the other 3 all looked at Yao Qi speechlessly. Treating guests to dinner in your own store? May I ask Yao Qi's nickname Xiao _? Chapter 1898, the Snow Carbon Barbecue restaurant was actually opened by Yao Qi's family, and Liang said that Yao Qi showed him off, and he gave Yao Qi a thumbs up. Dong dong, there was a knock on the wooden door of the box, and the service staff brought up the barbecue that An Liang ordered, which were A5, level filet, and the same level of sirloin and upper brain. An Liang looked at the A5, level filet. It is evenly distributed with snowflake-like fat, and it looks very good. Yao Qi asked on the side, "What do you think of these beefs?" And Liang responded, "No wonder you boasted before. These beef are really good." A barbecue restaurant at the price of Shuatan naturally has a dedicated barbecue chef. This time, all the barbecues are medium rare. This degree of maturity does not have the problem of blood and retains the tender and juicy taste. More than an hour later, Li Xiyin, this little fool, said that she was full. Yao Qi glanced at An Liang with a half-smile. The corners of An Liang's mouth turned up slightly. He understood what Yao Qi meant. "And what do you think of this store?" Yao Qi asked, "Tell the truth." And Liang asked back. Yao Qi nodded affirmatively. "Of course. Your family has the potential to be a profiteer. The price is quite expensive, but the taste is pretty good." And Liang explained. Gui Yuqing asked curiously, "How much did we spend on this meal?" Yao Qi asked the service staff to print out the bill and handed it to Gui Yuqing for review. The total price of the 3 types of barbecue reached 5,692 yuan. The weight of Shuatan's barbecue was accurate to 1 gram, and the price of red wine was 29.800 yuan, plus 10% service fee. The total price reached 39.041 yuan. After Gui Yuqing read the bill, he handed it to Li Xiyin. And Liang also took a look at it, and then couldn't resist teasing. "You guys are so cruel, you actually count the cost of drinks into the service charge. When most restaurants calculate service charges, they don't calculate the cost of drinks in addition, because the profit from the cost of drinks is already very high. As a result, Shuatan service charge actually included the cost of drinks of 29.800 yuan, and calculated it at 10%. The price of this bottle of wine is 2,980 yuan. It is simply poisonous. I think Nuxia Guo is right. Your family is a profiteer." And Liang said affirmatively. Gui Yufan suggested that a barbecue meal, even if you don't count the drinks, will exceed 6,000 yuan if you include the service fee. This price is too expensive. Li Xiyin was still rubbing her belly gently. She had just eaten a little too much. It was almost 9:30, and Liang said casually, "Send you back first?" Yao Qi denied. "No, Yuqing and I will take a taxi back by ourselves. Can you hire a driver?" And Liang was just being polite. And Liang didn't need to call for a driver. He sent a message to Qin Tianxiang and responded, "Xiyin and I will leave first. You guys send a message to Xiyin when you get to school." Gui Yuqing asked teasingly, "Masterin, where are you going today?" And Liang didn't care about Gui Yuqing's teasing. He responded, "The first choice when coming to Shanghai is naturally Amenyanjian. I like their design concept of integrating nature and finding tranquility in the midst of chaos. Why not try the Magic City Pearl across the street?" Yao Qi asked casually, 230 Sky Hotel? Ni Andiang Askatratoriklium. Yao Qi responded affirmatively, not very interested. And Liang responded, "It's not because the price of 230 Sky Hotel is as high as 68,000 yuan a night. It's just that he doesn't like it." Li Xiyin seconded. "I also like the tranquility of Yanyan Aman. I'm leaving." And Liang took Li Xiyin and left. After the two left, Gui Yuqing looked at Yao Qi and said, "Chi-Chi, you have no chance." Yao Qi did not answer this question. She asked, "You and Ma Yingjun have no chance at all?" A flash of confusion flashed in Gui Yuqing's eyes, and she finally responded with a sigh, "It's different. He really can't give me what I want. Even if we force ourselves to be together, we will eventually break up. Chi-Chi, am I a Philistine and bad woman?" Gui Yuqing said, a little confused. Yao Qi denied. "What's wrong with pursuing your own happiness?" Yao Qi continued. "You didn't do anything disgusting by any means, so why did you become a bad woman?" Gui Yuqing sighed again. "Sometimes I really envy Xiyin." "Who doesn't envy her?" Yao Qi sighed. On the other side, in the black BMW X5 Li Nuas, and Liang and Li Xian were sitting in the back seat, and Li Xian was nestled in Liang's arms. Qin Tianxiang drove the BMW X5 smoothly to Yangyun and Man. He deliberately adjusted the rearview mirror so that he could not see the situation in the back seat through the rearview mirror. Half an hour later, the black BMW X5 arrived at the Yangyun Aman Hotel. An Liang had already reserved a suite, and it was still he, and Li Shiyindu likes the one-bedroom configuration in the ancient courtyard. Although it is only a one-bedroom configuration, the area of the rebuilt ancient house reaches 300 square meters. Otherwise, how would the price reach 20,000 yuan a night? One interesting thing is that although it's a one-bedroom in an ancient courtyard, but it comes with a king-size bed as standard, and the occupancy is 3 people. So it's very interesting, huh? Underscore. Chapter 1899 inches the first bedroom of the ancient courtyard of Aman Yanyan Hotel. Li Shiyin is doing yoga, and Liang watched with interest. He felt that Li Shiyin's yoga level was a little worse than Lu Ling's. Maybe it was because Lu Ling had been practicing yoga for a long time, and Li Shiyin only started studying for a semester. Well, An Liang, I ate too much and feel a little uncomfortable. Li Shiyin, this little fool, did eat a bit too much today. And Liang responded casually, then practice yoga for a while. I'm just doing my work. Ah, Li Shiyin responda. And Liang was checking the relevant information of the investigation by Rini Security Company. According to Liang's instructions, Rini Security Company investigated the relevant situation of the red wine import and export company. There are a total of import and export trading companies that import red wine from Dao. The 3 companies are Haiyao Import and Export Trading Company, Shihai Import and Export Trading Company, and Terra Import and Export Trading Company. The first 2 are local companies of Siagua, and the third Terra 637 Import and Export Trading Company is Siagua de Australian joint venture. In 2019, Siagua imported 62 million liters of wine from Australia, with a total import price of approximately 2.56 billion Siagua yuan. This is the 3rd year after the 2 sides signed a free trade agreement in 2016. Great growth. Currently, Dao's wine ranks 2nd among Xia's wine importing countries. For Dao, Xia's wine is their most important wine exporter, and there is no one. Among the 3 import and export trading companies, Haiyao Company's share of import volume is only about 15%. Shihai Company's share of import volume is about 25%, and Terra Company's share of import volume is close to 60%, making them the absolute overlords. These 3 companies have a monopoly on imports and exports from Dao. To qualify for wine, other agents in the country get their goods from them. After An Liang read the information, the Life Winner system issued a prompt. Ding's special mission, Luck Battle. Mission content. Ask the host to try his best to suppress Dao so as to win Qi. In the battle for luck, the specific rewards will be settled based on the host's targeting of the great Dao country. Looking at the tasks given by the Life Winner system, he raised his eyebrows. Originally, and was going to teach the great Dao country a lesson, but now he has triggered the Life Winner system as for the task of the Winner system, and Liang felt that he had to make good arrangements for Dao. The producer sent a message to Rini Security Company on his mobile phone, asking Rini Security Company to come forward to acquire 3 import and export trading companies, so as to fully grasp the corresponding import and export authority. The 3 import companies' export trading companies have a complete agent framework and sales channels. As long as they control 3 import and export companies, they can control the sales of Dao country's wine in Xia country, and even strangle the channels for Dao country's red wine to be exported to Xia country. Although other import and export trading companies can also apply to import wine from Dao, but whether the court will approve it is another matter. Considering the current noisy situation in Dao, the court should not approve it, right? It's close to 11 o'clock in the night, and Liang has settled the layout in the red wine field. If nothing unexpected happens, and Liang is ready to make a breakthrough, he plans to give a little lesson to the red wine industry of the great Dao country. Baby, are you still practicing yoga? And Liang asked, Li Xian was indeed still practicing yoga. And Liang walked over and hugged Li Xian. Stop practicing. I feel bad for you when you were sweating all over. Li Xian's face turned red. In the spacious bathroom of the ancient courtyard, and Liang taught Li Xian yoga-related knowledge. Speaking of which, En Liang is also a yoga master. Ning Rushuang taught En Liang a lot of yoga knowledge. Well, knowledge, nothing else. Near 12 o'clock, En Liang carried Li Xian back to the bedroom. The little fool cuddled up to En Liang. She already felt a little sleepy because Li Xian had a good biological clock habit. On Liang, I want to sleep. Li Xian yonut. And Liang hugged her and said softly, My dear, goodbye. Li Xian responded and fell into a deep sleep in less than 3 minutes. She slept relatively deeply, and her sleeping posture was inelegant. She felt a little unrestrained. Sometimes she would fight for the quilt with En Liang. After En Liang got up early, Li Xian, he would also make a big-shaped sleeping position in the bed, which was the standard Tainan pattern. En Liang also fell into sleep. The next day, at nearly 7 o'clock in the morning, En Liang woke up. He discovered Li Xian's magical sleeping posture. This little fool was actually sleeping on his side, with her legs resting on En Liang's belly, which was just in line with ergonomics. Fortunately, the first bedroom in the ancient courtyard had an extra-large bed, so even if Li Xian slept on his side, there would be no problem, otherwise he might fall. En Liang got up first. Li Xian showed no sign of waking up. She was still sleeping soundly, and En Liang did not wake her up. After washing, En Liang began to check the information sent by Rini Security Company. Rini Security Company transferred 3 import and export trade companies to detailed information about the company was sent over, including the operating conditions and profitability of the 3 companies, as well as specific details related to shareholdings, etc. Since An Liang wants to acquire these 3 companies, how could he not understand the corresponding situation? Chapter 1900 The Ancient said, Know yourself and the enemy, and you can fight 100 battles without danger. En Liang looked at the situation of the 3 import and export trading companies, Hiao, Shihai, and Tala. In terms of profitability, all 3 companies were making profits, but the profit levels of Hiao and Shihai were slightly lower. Taking 2019 as an example, of the 62 million liters of wine exported from Dao to Xia, Hiao Import and Export Trading Company received 15% of the import volume. However, all Hiao Import and Export Trading Company received was low-end wine. The total import cost is only 320 million yuan. If calculated in terms of import costs, Hiao Company's share has dropped to 12.5%. And the profits of low-end wines are also quite low. The final annual profit is only a little over 25 million, with a profit margin of 7.875%. This profit rate is a waste of money and a pity to throw away. It is higher than the profit of normal financial management projects, but it is so high that it is really useless. The situation of Shihai Company and Hayao Company is similar. They are allocated 25% of the wine imported from Dao, but the total import cost is only 520 million yuan, accounting for 20.3% of the total import cost. The profit of Shihai Company is even worse, only 6.8%, which is about 3,536 yuan in annual profit. It is also a useless situation, and it is hard-earned money. Terra Company is different. They account for nearly 60% of the import and export volume, but the total import and export cost share is as high as 67.2%. And because they are all mid to high-end wines, their profit margin is also close to 14%. Degree. In the past 2019, Terra Import and Export Trading Company created a profit of 240 million, which was only a fraction of that of Hayao and Shihai companies. The 3 companies are not at the same level at all. This situation is also in line with the market situation. The leader takes all. What are the second and third? Looking at the profits of the 3 companies, An Liang thought that Hayao Company and Shihai Company should be able to acquire them smoothly, but Tala Company's acquisition might run into trouble. Not only because Terra Company's profits are relatively high, but also because Terra Company is a joint venture between Xia State and Dao State, and the capital ratio of Dao State is as high as 67%. This means that Terra Company has the final say in Australia. Send messages in Anjuang Rini Security Company's confidential communication software. Number 0. Tried to acquire 3 target companies. Error number 1. Terra Company is having difficulties. Discussions within Rini Security Company reached the same conclusion as on Liang. Number 0. Try acquisition first. 0. If Terra does not accept the acquisition, then conduct an in-depth and careful investigation of this company, from its business to its boss. Do you understand? Number 1. Got it. And Liang is naturally willing to spend money to solve the problem. If he can obtain the ownership of 3 import and export trading companies through acquisition, and Liang is naturally willing to acquire them. But if Tala Company refuses to acquire, An Liang decides to use off-market moves. Normally, An Liang doesn't need to use extra moves. That's because his environment doesn't allow it. For example, in the imperial capital, how can An Liang use extra moves? Just like between nuclear-armed countries, everyone is reasonable and there will be no real conflict. Even if a conflict occurs, it is a conflict allowed by the rules. But the conflict between nuclear weapon countries and non-nuclear weapon countries is simple. For example, the bald eagle country bullies non-nuclear weapon countries on a daily basis and does not respect the basic law at all, let alone rules and martial ethics. After An Liang ordered Rini Security Company to secretly acquire 3 import and export trading companies, Li Shiyin finally woke up. She walked out of the bedroom sleepily. When she saw An Liang on the sofa, she came over and sat next to An Liang, asking for flowers. An Liang hugged her and said, "Are you finally awake?" Li Shiyin leaned against An Liang and said sleepily, "I'm a little sleepy. Let's wash up first. Let's have breakfast, and then go out to the sea to watch the sunset. How about that?" An Liang said as arranged. "Ah!" Li Shiyin was in a daze. "I have arranged the yacht, and we will go out to swim, fish, barbecue on the sea, watch the sunset, and then watch the stars on the sea." And Liang explained. Kazuro Li Shiyin nodded. "Yeah." After Li Shiyin finished washing, and Liang and Li Shiyin had a simple breakfast, and Liang personally drove the BMW X5 to the yacht club on the Huangpu River. And Liang did not buy a yacht. He just rented a 45-meter-long Helix from Fedship, a famous shipbuilder in Heilongjiang. It is also the only Helix yacht in Asia. It is called Blue Sky. The original price of this boat was 300 million Xiaogui yuan, and it was a light luxury yacht. Yes, a yacht priced at 300 million yuan is only a light luxury yacht, because the price of a yacht far exceeds that of an airplane. Those luxury yachts with a length of more than 100 meters are the real big ships. For example, the famous Eclipse, although the contract price is 500 million pounds, it is easy and enjoyable to be worth 1.5 billion pounds after various later modifications. According to the exchange rate of that year, the selling price of 1.5 billion pounds exceeded 15 billion Xiaogui yuan. This price far exceeds that of a private jet. And Liang is wondering whether he wants to customize a very large yacht to join the ranks of the world's top wealthy people. After all, the world's top richest men all own yachts. Underscore. Chapter 1901 June 25th is the Dragon Boat Festival, one of the 4 major traditional festivals of Xia Kingdom. And Liang took Li Shiyin out to sea on the Blue Sky luxury yacht. The crew were all specially selected security personnel from Rini Security Company to ensure the safety of An Liang and Li Shiyin. 45-meter-long yachts have already joined the ranks of the junior rich. In the Principality of Yachts, in what should be called the Principality of Morocco, a yacht with a length of 35 meters is a standard line. The standard line used to be 24 meters, but with the development of the times, this standard has been raised to a length of 35 meters. If you want to be recognized by wealthy people in the Principality of Morocco, it would be a fool's errand if you don't have a yacht with a length of more than 35 meters. In fact, yachts are also the ticket for the top 593 rich people around the world. The yachting culture in Shanghai has developed extremely rapidly, and the really wealthy tycoons in Shanghai have already entered the yachting field. There was a news report that a rich man from a certain magical city crashed into a multi-million sports car, but he didn't pay much attention to it. Do people need to care? It's not like we hit a yacht, it's just a car. If we hit it, we'll hit it. Thousands of them. Sprinkle it with water. Baby, do you like yachts? And Liang asked Li Xian casually. Li Xian responded, I don't like her, I don't dislike her, I don't have any special feelings. Speaking of this, Li Xian held in Liang's arm and whispered, I'm actually a little scared. Fear. And Liang was confused. I always feel like there is something in the sea. Li Xian responded, this is phobia of the deep. And Liang explained, then let's go back. Li Xian shook her head. It doesn't matter, I'll go to sea with you. And Liang directly denied it. Since the baby is scared, we will cancel our plan to go to sea this time. I didn't know you had deep sea phobia. And Liang knew that Li Xian was a good swimmer. Generally speaking, people who can swim are less likely to suffer from deep sea phobia. He originally planned to take Li Xian to swim in the sea. Li Xian looked apologetic. I don't know what's going on. It was fine when I first got on the boat, but when I left the river bend and entered the sea, I felt inexplicable worries. I always felt that there was something under the sea. How about we return to Suzhou? And Liang suggested. Well, let's go to Suzhou. This time is enough. Li Xian responded. The blue sky, which had just set sail, returned to Suzhou. And Liang took Li Xian to Suzhou. This year would not be wasted. And Liang sent a message to Fan Ping from Anshin Investment Company and asked Fan Ping to choose 8 excellent employees go out to sea for fun. Anyway, they have already rented a yacht. They have to pay the rent even if they are not using it, so they might as well give them an employee benefit. During the 3-day Dragon Boat Festival holiday, and Liang was dealing with the acquisition of 3 import and export trading companies while accompanying Li Xian was in Suzhou admiring the beautiful scenery of Mingxing Lake. On June 27th at 7 o'clock in the evening, and Liang took Li Xian back to the Aminyanjian Hotel in Shanghai. After dinner, Li Xian continued to practice yoga, and Liang checked the acquisition status of the 3 import and export trading companies reported by Rini Security Company. As Liang guessed, the acquisition plans of the 3 import and export trading companies did not go smoothly. Not only Terra import problems arose in the acquisition of the export trading company, and even the Shihai Import and Export Trading Company encountered difficulties. It only acquired the Haiyao Company, and Liang used the confidential communication software of Rini Security Company to make a voice call to Tang Jinxing. After waiting for the connection, he asked directly, why is the acquisition progress so slow? Tang Jinxing is the controller of Rini Security Company. He responded to An Liang, Shihai Company's asking price is too high, and we have temporarily stopped negotiations. What price does the other party want? And Liang asked. Tang Jinxing responded, Shihai's quotation is 1 billion. And Liang frowned directly. He read the previous acquisition report. The acquisition price of Haiyao Company was 250 million Xiaogui yuan in cash. If based on the profit in 2019, it would be equivalent to the profit of the other party in 10 years. At this price, neither party suffers a loss. The boss of Haiyao Company gets 10 years of profits at once, avoids risks in the next 10 years, and even directly achieves financial freedom. What's wrong with that? Besides, Haiyao Company is at risk of losing money because Terra Company is aggressive, and there are other companies that are actively applying for import and export licenses for Dao wine. Under such circumstances, the cash acquisition price of 250 million is extremely precious. If we refer to the acquisition of Haiyao Company, Shihai Company's profit in 2019 was 35.36 million yuan, so the highest offer was 353.6 million yuan. However, the other party quoted 1 billion? It is almost equivalent to the profits of Shihai Import and Export Trading Company for 30 years. Isn't this too good a thought? Although Shihai Import and Export Trading Company does develop and grow, the possibility of losses also exists, and the probability is even greater. A bit greedy. And Liang sighed. The boss of Shihai Company, Eugene Ming, is a second-generation member of the Magic City Circle. His father, Yu Guohua, is the deputy chief inspector of the Magic City Patrol and has some influence in the Magic City itself. Tang Jinxing explained since 1.6 is from the Magic City Circle, then give the other party a face and quote 500 million to see what the other party means. And Liang added, this is the final offer. If the other party still doesn't accept it, then we will investigate all aspects of Shihai Company, Eugene Ming, and the other party's father. And Liang is polite before fighting. If Eugene Ming accepts when he sees good, and Liang is willing to pay more, but if the other party is dishonest, and Liang only hopes that Eugene Ming can withstand the investigation. Otherwise, what is that sentence called? Come on, don't you say you didn't predict what you said? Chapter 1902. It's nearly 10 o'clock in the evening on the last day of the Dragon Boat Festival holiday. Li Xian nestled in Liang's arms. The little fool started to yawn again. She was obviously a little sleepy. She used Liang as a pillow and found a comfortable position to get ready for sleep. And Liang stroked Li Xian's silky hair like a cat, which made Li Xian even more sleepy. A few minutes later, Li Xian fell into a deep sleep, and her sleeping posture became restless again. Just now, she used Liang as a pillow, but now she pushed Liang away and started sleeping freely. Fortunately, Aman Yanyun is equipped with an extra-large bed, so Li Xian's unrestrained sleeping position is stress-free. And Liang glanced at Li Xian, put the air conditioner on for her, and then got ready to sleep. The next day, it was close to 7 o'clock in the morning, and Liang woke up early. Li Xian was still sleeping. This little fool was exhausted from playing in Suzhou in the past 2 days, so Liang did not wake her up. And Liang first told Qin Tianxiang to book a flight ticket. He wanted to return to Xingqing first. Yang Maui was already ready and was about to start a charity live broadcast tour during the summer vacation. And Liang wanted to go back to see him off. When Qin Tianxiang was booking a flight, and Liang was sending messages to Yang Maui. And Liang, little fox, I'll be back today. Yang Maui. Okay, Your Majesty, I'll wait for you. And Liang. Well, have you prepared everything you should? Yang Maui. Of course, all the equipment is ready. Yang Maui. Thank you for your support of graphene batteries. Yang Maui wanted to start a charity live broadcast during the summer vacation, so naturally she had to use drone equipment. And Liang specially ordered the Dream Future Graphene Technology Group to manufacture a graphene battery suitable for the drone for Yang Maui, and also created a 4 kilowatt-hour power bank. Meet Yang Maui's outdoor electricity needs. And Liang, do we still need to thank each other? Air on Liang. Wait until I come back and thank me again. Yang Maui. I'm not afraid of the king. Yang Maui is not fighting against the 5 scum. At 7:30 in the morning, Li Xian woke up. She looked at the time first, and then said in a panic, "Why didn't you call me? There are classes today." Oops, I forgot. Please wash up quickly. It's still too late for us to rush over now. And Liang reminded, eat a sandwich and milk for breakfast. I'll ask the hotel to prepare it. You can eat it on the way. Want it? Li Xian hurriedly spoke in Shengqing dialect, and she quickly walked to the bathroom to wash up. Li Xian, who originally needed at least half an hour to wash up, now compressed the washing time to 10 minutes. When Li Xian finished washing up, breakfast has been prepared at Aminyanjian. At 8:35, and Liang and Li Xian finally arrived at Fudan University. After getting off the bus, Li Xian took the initiative to hug Liang and kissed Liang on the face. I'm going to school first. Wait until I come back from vacation. Good. And Liang waved. Li Xian walked towards the main entrance of Fudan University. Looking at Li Xian's back, and Liang's eyes suddenly widened, as if he was back to the first time he stood at the main entrance of Fudan University. There is a saying that just by looking at his back, and Liang, if you really can't tell the difference, can you blame him? After Li Xian's back disappeared, An Liang drove to the Magic City International Airport. The ticket Qin Tianxiang booked was for 10 o'clock. Now, with the first-class VIP channel, he can get there without any trouble. Seamless registration. Although he has already purchased a private jet, An Liang still chooses civil aviation more. Why? Of course, the target of the private jet was too big, and it would not be easy for An Liang to cover his ears. Just after 12 noon, An Liang landed safely at Shengqing International Airport. Yang Maui was waiting for An Liang at the domestic passenger arrival exit. She was wearing sunglasses and had her hands folded in front of her, full of aloof temperament. But when An Liang walked out, Yang Maui's cold temperament melted like a warm sun, and she fell directly into An Liang's arms. and Liang also hugged Yang Maui. The men around him looked at Liang with a look of envy in their eyes. And Liang leaned into Yang Maui's ear and whispered, "These scumbag men around me must be jealous of me." Yang Maui bluset es haye. On Liang 600 proudly led Yang Maui to the underground parking lot. In the underground parking lot, Yang Maui handed over the car key. This time she drove a Mercedes-Benz GLC AMG 63. And Liang got into the driver's seat and started the engine. Yang Maui, who was in the passenger seat, put on her seatbelt. As Liang drove off, he asked, "Where's the first stop?" Yang Maui responded, "The first stop should be heading south into Guizhou, then go to Shiguang, then Nanyuan, then enter Shijiang, and then enter Xinan, trying to make a circle around our motherland. More than 2 months to go around the motherland was still a little too soon." And Liang explained, "So let's fight for it." Yang Maui responded, "The staff arranged by the king are screening the route and the corresponding live broadcast location. The final decision will be based on the arrangement." And Liang nodded and then said, "Safety first when you go out." "Yeah, I'll remember that." Yang Maui responded obediently. "Your Majesty, should we have lunch first or go home first?" Underscore. Chapter 1903. It's close to noon, Linshanju. And Liang and Yang Maui went home first, mainly because Liang had something to eat on the plane and it was time to exercise for digestion after the meal, so he could have lunch with Yang Maui again after a while. After almost an hour, Liang and Yang Maui finished washing up and set off to Jiduka District, ready to taste the fish maw chicken from the Nine Dragons Fish Maw Chicken Restaurant Company. Yang Maui's hometown is Jiduka District. She is about to embark on a nationwide live broadcast journey, so she chose Nine Dragons Fish Maw Chicken Dining Company. While eating, Liang took the initiative and said, "Little fox, I prepared a gift for you." Yang Maui looked at Liang doubtfully. "What gift?" "If I don't tell you now, I'll tell you tomorrow." And Liang said mysteriously. Yang Maui secretly guessed the gift Liang had prepared, but she couldn't think of it after much thought. The next day, it was close to 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and Liang took Yang Maui out of Linshanju community. When they were at the door, Liang covered her into Yang Maui's eyes. "King, what are you doing?" Yang Maui asked after Liang covered her eyes. And Liang responded, "The gift has arrived." And Liang took Yang Maui to the branch road next to Linshanju community and then put down his hand. When Yang Maui opened his eyes, he found a huge car. "Ah!" Yang Maui was stunned for a moment and then said, "Is this the Nomad Ison Navigator?" And Liang nodded. This little vixen really knows a lot about cars. He even knows about cool modified models like the Norma Dyson Navigator. "Wow, water." The little vixen laughed happily. "I like this off-road super luxury RV converted from the TGS 8X8 tractor truck of Deutsche Mann Company." Yang Maui reached out to Liang, and Liang handed the car key to Yang Maui and explained, "The initial password is 6 sixes. You can change it later." "Ah!" Yang Maui nodded. She first used the car key to unlock it and try to enter the cockpit. However, the chassis of this ultra-luxury off-road RV was too high, and Liang supported her behind her before letting her get into the cockpit. "Let me tell you the good news. You can drive this RV with a C license, which means you can also drive it with your driver's license level." And Liang reminded him outside the car. "It would be great." Yang Maui responded, "Your Majesty, I want to try it now. Let's talk about it after we get outside the city and the road conditions permit." And Liang responded, "Although the Normadison Navigator is allowed to drive with a C license and can hang a blue plate, its length is more than 11 meters, making it difficult to drive in the city." Yang Maui also understands this truth. "We were guided down from the cockpit and then visited the interior of this luxury off-road RV. Inside the RV, there are all the facilities such as a comfortable double bed, bathroom, shower, kitchen, etc. And it also has a roof terrace, which is worthy of being said. A super luxurious RV. But the price is also very impressive. This Nomad Dyson Navigator is worth more than 13 million. My lord, I love this car," Yang Maui said again. And Liang responded with a smile, "Just like it." Yang Maui took the initiative to throw herself into Liang's arms. She hugged Liang and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty." and Liang gently rubbed Yang Maoi's back. Okay, okay. As I said before, there is no need to be polite between us. Shall we set off today? Ah! Yang Maui nodded affirmatively. I'll set off in a while. The first stop has been chosen. It's in a town in Guizhou. It takes about 4 hours. Okay, I won't go with you. I still have work to deal with here. And Liang responded, Come on, Your Majesty. I will miss you, Your Majesty. Yang Maui responded, Everywhere I go, I take pictures for you. That good. And Liang agreed. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Yang Maui left with the security team of Rini Security Company, and Liang also took a plane to the imperial capital. With summer vacation approaching, and Liang is getting busier and busier now. Is this the trouble of having several girlfriends? 6 in the evening point. In room 8806 of Imperial City, Yunjing International Apartment, and Liang sat in front of a Steinway piano worth nearly 2 million and played. Chun Siyu and Ning Rushwang were not at home, and Liang did not send them a message. It was close to 7 o'clock. Chun Siyu and Ning Rushwang came back. They heard the sound of the piano when they entered the door, and then looked at Liang together. Chun Siyu said in surprise, You're here. And Liang nodded. Are you going to participate in the international piano competition? Chun Siyu responded affirmatively. It's Li Zhaohao. We'll leave the day after tomorrow. Go directly to Vienna in Italy, the famous music capital. Directly in Vienna? And Liang also knows that Vienna is a famous music city. It starts from the capital of music and ends in the capital of music. The preliminary round is Vienna, and the final is also Vienna. Chun Siyu explained, Okay, let me arrange the route here. And Liang responded. Chun Siyu rolled her eyes at Liang. Siyu, help me apply. On July 1st, we can leave at any time around the clock. The little fish is awesome. And Liang responded with a smile. Hu Xiaoyu's family is very powerful in the imperial capital circle, so naturally they can easily arrange the route. Who is going with you this time? An Liang asked. Chapter 1904. When there was a birthday party for Chun Siyu in Xiaobei some time ago, the little sisters in the imperial capital circle expressed their intention to travel abroad with Chun Siyu. So Liang asked how many people would go with him this time. Chun Siyu responded, A group of our little sisters are going. Xiaoyu, Zhou Linlin, Luo Mandy, Su Siwen, Peng Zhaoxia, and Xiaoyu's best friend Wen Jingshu. Where is Shuang Shuang? And Liang looked at Ning Rushwang. Ning Rushwang responded affirmatively. Of course I want to go too. Chun Siyu added. Qianqian will also go with us. Masterin, are you going? Certainly. And Liang responded. The danger premonition ability did not feedback any dangerous situation. After all, what danger could there be? Is it like paranoia to imagine that the bald eagle country will use missiles to attack private jets? Such a situation is completely impossible. Everyone must abide by the basics, the rules of the game. If the bald eagle country breaks the rules first, the other 597 countries will break the rules, and An Liang will also break the rules. There is a saying that if An Liang breaks the rules, the bald eagle country will be very uncomfortable because An Liang has enough resources. What he wants to do against the bald eagle country will be much more powerful than some elements of the poor and the poor. After all, An Liang can definitely do things that some of the elements of the poor and the poor can do better. Unless the bald eagle country is crazy, otherwise it would be impossible for the bald eagle kingdom to break the rules and target An Liang. The delusion of being victimized is unbearable. The danger premonition ability does not indicate danger. So how could there be danger? Masterin, why didn't you tell us in advance that you were coming? Chun Siyu said, and then continued to add, Shuang Shuang and I have already had dinner. What did you eat? And Liang asked. Chun Siyu responded, We ate in the cafeteria. Ning Rushwang agreed. We didn't know you were coming, so we didn't wait for you. I'll use the butler service to order the food. And Liang responded, Siyu, how have you been practicing recently? Chun Siyu said confidently, It's pretty good. Teacher's son also praised me. If there are no accidents, I won't be able to compete in the preliminary round. It should pass. And Liang laughed. Did Chun Siyu underestimate herself? You come. And Liang stood up and handed the piano to Chun Siyu. Good. Chun Siyu responded, and she began to practice. And Liang held Ning Rushwang and sat on the sofa. While checking the butler service, he asked, "Do you want some more?" Ning Rushwang refused without hesitation. "No." She continued, "It took me a lot of effort to lose weight, so please don't hurt me anymore. Losing weight is so tiring." And Liang hugged Ning Rushwang and squeezed her deliberately. "I feel quite thin." And Liang has used the interpersonal relationship scanning system to check Ning Rushwang's condition. Her weight is 50.2 kilograms. For a height of 172 centimeters, this weight is really a bit thin. "Masterin, our dancing requirements are stricter," Ning Rushwang said coquettishly. "I really don't want to eat it." "Okay, I'll eat some myself." And Liang responded. After Liang responded, his mobile phone sounded an incoming call ringtone. The caller ID was Huang Guixiang. And Liang swiped the screen to answer the call. "Hello." And Liang spoke first. "Are you free tonight? Let's have a supper together." Huang Guixiang issued an invitation, "No time." And Liang responded with rejection. "Why do you, a middle-aged man, and I have a late-night snack with me? I'm downstairs from you." Huang Guixiang continued. "Yunjing International Apartment?" And Liang asked back. Huang Guixiang responded. And Liang thought about it for a moment before responding. "I haven't had dinner yet. Have you eaten?" "I didn't eat either." Huang Guixiang replied, "Okay, I'll be down right away, and I'll treat you to dinner." And Liang said as a treat. "Okay." Huang Guixiang hung up the phone, and Liang put down the phone and said to Ning Rushwang, "There is a job coming. This old Huang may be in trouble again." Ning Rushwang kissed Liang on the face and said, "If you have work, do it quickly. I happen to be practicing yoga." And Liang leaned into Ning Rushwang's ear and whispered softly. Ning Rushwang's face turned red. She pushed Liang and rolled her eyes at Liang. And Liang stood up and said, "See you. Lao Huang is looking for me. I'll go take a look first." "Condicional." Chun Siyu responded, and she continued to play the piano. And Liang took the elevator to the entrance lobby on the first floor. Huang Guixiang was indeed in the rest area. And Liang greeted, "Old Huang." Huang Guixiang came over, and Liang took Huang Guixiang to the third-floor restaurant. He had changed the dinner location to the third-floor restaurant through the butler service app. In the third-floor restaurant, and Liang chose a corner seat and proactively asked, "What happened?" "What happened?" "Regarding the affairs of Great Australia. Great Australia has been aggressive recently. Do you have any suggestions?" Huang Guixiang asked Zhao Wanqi. And Liang asked back. Huang Guixiang's silence was regarded as the default situation. "Lao Huang, you can't always treat me as a free thug." And Liang complained. "Are you still a free agent?" Huang Guixiang complained. "We won't talk about how far the Rini security company has developed hidden in the darkness. It just shows that on the surface, you have more and more resources under your control, right?" Huang Guixiang continued to add, "We have always been mutually beneficial." And Liang hurriedly said, Yes, it's my fault, it's my fault. We all really benefit from each other. In fact, it is indeed mutually beneficial. The reason why An Liang has developed so smoothly is indeed supported by Huang Guixiang. Underscore. Chapter 1905 Rini Security Company is developing very fast in Xia State, not only because Liang provides a lot of financial support, but also because Huang Guixiang is indifferent, and there is a tacit understanding between the two parties. So it is indeed mutual benefit, but the benefits An Liang gets are invisible benefits. "How do you want to target Australia?" And Liang asked. Huang Guixiang did not answer directly. He changed the topic. "Isn't there any news about traveling wave reactor technology?" And Liang shook his head. "There is still a little bit of heat left. We have to make it foolproof." Huang Guixiang frowned slightly. "Do you need our help?" "Unnecessary." And Liang denied. "Don't worry. I can solve the problem myself. After the problem is solved, we can cooperate in the same way as the Dream Future Graphene Technology Group. The specific method of cooperation must be changed, as it involves a wider range of interests." Huang Guixiang responded, "Let's talk about it then. I'll solve the problem first." "Respond to An Liang." Huang Guixiang nodded. "In fact, as long as the traveling wave reactor issue is solved, the iron ore problem in DAO will be solved. The nuclear power plant built with traveling wave reactor technology can provide a large amount of cheap electricity. It is naturally compatible with large energy consumers such as steel mills. Perfect match dash. The grade of iron ore in our country is low, which has led to a significant increase in smelting costs. If nuclear power plants with traveling wave reactors provide a large amount of cheap electricity, our country's iron ore can be utilized and we can get rid of our high dependence on overseas iron ore. Huang Guoxiang added. It turns out there is such a relationship, and Liang thought about it carefully, and it seems that this is indeed the case. The two are linked to solve the problem. As long as the problem of traveling wave reactor technology is solved, the iron ore can be solved. Naturally, the issue of iron ore price increases will no longer be unilaterally controlled by Great Australia. Huang Guoxiang continued. You should know that our country lost money in the iron ore negotiations with Great Australia last time. 700 billion Xiaogui yuan, right? Huang Guoxiang added. If you calculate inflation, 700 billion at that time is equivalent to 1 trillion today. Even with such a huge loss, we had to hold our noses and admit it because we had no other choice. And Liang sighed. I understand, Lao Huang. I will solve it as soon as possible. By the way, Lao Huang, I want to report 2 companies. And Liang changed the topic. What company? Huang Guoxiang asked back. Both Shihai Import and Export Trading Company and Terra Import and Export Trading Company in Shanghai are suspected of smuggling and tax evasion. And Liang explained. Huang Guoxiang asked, what do these 2 companies do? Together with Hiao Company, they control the license to import and export red wine from Dao. I have acquired Hiao Company, but Shihai Company and Terra Company have refused to acquire it. And Liang's generous confession, among them. The boss behind Shihai Company is Yu Jinming, and his father Yu Guohua is the deputy chief arrester of the 6 doors of Magic City. The theoretical acquisition value of this company is 350 million. I have given a courtesy price of 500 million, but they rejected my offer. And Liang added Terra Company is a joint venture company of Dao, in which Dao controls 67% of the shares. And Liang added an explanation. Huang Guoxiang asked, are there really smuggling and tax evasion between the 2 companies? Otherwise? And Liang asked back, the reason why Shihai Company refused our acquisition was because of smuggling and tax evasion. If they sold the company to us, we might find problems, so they refused to sell. And Liang explained the situation. If there are no problems with Shihai Company, Yu Jiming will definitely be willing to accept in Liang's acquisition. The previous offer of 1 billion was nothing more than scaring off the acquisition invitation. After all, in Liang, this acquisition is a cash acquisition, not a fancy equity exchange, but Shihai the company has tax evasion and smuggling problems. Please give me flowers. How do you want to do it? Huang Guoxiang asked back. I want to have all 3 companies in my clutches, and I want you to stop approving new licenses to import wine from Great Australia. And Liang said the answer. After you get 3 companies with licenses, will you stop importing wine to Australia? Huang Guoxiang asked, and Liang nodded. That's right. Our country imported 62 million liters of wine from Australia last year, with a total price of about 2.56 billion yuan. It is Australia's largest single export market in the world. And Liang explained, if we stop the import of wine, it will not have much impact on Australia as a whole, but for the wine industry of Australia, it will be a huge disaster. And Liang added, a speck of dust from the Times will become a huge mountain if it falls on an individual. A mere 2.56 billion Australian dollars is equivalent to 500 million Australian dollars. For Australia, whose total exports in 2019 exceeded 351.2 billion Australian dollars, it is still less than 1/7%, converted to a percentage of 0.142%, is a very small proportion. But when it falls on the Australian wine industry chain, it is a heavy burden and may even cause the bankruptcy of a considerable number of companies. Because of the reduction in order is not just a matter of missing profit from this order, but also a concentrated outbreak of inventory costs, human resource costs, capital circulation, and other issues. If it is a wine company that is highly dependent on the Xiaogua market, once Xiaogua, if the country suspends the import of wine, then this part of the company will undoubtedly die. The consequence of the company's bankruptcy will naturally be the unemployment of employees of the corresponding company, which will further impact the environment of the Australian wine industry. It may seem like a trivial problem, but it is caused locally. The chain reaction is quite terrifying. Chapter 1906, and Liang showed his cards directly. Huang Guoxiang naturally understood what in Liang meant. Just like the blockade of the chili export market against neon, Huang Guoxiang said jokingly. And Liang smiled and nodded. Yes, but it is simpler. At first, it required the cooperation of various resources to finally block the pepper export market. Now it only needs to say, I won't buy it, to make the wine of the AO country industry takes heavy hit. The only question is, will Australia jump to the fence and think that we are targeting them? And Liang asked back, how else can you jump over the wall in a hurry? Huang Guoxiang complained, their iron ore prices have already been determined to increase, and now they are targeting us. Even if you take action, it is just a counterattack. 610 has Vale Company in Basie raised its prices? And Liang asked, there is no increase at the moment. After all, Baki is far away from us, and buying iron ore from them requires more transportation costs, so their price is a little cheaper than that of Duao. Huang Guoxiang added, if we increase the amount of iron ore we buy from Basie, will the price increase there? And Liang asked back, shipping costs are a big issue. Huang Guoxiang responded, what about ignoring shipping costs? And Liang continued, we have the support of the Nanyang Port Shipping Alliance. With the help of the Nanyang Port Shipping Alliance, we can mobilize the other parties' shipping capacity to transport iron ore in Baki. Huang Guoxiang understood in Liang's meaning in an instant. We want to occupy the transportation capacity and try our best to choose the transportation capacity of the Great AO country, thereby further squeezing the Great AO country. The shipping capacity in the shipping market is also limited. Generally speaking, the shipping market tends to be balanced between supply and demand. If Xia State increases the amount of iron ore imported from Baki, it means that more shipping capacity is needed. Then the shipping capacity in other places will be occupied. As for where the shipping capacity is to be occupied, it needs to be decided by the shipping company. Anyway, the place where the shipping capacity is occupied will basically lead to a lack of shipping capacity, which will lead to an increase in transportation costs. Until the shipping capacity is replenished, this will continue suffering from the lack of shipping capacity. Huang Guoxiang sighed. The idea is good, but there is a problem. An Liang is confused. The domestic steel companies will not accept such a cost increase. Huang Guoxiang responded. These steel companies are not very united. Otherwise, the iron ore companies would not be able to increase prices unscrupulously. Wei Anliang frowned. You don't have a general manager either. Mandatory order? If it was possible, wouldn't it have been done long ago? Huang Guoxiang asked back, and Liang was helpless. So he was stabbed in the back by one of his own? Huang Guoxiang was equally helpless. I can only say it's not that simple. Our only way to break the situation is with traveling wave reactor technology. Once we have traveling wave reactors, even if we have not built a traveling wave reactor nuclear power plant, after the news is announced, Australia will not dare to increase the price of iron ore. It will even take the initiative to lower the price of iron ore. Not buying theirs because we're afraid we'll mine our own poor iron ore? And Liang asked back. That's right. Huang Guoxiang said affirmatively. The only use of iron ore is to make steel. Its application range is too narrow. If we have cheap electricity, Australia will panic. The matter of importing iron ore from Baki has been put on hold for now. Lao Huang, would you like to help resolve the matter between Shihai Company and Terra Company? Is that okay? And Liang asked. Huang Guoxiang nodded. If there is really tax evasion or smuggling, then there is no problem at all. Who have you arranged to deal with it? I will push you the contact information. The other person is a member of Rennie's security company and one of the people who was previously exposed in the life extension plan. You don't need to spend time investigating. And Liang Ming said. Huang Guoxiang asked. I'm curious. To what extent has Rennie's security company expanded? Before and Liang answered, Huang Guoxiang continued to explain. We have discovered traces of your Rennie security company's activities in many countries in Southeast Asia. In addition, we also found signs of activity suspected of your security company in Europa. I said no. Do you believe it? And Liang asked back. Huang Guoxiang neither expressed belief nor disbelief. This time, Chen Xiu goes abroad. Do you want to go with him? Certainly. And Liang nodded affirmatively. I will arrange for someone to protect you. Huang Guoxiang explained thanks. And Liang responded. Huang Guoxiang continued. Rini Security Company will also send people there, right? You guess. And Liang responded with a smile. You are boring. Huang Guoxiang sighed. How about I arrange for Lu Xini to go there? Go, go, go. Although Lu Xini and I have nothing to do with each other, you can't cause trouble for me. I'm begging you. Lao Huang, just treat yourself as a human being. And Liang complained, fine. Huang Guoxiang responded. Is it okay if I let her hide in secret and direct the operations? I think you should be more concerned about the situation between Shihai Company and Terra Company. And Liang reminded, don't you like to use business methods to solve problems? Huang Guoxiang asked casually. Yes, if the problem can be solved with money, I am willing to use money to solve the problem. But the other party is obviously unwilling to solve the problem with me using money. And Liang responded, besides, it's not like I don't use power outside the rules. And Liang reminded him. And Liang does not use power outside the rules first. Just like he did against Jia Duan and Chun Ming. If the opponent uses methods within the rules, and Liang will use methods within the rules. If the opponent commits a foul, and Liang will also don't mind going beyond the rules. Chapter 1907 and Liang does prefer to use commercial means to solve problems. Because for Liang, any problem that can be solved with money is not a problem. However, An Liang is not a pedantic person. Taking Shihai Import and Export Trading Company as an example, since he cannot acquire the other party through formal means, he will use unconventional means to solve the problem. The cooperation between An Liang and Huang Guoxiang is in the honeymoon period. The relationship between the two parties is very good. In addition, this matter is also beneficial to Huang Guoxiang's side. Why not let Huang Guoxiang contribute? Huang, how long will it take you to get it done? And Liang asked. Huang Guoxiang responded. Give us a reference for the information you investigated. After we investigate the evidence, we can deal with it immediately. It took us a day to investigate, and I believe you will be faster. And Liang responded. The relevant information has been sent to your email. You can check it out later. Line 19, Huang Guoxiang responded. Come on, let's eat first. Huang Guoxiang continued. By the way, waiter, these charcoal grilled king crab legs are quite good. I'll order 10 more portions, and I'll also pack this sashimi platter for 10 portions. All of them have to be packed away. And Liang looked at Huang Guoxiang in astonishment. No, Lao Huang, are you poisonous? And Liang complained. Huang Guoxiang responded confidently. I bring supper to my colleagues. And Liang looked at Huang Guoxiang speechlessly. At nearly 9 o'clock in the evening, and Liang drove to the Spanish embassy. On the way, he contacted the security director Casio and successfully drove into the Spanish embassy. Good evening, Mr. In. Casio greeted politely. And Liang also responded politely. Good evening, Director Casio. Casio took the initiative to hand a gift box to Liang. This is a gift from Her Royal Highness Princess Lenore to Mr. In. It comes from the most famous Vega Sicilia Unico Special Collection dry red wine in the western half of the country. The 1990 vintage is quite precious. Thanks. An Liang thanks. An Liang knows that Vega Sicilia Winery is equivalent to Lafite in France and represents the Spanish top brand in the global red wine field. Although it is not as good as Lafite in terms of price, the taste is very good. Not bad. And Liang put the red wine from Vega Sicilia Winery in the passenger seat and then took out a handbag. This is our country's Maggio. Casio is welcome to taste it. Casio was not polite. Thank you, Mr. In. And Liang waved his hand. It's getting late. See you later. Goodbye. Casio waved. And Liang drove back to Yunjing International Apartment and took back the Vega Sicilia red wine presented by Lenore. In room 8806 of Yunjing International Apartment, and Liang came in with the red wine. Chen Xiyu was still there. Playing the piano, Ning Rushuang was naturally practicing yoga. Chen Xiyu heard the sound of opening the door. She turned to look at En Liang and found that En Liang was carrying a wine gift box. En Liang took the initiative and said, I brought wine back. Would you like some? Chen Siyu asked curiously. Uncle Huang also brought a gift. What are you thinking? En Liang complained. That stingy old Huang just ordered 10 grilled king crab legs and a sashimi platter to take away. How could he give a gift? And Liang continued, This is a gift from the future Queen of Spain. Chen Siyu raised her eyebrows. The future Queen of Zabanya? And Liang briefly explained what had happened, and then added, She will be the Queen of Spain in the future, and her husband will be the Prince of Spain. So he cannot be a foreigner and must be a Spanish native. Chen Siyu's face turned slightly red. I'm not jealous. And Liang walked over and rubbed Chen Siyu's smooth hair. But between your eyebrows and your expression, the word jealousy is written densely. Snort! Chen Siyu hummed. And Liang picked up the big imperial cat and put it on the sofa. Then he picked up Ning Rushuang, then opened the red wine gift box and took out the bottle of 1990 Bega Sicilian dry red wine. Take it out and pour it into the decanter. I haven't done much research on wine. How do you taste it? And Liang said casually. Chen Siyu responded, I don't understand wine either. I think wine should be mixed with Sprite. Ning Rushuang agreed. I think it tastes better with a little more Sprite. And Liang laughed 613. He likes such real Chen Siyu and Ning Rushuang. They are both true-hearted and don't pretend to be ignorant or arty. There are always some fake socialites who like to do similar things. They don't understand red wine and have to force it. Study and memorize and then pretend to understand. And forcefully study even if you don't understand art, as if you can truly become a socialite by studying. In fact, it is nothing. Do you really think that rich people like that kind of socialite? I can only say that you are too naive. Then let's add Sprite. And Liang responded with a smile. Even though the 1990 Bega Sicilian dry red wine is very precious, Chen Siyu and Ning Rushuang both said that it tastes better with Sprite, so add Sprite. Who stipulates that Sprite cannot be added to wine? Some people always say that the taste of a wine is the result of the winemaker spending decades, or even a lifetime, trying to explore. You need to taste it carefully and feel the various fragrances and subtle changes in the taste of the wine. This statement is indeed true. But there is nothing wrong with adding Sprite to wine. It is just a personal preference, so why is it wrong? Chapter 1908 Yunjing International Apartment, Room 8806. And Liang first decanted the 1990 Vega Sicilia dry red wine, then poured it into a glass, and then added ice Sprite. No class tomorrow? And Liang asked Chen Siyu. Tomorrow is the last day of June, and the day after tomorrow is the day when Chen Siyu will go abroad to participate in the international piano competition. And Liang was thinking that there should be no class tomorrow, right? Chen Siyu shook his head. I will also have class tomorrow. This, and Liang complained. Teacher Sun is a bit cruel. Chen Siyu responded with a smile. Teacher Sun said that it is precisely because he will go abroad to participate in the international piano competition the day after tomorrow, so he will have class tomorrow, and finally check and fill in the gaps. All right. And Liang sighed helplessly. Have you packed your luggage? Chen Siyu nodded. Yeah, I've basically packed it up. Except for the personal care supplies, everything else has been prepared. And Liang looked at Ning Rushuang. Ning Rushuang also nodded. I'm ready too. We made a list and checked each item one by one. We checked it twice. There should be nothing missing. That'll do. And Liang responded. Chen Siyu added, Shuang and I also packed your luggage. Now I sent you the list. You can see what is missing. And Liang checked the list sent by Chen Siyu on his mobile phone, including everything from clothes to trousers to backpacks and shoes. As for personal care products, just use ours when the time comes. You usually use ours anyway. Chen Siyu added. And Liang nodded confidently in agreement. He had previously used Chen Siyu and Ning Rushuang's facial masks, moisturizing essences, facial cleansers, etc. At that time, Chen Siyu also said, no wonder she used up her skincare products so quickly. It turned out to be in Liang too. It was in use. It was almost 12 o'clock in the evening, and a bottle of 750 milliliters wine was finished by 3 people. Chen Siyu and Ning Rushuang were both a little drunk, and they leaned on En Liang's shoulders, one on the left and the other on the right. Masterin, Do you love my water? Chen Siyu said drunken words. What do you think? And Liang asked back. I want you to say it. Chen Siyu responded. And Liang looked at Chen Siyu seriously. Little fool, I love you. Snort. Chen Siyu hummed. Ning Rushuang also asked drunkenly. What about me? I love you too. And Liang responded, you are indeed a big bastard. Chen Siyu hummed again. Oh, since I am a big bastard, then you are finished. And Liang responded, since you have gained a bad reputation, how can you be unjustly accused in vain? The next day, at 7:30 in the morning, Chen Siyu opened her eyes lazily and asked casually, Hey Siri, what time is it now? It's 7:31 in the morning. The phone's smart voice assistant responded, Ah. Chen Siyu was stunned for a moment. Oh no, no, no. We're going to be late. And Liang also woke up and responded, Why are you late? We have class today too. Chen Siyu responded, Don't worry. You can make it in time. It'll be fine if you arrive before 8:30, right? And Liang responded. Chen Siyu breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that if he arrived before 8:30, it would be fine. He let Mushime play in the previous time, so she could go over and pick up Mushime, and it would be fine. Ning Rushuang played a yawn. I'm also going to school to see. Today is our last day, and we have vacation starting tomorrow. Before 8 o'clock, Chen Siyu and Ning Rushuang went to school together, and then Liang also got up and washed up. During breakfast, the Imperial City Friends group notified that there was information. Li Tsunyuan at Anlan. Brother Liang, are you in the Imperial City? And Liang. Well, I arrived yesterday evening. I was busy and didn't tell you. Li Tsunyuan. I understand. Yun Haiyang. Envy. Qian Xiaojing. I suspect that Brother Liang secretly hid Donkingzi oral liquid, but I have no evidence. Qian Xiaojing. After all, Brother Liang has a lot of girlfriends. What do you think? Yun Haiyang. It suddenly dawns on me. Yun Haiyang. Brother Liang, are you honest? Li Tsunyuan. Brother Gongzi's analysis is so right. Li Tsunyuan. Brother Liang, what you once said, we are closer than brothers, so does Holly Seed oral liquid count as our share? And Liang. One thing to say, I really don't need Holly Seed oral liquid. And Liang. I really didn't keep Holly Seed oral liquid either. And Liang. Are you envious of being so powerful to begin with? Qian Xiaojing vomit. Yun Haiyang. Add one more person. Li Tsunyuan changed the topic and sent a message. Li Tsunyuan. Brother Liang will go abroad tomorrow. And Liang, yeah. Are you going? Li Tsunyuan. I want to, but Brother Haiyang can't go. So I can only accompany Brother Haiyang. Qian Xiaojing. I want to go, but I have to inspect the property at home, which is a big tragedy. And Liang at Yunhai. Wang's what's wrong with Brother Haiyang? Li Tsunyuan. Smile Qian Xiaojing. Smile Yun Haiyang. On Liang. Li Tsunyuan. Our school is an independent one. The exams are a bit difficult, and the rules are a bit weird. If you fail the exam, you have to stay and make up the exam. Yeah, and Liang. Ha. And Liang. Brother Haiyang died? Li Tsunyuan. I failed 3 subjects. And Liang. So cruel? Qian Xiaojing. In fact, Brother Haiyang has already performed exceptionally well. Under normal circumstances, he should have passed 5 or more subjects. Yun Haiyang. Don't kill, I'm almost crying. Shu Yun Haiyang. Who knew that AB mode would suddenly be enabled this semester? Underscore. Chapter 1909, the so-called AB mode, means that the final exam has different question types and different data. For example, Yun Haiyang's first question may be someone else's 3rd or 5th question, and the question type data is also different, thus preventing cheating to the greatest extent. It seems that Yun Haiyang fell into the trap, and Liang. Brother Yuan actually passed all the exams? Li Kunyuan. Li Tsunyuan. Although I am not a top student, failing the exam has nothing to do with me. Li Tsunyuan. I heard that Xiaoyu and the others are also going? Aaron Liang. Yes, Xiaoyu and a group of little sisters are going. Is this why Brother Haiyang doesn't go? Yun Haiyang. See through but don't tell. Yun Haiyang. I still have to stay in school to make up the exam. Qian Xiaojing. Brother Liang. When will the mass production version of the flying motorcycle be available? And Liang. I don't know either. And Liang. Flying motorcycles are a niche product and are destined to be toys. You can ask about the progress of Dream Future Graphene Technology Group. And Liang. We are all independent shareholders owning 9.99% of 623 shares. Qian Xiaojiang. I almost forgot about this. I will ask about the situation right away. Li Yuan. I'll ask too. And Liang. Okay, I'll have breakfast first. At 9:30 in the morning, An Liang was checking the intelligence of Sato Mirai. He is a key figure in traveling wave reactor nuclear power technology. Rini Security Company has successfully contacted Sato Mirai and is trying to find a way to make Sato Mirai disappear without a trace. When An Liang was checking information about Sato Mirai, he received information from the young actor. Liang Shui? Are you there? I have something to ask about business cooperation. The young actor's wording was very cautious, obviously because he was worried that the message sent to An Liang would be seen by others. So the words and sentences were very formulaic, indicating that he was asking for advice, and it would not be a big problem even if others saw it. San Liang looked at the message sent by the young actor. He sighed and felt relieved at the same time. This young actor knew his position too clearly and did not go beyond it at all. And Liang, what kind of business cooperation? And Liang, are you still in the imperial capital? Liang Shui, I'm here. And Liang, the legend of ancient gods hasn't been completed yet? Liang Shui, my role is about to begin, but there are no shooting plans today. Liang Shui, someone asked me to cooperate with me for endorsement. I can't make up my mind, so I want to ask you for advice. An Liang, where are you? Liang Shui, location information. Manhwa community in the East District of the Imperial Capital. Liang Shui, I rented a house here, room 1702, 3 buildings. And Liang, is the assistant here? Looking at An Liang's inquiry, Liang Shui glanced at Russell Fun, and she gave a negative reply. Liang Shui, Sufan is not here. She went out to play with her friends. And Liang, okay, I'll be right over and I'll explain it to you in detail when I get there. Liang Shui, yeah. After replying to the message, Liang Shui ordered, Sufan, you are not or your classmates in the imperial capital? Go meet your classmates, go shopping with them, have a late dinner, watch a movie or something. Russell Fun showed a helpless look. Mr. N is coming over? Liang Shui's face was slightly red. She and Russell Fun had a very good relationship. It was not an ordinary employment relationship, so Russell Fun asked directly. Okay, I'll leave right away. If Mr. N wants to stay here, just send me a message. Russell Fun responded. Liang Shui rolled her eyes at Russell Fun. After Russell Fun left, Liang Shui took a bath first, and then simply put on light makeup to make herself look more energetic. For nearly half an hour, Qin Tianxiang drove a Mercedes-Benz S450L to Sen, and Liang arrived at the Wenhua Huakai community on Dongxi Road. And Liang found the 3rd building, took the elevator directly up, and then called Liang Shui. Waiting for the call to be connected, and Liang spoke first. I'm in the elevator, ready to open the door. Oh. Liang Shui responded. The elevator happened to stop at the 17th floor, and Liang walked out of the elevator, then rang the doorbell, and Liang Shui opened the door directly. After Liang Shui opened the door, and Liang saw Liang Shui. This little actor was wearing light makeup, and the addition was not complete yet. The dry hair allowed in Liang to easily tell that she had just taken a shower. And Liang walked in and quickly looked at the situation of this house. The decoration of this house was very simple, with a modern and simple style, in line with the needs of modern young people. Aesthetics. And Liang sat on the fabric sofa, and Liang Shui sat consciously in Liang's arms. What's the deal with the endorsement partnership you just sent me? And Liang asked. Liang Shui responded, a catering company asked me to cooperate in endorsement, but it is not a traditional endorsement cooperation. The endorsement plan adopted by this catering company is win-win cooperation. What kind of win-win cooperation plan? And Liang was confused. The other party will tailor a catering brand for me based on my situation, and then make money by promoting this catering brand. I can get 10% of the shares of this brand. The more this brand earns, the more I will get. Liang Shui explained, sounds interesting. And Liang responded, and then asked, what is the name of this catering company? Chapter 1910 An Liang likes win-win cooperation. Because An Liang knows that one person cannot make all the money. Only through win-win cooperation can he make money more steadily. And Liang is more likely to have a favorable impression of companies that are willing to cooperate and win-win. Liang Shui responded, "The signing company is a company called Commonwealth. The specific catering brand can only be determined after signing the contract. Wait a minute." And Liang took out his mobile phone and sent a message to Tianji Shinsuan number 4 of Rennie Security Company, asking him to investigate the situation of this mutual wealth company. "I have asked people to investigate this mutual wealth company, and there should be information feedback soon." And Liang responded. Liang Shui sat in Liang's arms. Her face flushed, and she cuddled up against Liang. And Liang asked casually, "Have you taken a shower?" Liang Shui's face turned redder, and she hummed softly. "Do you have my slippers?" And Liang asked again. "Yes. I have prepared slippers, bath towels, and various personal items for you." Liang Shui said quickly, "You are very good looking, so you don't need to put on makeup when we meet at home." And Liang said remindingly, and then pulled Liang Shui towards the bathroom together. Under normal circumstances, and Liang takes a bath very quickly, and it only takes a quarter of an hour at most, but now it is obviously not normal. It took a full 40 minutes for Liang to finish washing. Bath. In the living room, Liang Shui was blow-drying in Liang's hair. And Liang received the reply message from number 4 Tianji Shinsuan. And Liang quickly checked the situation of the joint wealth company. As the saying goes, you don't know if you don't check, but you were shocked when you checked. The Commonwealth Company is poisonous. Originally, and Liang thought that the Commonwealth Company really wanted win-win cooperation, but after reading the information from the number 4 Tianji Shinsuan investigation, and Liang realized that his previous idea was hasty. This Commonwealth Company was indeed a win-win cooperation. However, their win-win cooperation is to join the stars to harvest leaks. Under the Commonwealth Company, many stars have joined the win-win endorsement project, such as Shina opened by Cheng Chi and 2 other stars. Zhuang Hot Pot Restaurant. There are also Phoenix Hot Pot opened by Zhao Kai, Sheishabai Hot Pot Restaurant opened by Huang Da Kaming, and Milk Tea Shop opened by Guantong, etc. The restaurants opened by these celebrities all have a common figure behind the scenes. That is Commonwealth Company. Yes, Mutual Wealth Company is controlling everything behind the scenes. I have found out about the situation of Tongfugi Company. There is a problem with this company. I suggest you not to cooperate with them. And Liang explained. Liang Shui nodded. Okay. After agreeing, Liang Shui asked, "What is the situation of this company?" This company specializes in teaming up with celebrities to create catering brands, and then opens up brand franchises to harvest leaks. And Liang explained. And Liang gave an example. For example, Zhao Kai's Phoenix Hot Pot has a franchise fee of $280,000 and a deposit of $20,000, which adds up to $300,000. According to our investigation, Phoenix Hot Pot was only established this year. It currently has more than 200 stores and is still expanding rapidly, which means that the franchise fee and deposit alone exceeds $60 million. And Liang explained, "What's more important is that after joining Phoenix Hot Pot, you still need to pay 2% of the monthly turnover as brand maintenance expenses. Note that 2% of brand maintenance expenses are turnover, not net profit. 2% sounds like a small amount, but it is actually a lot." And Liang reminded, the funds Liang has been exposed to for a long time have been measured in hundreds of millions. So 60 million doesn't seem to be much, but in fact 60 million is already a lot. Please give me flowers. Even for celebrities, 60 million is quite a lot. More. Besides, the 60 million is just a one-time fee for the franchise fee and deposit, and there will be a steady stream of brand maintenance fees waiting for you. These projects are the reason why celebrities have opened restaurants in the past 2 years. Otherwise, they would think, are celebrities really here to earn their hard-earned money from catering? What are you dreaming about? In fact, there's one thing Liang did not say. This kind of thing that was established this year and open to brand franchise this year is illegal. Well, take a look at this information for yourself. Whether it is Phoenix Hot Pot or Zion Hezwang Hot Pot, I am afraid there will be certain problems in the subsequent operations. Their franchise fee is very good. Once there is a problem with the reputation, the worst thing is to hire a hot pot. The army is just clearing the ground and deleting the post. And Liang said with a sigh, it's really hard for the leaks. Do you think that if you escape the stock market, you will escape your life? How naive. Liang Shui sighed after reading the information on the number 4 Tianji divine calculation investigation. He said, this is too dark. And Liang said with a smile, how could a pie fall from the sky? Even the opportunities for win-win cooperation that An Liang once provided were actually not pie in the sky, but merely obtaining other people's resources through benefits, including cooperation with Li Tsunyuan, Yin Haiyang, and Qian Xiaojiang. It was initially mutually beneficial. They followed An Liang to obtain economic benefits, and An Liang borrowed their profound background. How could it be pie in the sky? Even if pie in the sky would fall, it is best to give up your illusions. This kind of good thing will never fall on your head. Underscore. Chapter 1911 at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and Liang left Liang Shui. After in Liang's investigation, Liang Shui completely gave up the endorsement cooperation with Commonwealth Company. This endorsement cooperation was too risky and could easily become a black history that on the way home, and Liang received a call from Huang Guoxiang. Waiting for Liang to answer the phone, Huang Guoxiang's voice came out first. Your matter is settled. Oh, and Liang was confused. What happened? What else can be done? Of course, Shihai Company and Terra Company have all been taken care of. Huang Guoxiang explained these two companies have indeed engaged in tax evasion and smuggling. In order to recover the tax amount for tax evasion, as well as smuggling fines, etc., the two companies are insolvent. What's next for 723? Huang Guoxiang added, okay, wait for my good news. And Liang responded. Huang Guoxiang asked one more question. If you reject the red wine from Australia, and there is such a huge red wine gap, where are you going to import red wine from? You guess. And Liang asked back, Western Hemisphere? Huang Guoxiang responded, so why ask even though you know it? And Liang teased, that one is the future queen of Spain. The current king has determined the identity of her first heir. There is no chance between you. Huang Guoxiang reminded vulgar, and Liang complained, am I that kind of person? Why can't we just be friends? And Liang asked back. Huang Guoxiang complained, we know what kind of person you are. And Liang is speechless. Okay, the National Security Investigation Bureau does know the details of Liang. For example, the National Security Investigation Bureau knows how many girlfriends Liang has. I am too lazy to say more. Time will prove everything. You always misunderstand me. And Liang sighed. If I didn't know you well, I would almost believe it. I'm just telling you that the Spanish royal family cannot agree. Even if you treat her wholeheartedly, the Spanish royal family cannot agree. Huang Guoxiang added, say no more. I'll hang up first. I have to deal with the matters of Shihai Company and Terra Company. And Liang felt that this Huang Guoxiang was poisonous. When Liang hung up the phone, a prompt occurred in the Xinguijia system. Ding, congratulations to the host for monopolizing the channel for importing wine from DAO and receiving a special talent reward. Sunja is in the tower. La Company has worked conscientiously for 6 years and has never been reused, but he is a key talent for the development and growth of Terra Company. It is recommended that the host propose a self-recommendation model among the 3 major companies, so that through Sunja's self-recommendation, he can assist the host in managing wine-related businesses. And Liang naturally adopted the suggestions of the winner system in life. He sent a message to Wei Ziang, codenamed Zuki of Rini Security Company, asking him to be responsible for the acquisition of the 3 major red wine companies and explain the situation of self-recommendation. Shihai Company and Terra Company are currently in turmoil because the 2 companies were severely investigated by the court, and it was announced that the 2 companies were involved in smuggling and tax evasion, resulting in the 2 companies being insolvent. Initially, the employees of the 2 companies thought they were going to lose their jobs. After all, the company was insolvent. There was a high probability that the company would go bankrupt, right? As a result, the 2 companies were actually taken over by a mysterious company, and they received an internal email from the company stating that everyone could recommend themselves and have the opportunity to become management. This situation made ambitious employees eager to try. For example, Sunja of Tala Company is very capable. Once, Hayao, Shihai, and Tala were almost equally divided among the three companies. Later, with Tao's efforts, Tala Company took the lead. In the past, Sunja was always suppressed by the management of Dao. Now that Terra Company is insolvent and the management of Dao has been completely eliminated, Sunja naturally has to work hard to recommend himself. What if you become a manager? If Sunja becomes the management, he is confident that he will suppress the market share of Shihai Company and Hayao Company to less than 10%. Sunja also wrote this in his cover letter to give himself a better chance of winning. Yunjing International Apartment, room 8806. An Liang looked at the recommendation letters of the three company employees who were in charge of the qualifications for the Australian wine import license. After some checking, and Liang saw Sunja's self-recommendation letter and used the interpersonal relationship scanning system to check Sunja's situation. Then a problem was discovered. There is an adaptive situation in the interpersonal relationship scanning system. For example, when scanning Sunja, the favorability score adapts to loyalty, but the loyalty level is only 65 points. This data means that Sunja only has basic loyalty. Once other companies offer better conditions, Sunja will definitely resign and run away. Owen Liang asked about the situation of the Life Winner system. After all, Sunja was a special talent reward given by the Life Winner system. Will he still run away? The Life Winner system gave feedback, saying that Liang needed to let Sunja take charge of things in the wine field based on the system's recommendations, so that Sunja's loyalty would increase. Liang immediately sent a message to Wei Xiang, asking Wei Xiang to announce that Sunja had passed the self-recommendation, and asked Sunze to integrate the three companies of Hayao, Shihai, and Tala to eventually form an import and export trading company. This new 2.4 Import and Export Trading Company was named Wangwan Import and Export Trading Company by Liang, and it was planned to be constructed using a complex variable interest entity framework to hide that Liang was the controller behind the scenes. As for the issue of monopoly, non-existent. Wine is not only owned by Australia. There are other companies across the country that are qualified to import and export wine from other countries. How can it be regarded as a monopoly? Of course, for Australia, the Integrated Crown Import and Export Trading Company will have a monopoly on their country's wine industry. Chapter 19:12, almost 6 o'clock in the evening. Liang received a call from Chen Siyu. He answered it smoothly and asked first, "Is the class over?" Chen Siyu responded affirmatively. "The class just ended. Are you at home?" "Well, I'm at home. When will you come back?" "I'm a little hungry." And Liang asked, "You come to school. Let's go to the back alley for dinner." We happened to be having dinner with Teacher Sun and Mu Xinmei. Teacher Sun wanted to express his gratitude for the private jet. Chen Siyu explained, "Okay, I'll be right over." "Which one in the back alley?" And Liang asked Jingxianjiwen, "Cantonese cuisine?" "How about it?" Chen Siyu asked back, "Can?" And Liang responded, "By the way, I want to eat roast goose with plum sauce. By the way, I can also order clay pot rice and salted egg yolk barbecued pork." "Okay, I took note of it. Come here quickly." Chen Siyu responded, "No problem." And Liang replied, "I don't need to put on makeup. I'll go out right away." "Snort." Chen Siyu snorted, isn't Liang hinting at her again? 19 After hanging up the phone, Chen Siyu put away the phone and returned to the piano room number 9. "Teacher Sun, and Liang and I have agreed that we will go to the back alley." Jingxianjiwen. Sun Mingji nodded. "Thank you so much in Liang for the private jet. With a private jet, your competition status will be much better." Mushime agreed. "I really envy you. Your boyfriend loves you so much. Private jets are really an exaggeration." Chen Siyu felt happy, and Liang really doted on her. The three of them packed up their personal belongings and walked to the back alley together. In less than 10 minutes, they arrived at Jingxiang Garden and chose a private room on the second floor. Chen Siyu asked waiter, "Is your roast goose plum sauce?" The waiter responded affirmatively, "Yes, our roast goose dipping sauce is plum sauce from Dongguan." Chen Siyu responded, and then greeted, "Teacher Sun Ximei, you can choose whatever you want, and I will give Liang something he likes first." Sun Mingji nodded. "Okay." Mu Ximei joked sarcastically. "My boyfriend is number one?" Chen Siyu hummed. Of course, after finishing speaking, Chinsiyu called to the waiter. I want a roast goose, a clay pot rice, and a salted egg yolk barbecued pork. The waiter quickly took note. Sun Minji and Mu Shinmei each ordered one dish, and Chinsiyu ordered 3 more dishes and 1 soup. After the waiter left, Sun Minji said, "There are a lot of dishes." Chinsiyu denied. "The portions of their dishes are quite small, and there are 5 of us." 5 people? Sun Minji and Mu Shinmei both thought to themselves, couldn't Liang want to bring friends over? However, less than 5 minutes later, Sun Minji was a little confused because Ning Rushwang walked into the box and sat next to Chinsiyu. The two of them they greeted each other happily, and there seemed to be no barriers at all. So are the rumors true? Chinsiyu is in Liang's girlfriend, and Ning Rushwang is also in Liang's girlfriend. Sun Minji originally thought the rumors were a joke and just thought it was the students' heckles because Sun Minji knew that Chinsiyu and Ning Rushwang had a good relationship. Even if Liang helped Ning Rushwang solve the problem, it was done for Chinsiyu's sake. But now it seems that is not the case. Mu Shimei is very indifferent, in her opinion, and Liang is so good. So why is it surprising that he has 2 girlfriends, Chinsiyu and Ning Rushwang? Such situations happen a lot on the internet, especially on short video platforms. Not many people show affection. Heap. 7 or 8 minutes later, and Liang arrived at Jingxiang Garden. Chinsiyu and Ning Rushwang consciously gave up a place for Liang and let him sit between them. That Mu Shimei smiled secretly in her heart. Sun Minji also confirmed that Chinsiyu and Ning Rushwang the relationship between Shuang and An Liang made her feel that she was behind the times. Are today's young people so good at playing? Long time no see. Teacher Sunday. And Liang took the initiative to say hello. Sun Minji seemed not to notice the relationship between Liang, Chinsiyu, and Ning Rushwang. She responded, "It's only been less than a month. It's not a long time since we last met." And Liang did not dwell on this topic. He asked, "By the way, teacher's son, where do you think our family CU can go this time?" Sun Minji thought about it for a moment before responding, "I don't know either, because we haven't really communicated with each other, so I'm not sure about the other party's strength." Sun Minji continued, "Anyway, Chinsiyu is very powerful, and there will definitely be no problem in passing the first round of preliminary rounds." Is this Sun Minji also so cautious? By the way, has the subsequent location of the international piano competition been determined? And Liang asked and added, "We can apply for subsequent routes." In fact, it is not just the issue of follow-up routes, but also related security issues. The security environment overseas is always hard to describe. Sun Minji responded, "The preliminary round is in Vienna, the semifinals are in Prague, the quarterfinals are in Budapest, and the finals return to Vienna. After the finals, then they tour the cities along the Danube River and finally return to Vienna to determine the winner." And Liang nodded, "Okay, I will arrange the route here." Having said this, and Liang rubbed Chinsiyu's smooth hair and said, "Come on, try to enter the finals and win the championship again." "I'll do my best," Chinsiyu responded. Chapter 1913. More than an hour later, dinner was coming to an end. Sun Minji pretended to go to the bathroom to prepare for the checkout. This time, An Liang provided a private jet, which would save them a lot of air tickets. So Sun Minji wanted to express her gratitude and thank Chinsiyu for providing accommodation to her relatives' children. However, the store directly told Sun Minji that the payment had been made, and Liang did pay in advance. Sun Minji returned to the box and sighed, "Thank you." And Liang understood what Sun Minji meant. Teacher's son is too polite. And Liang continued to remind, "Gather at the school parking lot at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, and I will arrange for someone to come over. Pick you up, by the way. Do you have a lot of luggage?" Mu Shimei responded first, "I have 2 suitcases. Sun Minji seconded, "Me too." "Okay, I'll arrange for a large SUV to pick you up. It'll be waiting for you in the school's open-air parking lot at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. We'll try to take off at 9:30. And Liang explained. Sun Minji nodded. "Okay, we'll wait at school in advance tomorrow." Mu Shimei said jokingly, "We won't be late." Chinsiyu snorted, "Shimei, you heartless person, I haven't been late recently." Mu Shimei smiled mischievously. "I'm late again today." Chinsiyu rolled her eyes at Liang helplessly. It was all in Liang's fault that she was late today. The two parties exchanged greetings for a while before they separated to in the back alley. Sun Minji saw in Liang holding Chen Siyu and Ning Rushwang's back, and she let out a long sigh. After a while, young people today are so good at playing, right? Mu Shimei naturally saw in Liang holding Chen Siyu and Ning Rushwang away at the same time. She took the initiative to say, and Liang is very good to Chen Siyu, and he is also very good to Ning Rushwang. Very good. Chen Siyu and Ning Rushwang are very good best friends, so their relationship is not surprising. Sun Minji frowned. Mu Shinmei continued. Chen Siyu said before that in Liang gave her the honey garden. This honey garden is worth at least more than 100 million, right? By the way, I heard gossip from friends at the dance academy that in Liang gave Ning Rushwang a dance studio, which I heard is worth over 100 million, Mu Shimei added. What else can Sun Minji say? It turns out that young people really know how to play. Half an hour later, An Liang and the others returned to Yunjing International Apartment. In room 8806, An Liang reminded Chen Siyu, "Tell your little sisters that you will arrive at the airport at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. It is best to arrive early. Don't I was late, so as not to delay my departure." Chen Siyu responded affirmatively. "I know, I just said that they have packed it up a long time ago and will definitely arrive early tomorrow." "That's good." And Liang responded that in fact, Chen Siyu's little sisters are not traveling abroad. They're just getting closer to Chen Siyu. Under such circumstances, there is no problem of being late. It was close to 10 o'clock in the evening, and Chen Siyu snuggled in Liang's arms. She felt a little sleepy because she had just been kissed by in Liang. That in Liang was checking the information on her phone, and Chen Siyu took a look at it. The corresponding information came from Qin Tianxiang of Rini Security Company, saying that he had prepared to set up a flying motorcycle. Chen Siyu, who was originally sleepy, immediately became energetic. She asked, "Has the flying motorcycle been mass-produced?" And Liang shook his head in the negative. "Not yet, we are still testing it." "Husband, I want one," Chen Siyu said coquettishly. In Liang patted Chen Siyu and said, "You are too real." Masterin, is your husband at the critical moment?" Chen Siyu hugged in Liang sideways and continued to act coquettishly. "Hubby, I want to fight." And Liang refused without hesitation. "No." Husband Chen Siyu was still acting coquettishly. In Liang responded softly. "That I said no, it's no. Your driving style is too dangerous. And the use of flying motorcycles in cities is also risky, so I won't give it to you." Snort. Chen Siyu hummed. "Who is Masterin going to give it to? Look, you really called me Masterin again, right?" And Liang hugged Chen Siyu and changed the subject. In Liang continued. "After the piano competition is over, I can give you one, but it can only be used at the Golden Port International Circuit." Chen Siyu responded, "If I win the international piano competition, then as a reward, I can use it on the road, okay?" "This is non-negotiable." And Liang refused. "We are trying to develop flying cars. If the development is successful, you will be allowed to drive flying cars on the road." Wang Zhao. Flying car? Chen Siyu was surprised. "Are you actually going to develop a flying car?" In fact, current flying motorcycles already have the prototype concept of flying cars, and they can definitely be designed in the future. An Liang Huabing promised. There is a huge difference between the current flying motorcycles and flying cars. Flying motorcycles can adopt a large number of weight-saving designs, but flying cars are different. Just like motorcycles and cars, both use the quantity of materials and the quality of the vehicle are completely different. You want to design a flying car. I suggest you go to bed. But in Liang is very familiar with painting cakes, but now he is just painting cakes for his girlfriend, so there seems to be nothing wrong with it. Chapter 1914 on the first day of July, at 9 o'clock in the morning, and Liang and Chen Siyu, as well as Ning Rushwang and Song Qian, all arrived at the private jet VIP terminal of the Imperial Capital International Airport. Hu Xiaoyu and a group of little sisters also arrived early. Sun Minji and Mu Shinmei came last because there was a slight traffic jam when they came, which delayed their arrival, but they were not late. Chen Siyu greeted both parties to board the plane first, and then introduced them to each other after the plane entered the stratosphere. After Sun Minji and Mu Shinmei boarded the plane, it was as if they had entered the Grand View Garden. They did not know that Wu Xiaoyu and others were going abroad with Chen Siyu. They originally thought that the private plane in Liang prepared for Chen Siyu was some kind of small plane that in the end, who knew it was a behemoth like the Boeing 787. As the Boeing 787 entered the stratosphere and stabilized, everyone unbuckled their seatbelts. Chen Siyu took the initiative to introduce Sun Min 680G and Mu Xinmei and led them to visit the aircraft. When they saw that there were bedrooms on the plane, Sun Minji and Mu Xinmei only felt that the happiness of rich people was beyond their imagination. Faraway Vienna. The National Security Investigation Bureau of Xia State sent security personnel there in advance to ensure the safety of An Liang and his party. Lu Xini also participated in this operation and was the deputy captain of this operation. The captain was named Li Fei, from the 3rd section of the Operations Department of the National Security Investigation Bureau. It was rumored that he was an investigator of a certain special forces. Li Fei was looking through the information of Rennie's security company. He asked casually, "Captain Liu, I heard that you have been in contact with Rennie's security company. How much do you know about them?" Lu Xini shook her head in denial. "I know very little, except for the people involved in the exposure of the life extension plan. It seems that Rennie's security company does not exist. We have not found any traces of its existence." "It exists," Li Fei responded affirmatively. "I asked my past connections to investigate. Rennie's security company is very well known in certain fields." Yan Li Fei continued. "Look carefully. The man with glasses diagonally opposite drinking coffee. He is a staff member of Rennie's security company." Lu Xini followed the instructions and looked directly over. However, the other person looked very ordinary, and he was a foreigner. He looked like an ordinary local IT industry worker. He seemed to have nothing to do with Rennie's security company, right? "Probably not," Lu Xini responded. "I think he is a local white-collar worker." Li Fei sighed. "After this operation, I will suggest that you leave the field service sequence. You are really not suitable for field service." Lu Xini was a little embarrassed. She wanted to refute, but she couldn't find a reason to refute. Maybe she is only suitable for ordinary field service, but not for agent field service, right? If you observe him carefully, he only wears a wireless headset. He seems to be drinking coffee and writing code, just like an ordinary coder. But if you look carefully, he always looks left and right while writing code, Li Fei reminded. After finishing speaking, Li Fei took out his mobile phone and said, "This is the security monitoring record we extracted. This person started to appear a week ago. According to my analysis, he should be recording the people who appear around him, as well as vehicles and the environment. Then won't we be discovered by each other?" Lu Xini asked worriedly. Li Fei couldn't help but shake his head. "You think we haven't been discovered? According to the security surveillance records we obtained, situations similar to this person appeared around the Vienna State Opera House. It goes without saying why," Li Fei responded. Lu Xini nodded. "Because the international piano competition will start at the Vienna State Opera on July 3 RD, Li Fei continued. "The power of Rennie's security company is stronger than we imagined. I have been involved in at least 3. Their presence was discovered from the commanding heights, and they were obviously controlling the commanding heights, thereby blocking the possibility of long-range sniping. There is another thing that you may not know. The relationship between that person and the Northern Bear country is getting closer and closer. I heard that someone took the lead and purchased quite advanced equipment from the Northern Bear country," Li Fei added. Lu Xini was surprised that the National Security Investigation Bureau really didn't know about this. "Really?" Lu Xini asked back. Li Fei waved his hand. "I just heard about it. All in all, that person is not as simple as you think. He controls huge wealth and is comfortable in complex situations. Do you think the other person is simple?" Li Fei asked back. Lu Xini remained silent. "Let's go. This area has been controlled by Rennie's security company. Let's go to the airport. That person will come over today. Let's go to the airport first to check the situation," Li Fei explained. Lu Xini couldn't help but look at the coder Li Fei had just pointed out. This time the other person actually took the initiative to say hello to Lu Xini and waved. This situation made Lu Xini confirm what Li Fei just said. Sure enough, They were discovered a long time the expansion speed of Rennie's security company so fast. Lucini couldn't help but sigh secretly in her heart. Rennie's security company has actually introduced foreign employees. How far did in Liang's tentacles reach? Underscore. Chapter 19:15 inches of Volkswagen hatchback. Li Fei explained the situation to Lucini while driving. The bakery on our right changed owners 3 days ago, and there are 8 other places near the State Opera in the same situation. Among them is a car rental company. This car rental company is currently closed. You can think about the problems for yourself. Li Fei explained, to be honest, some medium-sized countries do not have such strict security measures for cabinet ministers when they travel abroad. I can only say that this person's pomp is really grand. Li Fei sighed. Lucini was recalling in Liang's situation. Did he unknowingly reach such a high level? Captain Li, I found that your observation skills are very good. After this operation, maybe you can join the investigation of Rennie's security company. Lucini responded. Li Fei directly denied it. Don't harm me. Lucini was confused that Li Fei sighed. What I just said was that the other party was not prepared to be investigated at all. To put it simply, the other party publicly expressed their actions to deter unnecessary trouble. When I entered the National Security Investigation Bureau, I re-investigated the case of Jadwin in the imperial capital. Just like the patrol investigation, the other party did it flawlessly, and there were no flaws at all. Li Fei continued. In this case, how should I investigate the other party? Li Fei didn't say it clearly, but the meaning was very clear. Lucini also understood what Li Fei meant, and she sighed that it was close to 9 o'clock in the morning local time in Vienna that Li Fei drove to the vicinity of Vienna International Airport. He had just transferred after walking around for 2 times. He was stopped by the Vienna local patrol. The patrol first asked in German, but found that neither Li Fei nor Lucini understood German, so he switched to English. Hello, sir. I need to see your driver's license and passport. The patrolman asked. Li Fei took out the international driver's license he had redeemed, and at the same time took out his passport and handed it to the Vienna local patrolman. The patrolman took it and checked the situation, and checked the match between the passport photo and Li Fei. After checking, the patrol continued to ask, Sir, what are you doing in Vienna? Li Ping responded in English, I'm here for a visit. That gentleman took the wrong road. This is the airport, and there are no tourist attractions at all. The patrolman reminded Li Fei. When reminding him, the patrolman's attitude was a little cautious. He was obviously suspicious of Li Fei. Vienna International Airport is located in the southeastern suburbs of Vienna. There are indeed no tourist attractions, and Li Fei just drove around nearby. After 2 rounds, the patrolman would naturally suspect Li Fei. Sorry, I have a friend coming over today, so I came to pick him up, but I couldn't find the parking lot. Li Fei changed his explanation. The local patrol officer in Vienna was silent for a few seconds before returning the international driver's license and passport to Li Fei and reminded, There is a parking lot at the airport. Sir, do you need me to take you there? Thank you, no need. I will find my own way there. Li Fei responded, Mr. Patrolman, can I leave? The patrolman waved his hand. Li Fei immediately started the vehicle and set off. After he left, the patrolman immediately took out the walkie-talkie and reported the relevant situation. Li Fei also noticed this situation through the rearview mirror. Did you see it? Li Fei asked Yuxinium. Lucini was confused. She didn't understand what Li Fei meant. Li Fei sighed and said, I just wandered around deliberately, but I was stopped after only the 2nd round. It was a local patrol in Vienna. I have reason to think that Rennie's security company has infiltrated the Vienna local court, or at least the Vienna local patrol room. So the Vienna local patrol will especially strengthen security issues near the airport. Asking for flowers, Lucini was secretly surprised. Judging from the current situation, it seems that our operation this time will be very easy. That person's security measures are so good that he does not need our help at all. Li Fei explained. Lucini's expression was complicated. When Li Fei drove into the parking garage of Vienna International Airport, the two met the Vienna local patrol officer again, and it was the patrol officer holding a police dog. The other party was checking every item in the parking garage. A car Kozero Li Fei lowered his voice and said, "That's the bomb detection dog. I'm very curious now how far that person has penetrated in Vienna, and he can actually do such a thing. Will our car be inspected too?" Lu Sini asked back. "Our cars will be inspected intensively." Li Fei responded, "I'm afraid we will be followed after a while. We are foreigners here and fellow countrymen of that one. The possibility of us being focused on is very high. If things go wrong after a while, we will reveal our identities directly." Li Fei reminded. Lu Sini nodded affirmatively. Near 10 o'clock in the morning local time, the Vienna International Airport welcomed a Boeing 787 aircraft. This aircraft had a light blue painting and the logo of Onshin Investment Company, as well as the painted text on the fuselage of the Yushuang. Lu Sini had seen the picture information of the Yushuang in the intelligence materials. When the Yushuang entered the airport, 3 foreigners surrounded Li Fei and Lu Sini. Lu Sini was nervous when he got up. Li Fei looked very relaxed. One of the foreigners spoke in a low voice in fluent Siam Mandarin. "Hello, Miss Lu. The boss wants to say hello to you again." Chapter 1916. At Vienna International Airport, Lu Sini and Li Fei were discovered by the security personnel of Rennie Security Company. Faced with the greeting, Lu Sini responded, "Hello, Miss Lu, Mr. Li. Please don't worry. We have made complete preparations for the boss's safety." The foreigner still responded in fluent Siam Mandarin. Li Fei responded first. "Okay, let's take the first step. Thank you, Mr. Li, for your understanding." The foreigner responded. Lu Sini looked at Li Fei to leave. She nodded, and then left with Li Fei. "Captain Li, aren't we waiting for Liang?" Lu Sini asked. Li Fei sighed. 603. "The other party found out my identity. There seems to be no problem with this, right?" Lu Sini was confused that Li Fei did not explain that his identity information should be top secret, because he used to be a reconnaissance elite of a certain special forces and participated in many highly confidential missions. Under such circumstances, the other party found it easily his identity information. Li Fei naturally understood the energy that the other party had. When Li Fei and Lu Sini left, the Yushuang had stopped on the runway, and 6 black bulletproof Chevrolet Suburban full-size SUVs parked on the Yushuang, next to Chen Xiu, who Xiaoyu looked at these black Sabotans and said jokingly, "Brother Liang, you are so generous." And Liang complained in response, "The public security environment abroad is a bit bad, especially in the country of Odolai. On the internet, some people actually say that Odolai is a country that bans guns. This ignorant view is really hard to complain about. But if you know a little bit, you will know that Odolai has the most relaxed gun management laws in Europe. In Odolai has an average of 30 guns per 100 people, ranking 12th in the world. The reason why shooting cases are common here is because guns are too common that the non-Rennie security company had already infiltrated the local court in Vienna and had a high degree of penetration into the local police in Vienna. And Liang would never allow Chen Xiu to come to participate in the international piano competition. In fact, for ordinary people, Vienna may not be too dangerous, but in Liang's identity is not ordinary. As in Liang's girlfriend, Chen Xiu will naturally be implicated. Liang is really not making a fuss. Even with the ability to foresee danger, Liang was fully prepared to avoid sudden dangers. Even with the ability to foresee danger, Liang was unable to stop it in time. Sun Mingji seconded. The security environment here is indeed not as good as expected. The organizer of the international piano competition also recommends that contestants from all over the world stay in the hotel as much as possible, especially in the evening time. It is best not to be casual. Go out. Generally speaking, the security environment in Vienna is not bad, but if you encounter a bad security situation, you may encounter firearms. For people in Xia, most people have probably never been exposed to firearms in their lives. Bar, and Liang reminded him, "Xiu, if you want to go out to play, I will send someone to protect you, so you should try not to run around, okay?" Hu Xiaoyu said affirmatively. "I know, I said it in my family, yes, it's not very safe here, let's pay attention to safety." Others also agreed, saying that they would not run around. There is a 7-hour time difference between Vienna and Imperial City. Vienna is 7 hours behind the times. According to the Boeing 787 flying speed of just over 1,000 kilometers per hour, plus the distance of 7,500 kilometers between Imperial City and Vienna. So they set off at 9:30 in the morning. And now they're here, just before 11 in the morning, under the protection of the security personnel of Rennie's security company. Everyone browsed Vienna with great interest, such as the famous Golden Hall, the Danube River, Schönbrunn Palace, the cathedral, etc. After some browsing, he returned to the Royal Palace Hotel at nearly 7 o'clock in the evening. In order to ensure safety, An Liang booked 3 floors at once, thus avoiding the situation of mixing with other tourists and preventing threats to the greatest extent. The danger premonition ability did not indicate a threat, and An Liang would not take it lightly. During dinner, Teacher Sun was at the table with An Liang. She took the initiative and said, "An Liang, the international piano competition starts on July 3rd. We have already obtained Chun Siyu's entry information. She will appear on July 4th. So these days' time, I'm going to take Chun Siyu to continue practicing the piano." Teacher Sun means that An Liang should not take Chun Siyu around again. Chun Siyu came here to participate in competitions, not for tourism. He came here to browse around on the first day today. Okay, I have to concentrate on practicing playing the piano in the next few days. Chun Siyu threw the pot and said, yes, it's all master in 0.2 pot. I have to concentrate on practicing the piano later. An Liang looked at Chun Siyu speechlessly. This big cat in the imperial capital didn't learn anything. He learned how to throw the pot. Ability. Is it okay for the king who has been thrown the blame? An Liang responded, okay, Teacher Sunday. At this point, An Liang looked at Chun Siyu. You concentrate on practicing the piano. I'm going to Zabanya. Zabanya. Chun Siyu raised his eyebrows. An Liang goes to see that Princess Lenore? Chapter 1917 Vienna local time, close to 10 o'clock in the evening. An Liang is playing the piano in the living room of the executive suite of the Royal Palace Hotel. In order to facilitate Chun Siyu's piano practice, the hotel An Liang chose naturally has a piano. When Chun Siyu came out of the shower, she walked up to An Liang and asked casually, "When are you going to Zabanya?" An Liang stopped playing the piano, and he moved a position, motioning Chun Siyu to sit on the piano bench, and then hugged Chun Siyu. You will compete on the 4th. I will go there tomorrow and come back the day after tomorrow, just in time to watch you compete. And Liang explained this time, we mainly negotiated wine imports. If there are no accidents, the magnitude of this cooperation will be between 2 billion and 3 billion, and the profit may be around 15%. And Liang added. And Liang continued to explain the arrogance of DAO, as well as its monopoly on the channels for importing red wine from DAO, and the suspension of the import of red wine from DAO. Chun Siyu hummed 19. I'm just asking, I don't have something else? Yes, you just ask. And Liang laughed. Chun Siyu hummed again. And Liang picked up Chun Siyu and returned to the bedroom. This big cat in the imperial capital was a little untidy, and An Liang was ready to take care of her. After more than half an hour, Chun Siyu nestled in An Liang's arms. She used the 5 fingers of her right hand to moving gently on An Liang's chest, and Liang recognized that Chun Siyu was playing Our Love. And Liang pulled Chun Siyu up, and the two returned to the living room, and then played Our Love with 4 hands together. This piece is in Liang's repertoire, and he played it very well. Chun Siyu praised. If you only look at the piece Our Love, you are considered to be in the middle and upper reaches of our school. However, An Liang is only specialized in this one piece of music. After the two of them finished playing the 4-hand combination, An Liang kissed Chun Siyu on the face, and Chun Siyu pushed An Liang in disgust. I will continue to practice. You go and shuang. I want to practice the piano more today. All right. And Liang responded helplessly. Chun Siyu is perfect in every aspect. She is tall, has a good figure, and plays the piano very elegantly. The only problem is that every time she is defeated by An Liang, she will be like a former best friend. Secret. Ning Rushuang is playing games with Hu Xiaoyu, Song Qian, and the others in the suite next door. She also lives in the suite here. The suite here has 2 bedrooms and 1 living room, but she is just playing games there at the moment. And Liang, when they came to the suite next door, Hu Xiaoyu and the others were playing games on their mobile phones. And Liang took a look and saw that it was not the pesticide for the dead, but chicken tonight. Ning Rushuang also joined in, and Liang sat next to Ning Rushuang, but But it didn't occur to me that Ning Rushwang's gaming level is quite high, and she is the absolute main force of the team. But if you think about it, it's normal. After all, Ning Rushwang is a dancer, has good physical coordination, and is talented in shooting games, so it doesn't seem to be a problem. About 20 minutes later, Ning Rushwang finally defeated her opponent 1-on-2 and successfully won the chicken tonight. Hu Xiaoyu cheered, and then took the initiative. It's getting late. I'm going back to the room first. We'll go there tomorrow. How about visiting Pamhagen Zoo and visiting the lakefront? Zhou Linlin seconded. Okay, I checked on the internet. Many of their animals are free range, and we can feed them. Luo Mandy also agreed. Yeah, I think it's okay. When Jingshu added, the day after tomorrow, we can go to the Paktor Dorfied Nature Reserve in the Alps for a hike and a picnic. Everyone agreed again, and Liang reminded on the side, pay attention to safety. I will send someone to go with you, but don't run around. Hu Xiaoyu nodded repeatedly. Okay, thank you, Brother Liang. And Liang took Ning Rushwang back to his suite. Ning Rushwang's face turned a little red. Although she had been within Liang for a while, Ning Rushwang was still easily shy, especially when Liang had just taken her away in front of her sisters, making Ning Rushwang even more shy. And Liang likes Ning Rushwang's shy character. Maybe it has a different kind of stimulation? It's approaching late at night and early in the morning. And Liang carries Ning Rushwang to Chun Siyu, who is lying down playing with his mobile phone. And Liang took her mobile phone, locked it, and put it down and reminded, it's almost early in the morning, including the time difference. We haven't slept for almost 20 hours, so hurry up and get some rest. Chun Siyu was already sleepy. She was just waiting for Liang. She took the initiative to snuggle into Liang's arms and fell asleep after a while. The night was rushing. The next day, Liang woke up at nearly 9 o'clock in the morning. Chun Siyu was still sleeping. Ning Rushwang didn't wake up either. After all, due to jet lag, everyone hadn't slept for almost 20 hours. It was normal to sleep for a while, and Liang yawned and got up first. He checked the email reply from Queen Lydia. Since Lenore was underage, and Liang naturally could not contact Lenore directly, so he contacted Queen Lydia and briefly explained the cooperation in importing wine and that he would go to the Spanish Peninsula in person. Queen Lydia was in the email, expressed a warm welcome, and also stated that a welcome banquet would be held for An Liang, as well as corresponding telephone contact information to facilitate An Liang's contact. Looking at the message replied by Queen Lydia, he smiled. Chapter 1918, July 2nd, 2 p.m. The Yushuang took off from Vienna and headed to Madrid, the capital of western Spain, 1,800 kilometers away. For the Yushuang, the voyage of 1,800 kilometers took less than 2 hours. Near 4 o'clock, An Liang had arrived at Madrid International Airport. Rennie Security Company has arranged the reception in advance, and 3 bulletproof Chevrolet Saban vehicles will escort An Liang to the Zarzuela Palace, where the Spanish royal family resides, in the northwest suburbs of Madrid. Nearly an hour later, An Liang arrived at the residence of the Spanish royal family. The Spanish royal family is obviously ready for the work, including King Philip VI and Queen Lydia, who personally welcomed An Liang. King Philip VI of Spain is an old, handsome guy, but unfortunately, he has some signs of M-shaped baldness. Is this probably an inevitable problem for middle-aged people? Mr. N, welcome to the Western Hemisphere. Queen Lydia greeted in Siam Mandarin and shook hands with An Liang. Philip VI also greeted, welcome to the Spanish Peninsula. Thank you very much for your help to Lenore. And Liang shook hands with Philip VI and responded politely, Your Majesty the King is too polite. I just did what I should do. Philip VI's Siam Mandarin level was obviously not very good, and he probably couldn't understand the idioms, and Liang said. After the 2 parties exchanged simple greetings, Queen Lydia switched to Spanish. Mr. N, we have prepared the Spanish Banya's special delicacies. Please come here, duh. The Life Winner system rewarded An Liang with entry-level Spanish, which was no problem for daily communication. He responded politely, that's great. I tasted Spanish food at the embassy last time. I felt very good about it. Good. Philip VI responded. Our Spanish food is indeed very good. On the way to the banquet hall, both parties were chatting awkwardly. After all, the 2 parties had very little interaction. Apart from chatting about food or business, what else could they do? In the banquet hall, Liang discovered Lenore. The other party also noticed him. Lenore blinked at Liang and then walked over with her sister, Princess Sophia. When Lenore walked over, Liang took the initiative to say hello. Long time no see, Princess Palace. Haven't seen you for a long time. Lenore responded, and Liang greeted Princess Sophia again before continuing. Lenore, thank you very much for the wine you gave me before. I also brought you a gift this time. Lenore asked with interest. What gift? And Liang glanced at Philip VI and Queen Lydia first, then explained the situation of the flying motorcycles, and finally added, I brought 2 flying motorcycles as gifts. Lenore's eyes lit up as she listened. Where are they? And Liang did not respond to Lenore. He asked, Your Majesty Philip, is this gift appropriate? Philip VI nodded. I think it's appropriate. As the future Queen of Spain, Lenore even has to learn to drive a sailboat. For a flying motorcycle, it is much more difficult to drive a sailboat, okay? So Philip VI doesn't think there is anything wrong with flying motorcycles. Queen Lydia didn't refuse, okay. Then I'll arrange for someone to deliver it right away. And Liang responded, excuse me. And Liang took out his mobile phone to make a call. After waiting for the connection, he ordered, send the gift over. As Liang hung up the phone, Philip VI invited Liang to the table. In order to express his importance to Liang, Philip VI even sat with Liang. The royal family in modern society is completely different from that in ancient times. For the Spanish royal family, the rights of the royal family in modern society are far less than those in ancient times. The royal family in modern society is more like a spiritual symbol. In the case of the Spanish royal family, even though they are already representatives of the model royal family in Europe, there have always been calls for the abolition of the royal family in Spain. There has been no interruption. In addition, the Spanish royal family is the poorest royal family in Europe. Philip VI's annual salary is only 240,000 euros, and Lenore and Sophia's tuition fees are 14,000 euros each year. Philip VI is under great pressure. It can be said to be quite big. In the middle of the dinner party, Liang took the initiative to bring up the matter of imported red wine. Your Majesty Philip, what do you think about the red wine market in our country? And Liang said casually. Although Liang asked casually, Philip VI responded seriously. Your Xia Kingdom is a great country. In the field of wine, your King Li's Xia Kingdom is growing very rapidly. Whether it is the planting area of vineyards or the scale of wine production, your Xia Kingdom is making very fast progress. Philip VI continued, especially the wine production process, your Xia country's wine is getting better and better, at least in our western half of Spain. If it were the wine of your Xia country 10 years ago, most of the western half of the country would be better. None of the wineries would agree with it. But now your Xia wines have been praised by our Spanish wineries. I also drank your Xia wine, and it felt pretty good. Philip VI added. Listening to Philip VI's answer, Liang could only sigh secretly. It is not easy to be a king abroad. Underscore. Chapter 1919 Shiba is one of the 3 traditional strong players in the wine field. The king of the traditional 3 strong players in the wine field is Italy, with an annual output of 4 billion liters. The second place is France, with an annual output of nearly 3.7 billion liters. The third place is Spain, with an annual output of 3.4 billion liters. As for Siagua ranks 7th with an annual output of 1.2 billion liters. The 6th is Argentina, and the 5th is Dao, with 1.25 and 1.3 billion liters respectively. The gap between them and Xia is very small, but the gap between them and the traditional top 3 is very large. The traditional top 3 have almost 3 times their output. 4th is the Bald Eagle country, with an annual wine output of 2.3 billion liters. Although it far exceeds the top 3 countries, there is still a huge gap between it and the traditional top 3. As one of the top 3 traditional powers in the wine field, King Philip VI of Spain praised the wines of Xia Kingdom so much. And Liang could only say that it was too difficult to be a king overseas. Faced with the praise from Philip VI, Liang naturally could not dismantle him. Your Majesty Philip, has good eyesight. And Liang praised in turn. Our Xia country's wine is indeed very good, and 643's current development is quite good. Indeed, Philippe VI said affirmatively. According to the development of the Xia kingdom in the field of wine, coupled with the vast territory of the Xia kingdom, the geographical conditions are very advantageous. In the future, the output will exceed that of Italy and the quality will exceed that of France. It can be said that there is no chance at all. Any problem? I think so too. And Liang accepted the compliment unceremoniously. Queen Lydia sighed secretly on the side. One of them dared to praise, and the other dared to admit it. So why should they be so shameless? Regarding the wine market in our Xia kingdom, what do you think of His Majesty Philip? And Liang asked. Philip VI knew in his heart that this was in Liang's test. He put away his joking attitude and answered seriously. There is still a vacancy in the blind grape cigarette market in your Xia kingdom. And Liang nodded slightly. Philip VI continued. Xia kingdom's wine has been growing rapidly every year. Especially in the past 10 years, the consumption capacity of wine has increased significantly. This is because young prodigies like wine more. Especially female consumers, they like wine more. More and more female consumers like to drink low-alcohol wine on a daily basis, and various articles praising wine are everywhere, explaining how good wine is, even for beauty, etc. As for white wine, although the myth of white wine has been flying in the sky, like its close relative Patek Philippe, most people will not actually own a bottle of noble white wine, but just give it as a gift. It's just reincarnation with recycling. As for when this leak will explode, and Liang doesn't know. Anyway, and Liang won't touch it. Although the local wine production scale of Xia Kingdom is increasing year by year, and the planting area of vineyards is also increasing year by year, it still cannot keep up with the consumption rate, so your Xia Kingdom imports a large amount of overseas wine every year. Philip VI explained, according to the data we collected in 2019, the total scale of Xiaogua's imported wine reached 12 billion Xiaogua yuan, and many countries around the world benefited from this market. Philip VI continued, taking our Spanish wine as an example, we are the fourth largest wine supplier in your country. In 2019, our supply volume was 38 million liters, with a total value of nearly 500 million yuan. Philippe VI added, this export volume is not worth mentioning compared to the total output of the Spanish peninsula, because the Spanish-produced wine last year reached 3.4 billion liters. Xiaogua's import volume can exceed 1% of the total output. The extent of it is really not worth mentioning, right? Actually, there is another question. And Liang answered. Philip VI asked, what's the problem? Among the top 10 countries that import wine from Xia, your Spanish wine has the lowest unit price. On Liang responded, Spain is one of the wine-producing countries in the Old World. Its wine rating is based on the French plan, which is roughly divided into 5 levels and 8 levels. The 5 levels from top to bottom are high-quality legal production area wine, legal production area wine. There are 5 levels of production area wine, excellent regional table wine, high-quality daily table wine, and daily table wine. There is another special feature of the wine classification of the Western Hemisphere, that is, in the level of legal production area wine, it is divided into 4 levels. There are special reserve wine, old wine, and new wine. Such complex classification makes the rating popularity of Spanish wine slightly less popular. France's wine classification is much simpler. From the above, it is divided into 4 levels: legal production area wine, excellent regional table wine, and daily table wine. This classification is simpler and clearer, and the learning cost for laymen is lower, making it easier to promote. Because the classification is relatively, for a long time, the import and export trading companies in the Xia Kingdom began to cheat. They usually imported lower-grade wines into the Xia Kingdom and sold them as substandard wines. In particular, they imported new wines from legal production areas and passed them off as high-end wines. This kind of coquettish operation has brought great harm. Chapter 19, 20 Most wine consumers in Xia Kingdom actually don't know much about wine. There are probably only two criteria for judging the quality of wine. The first is the rating of the place of origin, and the second is the price. The origin rating is the above-mentioned classification of high-quality legal production area wines and legal production area wines. As for the price, of course you get what you pay for simple thought. However, consumers overestimate the conscience and bottom line of profiteers. How do ordinary consumers know the difference between origin ratings? Take the legal production area sake as an example. If it is a French legal production area wine, it is a certification of high-quality wine. However, 62% of the vineyards in the Western Hemisphere have obtained the certification of legal production area wine, which means that this evaluation, which was originally the second highest level in the Western Hemisphere, is actually very watery, especially the new wines, which are watery. The portions are bigger. Otherwise, the Spanish wine manufacturers would not have divided the level of legal production area wine into 4 levels again, to further filter this level. In view of this situation, profiteers have mixed the wine classification concepts of France and Spain, thereby promoting the new wines in the Spanish legal production area wines that are not good, according to the French legal production area wine grades. Sale. This sales method seriously damages the brand credibility of Spanish wines. In layman's terms, it means using Webtoon to compare with a noble Maggio. The more important thing is to sell Webtoon at a high price. Although it is not sold at the price of Maggio, it should be at least half of Maggio, right? However, the high-priced new wines from the legal production areas in Spain cannot bring excellent quality, but they are also promoted by profiteers as being rated the same as the wines from the legal production areas in France. Under such circumstances, how can the wine from the Spanish peninsula be popular in the Xia Kingdom? The shady operations of these profiteers have made the wines of the Western Hemisphere infamous in the Xia market. It can only be said that the profiteers are really doing nothing for the sake of profit. Also manipulated by profiteers is platinum. In the past, platinum was more valuable than gold. A large number of jewelry brands, watch brands, and luxury goods companies have stipulated that platinum is more precious than gold. However, in the investment market, the price of platinum is far lower than that of gold. However, platinum is still more expensive than gold in the commercial field, and profiteers also deliberately downplay the information that platinum is cheaper than gold in the investment market. Ordinary people have never even thought about this issue and firmly believe that platinum is more noble. It can only be said that the conscience of profiteers has long since disappeared. And Leon told about the situation of Spanish wine in Xia Kingdom. Philip VI and Lydia were stunned. There was such an operation? Should the new wine in the Spanish AOC be regarded as the French AOC? This? Too cruel? Philip VI sighed. No wonder the market competitiveness of our Spanish wines in your Xia country is low, and your Xia country's wine consumption market is increasing year by year. Not only has the wine exported to your Xia country not increased in price, but it has declined. Lydia also sighed. This is the first time I have heard of such a thing. And Liang asked casually, didn't your country's wine companies find any problems? This question was a bit heartbreaking. In fact, and Liang asked deliberately, the wine companies in Western Spain must know the practices of profiteers in Xia State. But so what? In the Spanish wine rating, there are only 2 production areas with the highest level of high-quality legal production areas, namely Rioja and Priorat. The high-quality wines they produce have no worries about sales. So why bother to travel across the ocean? Asking for Flowers Zero, those wine companies that received orders from profiteers in Xia, even though they knew that profiteers in Xia were using Spanish wine to compete with French wine, they still got benefits, didn't they? Profiteers only talk about profits. What harm will it do to the Spanish wine industry? With the interests in place, these things are not important. What does His Majesty Philip think of the wine in Australia? And Liang asked. Before Philip VI could answer, and Liang continued, the market for wine from Australia has grown very fast in our country, with an average annual growth rate of more than 30% since 2016. Last year, our Xia country imported 62 million liters of wine from Dao, with a total price of more than 2.56 billion Xia yuan. Although the total liters of wine were less than twice yours, the total price was more than 5 times yours. And Liang added, Philip VI sighed. The quality of wine from Dao is indeed good. Their climate environment is great, the overall climate is stable, and there is no problem of being affected by the climate here. It does have natural advantages. European wines are based on vintage, because the rain, sunshine, etc. of the corresponding years are different, which has a huge impact on the quality of the wine. However, Australia is different. Their climate is very stable, resulting in stable quality of the wine. Therefore, the wine industry is developing extremely rapidly. And Liang smiled and said, "Does Your Majesty Philip think your Spanish wine has any advantages compared with the wine from Australia?" Underscore. Chapter 19, 21 inches the Western Spanish Royal Dining Room. Facing the question raised by An Liang, Philip VI fell into deep thought. What advantages did their Western Spanish wine have over the wine of Australia? This question is poisonous. In the view of Philip VI, their Spanish wines had no advantage at all over the wines of Australia. Yes, there is no advantage. Taking the wine imported from the Xia Kingdom as an example, the average price of wine exported to the Xia Kingdom from the Western Hemisphere is less than 14 Xiagui yuan per liter. But the average price of wine exported to the Xia Kingdom from the Great Ao country is more than 41 Xiagui yuan per liter. Both are almost 3 times the price. As Philippine 603 Philip VI said before, the climate of Dao is stable and the natural conditions are excellent. The quality of the wine they produce is very stable. This is the core advantage of Dao. Secondly, there is the issue of transportation distance. The distance of land transportation is more than 10,000 kilometers, and the distance of sea transportation is more than 15,000 kilometers. Is the transportation cost-free? The transportation between Dao and Xia is much simpler. The sea voyage does not exceed 5,000 kilometers, which is a huge advantage. Anyway, Philip VI couldn't imagine what advantages their Western Hemisphere had compared with Great Australia. Queen Lydia is also thinking about this issue. She hopes to reach a cooperation agreement with An Liang and obtain a considerable wine export order to enhance the image of the royal family. Currently, the image of the Spanish royal family is being criticized by the Spanish people because of the corruption and bribery of the previous king. In order to restore this bad situation, Queen Lydia has made a lot of efforts. If the cooperation with An Liang is successful this time, the image of their royal family will also improve. When Philip VI and Queen Lydia were deep in thought, Lenore interrupted. Our Spanish wines have more historical heritage than Australia. Lenore said in Siam Mandarin, "Mr. N, what do you think of the Vega Sicilia dry red wine I gave you before?" Lenore continued. She added, "That bottle of Vega Sicilian dry red wine was bought with the scholarship I deserved. My father and mother did not buy it for me." And Liang was a little surprised. He originally thought that yin was a gift from Queen Lydia to maintain the relationship between the two parties. "Thanks." And Liang expressed his gratitude first, and then added, "That bottle of wine is pretty good." Actually, that bottle of wine was mixed with Sprite by An Liang. Of course, it's really good. That is produced by the best Vega Sicilia winery in our country. If it is exported to Xia country, do you think it will sell well? Lenore responded. And Liang thought for a moment before responding, "It should be possible, but at present, the wines of Vega Sicilia winery are very few in Xia Kingdom, and their popularity is also very low. It should require a lot of investment in the early stage." Lenore responded, "What you just said is that some merchants have confused the classification levels of our Spanish and French wines. We can promote our Spanish wine classifications in Xiagua and clearly indicated on the exported wines. Wine grade, and an additional wine grade classification information." And Liang nodded slightly. "This is a good idea. The only problem is that we are a bit far away from Xia Kingdom, but we are connected by land railway, so transportation should not be too difficult." Lenore added. And Liang continued to nod. "Yes, if you enter Xia Kingdom directly through the railway between Xia Kingdom and Europa, transportation will be more convenient. Actually, even so, the transportation cost will be slightly more than in Australia." Both Philip VI and Queen Lydia knew this situation. "Mr. N, can you help us promote wine in Xia Kingdom?" Lenore asked again, "Do you want me to help you?" And Liang asked back. Ding! Random mission. Revival of Western Banyan wine. Mission content. In order to fight against the AO, the host is asked to help the revival of Western Banyan wine in the Xia Kingdom. Mission reward. Comprehensive settlement will be based on the completion of the host. Surprisingly got a mission? And Anne's conscience was secretly shocked. This time he came to Spain to discuss wine imports was actually the reason for special mission. Luck confrontation. By the way, he wanted to give a favor to the Spanish royal family. And Leon quite likes the little girl Lenore. So he is willing to give this favor to the Spanish peninsula. Otherwise, there are so many wine-producing countries. Why choose the Spanish peninsula? As a result, a new task has been triggered, and Leon suddenly feels that he has made a profit. Okay, this is like eating 3 things with 1 fish and repeatedly harvesting wool, okay? 4.2 can not only advance the progress of special mission, luck confrontation, but also cultivate Lenore's favorability. And by the way, you can also complete new tasks mission. And Leon has not encountered such a good thing for a long time. It's a pity that he doesn't know the reward yet. Most of the mission rewards of the Life Winner system are settled based on evaluations. Even if Leon asks in advance, the Life Winner system will ignore Leon. The Life Winner system, everything about the system is good. The only problem is that it is dumb. Chapter 1922, The Banquet Hall of the Spanish Royal Family. After Leon asked back, the Life Winner system issued a task prompt. In such a situation where 1 fish and 3 fish were eaten, and Leon naturally had to complete the task. Faced with Liang's inquiry, Lenore responded affirmatively, I hope to get Mr. N's help. Listening to Lenore's frankness, and Leon laughed. No problem. Both Philip VI and Queen Lydia and Leon was stunned for a moment. Did he agree? So simply? This seems a little strange. Thanks. Lenore responded happily. Queen Lydia followed in Liang's topic and asked, Mr. N, how much wine are you planning to import? And Liang did not answer directly, but changed the topic repeatedly and irrationally. Recently, some unpleasant things have happened between our Xia Kingdom and Dao country, which has affected the trade exchanges between the 2 parties. In particular, Dao country has unilaterally increased the price of iron, or to us. This is unacceptable. Matter. And Liang explained. Philip VI answered, I know that Australia has indeed done a very bad job in this matter. Philip VI continued, we in the Western Hemisphere are also rich in iron or resources. Although we cannot compare with Australia, we are also one of the ore suppliers of your Xia Kingdom. We can increase the share of iron or products, as well as the supply of copper or and zinc or. And Liang sighed secretly. This Philip VI is too smart. He just hinted at the iron or problem, and Philip VI expressed his willingness to increase the supply of or share. This is simply too considerate, right? Thank you, Your Majesty Philip. And Liang responded politely, and then continued to explain, in view of Dao's behavior in increasing the price of iron ore, our Xia country should stop importing wine from Dao. The vacant share of this part of the market is ours. Purpose this time. When Liang's words fell, whether it was Philip 6020 or Queen Lydia, both of them breathed heavily. What's the market share of Great Australia? Last summer, the country imported 62 million liters of wine from Great Australia. The total amount has reached 200 million Siagui yuan. If this market share is given to the Spanish half, the Spanish royal family, which facilitated this trade cooperation, will gain great prestige in Western Spain. Queen Lydia glanced at Lenore first, and she secretly sighed in her heart. Fortunately, she didn't stop Lenore's email exchange with An Liang, so she got the reward now, right? What a pity. Queen Lydia sighed secretly. And Liang is good at everything and perfectly meets the prince's requirements. The only problem is that he is from Xia. Queen Lydia sighed in her heart again. If Liang was Spanish, she thought it would be best for Liang and Lenore to get engaged where they were and get married as soon as Lenore comes of age and completes her studies. But An Liang is from Xia country. By the way, Your Majesty Philip, can your Spanish half export high-quality legal production area wine? And Liang asked. And Liang continued to add, the wines provided by Dao to Xia will cover all grades of wine from top to bottom. If the wine trade of Dao is transferred to your western half, we will definitely purchase high-grade wines. low-end wines of all categories to meet the different levels of wine needs in our Xia kingdom. Philip VI responded affirmatively without hesitation. Of course. In fact, high-end wines are more profitable. It would be great. And Liang responded, Your Majesty Philip, I have a suggestion. Since our cooperation in the field of wine is relatively new, I suggest that we both hold a wine exchange and tasting together. And Liang continued, Your western half of the country will be organized by your royal family. I will arrange for the importers from the Xia kingdom to come over. Both parties will participate in the wine tasting meeting and then confirm the order on the spot at the tasting meeting. What do you think? And Liang asked back, Such a proposal is tailor-made for the Spanish royal family. If the Spanish royal family wants to gain prestige, this wine tasting is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. More importantly, this is an opportunity to increase Spanish wine exports several times. Once completed, the Spanish royal family will gain huge influence in the wine industry. Queen Lydia has a higher regard for Liang, and she does not believe in Liang's proposal. It was said casually, and it should be a plan carefully planned by Liang, right? If not, how could this proposal hit the key points of their royal family? So such a proposal is indeed tailor-made for the Spanish royal family, right? Philip VI sure ye understands what Liang's proposal means. The total value of wine exported by Dao to Xia country far exceeds that of Western Banya. If the Western Banya royal family can bring over Dao's share, then for Western Banya it's so important. Mr. N, your proposal is very good. Philip VI said affirmatively. When will we hold this wine tasting party? Chapter 1923 regarding the wine tasting meeting. Philip VI actually hopes that the sooner the better, and it is best to confirm it immediately, including the export share of wine. Affected by the corruption and bribery case of the old king, the pressure on the Spanish royal family is indeed relatively high. If the wine export volume can be greatly increased, it will indeed extend the life of the Spanish royal family. And Liang also knew the situation of the Spanish royal family. He responded, If possible, the sooner the better. We are fully prepared and can arrange for people to come over at any time. And Liang added, Your Majesty Philip, its import and export trading company has a monopoly on wine import licenses from Australia. Philip VI was stunned for a moment. Is Liang's import and export trading company monopolizing the import and export licenses for Australian wines, as he imagined? You mean Philip VI took a deep breath before continuing to ask, Have you decided how much wine to import from Australia? And Liang nodded unceremoniously. Yes, we can decide. After our two sides cooperate, we will cut off the wine trade with Australia. In June, we imported nearly 7 million liters of wine from Australia. I hope that this amount will drop to zero in August. And Liang calmly said something that made Philip VI uneasy. Completely interrupting the wine trade with Australia? That means that they will win in Spain? I also think the sooner the wine tasting party happens, the better. What do you think about it in 2 days? Philippe VI chose Saturday, July 4th. But that day was the date when Chen Xiu performed at the international piano competition. And Liang also had to go to Vienna, so it was naturally impossible to stay in Spain. So Liang responded, Not a good day. Philip VI was confused. In our country of Xia, the transliteration of July 4th is Go Die. It means a bad connotation, so we should avoid this day. I think Sunday is fine. And Liang wrote clearly. Philip VI breathed a sigh of relief. Anko only asked for a one-day extension, which was no problem at all. Okay, then according to Mr. An's suggestion, we will hold the wine tasting on July 5th. Philippe VI explained it, and Liang also responded very politely. I will send a message to the Xia kingdom after a while. In view of the time difference between the two of us, it is expected that the other party will feed back the information during the daytime, Xia kingdom time, and I will send it back. The corresponding information will be conveyed to you. Okay. Thank you, Mr. N. Philip VI responded, Your Majesty Philip is so kind. And Liang raised his glass as he spoke. Lenore also raised her glass. She drank orange juice and said in Xia Mandarin, Cheers. Then she added the explanation, Dad, Xiaoguoyu's toast means to drink all the wine in the glass in one gulp to express respect for the guests. Philip VI's face turned dark. The wine glass in his hand was relatively large and contained nearly one-third of the glass of wine. It seemed a bit difficult to drink it all in one gulp, and Leon glanced at Lenore with a smile. He first put himself after drinking all the wine. Philip VI's eyes were full of helplessness. Who would have thought that it was a stab in the back from his daughter? Let's drink. Philip VI's drinking capacity is not particularly good. Fortunately, the wine has a strong stamina, so he drank it. It was not too obvious. Otherwise, Philip VI would have shut himself down on the spot. A few minutes later, En Liang's cell phone vibrated. En Liang apologized first, and then left the table to answer the call. When En Liang left, Philip VI immediately looked at Lenore. Lenore, you know how drunk Dad is. Lenore responded, I know, but I also know that he likes to drink. The two of you have not yet determined the specific share of wine import and export. I think that if Dad drinks more with him, he should be more cautious about the subsequent negotiations. Favorable? Queen Lydia added on the side, according to the intelligence we collected, Mr. N does like to drink, and his drinking capacity is quite good. Philip VI sighed. It seems that he is the only one who sacrificed his ego. Come on, Dad. Lenore used Xiao Mandarin to cheer for Philip VI. Philip VI himself also cheered for himself. Being a king is too difficult. The annual salary is only 240,000 euros. The key is that all kinds of pressures are endless. Regardless of whether it comes from the public's call to abolish the royal family or from the work pressure of social and public undertakings, these pressures have turned the once handsome man Philip VI into a bald, middle-aged man today. Time is not forgiving. In less than 2 minutes, An Liang regained his after sitting down. He took the initiative and said, Her Royal Highness Princess Lenore, the gift I gave you has arrived and is being inspected. You can try it after a while. Lenore's eyes lit up. That's great. Queen Lydia asked on the side, Is this flying motorcycle dangerous? Chapter 1924 The safety of the prototype flying motorcycle was very poor. It didn't even have a duct fan, and the protection for the driver was very poor in the style of the Northern Bear country. The safety of the first-generation test machine is also relatively poor. Even if the duct fan design is added to improve driver protection, there is no auxiliary safety driving technology. For novices, it is still relatively lacking in safety. The flying motorcycle that En Liang presented to Lenore was a second-generation verification machine. This generation of flying motorcycle optimized the duct fan design, making the flying motorcycle more ergonomic, and added a large number of auxiliary equipment. For example, laser ranging radar, depth sensing camera, sonar detection radar, gyro balance system, automatic driving assistance system, etc. These configurations are combined to greatly improve the safety of the second-generation flying motorcycle demonstrator. The risk is very small, and Liang said affirmatively. As for the flying motorcycle 610, we think it is less dangerous than a car. Philip VI asked curiously, Is the security so high? And Liang talked about the safety configuration of the second-generation flying motorcycle demonstrator. These two flying motorcycles are equipped with graphene batteries, so they have sufficient power supply, so they can be equipped with various safety configurations. When she heard that the flying motorcycle was equipped with a graphene battery, Queen Lydia's eyes showed a surprised look. And Liang continued to add, The graphene batteries of the two flying motorcycles are non-replaceable. If they are forcibly disassembled, the graphene battery will automatically melt core. The graphene battery melt core is a solution to protect the graphene battery, including the design inside the Hua pedal mobile phone. In the case of unauthorized disassembly, the graphene battery will melt the internal battery core according to the preset plan, thus causing graphene the battery failed. Queen Lydia understood what En Liang meant. En Liang meant to give the graphene version of the flying motorcycle to Lenore, hoping that they would not dismantle it privately, and express the consequences of dismantling it privately in advance. Okay, Mr. N, we won't dismantle it. Queen Lydia promised. Philip VI said on the side, Can I try the flying motorcycle later? Sure. And Liang responded affirmatively. Nearly half an hour later, the security personnel of the Spanish royal family passed the inspection of the two flying motorcycles, and the two flying motorcycles were sent to the backyard. Just as the dinner party was coming to an end, Queen Lydia proposed Lenore was the first to agree to go to the backyard to test the flying motorcycle. However, the first person to test the flying motorcycle was not Lenore, but the Spanish royal security officer Carlson. Carlson is the director of the Spanish royal security team. He controlled the flying motorcycle to take off without any instructions, and then flew several times in the backyard easily. Carlson reported the situation to Philip VI and Queen Lydia. The control of this flying motorcycle is very simple. It's simpler than an ATV, and it's equipped with a lot of technology. I just wanted to deliberately control it to hit the wall, but its safety system corrected the wrong operation, and it didn't hit the wall at all. Carlson continued, I just tried to control it and crashed, but its safety system also corrected the situation. And Liang explained on the side, this is the automatic driving system of the flying motorcycle. It combines laser-ranging radar and sonar detection, as well as the depth-sensing camera, to determine the position of the flying motorcycle in real space and avoid various mistakes. Operation occurs. Of course, for fans who want to play extreme sports, this system can be turned off, but turning it off is very complicated. It not only requires entering the engineering mode for authorization, but also requires us to provide the corresponding hardware unlock. Each set of unlocked hardware can only be used with match the flying motorcycles with corresponding numbers. And Liang explained these two flying motorcycles were given to Lenore. So we have not unlocked the extreme mode, and we have not provided the hardware equipment to unlock the extreme mode, or we have not yet produced the corresponding unlocking hardware equipment. And Liang explained. Queen Lydia breathed a sigh of relief. Lenore said eagerly on the side, Mom, can I try it? Lydia thought about it for a moment, and then responded in agreement, Be careful. The flying motorcycle was a gift from Liang to Lenore. If Lenore was not allowed to use it, Queen Lydia was worried about Liang's misunderstanding, so she agreed to use it. And Liang reminded on the side, Please don't worry, flying motorcycles have automatic driving systems. When the detector detects that the driver is driving dangerously, it will correct the driver's driving plan. Lenore can ride a horse, and riding a motorcycle is not difficult. She rode the flying motorcycle, fastened the seat belt as instructed, and listened to Carlson's instructions before starting the flying motorcycle. And then she was as relaxed as Carlson in the backyard. Fly easily. The operation method of the flying motorcycle is really simple. Your Majesty Philip, I need help with something. When Liang watched Lenore control the flying motorcycle easily, he looked at Philip VI and said, Queen Lydia secretly guessed in her heart that there are other things. Chapter 1925 Lenore was playing happily in the backyard riding a flying motorcycle. Sophia looked at her sister with envy. Her eyes were also full of wanting to ride a flying motorcycle. Mom, can I try? Sophia asked. Queen Lydia nodded. Go and be careful. Sophia immediately responded happily. Okay, Mom. I will be careful. When Sophia took off on her flying motorcycle, Philip VI responded, What help does Mr. need? Regarding flying motorcycles, we are planning to promote flying motorcycles in Xia Kingdom, so we need a commercial. And Liang explained. Philip VI fell silent. Shooting an advertisement? That's impossible. After all, Philip VI is also the King of Spain, so how can he shoot an advertisement? Queen Lydia responded slightly awkwardly. No, sorry, mister, and our status does not allow us to shoot commercials. I think you should know, of course I know. And Liang responded affirmatively. But it can be worked around. And Liang continued. For example, Queen Lydia, if you often wear Zara clothes, then the corresponding style will become a hot item and sell like crazy at Zara, right? Queen Lydia smiled. And Liang continued. The sunglasses worn by His Majesty Philip to attend the event have also become a hit. Although they are not advertisements, they have also become advertisements. This is a workaround. And Liang added, We only need His Majesty Philip to make a public appearance on the flying motorcycle. If there are reporters to interview, it means that the flying motorcycle comes from Xiaogua's Dream Future Graphene Technology Group. Philip VI neither refused nor agreed. As Liang said, Advertising can be flexible, but more is better than less, right? However, Philip VI was worried that if En Liang did not agree, En Liang would cancel the wine. Cooperation Mountain. En Liang seemed to have guessed Philip VI's concerns. He explained, "We will use the resources of the Dream Future Graphene Technology Group to promote Spanish wines, including the classification of Spanish wines, as well as the previous scams by profiteers. People things, by the way, Dream Future Graphene Technology Group is very popular on the internet in Xia State. If you use the channels of Dream Future Graphene Technology Group for promotion, it will be a very good opportunity for your Spanish wines." And Liang added. In order to prove his statement, and Liang took out his mobile phone and opened Weibo and showed the Weibo data of Dream Future Graphene Technology Group to Philip VI. Our country's Weibo, which is equivalent to your Facer, is Twitter or something. The official blog account of Dream Future Graphene Technology Group. The number of likes on the last Weibo post has exceeded 1 million, and the number of comments has exceeded 200,000. And Liang introduced it to Philip VI. Queen Lydia sighed. Your safe investment is indeed related to the Dream Future Graphene Technology Group. And Liang responded with a smile. Isn't this matter already known to everyone? Yes. This matter has long been exposed on the internet. After all, when Onshin Investment Company wanted to deal with Tesla, Dream Future Graphene Technology Group followed suit to deal with Tesla. How could everyone not know that Dream Future Graphene? What is the relationship between Technology Group and Onshin Investment? Later, when Onshin Investment controlled Apple, Dream Future Graphene Technology Group stepped forward to be the pioneer. As long as you are not a fool, do you still know that Dream Future Graphene Technology Group is related to Onshin Investment? Asking for flowers, so En Liang did not hide this relationship at all. En Liang continued to add, we will also do activities on the internet. When promoting your Spanish wine, we will link the flying motorcycle, for example, publish your Spanish wine classification when leveling up, we will make a comment, repost, and like the 3-click activity to draw a flying motorcycle. Queen Lydia asked on the side, at what price are you planning to sell your flying motorcycle? The selling price in Siagua is about 630,000 euros, but if it really enters the European market, the price will definitely increase due to tariffs, other taxes, transportation, and the reasonable profits of regional agents. And Liang explained. Philip VI, who was still in a dilemma, heard that the price of a flying motorcycle was as high as 630,000 euros. He suddenly felt a little poor, because Philip VI's annual salary was only 240,000 euros, and the price of 2 flying motorcycles, the price alone, is as high as 1.26 million euros, which is more than Philip VI's 5-year salary income. Philip, I think Mr. An's proposal is very good. We should also contribute to the country's wine. Queen Lydia explained. She gave Philip the steps very considerately. And Liang continued. To thank His Majesty Philip, after the flying motorcycles are officially launched, we will also present 2 flying motorcycles to His Majesty Philip. Philip responded. Thank you, Mr. And Lydia is right. I should also contribute to the country's wine industry. And Liang secretly smiled. With the step of making a contribution, everyone's face will be better. Chapter 1926. After En Liang and Philip VI discussed the matter of advertising flying motorcycles, the conversation became more relaxed. Philip VI even proposed a night trip to Madrid, our Spanish capital. Madrid is also very lively at night. There's also a night market there. Would Mr. want to visit? Philip VI took the initiative to invite the night market over there, and Liang was shocked. Yes, that night market is called YTI market. I heard it is the Asia-Pacific phonetic alphabet of Siam Mandarin, right? Philip said in Siam Mandarin. This YTI market really looks like the pinyin of Asia-Pacific. 67 it should be. And Liang responded. Where is it? Madrid, city center, the most central location. Philip VI explained it is located north of the famous Puerta del Sol. It takes about 5 minutes to walk. We can go and have a look. And Liang responded with interest. Queen Lydia wanted to stop it, but Philip VI had already spoken out. How else could she stop it? What's more important is that En Liang agreed. Queen Lydia sighed secretly in her heart. It turned out to be a drinking accident. Philip VI's drinking capacity is too average, and the stamina of the wine just now has increased, so that now he is a little feverish. Even though the royal family of Spain is more of a spiritual symbol for Spain, they also need to be careful when going out. With careful security arrangements, wouldn't it add to the chaos if we suddenly go to the night market? Philip VI also greeted, Lenore, Sophia, come back quickly, we're going to go to YTI market to visit the night market. Whether it is Lenore or Sophia, even if they have received strict court etiquette education, they are essentially just girls, and they also have the playful thoughts of their age. Now hearing Philip's greeting, Lenore, both son and Sophia came back on flying motorcycles, and Lenore responded cheerily, Okay, Dad, I'll change into my casual clothes right away. Sophia also agreed. Queen Lydia looked at her two excited daughters. She had no choice but to arrange for Carlson to prepare security. Fortunately, the Spanish royal family is very common and travels outside every day. Lenore, he and Sophia also attend classes in school normally. Although they are members of the royal family, they usually do not attract onlookers, and the security pressure is relatively small. While Queen Lydia was making arrangements, and Leon was also instructing Rennie's security company to control the scene. One thing to say is that Leon feels that his need for security far exceeds that of the Spanish royal family, especially when overseas, due to the proliferation of guns. Even if the local country bans guns, it will be difficult to solve the problem. After all, not all countries have Xia states, stable controllability, and long-term security environment. Sociologists from Spain once visited Xia State for inspection. For sociologists from Spain, Xia State's security environment is simply shocking. I can't believe that even walking on the street late at night makes people feel at ease. Therefore, when Leon was in Xia Kingdom, his security measures were actually just basic safety protection, with the ability to foresee danger, and Leon would not have any worries at all. However, it's different overseas. Who knows who hides firearms? In view of the complex security situation, when overseas, Leon travel uniformly arranges bulletproof vehicles, and the security personnel of Rennie's security company control the whole process to avoid problems. At around 8 o'clock in the evening local time in Zabanya, Leon and the Zabanya royal family came to Wada Market. This is indeed an Asia-Pacific-style night market, with not only a large number of Siagwa's night market snacks, but also neon-style sushi restaurants and fried food shops, as well as Korea's grilled cold noodles and fried rice cakes, etc. And Leon even saw the Indian flying cake shop, but Leon felt that the owner of the Indian flying cake shop was from Xia, not Indian. So the Xia people successfully stole the Indian business? And Leon and Philip VI walked side by side, and Philip VI said proudly, Mr. N, what do you think of this night market? Very good. And Leon responded affirmatively. And Leon had never thought that there was a Xiagwa food street in the western half of the country. In this YTI market, and Leon not only discovered hot pot skewers restaurants, but also various barbecue restaurants, as well as roast ducks and so on. But the price is very good. Take the roast duck restaurant as an example. In Xia, the cheapest roast duck may be 20 or 30 yuan a piece, but the price of the roast duck here is equivalent to Xiagwa yuan, which is close to 400 yuan a piece. This price, and Leon doesn't know how to evaluate 2.1 road. What's more important is that the roast duck here is made in an electric oven, completely losing the essence of charcoal roast duck. And Leon wondered whether these Xiagwa snack bars were more for Spanish people, right? Anyway, and Leon will never eat this kind of roast duck that has lost its essence. Mr. N, do you think that's the braised pork from your imperial capital? Lenore asked, pointing to a small shop in Xiagwa night market. Just when Leon was about to answer, he felt a faint sense of danger. The danger premonition ability took effect. Chapter 1927, the capital of the western half of Spain, YTI market in the center of Madrid. When Lenore pointed to a small shop in Xiagwa night market next to Leon and asked, Leon felt a faint sense of danger. Through the danger premonition ability, and Leon discovered that this time the danger was not aimed at him, but at Lenore or the Spanish royal family. So is it worthy of being a royal family? Anne's mind flashed through the plot of the film and television drama. Could it be that some criminals wanted to threaten the royal family members? If there really are such criminals, The corners of Liang's mouth turned up slightly. So he had to be a hero to save the beauty, because Rini Security Company had purchased a large number of advanced equipment from the North Bear country, and ordinary lawbreakers were no match for the security personnel of Rini Security Company. The cooperation between Onshin Investment Company and Beishion Country 19 has repeatedly failed, but the cooperation between Rini Security Company and Beishion Country has gone smoothly. Beishion Country prefers to cooperate with Rini Security Company. Both parties pay the money and deliver the goods. The two sides are cleared, everyone can rest assured. As for the cooperation with Onshin Investment Company, the North Bear country always feels that Onshin Investment Company is not well-intentioned. In fact, Onshin Investment Company always uses sideways to make money. Anyone who is targeted by Onshin Investment Company will never end well. So Beishion Country prefers to cooperate with Rini Security Company. That is indeed a stew restaurant. And Liang responded, I want to taste it. Lenore spoke. Liang refused. Your mother doesn't allow it. Lenore showed a helpless look. As a member of the Spanish royal family, for safety reasons, Lenore was prohibited from eating outside to avoid food poisoning. After all, the royal family is the spiritual symbol of Spain. Looking disappointed, Liang added, if you want to try it, I can help you. Lenore was confused, and Liang walked directly to the stew shop. Philip VI and Queen Lydia had already seen in Liang's movements, but they glanced at Lenore and made sure that Lenore was not following, so they didn't say anything. Plus, at the entrance of the Maiju shop, and Liang ordered braised pork in Puyuan dialect with a hint of the imperial capital. However, the store owner is an authentic imperial city person. Are you not from the imperial capital? The owner of the stew shop looks about 30 years old. Be careful. Well, I am from Xingqing, but I have been in the imperial capital for a long time. The imperial capital is actually quite bad. There is too much pressure, especially the pressure of buying a house. The owner of the stew shop complained, I just felt that the pressure in the imperial capital was too great, so I simply came to Madrid from the imperial capital. And Liang answered casually, how is the environment here? Apart from the worst public security, the problem is actually not that big. I have no intention of settling down here and waiting to make money here before returning to the imperial capital. The owner of the stew shop explained, and Liang was curious. Is it easy to make money here? For locals, it is quite difficult, but for us foreigners, it is actually quite easy. For example, braised pork is usually between 25 and 40 euros in the imperial capital, but it is 30 euros here. One serving. The owner of the stew shop explained. A portion of braised stew costs 30 euros. After settling according to the exchange rate, it has exceeded 230 Xiaogui yuan. This price is poisonous. But you should know that the per capita annual income in Madrid does not exceed 20,000 euros, and the average income will be driven up by high incomes. If the median income is probably lower, I am afraid. In an environment with such an income, it actually sells for 30 euros apiece. And Liang doubts whether he can sell it? And Liang asked with such suspicion. The owner of the stew shop also responded generously. Our main customers are tourists from China and Madrid, followed by tourists from other countries. There are quite few local customers in the Spanish half. That's it. And Liang understood what the other party meant. After a while, a braised stew was prepared, and En Liang paid 30 euros. The other party did not give any discount because En Liang was a compatriot and they had a good conversation. After all, En Liang is the other party's main consumer group, so why should he give a discount? En Liang walked towards Lenore with the stewed stew. He tasted it as he walked. The only consolation was that this stewed stew was very authentic and it really tasted like the old imperial capital. Whether it is fat intestines or pig lungs, they're all processed just right without any peculiar smell and are braised to taste. This is more or less a bit of comfort, right? And Liang came back with stewed stew. Lenore looked at En Liang eagerly. Lydia and Philip VI also looked at En Liang with some surprise, because they knew En Liang's situation very well, and the other party had a very high status in Xia Kingdom, and holds huge wealth. Under such circumstances, are you so lax about your personal safety? Queen Lydia even thought, isn't En Liang afraid that someone will poison the stew? If En Liang knew such thoughts, he could only say that it was impossible to happen. Do you want to know about danger premonition ability? In the surprised eyes of Lydia and Philip VI, and Leon directly picked up a piece of sausage and fed it to Lenore. What's more important is that Lenore didn't refuse. According to the court etiquette education of the Spanish royal family, Lenore should refuse food from outside, let alone food fed by a man. This is completely the opposite of the court etiquette education. However, Lenore just didn't refuse. This situation made Queen Lydia and Philip VI look at each other in confusion. Chapter 1928. And Leon fed Lenore some stewed food, but Lenore did not refuse, making the atmosphere a little awkward for a while. If Leon and Philip VI had not agreed on the wine-tasting meeting before and had not revealed that they were planning to transfer the share of Australia to the Spanish peninsula, Philip VI might have turned against him on the spot. After all, this situation looks like one's little cabbage has been taken over by someone else. After Leon fed Lenore, he took the initiative to apologize and said, "I'm sorry, Your Majesty Philip, but for a moment I thought of the trip to the imperial capital with Her Royal Highness the Princess, so I couldn't help being offended." Philip VI took a deep breath. "Mr. N, our status is a little special, and we cannot eat outside." And Leon nodded. "Okay, I will remember it." At this time, the security director Carlson walked to Philip VI and lowered his voice. He said, "Your Majesty, some people who oppose the royal family know that we are here, and they are gathering. Some people in the Western Hemisphere do not have any good impression of the royal family. They think that the royal family is a vampire who wastes taxpayers' taxes, and the royal family does not have any positive effect. So it would be very troublesome if these people discovered the whereabouts of the royal family. Carlson, get ready, we're going back right away." Philip VI explained it. When Carlson left to prepare for the return journey, Philip VI took the initiative to say to Leon, "Sorry, Mr. N, there was an accident on our side, so we need to return early." Guest. Philip VI continued, "We have prepared a royal hotel for Mr. N, and we hope that Mr. N will not dislike it." And Leon nodded. "Okay, thank you His Majesty Philip for the arrangement." Leon chose to accept the arrangement of Philip VI because the danger premonition ability still sensed the danger, which meant that Lenore's crisis had not been resolved. In less than 5 minutes, Leon and the Spanish royal family walked towards the entrance of YTI Market. Carlson arranged the vehicle. When he was at the door of YTI Market, Anne's premonition of danger became stronger and stronger, and he frowned secretly. "Your Majesty Philip, please wait a moment." And Leon took the initiative to speak. Philip VI stopped and looked at Leon doubtfully. "After waiting for a moment, I asked my security staff. I felt very uncomfortable and I trusted my sixth sense." And Leon explained. If it were anyone else, Philip VI would definitely not believe it, but Leon holds a wine order that is very useful to them. Even if Philip VI also doesn't believe it, he can only choose to believe it. "Okay, Mr. N," Philip VI responded, "but we have to hurry up. Our whereabouts will be discovered by people who oppose the royal family. If we wait for them to gather, follow-up processing will be more troublesome." Lydia seconded. "Those people who oppose the royal family are very stubborn and extreme, and it is indeed difficult for us to deal with them." "Okay," and Leon responded, then put on a wireless headset and gave instructions. "Check the surrounding situation, especially the commanding heights, not only through drones but also by sending people to check in person. Also check the surrounding vehicles." And Leon added, "Receive." The security personnel of Rennie's security company responded. Lenore could hear Xia Guoyu, and she took the initiative to ask, "Are you worried about someone attacking? After all, it is the poor security environment in foreign countries and your special status." And Leon responded without concealment. In less than 3 minutes, the security personnel of Rennie's security company replied to Leon, "Boss, something is wrong. A large number of locals are rushing to your area. I heard that there are people who oppose the royal family, but their number is too large. There are too many, we can't check them all. There is no problem with the surrounding high ground." The security personnel of Rennie's security company added that the investigation of the vehicle is progressing slowly, but there are no problems with vehicles within 1 kilometer of the surrounding area. The security personnel of Rennie's security company have been added, and Liang's premonition of danger is getting stronger and stronger. combined with the investigation of Rennie Security Company. And Liang believes that there may be danger hidden among the people who oppose the royal family. Your Majesty Philip, my security personnel have established something. Are your vehicles bulletproof? An Liang asked. Philip shook his head in denial. They are indeed the Spanish royal family, but the Spanish royal family is the poorest royal family in the European Union. The royal family's overall expenditure last year was only 8 million euros. And there is no expenditure for official purchases. Car. How can it be possible to own a bulletproof car? 4 bulletproof cars, Wang Li how? It can easily cost millions of euros. Taking the bulletproof version of Sabin currently used by An Liang as an example, each one costs up to 1.2 million euros. Because it is a high-end model that fully meets military standards and has the ability to defend against 12.7mm sniper rifle attacks at a distance of 200 meters. An Liang equipped 3 of them at one time, which cost 3.6 million euros for a private model with a yearly budget of 8 million euros. For the Spanish royal family, that is indeed not something that the poorest royal family can play around with. Usually, Lenore and Sophia are picked up and dropped off by Philip VI personally when they go to school, and they are just ordinary Audi cars. How can they buy a bulletproof car? Seeing Philip shaking his head in denial, and Liang sighed secretly, such a royal family is too miserable. Chapter 1929, You don't even have a bulletproof car? The situation of the Spanish royal family is indeed a bit miserable. Your Majesty Philip, I am very sorry to suggest that when we leave later, please take the bulletproof car we arranged. And Liang said sincerely, thus preserving Philip VI's face to the greatest extent. Philip VI hesitated. Is the situation so serious? There is a proverb in our Xia kingdom that a gentleman should not stand behind a dangerous wall. And Liang explained the meaning by the way. Prevent disaster first and not hurt later. Know and act with caution. A gentleman will not stand under a dangerous wall. How can he take it lightly? Lenore seconded on the side. I have learned this sentence. Dad, we should pay attention to safety issues. Philip VI sighed. Okay. Thank you, Mr. and for your kindness. A moment later, and Liang and the Spanish royal family arrived at the entrance of YTI Market. Some people who opposed the royal family had gathered. Fortunately, the local police in Madrid had been dispatched, otherwise the scene would have been chaotic. And Liang and the Spanish royal family entered a car. Among the bulletproof Saab class adopts a 2+3 3,800 seat layout. The vehicle length of 5,700 millimeters and the wheelbase of 3,302 millimeters make the seating layout of Saab class quite spacious. The security personnel of Rennie Security Company are in 2 bulletproof Saab vehicles at the front and rear. The convoy was escorted by the class, and the 3 cars of the Spanish royal family were distributed in the front and rear, and the convoy of 6 cars was moving forward. The convoy left YTI Market without anything happening. In the Sabo class wherein Liang was Philip VI, and in Liang were sitting in the 2nd row, Queen Lydia, Lenore, and Sophia sat in the 3rd row. Philip VI breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, nothing happened, and Liang didn't think so, because his danger premonition ability still sensed danger. But on the surface, he agreed. Yes, fortunately, no problems occurred. It takes about half an hour to go from the center of Madrid to the Zarzuela Palace in the northwest suburbs. After leaving the city limits of Madrid, Philip VI felt more relaxed. Mr. Are you free tomorrow? I will get off work at 5 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. If you have time, we can sail the sailboat and go fishing. Philip VI took the initiative to invite. Philip VI liked sailing boats very much. He invited in Liang to sail the sailing boats, which showed that he valued in Liang. And Liang smiled and nodded. Of course. However, after An Liang agreed, the intercom hanging on the center console came in Spanish. Something's happening. Carlson in the passenger seat immediately asked, What's going on? Philip VI heard that it was the voice of his security guard Malari. There were 3 cars parked in the middle of the road ahead. It seemed that there had been a car accident, and they blocked the road. Mallory responded. An Liang interrupted. Stop all vehicles. Carlson echoed the response. all vehicles stopped. The 3 cars of the Spanish royal family and the 3 cars of An Liang all stopped. The convoy of 6 cars was about 300 meters away from the suspected accident site. This is a relatively safe distance. An Liang picked up the intercom in the second row ordered, "Let the drone go and see what's going on." Receive. The security personnel of Rini Security Company responded. In the bulletproof Sabo van in front, a drone rose up and then flew to the suspected site of the car accident. In the Sabo van where An Liang was located, the multimedia equipment in the second row showed that there was no one, and Liang said, "We attach great importance to safety, so these Sababans have been modified a little to improve safety protection capabilities as much as possible." The drone flew towards the suspected car accident in the night sky. The infrared thermal radiation camera was turned on. The situation in the darkness was immediately clear. In addition to the 3 people outside the car, there were 4 people hidden in each car. Something is wrong. There are clearly 12 people hiding, but there are only 3 people outside. Although they seem to be arguing, combined with the people hidden in the car, this situation is even more suspicious. After all, if there is a car accident, don't the people in the same car get out of the car? What's more important is that there are exactly 4 people hidden in the 3 cars. Is it too much of a coincidence? Too many coincidences often mean there is a problem. I think there's something wrong with them, and Liang explained. Philip VI seconded, "There are 15 people in total, and I also think there is a problem." At this point, Philip VI ordered, "Carlson, take people over to disperse them." And Liang stopped. "I think this is a bad idea." And Liang continued, "Your Majesty Philip, we are not sure what the other party's situation is now. Is it really a coincidence or malicious, so we first try to disperse them remotely." Philip VI responded, "How are you going to deal with it? We will pretend to be the staff of your Spanish National Intelligence Center CNI and use drones to warn the other party to get out of the way. If the other party doesn't let go, it means there is a problem." And Liang understood it. Philip VI looked at Liang speechlessly. "Okay." And Liang immediately used the intercom to give instructions. In fact, Liang already knew the answer. There is definitely something wrong with this group of people blocking the road. Chapter 1930, and Liang already knew that there was definitely something wrong with this group of people blocking the road. Not only because of his danger premonition ability, but also because new news came from the wireless headphones Liang was wearing. The road behind them was actually blocked, and a road construction sign was hung. In the night sky, a drone approaches the scene of a suspected car accident, and the loudspeaker on the drone sends out a warning message. "We are staff of the National Intelligence Center, and we are performing court duties. Please move your vehicles to the side of the road immediately." However, in the drone's camera, the 3 people outside seemed not to hear it. The infrared thermal radiation camera even found those people hidden in the car who seemed to be preparing weapons. Carlson spoke first, "Your Majesty, those people have weapons." And Liang agreed, "I also suspect that they have weapons." "Your Majesty Philip, do your security personnel have weapons?" Carlson responded on behalf of Philip VI, "We only have pistols." "Mr. N, where are your security personnel?" "Your Spanish law prohibits firearms, so our security personnel do not have firearms." And Liang responded. Carlson was speechless. Philip VI was also a little speechless. Isn't Liang so abiding by the law? The drone continued to play the prompt message, and the 3 people who were arguing at the scene of the suspected car accident suddenly drew out their pistols and attacked the drone, but the drone easily avoided it. "Trouble," Carlson responded. "All vehicles move back. Leave professional matters to professionals." Carlson is the professional security director. At this time, Carlson is naturally in charge. Philip VI did not interrupt, and Liang took the walkie-talkie and said, "Contact our outsourced security team and let them come and deal with the problem." Philip VI's Xia Mandarin is relatively poor, but Queen Lydia's Xia Mandarin is better. She understood what Liang meant. Queen Lydia took the initiative to ask and use Spanish to make it easier for Philip VI to understand. "Mr. N, do you still have an outsourced security team?" And Liang responded affirmatively. "Yes, we, Xia Ganshi, do as the Romans do. Since your laws ban guns, we did not prepare weapons, but we contacted professional outsourced security guards. When the 6 cars backed up, 3 cars that were originally suspected of being drivers chased them, and they had already revealed their malicious intent. Looking at this situation, and Liang added, Director Carlson, let your car go in the middle, and let our other 2 cars go in the front and rear. Our cars are all B7 plus bulletproof, and their weapons should not be able to cause us any damage. Threat. The B7 plus bulletproof level is the German bulletproof level, ranging from B4 to B7 from low to high, where B7 plus is a defense that exceeds B7, but there is no official data. The B7 level bulletproof level can already resist grenades and various assault rifles, including the famous AK-47 and M16, which have extremely strong penetrating power. In fact, B6 can fight against AK-47 and M16. B7 is more against bombs, and B7 Plus can already fight against 12.7mm caliber anti-material sniper rifles, which is a military standard. After Anliang's instructions, the convoy changed. One Sabo band fell to the end, and the other Sabo band went to the front. The 3 cars behind quickly chased him, but Anliang kept a safe distance. After chasing for nearly 5 minutes, a reply message came from Anliang's wireless headset. Boss, we are about to arrive. We will meet in 30 seconds. The layout of the drone has been completed. Asking for flowers 0 receive. And Liang responded, and then seemed to explain, the outsourced security team has arrived. They're in front of us. Leave the rest to them. 30 seconds later, 4 off-road vehicles appeared in front. The other party honked the horn, 1 long and 2 short. The leader of Sababan also had 1 long and 2 short, and the 2 sides passed each other. When the other party passed the Anliang side, the convoy immediately stopped in the middle of the road to intercept the 3 vehicles behind it. The 3 vehicles following Anliang's convoy also discovered something unusual. They stopped and opened fire directly to attack. But their attacks were ineffective because the outsourced security team's equipment was too advanced. They used the latest generation weapons from the Northern Bear Country and completely crushed the opponent to 0. In less than a minute, Anliang's Sabo class didn't even hear the sound of gunshots, and the subsequent battle was over. Boss, the problem has been solved. Report from the staff of the outsourced security team. This so-called outsourced security team is actually the branch company of Rennie Security Company in Europa. It is euphemistically called the outsourced security team. That is Anliang's attitude of hiding behind the scenes. You can't give it to Philip. 6th Generation said he has a powerful armed security personnel in the western half of the country, right? Isn't that a slap in the face? What's more, it will cause the other party to make crazy speculation and fear. And Liang doesn't do that kind of business that loses money. In addition, in Liang there are actually weapons hidden in the 3 bulletproof Saabs here, but for the same reason as above, Anliang did not order them to be used. Your Majesty Philip, our outsourced security team has resolved the issue. And Liang explained. Philip VI was stunned for a moment. The trouble was solved so quickly? How powerful is this so-called outsourced security team? Chapter 1931. Because the trouble had been resolved, Philip VI decided to return to Zarzuela Palace. While passing by the previous battle site, Malari, a member of the Spanish royal security team, was left behind to deal with this matter. After returning to Zarzuela Palace, Queen Lydia immediately left with the 2 princesses Lenore and Sophia. Today was a bit exciting for the 2 princesses. However, there was no direct participation in the battle during the whole process, and there was no bloody scene, so it did not have much impact on the 2 princesses Lenore and Sophia. And Liang checked into the Zabanya Royal Hotel, and he was checking the information reported by Rennie Security Company, such as the identities of these attackers. Although 667 judged through the danger premonition ability that these attackers were targeting the Spanish royal family, and Liang still felt uneasy. Zarzuela Palace. In Philip VI's office, Carlson was reporting the situation. Your Majesty, Mallory's side has been dealt with. The case has been handed over to Madri Patrol. Mr. N's outsourced security team is very powerful. Mallory has determined that they are using the latest equipment from the Bear Country. Carlson explained, Northern Bear Country? Philip VI was confused. Carlson responded affirmatively. Yes, Malari saw it with his own eyes. The other party didn't care about being discovered by Malari, and they are not from Xia. Is it really an outsourced security team? Philip VI seemed to be talking to himself. Carlson responded, I heard that Mr. and has a very good relationship with the Northern Bear Country. It is possible that the security company from the Northern Bear Country is helping. Where are they now? Philip VI asked. Carlson shook his head. I don't know. After the other party handed over to Malari, he left immediately. According to our intelligence channels, after the other party entered Madrid, he disappeared without a trace. Carlson continued. This is a professional team. They killed all the enemies. The whole process took less than a minute, and they suffered 0 casualties. Philip VI was silent for a moment. After thinking about it for a moment, he took the initiative to call in Liang and waited for Liang to get through. Philip VI spoke first. Good evening, Mr. N. Are you still used to staying in the Royal Hotel? Philip VI asked, and Liang responded affirmatively. There is one thing I need to ask Mr. N regarding the outsourced security team. Can we contact them to handle some matters? Philip VI asked, and Liang responded euphemistically. I'm afraid it will be difficult. Oh, Philip VI asked, are there any difficulties? And Liang coughed. They are a private security company. The daily security cost is 200,000 US dollars. As long as there is action, an additional 100,000 yuan will be added. And similar to the action just now, they eliminated 15 enemies, and then another $300,000 fee. Philip VI did a quick mental calculation. According to the information provided by Liang, wouldn't the attack just now cost 600,000? Such a quote. No wonder Liang said it was difficult. The Spanish royal family simply had no money to pay for such a security team. Isn't it too difficult to have no money? By the way, Your Majesty Philip, have you found out the identities of these people? And Liang asked. Philip VI asked back, have you found it? And Liang did not hide anything. We entrusted a third-party consulting company to find out the information. They seem to be your separatist activists in the western half of Spain. Should I send the relevant information to Queen Lydia? Send it directly to my email. Philip told Liang his email address. Okay, and Liang responded. This time Philip VI did not ask about the third-party consulting company. He guessed that it was a private company again, and the price quoted for the investigation fee should be quite high. Even if Philip asked, and Liang had prepared an answer. The question was about the third-party consulting company pretended to be number 4 Tianji Shinsuan of Rennie Security Company. The combined inquiry fee was 100,000 US dollars. Such a cost is not a price that the poorest royal family in the European Union can bear. After all, Queen Lydia of the Spanish royal family wears Zara clothes every day, right? On some important occasions, if the crown needs to be used, Queen Lydia needs to borrow the crown from the old queen. For example, 16 years ago, when Lydia married Philip VI, her crown was lent to her by the old queen. I have to say that the Spanish royal family is really miserable. Ding! Congratulations to the host for turning into a warrior and successfully protecting the princess. Congratulations to the host for receiving a special reward. Spanish Wine Sales Halo. Spanish Wine Sales Halo. Through the Spanish Wine Sales Halo, customers will be more willing 4.6 to learn about Spanish wines and have more purchase intentions. The introduction of the reward is simple, but the effect is very effective. Liang was still worried about the sales of Spanish wine. Even with the channels left by the 3 previous import and export trading companies, as well as the assistance of Onshin Investment and Dream Future Graphene Technology Group, who knows whether consumers will accept it. Now that he has the halo of Spanish wine sales, Liang feels that the problem is not big. So it's a sure-win situation again? It is indeed a winner system in life. Chapter 1932 Zarzuela Palace, the seat of the Spanish royal family. Lenore and Sophia are whispering in the princess suite. You like that, Mr. N, right? Sophia asked. Lenore did not deny. When you and your mother went to the imperial capital of Xia Kingdom and encountered danger, Mr. N saved you. According to Xia Kingdom, it was a hero saving a beauty. Should that be the idiom? Sophia continued, he is very good. Sophia continued, but sister, you forgot one thing. You are the future Queen of Spain, Sophia reminded. Lenore is the first heir to the throne, and Sophia is the second heir. She also needs to learn a lot of knowledge to prevent Lenore from having an accident. She can replace Lenore's situation. Under normal circumstances, Lenore will become the first queen in the history of Spain. Since she is the future Queen of Spain, Lenore's husband must not be from Xia country. Even if he is not, Spanish people need to be found at least within the scope of Europa. Even if the modern royal family has relaxed the scope of spouse selection and relaxed the marriage of former nobles to the extent that they allow the marriage of ordinary civilians, it is also limited to the scope of Europa by default. Lenore sighing secretly, she stood up and walked to her room. Good night, Sophia. Looking at Lenore's back, Sophia could only feel sorry for her sister. The next day, 7:30 in the morning, and Leon was invited to have breakfast with the Spanish royal family at Zarzuela Palace. Philip VI took the initiative to ask, "How was your rest yesterday?" And Leon nodded and responded, "Not bad." The two sides chatted for a while, and Philip VI switched to the topic. "There is one more thing I want to apologize to Mr. and..." "Oh." And Leon showed doubts. "We agreed yesterday to go fishing on a sailboat. I'm afraid it will be canceled today. Because of yesterday's safety issues, I need to deal with a lot of things today." Philippe Teicher explained, "It doesn't matter. Work comes first." And Leon responded, "We will make an appointment to go sailing on a sailboat later. It just so happens that I have to return to Vienna today. Then see you on Sunday?" Philip VI tested. Sunday was the red wine tasting meeting agreed by both parties. Philip VI was worried that something would happen, so he tested in Leon again. And Leon did not respond to the meeting on Sunday. Siagua has already replied to the message. They will send an exchange team to arrive tomorrow, and I will send relevant information about the exchange team to His Majesty Philip's mailbox later. Philip VI responded immediately, "Okay, I will send staff to Madrid International Airport to greet them." "Then please." And Leon didn't respond politely. Lenore and Sophia were eating breakfast quietly, listening to the exchange between Leon and Philip VI. Lenore peeked at Leon from time to time with a smile in her eyes. After Philip VI made an agreement with Leon, he looked at his two daughters and said, "Lenore, Sophia, eat quickly. You're going to be late for school." "Okay, Dad." Lenore responded, "No." Sophia also responded, and Leon answered on the side, "Your Majesty Philip, there is something I want to apologize to Your Majesty for." "What's up?" Philip VI asked back, and Leon said in an apologetic tone, "My security personnel accidentally bumped into His Majesty's daily car when they were leaving yesterday." "So?" Before Philip VI answered, Leon continued, "To express my apology, I will leave a bulletproof version of the saber band as compensation. I also hope that His Majesty Philip can forgive the mistakes of our security personnel." Philip VI, after falling silent, he understood what Leon meant, and Leon gave them a bulletproof version of the saber class as a gift. Perhaps the biggest reason was to protect Lenore's safety, right? As for the claim that the security guard crashed the car, that is complete nonsense. If there is such a thing, Philip VI's security personnel will report the situation yesterday evening. "Thank you, Mr. and for your generosity." Philip VI accepted 660. If it were before, Philip VI would not have accepted it, but what happened yesterday night made Philip VI a little worried and scared, so it is good to have a bulletproof car. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your tolerance." And Leon also said politely. After breakfast, and Leon left Zarzuela Palace and asked, "How did you do the other thing?" Qin Tianxiang responded, "Everything is going smoothly." "No one knows, right?" And Leon asked back. Qin Tianxiang was silent for a moment before responding, "Can't be sure." "Oh." And Leon was confused. Qin Tianxiang added, "There is a force hidden in the dark investigating us. The other party is very cautious and will not try to contact us even if it does not require information." Qin Tianxiang continued, "In view of this situation, we cannot be sure whether anyone knows about our actions." "Hidden in the shadows?" And Leon seemed to be talking to himself. "It's interesting." Chapter 1933. Madrid, like Vienna, is 7 hours different from the imperial capital. Madrid is 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and the imperial capital is 8 o'clock in the morning. Onlion communicated with Onshin Investment and Crown Import and Export Trading Company and asked Sunja from Crown Import and Export Trading Company to take charge of related matters. They will depart by plane today, arrive in Madrid tomorrow, and start a wine tasting the day after tomorrow. After the affairs of the Crown Import and Export Trading Company were arranged, and Liang sent all relevant information, including information about the members of the communication team, to Philip VI. When Philip VI looked at the message sent by Liang, he breathed a long sigh of relief, and then ordered a press conference to announce the corresponding matters and relieve the pressure on the royal family. The Spanish royal family is under considerable pressure, especially after the security incident yesterday. After the news of this wine tasting was announced, a large number of wineries and companies began to praise Philip VI and began to gather in Madrid. The location of this wine tasting will be at the Madrid Wine Museum. Philip VI also released rumors that if this wine tasting goes well, the transaction volume between the two parties may exceed the current Spanish exports. The total amount of wine arriving in Xia Kingdom. This kind of gossip directly detonated the wine field, exceeding the total volume of wine exported to Xia from the Spanish peninsula. How much export volume is that? Unlike the Spanish wineries and wine manufacturers who are gearing up, the atmosphere in the National Security Investigation Bureau in the imperial capital is a bit depressing. Huang Guoxiang asked. You mean he has other secret operations in the Spanish peninsula? Shi Feng, a technical elite in the Information Security Department, responded affirmatively, yes. Confirm? Huang Guoxiang asked. I can confirm it. Shi Feng explained again. On the surface, it seems that Mr. N went to the Western Hemisphere to see Princess Lenore, but we investigated more information and Mr. N's power in Europa spread to the Western Hemisphere. Although the security at Mr. N's place is very strict, we have special channels to obtain information. Mr. N has other purposes in Western Spain. The specific purpose is not known yet, but we found that the funds he invested in Western Spain have been more than $2 billion, all financed from overseas. Shi Feng explained. Huang Guoxiang rubbed his brow. Shi Feng continued to report. Section Chief Li of the Operations Department also reported a situation before. The power Mr. N controls in Vienna far exceeds our expectations. Rennie Security Company has a large number of foreign employees in Vienna. The local court and local police offices in Vienna are all highly infiltrated by Rennie Security Company. According to our investigation, Rennie Security Company's field control capabilities in Vienna may exceed those in the imperial capital. Degree. Shi Feng continued to report back. Rennie Security Company's ability to control the situation in the imperial city was extremely exaggerated. When Rennie Security Company handled the Jia Duan case, it was seamless. You sure? Huang Guoxiang asked again. Shi Feng still nodded. I'm sure. Reason? Huang Guoxiang asked back. I used the darknet there to publish a simple social engineering task, explaining an attack on Qin Siu through the local public phone, and then check the corresponding situation through the local security monitoring system. Shi Feng introduced pressure test. Huang Guoxiang frowned. Yes, the stress test, in this way, test the opponent's field control ability. In fact, Mr. N did not disappoint us. From the beginning of this stress test, in just 7 minutes, the people participating in the test disappeared mysteriously. I was on the deep network. The account that posted the task has been tracked, and all traces of me in the deep web are being investigated. Shi Feng explained. That you weren't discovered, were you? Huang Guoxiang immediately asked. Of course not. Shi Feng responded. Since it is a stress test, of course we have prepared precautions. That's good. Huang Guoxiang breathed a sigh of relief. Who did you tell this matter? So far. That's all I've told you. Shi Feng explained. Then forget about this thing. Huang Guoxiang responded. Okay, Shi Feng replied. One more thing. We found information about Avlora Vasilievich Kobel. His father is Vasilievich Nekov Kobel, the king of the Northern Bear Country. Zhao, Minister of Natural Resources and Ecology, Mr. N established a relationship with the Northern Bear Country through Aurora and obtained a large amount of advanced equipment from the Northern Bear Country. Currently, the strength of Rennie Security Company is rapidly expanding, including in Southeast Asia, Europe, and Africa, In addition to Baitu, in addition to North America, where Eagle Country is located, there are signs of Rennie Security Company's activities, including in South America. Shifeng added, the field control capabilities of Rennie Security Company exposed in Vienna this time made me understand one thing. Rennie Security Company is absorbing local security personnel on a large scale, thus achieving rapid expansion. Shifeng added, what do you want to say? Huang Guoxiang looked at Shifeng. Chapter 1934 National Security Investigation Service Headquarters. Shifeng was reporting to Huang Guoxiang alone about An Liang's situation. Huang Guoxiang stared at Shifeng and asked about the other party's purpose. There's one more thing I think I should tell you. Shifeng didn't answer the question and took out a USB flash drive and handed it to Huang Guoxiang. Huang Guoxiang took the USB flash drive and inserted it into the computer, but a password box popped up. The password is the pinyin abbreviation of Long Live Xiagua, plus the number 1001, and 3 exclamation points. Shifeng said the password. Huang Guoxiang entered the password, and the content of the document appeared immediately. While Huang Guoxiang was checking it, Shifeng continued, I found this thing purely by chance. I met a friend on the deep web. The other party belongs to Korea, and he is lamenting the darkness of their Korea. It is clear that news in Korea can be reported freely, and it seems that there is all kinds of freedom, but in fact it has reached a situation where the plutocrats control everything. Huang Guoxiang looked at the information submitted by Shifeng. The information revealed by these materials made Huang Guoxiang's expression change. Is this 653 information true? Huang Guoxiang once again suspected that there was something wrong with the information. Because, if the information is true, then, Shifeng responded affirmatively, it's true. I have repeatedly verified the authenticity of this information. Korea's situation is quite special. The situation there has reached a point where it doesn't matter even if it is publicly reported. Huang Guoxiang remained silent. After a moment, he responded, don't tell anyone, including our colleagues. Clear. Shifeng responded. Huang Guoxiang waved his hand and motioned for the other party to go down. After Shifeng left, Huang Guoxiang opened the drawer and opened the mezzanine in the drawer. Then he pressed the button in the mezzanine and took out a satellite phone. Huang Guoxiang held its satellite phone. He hesitated before dialing the satellite phone number of the Yushuang. While the Yushuang was sailing, An Liang received a call from Huang Guoxiang. After greetings from both parties, he spoke first. Old Huang, I'm still in the sky. What do you want from me? Huang Guoxiang asked. What are you doing in the western half of the country? You know, our Chen Siyu is planning to participate in the international piano competition. Anyway, I've already arrived in Europe, so I naturally want to go to Spain to see Princess Lenore, right? And Liang said casually. Huang Guoxiang's heart sank. And Liang didn't tell the truth. No. And Liang told half the truth. He did go to see Lenore, but he had another purpose that he didn't say. This is not a lie. Even a polygraph test is ineffective because An Liang didn't lie. He only told half of the story. Is this the only purpose? Huang Guoxiang asked. It turns out you were secretly investigating. And Liang responded with a smile. We here thought who was secretly investigating, but it turned out to be Lao Huang and you. And Liang continued. You should have told me earlier. If you want to know, I would just tell you. So tell me now, what are you doing in the Western Hemisphere? Huang Guoxiang asked 2 things. And Liang explained, the first thing I just said is that I just came over to see Lenore. And Liang explained, what about the second thing? Huang Guoxiang asked, invest. And Liang responded, what about specific projects? Huang Guoxiang asked again, energy and security. And Liang still didn't hide anything. Huang Guoxiang fell silent. What is your purpose? The purpose of investing is, of course, to make money. And Liang responded, but Huang Guoxiang didn't know how to respond for a while. Did An Liang already make a lot of money? All right, Lao Huang, you were suspicious again. I didn't do anything bad. Instead, I used this place to start targeting Australia. I have arranged for Crown Import and Export Trading Company to contact the Spanish Peninsula. If everything goes well, we can cut off Australia's wine import business. And Liang explained. Huang Guoxiang asked, if you suddenly switch from wine from Australia to wine from Spain, aren't you afraid that you won't be able to sell it and will suffer losses? Why be afraid? And Liang asked back, "Are you sure those wines will be sold?" Huang Guoxiang asked again, "Don't be silly, of course I'm not sure." And Liang replied with a smile, "But," and Liang said the turning point. This is an era of big data and network. As long as we are willing to invest in the early stage, promote Spanish wines on a large scale, and make the prices more favorable, who will remember the wines of Australia? Users are most sensitive to price, not origin information. And Liang added, "Besides, even if there is a total loss, it is actually only more than 2 billion, right?" And Liang said calmly, as if he just lost 20 yuan, "It seems that what you are doing in the Western Hemisphere is not simple." Huang Guoxiang responded, "Investigations welcome." And Liang replied, "What about you in the North Bear country?" Huang Guoxiang changed the topic. And Liang responded calmly, "I have many things to do with the North Bear country." "Which one do you want to ask?" "Forget it, let me guess. You are asking about the fact that the Northern Bear country sold a lot of advanced equipment, right?" And Liang asked back. Huang Guoxiang responded straightforwardly, "Yes. We are a regular security company. We have performed tasks on the side of justice in many regions. We have a very good reputation internationally. So why did the other party reject us?" And Liang asked back, underscore,